Chapter 1. Somewhere in the east sea suddenly, the tranquil surface of the sea was disturbed, the water stained a vivid crimson as a serpent-like sea creature, adorned with a head, surged forth from the depths. Its body was marred with wounds, and it emitted a thunderous roar towards the heavens. It soon collapsed, blood gushing from its mouth, nostrils, and wounds, further tainting the surrounding waters. A youth, no older than 17 or 18, with tousled light blue hair, emerged from the sea. Wielding a trident, he swiftly swam to the colossal sea creature, grasping its immense fin with one hand as he propelled himself towards the shore. On the coastline, a group of nearly a dozen young men busied themselves constructing a small vessel, measuring barely 7 or 8 meters in length, a rather traditional sailing boat. Upon witnessing the boy dragging the sea creature closer, they instinctively paused their labor and turned their gazes toward the shore. "Loyan, you're back." One voice broke the silence, and the boy, now on solid ground, smiled in response. "Uncle Pool, today, I've caught quite a prize. You all can take your share. I only require a small piece." "You actually killed a sea beast?" Initially, their attention had been solely on Loyan, but now they noticed the creature he had dragged ashore. Oh, this sea beast could be deemed small by monstrous standards, measuring less than 10 meters. Any ordinary fishing vessel would have fled upon encountering it. Yet here was Loyan, a mere boy, who had vanquished it in hand-to-hand combat. Loyan nodded with a grin, raising his arm that gripped the trident, revealing a wound roughly 2 fingers wide. Though not grievous, it was certainly not inconsequential. "I sustained a minor injury. I've already tended to the beast a bit, so feel free to take it. By the way, how much longer until my boat is ready?" As he spoke, Loyan's gaze shifted to the nearly completed sailing vessel. A middle-aged man, his beard braided and skin bronzed, appeared to be in his 50s. He puffed out his chest, head held high with a hint of pride as he replied, "It will be finished in no more than 3 days, young Loyan. Are you truly planning to set sail?" "Indeed. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore, my friends. I appreciate your hard work these past few days. I'm feeling a bit weary now, so I shall take my leave." With a wave, Loyan turned and departed, while the shipbuilders wasted no time, abandoning their tasks to begin processing the massive sea creature. Despite the numerous hands at work, each individual would still secure enough meat to sustain their family for half a month. However, they would only reserve a day or two's worth, opting to sell the remainder. Loyan's home was a modest wooden cabin, devoid of furnishings. The living area contained only a table and 2 chairs, giving it an air of emptiness, yet was impeccably clean. Upon entering the room, Luo Yin retrieved a large water jug from the shadows of the corner. After taking a couple of swigs, the wound on his arm began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Having completed this, he produced a large iron box and placed it upon the table. The box, upon opening, revealed a chaotic assortment of items: various colored flowers, feathers from birds, the eyes and entrails of beasts, and some gelatinous masses. Each object was separated by compartments within the box, preventing any contact between them, and all were encased in a thin membrane. Surveying his collection, Luo Yin could not help but nod in approval. He then took out a fist-sized, deep blue crystal from his pocket and placed it into an empty compartment of the iron box. After this, he spread his palm open, and in an instant, a radiant glow emanated forth, causing a series of tarot cards to drift from his hand. These tarot cards, ethereal and translucent, flipped rapidly, and soon one detached from the others, soaring towards Luo Yan's front, solidifying in form. The face of this card depicted a man standing upon tumultuous waves, cloaked in lightning, gazing down from a stormy sky at a multitude of trembling figures below. This man, with a countenance as sharp as a blade and distinctly defined muscles, instilled an instinctual desire to submit and kneel before him. Beside him, in small letters, was inscribed Sequence 0 Tyrant. Luo Yin traced his finger across the card's surface, which began to flip like the pages of a book, quickly settling on the desired position, labeled Sequence 6 Wind Affinity. Only 100 milliliters of blood from a merman or mermaid remains. Only by becoming a wind affinity can one claim a semblance of self-preservation. Luo Yin murmured softly, a faint smile of irony touching his lips. Once an ordinary university student on Earth, he had been profoundly stirred after reading The Lord of Secrets, developing an intense fascination with tarot cards. Consequently, he ordered a deck online, only to lose consciousness upon receiving it. When he awoke, he found himself in this very room. Through a series of confirmations via newspapers and other sources, he realized he had transmigrated into the world of One Piece, leaving him bewildered and desolate. As a mere fan of the series, he was acutely aware of the perils within this realm. With his slender frame, a single encounter with pirates could spell his doom. Fortunately, he had also brought along the tarot deck, or rather, it was not merely a deck. It consisted of only 22 major arcana cards, which had transformed into objects resembling the profane cards from the Lord of Secrets. Each card chronicled a complete path to divinity, albeit not in the likeness of Roselle moreover. These profane cards seem to have undergone local adaptations, with many of the ingredients and rituals differing from the original work, featuring numerous substitutes. In fact, several descriptions of the materials were ambiguous at best. For instance, one of the primary ingredients for the wind affinity was the crystallized brain of a small sea creature, yet the recipe did not specify which type of sea creature was required. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yin opted for the path of the tyrant. This path, which represents the mastery of land, sea, and sky among the 5 omniscient pathways, undoubtedly holds the greatest advantage in this expansive world of maritime exploration. Moreover, should a means of return exist, the omniscient being would undoubtedly be the most likely to acquire it and take action accordingly. Initially, the materials required for the elixirs of the tyrant path were predominantly related to the ocean, making them the easiest to gather in such a world. For instance, Luo Yin managed to procure all the components for the Sequence 9 Sailor Elixir simply from a local market, without spending a dime, as they consisted of rather inconsequential items. The primary materials included the swim bladder of a deep-sea fish, a crystalline fragment from the brain of a red octopus, while the auxiliary materials comprised 100 grams of scales from large fish, 80 milliliters of black octopus blood, 100 milliliters of pure water, and a single yellow sunflower. The swim bladder was readily available at the market, priced slightly higher than fish meat, but not exorbitantly, so a sweet word or two could easily procure it if only 1 or 2 were needed. As for the scales and octopus blood, they were deemed waste products at the market, discarded daily, thus effectively free, while sunflowers could be gathered from the roadside. The only challenge Luo Yin faced was obtaining the crystalline fragment from the red octopus brain. He spent several days observing the seafood vendor as he slaughtered dozens of red octopuses, yet he saw no crystalline fragments. Eventually, it was only when the vendor inquired that Luo Yin revealed his interest in learning how to prepare fish, prompting the vendor, a warm-hearted individual, to allow him to practice. Consequently, Luo Yin personally dispatched a recently caught red octopus, thereby acquiring the coveted crystal. It was then he realized that some unique materials could only be obtained through personal effort. After consuming the elixir, he did not experience the auditory hallucinations described in the original text. Even shortly after ingestion, he exhibited no tendencies toward madness. Later, he surmised that perhaps the foundational layer of this world was not steeped in chaos and insanity like that of the Lord of Mysteries. Furthermore, this realm lacked an original will, the influence of higher beings, or the gaze of outer gods. It was an extraordinarily orderly world, thus rendering the risks associated with consuming the elixir remarkably low. Additionally, the elixirs did not retain the mental remnants of their predecessors, making them easy to digest. However, this also rendered most ritualistic magic ineffective. Of course, Luo Yin himself was not versed in any such ritual magic. Upon becoming a sailor, Luo Yin began to digest the elixir while simultaneously gathering materials for the Sequence 8 Elixirs of the Rage of the People. To collect materials, he often ventured out to sea on a wooden raft and hunted on land with a specially crafted trident, yielding a bountiful harvest. As he found it challenging to manage the abundance of his spoils alone, he decided to share a portion with his neighbors and entrusted them with selling the remainder. This reciprocal arrangement fostered strong friendships with those in his vicinity, and it was these very neighbors who now assisted him in constructing his vessel. His urgency to set sail was not merely for the purpose of assimilating the seafarer's elixir. Rather, it stemmed from the necessity to gather subsequent materials on this small island in the East Sea. The extraordinary resources corresponding to Sequence 6 were nearly exhausted, and any further materials could only be procured beyond the horizon. In truth, he had nearly completed the digestion of the seafarer's elixir. Luo Yin chose this moment to embark on his voyage because he calculated the timing. Luffy had already set forth to sea. He had no intention of boarding Luffy's vessel, yet this did not deter him from reaping some benefits from Luffy's endeavors. Moreover, he understood the essence of Luffy's character. By offering assistance or extending goodwill at opportune moments, he could ensure that when he faced adversity, Luffy would undoubtedly lend a helping hand. There is no investment more secure than that in a protagonist. As soon as the ship is built, I shall set sail. Luo Yin carefully closed the box and tucked it away, resolutely whispering to himself. As dusk fell, a full moon ascended into the sky, and the lights of the surrounding houses extinguished one by one. Luo Yin included, however. He did not retire. Instead, he retrieved a palm-sized metallic box from beneath his bed, containing a ring adorned with a bat motif on a black background with red patterns. He slipped the ring onto his right middle finger, and dark energy coalesced, forming a pair of black bat wings behind him, while his originally pale golden eyes were suffused with a hue of orange. Within Luo Yin's gaze, The room at night bore no distinction from that of day. It was not that he had turned on the lights, but rather that he possessed the ability of night vision. As an extraordinary being traversing the tyrant pathway, he inherently possessed commendable night vision capabilities, further enhanced by the ring he wore. Throughout this half-year of material collection, Lo Yin had not only acquired the extraordinary materials and traits of the tyrant pathway, but had often obtained those from other pathways. This particular ring corresponded to the vampire of sequence 7 within the moon pathway. Upon gathering the principal materials for a certain elixir, Lo Yin typically categorized them to prevent confusion. Consequently, some materials would spontaneously amalgamate with their surroundings, transforming into wondrous artifacts. Though not a craftsman, unable to create wondrous items at his whim, he was fortunate that the chaos and madness of this world were relatively restrained. Even naturally formed wondrous items bore minimal side effects. Thus far, Lo Yin had not conjured any artifacts whose negative repercussions he could not endure. The abilities of this ring included granting the wearer night vision, inflicting corrosive effects with attacks, significantly enhancing speed, allowing for flight, and enabling communication with animals, along with the transient ability to tame them. The drawback, however, was that the wearer would develop an insatiable thirst for blood. Furthermore, if worn under the blazing sun, the owner would experience weakness. After 10 minutes, Lo Yin silently soared from the window, flapping his wings toward the deep mountains, and shortly arrived at the entrance of a cavern. The cavern was exceedingly deep, and even with night vision capabilities, Luo Yin could not discern its depths at a glance. This was precisely the reason he adorned himself with the vampire ring. Without the ability to fly, even the most agile of individuals would find it impossible to enter this sanctum, which served as his treasure trove. To thwart potential thieves while he was away, Luo Yin concealed the majority of his extraordinary materials and seldom used magical artifacts within this cave. Every 5 days, he would return to change the containers and reinforce the ethereal barriers safeguarding those materials, though today was not designated for reinforcing the ethereal walls. With merely 3 days remaining before his voyage, Luo Yin intended to retrieve his belongings in advance, as he planned to remain indoors during this period. After a flurry of activity lasting over 10 minutes. Luo Yin silently returned to his abode, carrying 3 silver-white briefcases reminiscent of those used for storing money. Upon entering, he eagerly removed the ring, carefully encasing it in ethereal energy before placing it in an iron box, allowing himself a long sigh of relief. This contraption is truly cumbersome. It is evident that one must become a wind affinity to attain stable flight capabilities. I must hasten my transformation into a wind affinity. Luo Yin did not aspire to become a pirate as one ascends the ranks. The materials required become increasingly elusive should he choose the path of piracy. Certain resources would become exceedingly difficult to procure. Thus, he hoped to traverse the seas as an adventurer, seeking opportunities to ally with the Revolutionary Army. He firmly believed that the Revolutionary Army would harbor a keen interest in potions. Should a collaboration be forged, he could leverage their resources to aid in the collection of materials. As for the Navy, he had never entertained the idea. He would rather embrace piracy than join their ranks. For joining the Navy would entail adhering to a plethora of restrictions, curtailing his freedom of movement and significantly impeding his material gathering endeavors. Furthermore, should the Navy uncover the secrets of his potions, he was certain that he would be subject to special attention, leaving his personal freedom in jeopardy. This urgency to become a wind affinity stemmed not from a desire to enhance his combat prowess in this world. Mid-tier potions offered little advantage, especially when facing those imbued with the powers of devil fruits. Even against those unacquainted with such powers, victory was not guaranteed. He yearned for was the wind affinity's ability to manipulate the winds and soar through the skies. Currently, he could navigate the seas for nearly an hour without any equipment. Once he attained wind affinity, he would be capable of flight, extending his underwater endeavors beyond an hour. This would render his journeys across the East Sea and the first half of the Grand Line much easier, even in the face of adversity. Escaping would be a trivial matter, as few could impede his passage. 3 days later, amidst the farewells of neighbors and friends, Luo Yin set sail, heading westward from the island. The vessel was modest in size, measuring a mere 10 meters from bow to stern, comprising 2 levels that could accommodate 6 or 7 individuals. Is not that he harbors a desire for a larger vessel. In fact, during its construction, inquiries were made regarding whether the ship might be somewhat diminutive and could be crafted on a grander scale. However, such suggestions were met with a firm refusal from Luo Yin, whose reasoning was straightforward. A larger ship would surpass his capacity for control. As a 7th-tier navigator, he possesses the ability to wield water magic, enabling him to influence currents to a certain extent and manage a ship with relative ease. Yet, There are limits to this power. While this vessel does not reach the pinnacle of his capabilities, it is prudent to maintain a degree of reserve. His intentions are quite simple, since this ship accommodates 6 or 7 individuals. He plans to transition to a larger vessel once he has recruited 6 crew members. He has never contemplated remaining with this ship indefinitely for the past fortnight. The ship has drifted upon the sea, devoid of a specific destination, merely charting a course westward. Luo Yin sits cross-legged beside a beach chair on the foredeck. Before him rests an astrological sphere, roughly the size of a fist, its base adorned with an array of gemstones and scattered diamonds. He tightly closed his eyes, murmuring incantations, his hands incessantly caressing the surface of the astrological sphere. A suitable crew member for my ship. A suitable crew member for my ship. A suitable crew member for my ship. After reciting this 7 times, a fleeting brilliance emanated from the sphere. Luo Yin opened his eyes, exhaled slowly, and then disregarded the astrological sphere entirely, rising to recline on a chaise lounge, his countenance betraying a hint of weariness. Oh, I require a true astrologer. Before that, I also need a ship's doctor, a shipwright, a chef, and a helmsman. Luo Yin murmured to himself in a barely audible voice. Initially, he had resolved to go with the flow, harboring no intense desire for crew members, believing that fate would guide him. If he encountered companions, so be it. And if not, he would not fret. He intended to focus his primary efforts on acquiring the blood of the fishmen. However, after merely 3 days at sea, he altered his perspective. The challenge of single-handedly managing a vessel proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. It was not merely the intricate steps involved, but rather the sheer exhaustion. Being a mere sequence 7, he lacked the spiritual finesse to consistently manipulate the currents to accelerate the ship. Then there was the matter of sustenance. He had embarked with a considerable supply of provisions, primarily long-lasting items such as cured meats, smoked meats, and sausages, along with ample rice and flour. Yet, constrained by his culinary skills, these provisions were far from palatable. Consequently, by the 7th day, he could no longer endure the monotony and began actively seeking crew members. However, locating companions amidst the vast expanse of the ocean was no simple task. The only method he could conceive was divination, to ascertain a general direction and pursue it. Yet, the tyrant pathway was not particularly adept at matters of divination. Its defining characteristic was one of recklessness, entirely devoid of any divinatory inclination. Fortunately, Luo Yin had prepared for this. Possessing a remarkable artifact evolved from the extraordinary trait of a sequence 7 astrologer, capable of conducting relatively accurate divinations. Despite the passage of several days, he still had not discerned the whereabouts of any potential crew members. Luo Yin closed his eyes, embarking on a mental journey to envision Ultraman entering a meditative state to restore his spiritual essence. It was only when the scorching sun began its descent in the western sky that he finally stirred, rising to once again caress the astrological sphere. He intended to perform a few more divinations before his meal. After all, he had only just rejuvenated and his spiritual energy was still abundant. Besides, dining was also a form of rest. His spiritual essence was a resource not to be squandered, primarily driven by an overwhelming desire for crew members. Luo Yin held little hope for this divination, as the preceding days had followed a similar pattern, yielding no results thus far. However, just as he completed the incantation for the 7th time, a vision materialized within his mind. It was an image of a vessel sailing through the nocturnal veil, a naval warship, albeit depicted in a hazy manner. The scene appeared intentionally obscured, allowing him only to discern that it was indeed a warship, while everything else remained shrouded in mystery. Eureka! Luo Yin abruptly opened his eyes, a look of uncontainable joy illuminating his face. Yet, this flicker of happiness swiftly dissipated, giving way to a growing frown. A warship? How could it possibly be a warship? Luo Yin found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Even though the individual in question was a pirate, and a rather notorious one at that, he considered the audacity of seizing them. After all, the pirates roaming the East Sea were hardly formidable. The fisherman Arlong already represented the pinnacle of their strength. However, he was quite reluctant to commandeer a naval vessel. It was not out of fear of the Navy's might, given the lack of strength among the local pirates. It stood to reason that the naval forces dispatched to this region would be similarly weak. Yet, he harbored no desire to venture out as a pirate. At least not until he ascended to Sequence 4. He wished to avoid any bounty on his head. Should he seize a naval ship here, a bounty would be as good as guaranteed. Alas, this situation was exceedingly troublesome. Luo Yin took a deep breath, still indecisive. Offending the Navy was not his desire. Yet surrendering without a fight was equally unappealing. After much contemplation, He redirected his gaze to the astrological sphere, a slight smile gracing his lips. Since he was uncertain, he might as well consult the stars. The sun gradually descended below the horizon, and a warship bobbed rhythmically upon the waves. A naval captain, adorned with a hood featuring 2 small ear-like decorations and a face framed by 6 long whiskers, stood at the bow, surveying the vast night sea. Behind him, several sailors busied themselves with deck duties. Typically, such a vessel would be manned by a considerable number of sailors, not only due to the necessity of a crew to operate the ship, but also to ensure sufficient manpower in the event of an enemy encounter. However, this time, Captain Mouse had brought just enough personnel to navigate the ship, as this particular maritime region was relatively safe for him. And he had other dealings to attend to, making it impractical to bring too many men along. He chuckled to himself, envisioning the substantial bounty he might acquire from this venture. A smile involuntarily spread across Captain Mouse's face as he began to contemplate the revelries awaiting him upon his return. Just then, the sea swelled unexpectedly, causing the entire ship to lurch violently. Taken by surprise, Captain Mouse stumbled, gripping the railing to steady himself. "Captain, the waves have intensified. Should we let those fellows in the hold come up for some fresh air? If they perish," a sailor rushed over, urgency etched across his features. Captain Mouse's expression darkened immediately. "It's merely a bit of turbulence. Is it so easy to encounter trouble? Wait 10 minutes. If the waves do not subside, we will consider it then. Captain, look at the sky." Before Captain Mouse could finish his orders, the sailor, panic-stricken, pointed towards the heavens, his voice tinged with fear. Captain Mouse paused momentarily, instinctively glancing upward, only to behold a figure with deep blue, almost black hair, and a pair of bat-like wings soaring directly towards the warship. "Enemy attack! Sound the alarm!" Captain Mouse shouted frantically. The alarm echoed throughout the ship, rousing sailors who had intended to rest. Many burst from the cabin, some even without their uniforms, yet all were armed, clearly trained to respond swiftly in emergencies. Faced with a barrage of weapons aimed at him, Luo Yin showed no sign of retreat. He landed heavily on the deck, and before the sailors could react, he dispatched their weapons with a swift, blurring motion. "How dare you? Who are you?" Captain Mouse instinctively drew his gun, but before he could aim it at the intruder, a cold, sharp dagger pressed against his throat. A sharp sting reminding him that any movement could cost him his life. "Let us speak civilly. What is it that you desire?" As a naval colonel capable of colluding with pirates, he is acutely aware of when to concede. Now is the moment to yield. A faint smile played upon Luo Yin's lips as he first cast a glance at the still-dazed sailor, before finally fixing his gaze upon Colonel Mouse. "Colonel Mouse? It appears that your vessel harbors more than just a handful of souls. Summon everyone forth." The glance that Luo Yin cast was seemingly casual, yet it served to ascertain the potential crew members for his ship. However, among these sailors, none proved suitable. His divination pointed towards this vessel, implying that there were still individuals yet to arrive. Colonel Mouse's body quivered slightly, a fleeting struggle reflected on his face, before he turned his gaze to the sailor nearest to him. "Quickly, go and bring everyone out." In the face of life and death, he exhibited no hesitations. Despite his ignorance regarding how the other party had discerned the presence of slaves aboard his ship, nor did he comprehend their intentions. Yet, he understood that he was in no position to negotiate. The sailor, upon receiving the command, wasted no time and swiftly dashed into the ship's hold. Luo Yin's lips curled into a more pronounced smile. After glancing around a couple of times, he sheathed the short blade back into its scabbard at his waist. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he requested, "Please bring me a chair." Luo Yin casually instructed a marine, who, without a hint of hesitation, promptly fetched a chair. Although Luo Yin had sheathed his weapon, none aboard the vessel dared to resist, including their leader, Colonel Mouse. They were acutely aware, from the recent display of prowess, that collectively they were no match for their opponent. Moreover, they had not forgotten that this individual had arrived by flight, implying he could depart just as effortlessly. At present, the situation had not escalated to the point of irrevocable hostility. Notably, their adversary had yet to inflict any harm. However, should they take the initiative to strike, the repercussions could be dire. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" Colonel Mouse approached with a semblance of cordiality, seeking to mitigate any animosity directed towards his contingent while simultaneously gathering intelligence for potential future retribution. Luo Yin cast a sidelong glance at Colonel Mouse, but offered no response. He had no intention of revealing his true identity. Otherwise, there would be no need for such meticulous disguise. To this moment, He had yet to retract his bat-like wings or dispel the illusion that transformed his hair into a deep, nearly black hue. This was his way of avoiding an immediate bounty from the Navy, and it also explained why, despite his formidable entrance, he refrained from inflicting harm upon the sailors. "Where are you all headed?" he inquired. Luo Yin retorted, and the smile on Colonel Mouse's face faltered momentarily before returning to its usual composure. "Our next destination is Coco Island, where our warship is currently patrolling." "Ah, Coco Island." Luo Yin drew out a long breath, outwardly calm, yet inwardly elated. The fact that Colonel Mouse dared to venture there signified that Aaron had not yet fallen, and that Luffy had not yet arrived in this place. Considering Luffy had already set sail, it implied that his arrival would not be long delayed. As long as he remained on Coco Island, merely waiting patiently, he would surely encounter Luffy, and that moment would come soon enough. Before long, the soldier tasked with fetching others returned to the gangplank. Tugging a rope to which 3 individuals were bound, 2 men and 1 woman. One man possessed a well-proportioned physique, unremarkable in appearance, while the other was a muscular giant, towering nearly 2 meters, a true behemoth. The woman appeared to be a pale-haired girl of no more than 20, her figure slightly frail, and she walked with an unsteady gait, seeming somewhat ailing. Who could they be? They neither resembled sailors nor prisoners. Lo Yin inquired in a remarkably casual tone about Colonel Mouse, whose expression contorted slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth and spoke. They are slaves." "Slaves? Huh. Are you, a naval colonel, also dabbling in the slave trade?" Luo Yin did not conceal his scorn in the slightest. Colonel Mouse opened his mouth, seemingly intent on offering a defense for himself, yet ultimately found himself at a loss for words. Luo Yin suddenly smiled mysteriously, and with a flick of his hand, he produced a remarkably exquisite crystal ball from his bosom, as if performing a magic trick. "Ah, I have something beautiful to show you," he said. A gentle smile suddenly graced Lu Yin's face, and under the gaze of Colonel Mouse, his eyes instinctively fell upon the crystal ball. In an instant, the orb shimmered with light, revealing a scene. The imagery unfolded, depicting a marine pulling 3 slaves from the ship's hold, culminating in Lu Yin's inquiry about their identities. To which Colonel Mouse responded that they were indeed slaves. Upon witnessing this vision, Colonel Mouse's complexion drained of color, as if all strength had fled from his body, and he collapsed onto the ground. The moment that footage reached the naval branch, he would face not only the loss of his rank, but also imprisonment, or even execution on the spot. Why you?" Colonel Mouse stammered, overwhelmed with agitation. Luo Yin, tucking the crystal ball away, wore an even broader smile. "Do not fret. I harbor no malice towards you. My actions thus far have not harmed any of you, as you can clearly see, so rest assured. I shall not be handing over that footage to the Navy just yet, and I will assist you in covering your tracks, such as disposing of the evidence." As he spoke, he gestured towards the 3 slaves. Colonel Mouse's lips twitched slightly, yet without a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. "Then, I shall trouble you with this." "Ha, no need for such formality. By the way, you mentioned your next destination is Kokoja Island, correct? I have heard that the island is renowned for its abundant oranges, and I intend to procure some. I will sail the ship over shortly. You need only lead the way ahead." Colonel Mouse nodded vigorously, and in that moment, his spirits brightened considerably. Luo Yin rose to his feet and waved at the 3 slaves from a distance. "I shall return shortly with the ship to retrieve you," he declared. With that, he unfurled his wings and soared into the night sky, his figure swiftly vanishing into the darkness. At that moment, a sailor cautiously approached Colonel Mouse, lowering his voice. "Colonel, he intends to journey to Coco Island as well. We could ally with Aaron to deal with him." The sailor did not finish his sentence, but made a gesture across his throat. The faint color that had just returned to Colonel Mouse's face immediately twisted in horror as he kicked the sailor to the ground. "Are you a fool? Did you not see that he can fly? No matter how formidable Aaron is, he cannot fly. If we sever ties with him, he only needs to hand over that crystal ball to the branch, and we are all doomed." Before long, a small boat approached in the distance, the very vessel piloted by Luo Yin. Colonel Mouse and his entourage showed no hesitation or struggle, eagerly escorting the 3 slaves aboard Luo Yin's ship. "Excellent. Now, lead the way to Coco Island." Luo Yin issued a brief command, to which Colonel Mouse responded with a nod and a bow, before returning to the warship. Setting sail towards Coco Island, Luo Yin manipulated the flow of water, allowing the small vessel to descend behind the warship, proceeding together towards Coco West Island. After ensuring the boat was properly adjusted, he finally turned his gaze towards the 3 individuals. The trio, unfamiliar with Luo Yin, displayed a sense of trepidation despite his having rescued them from the clutches of the Navy, as they remained uncertain of his intentions. Luo Yin endeavored to present himself as amiable as he personally untied the three individuals, subsequently dispelling the illusion that cloaked him to reveal his true appearance. He then opened a palm-sized box, from which a gentle yellow light immediately radiated. Inside the box rested an orb resembling an egg, adorned with vertically slit pupils. At the moment the light enveloped them, the trio's anxious hearts were soothed, inexplicably calming their spirits. This was yet another extraordinary artifact, primarily associated with hypnotists. However, its main function was not to induce hypnosis in others, besides possessing a modicum of the ability to assuage emotions. Its principal purpose was to facilitate a profound connection among all sentient beings bathed in its glow, allowing them to intuitively sense each other's intentions and discern the sincerity of their words. Ahem. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Luo Yin, an adventurer currently seeking companions. Should you choose to accompany me, we shall become comrades. Conversely, if you prefer not to follow me, upon reaching Cocoa Island, you are free to depart at your discretion. I can provide you with a modest sum to cover your journey home or assist with future living expenses. Naturally, it will not be a substantial amount, as I am not affluent. Initially, the three had succumbed to despair, believing their best fate would be to encounter a benevolent master, sparing them from a fate of abuse and death. Now, it seemed they had been salvaged by this individual, who appeared younger than any of them, and whose words resonated with an unblemished sincerity. In unison, they exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless, while Luo Yin patiently awaited their response. After a considerable pause, the robust figure among them spoke first. Will you truly consider us as companions? Of course, Luo Yin replied. Did I not just say so? Luo Yin's smile broadened. He was now eager for crew members. If all three chose to depart due to the charming words he had just uttered, it would spell disaster. At least one person now appeared willing to accompany him, and considering their stature alone, they exuded a sense of security. The other two exchanged glances after hearing this, and the silver-haired maiden seemed to show a flicker of interest. However, she merely parted her lips without voicing her thoughts, as if something held her back. As Luo Yin responded to the burly man, his attention also lingered on the other two individuals. Although the movements of the silver-haired girl were minimal, they did not escape his notice. Observing her, he immediately directed his gaze towards her. My dear lady, do you have something to say? The girl trembled slightly, seemingly startled by Luo Yin's address, before she became somewhat timid. You must have standards for your crew, right? I haven't been in good health since childhood, and I don't possess any particular skills. Indeed, I do have certain criteria for selecting my crew. However, my divination indicates that you are suited to join my ranks, and thus, I believe each of you possesses unique strengths. Since you've broached the subject, why not share what you are capable of, or what you used to do? Seeing that Luo Yin remained resolute in his decision despite her hesitations, the silver-haired girl's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming once more. I used to work as a caregiver in a hospital, assisting with basic tasks such as dressing wounds and changing ford drips, nothing more than rudimentary duties that anyone could perform. As she spoke, her voice grew progressively softer, and her head instinctively lowered. To her, her previous job felt like something that any random person on the street could do. It lacked distinction and any semblance of technical expertise. However, to Luo Yin, her words ignited a spark of enthusiasm. She was, in fact, the ideal candidate for ship's physician in his eyes. While others might seek a conventional doctor for such a role, he had an abundance of options. After all, with his potions, anyone who consumed his alchemical brews could transform into an exceptional physician. Thus, the individual's prior profession became relevant. Without a doubt, the profession most compatible with that of a doctor was nursing. When a nurse imbibes the alchemical elixir, they would metamorphose into a compassionate caregiver. Splendid. From this day forth, you shall be our ship's physician. Luo Yin forcefully brought his palms together, producing a sharp clap that resounded, declaring the status of the silver-haired maiden. The young woman stood there momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. But I have no knowledge of medicine at all, she exclaimed. Fear not, for I shall guide you to become the finest doctor in the world. Luo Yin patted his chest, making a solemn promise, and then turned his gaze toward the burly man. What about you? What was your previous occupation? The burly man, sensing Luo Yin's lenient standards for selecting crew members, immediately grew confident and lifted his head slightly. I used to farm, specializing in wheat and fruit trees. Aside from farming, what else can you do? Nothing else. I only know how to farm. Captain, What position do you think I would be suitable for? The burly man remained oblivious to the subtle change in Luo Yan's expression, still brimming with self-assurance. Luo Yan's lips twitched as he shifted his attention to the seemingly ordinary young man. What about you? What was your previous occupation? The young man, though not lacking in self-esteem, did not possess the same confidence as the burly man. Upon being questioned, he stood up straight. I used to be a bartender. And I can, serve tea and water. Serving tea and water? Can you cook? Upon hearing Luo Yan's inquiry, the young man's expression momentarily faltered, and his gaze became somewhat evasive. I am responsible for tending the bar. Cooking is the domain of the kitchen staff. Can you sing? Luo Yan was not disheartened by the other party's lack of culinary skills. He continued his probing inquiries. The young man's complexion shifted slightly, his mouth opening and closing several times as if he were grappling with uncertainty, before finally resolving to speak. I remember many song lyrics, but, Captain, I can cook. At that moment, the burly man suddenly interjected loudly. Luo Yan frowned slightly, but still nodded slowly. Very well. You shall serve as our chef for the time being, he stated, then turned his gaze back to the young man. You will be the helmsman. Huh? Why is that? Captain, I believe I am more suited to be the helmsman. Although the burly man had voluntarily claimed his ability to cook, he yearned more for the position of helmsman, convinced of his greater suitability for the role. As for his sudden confession about cooking, he could not quite understand why it had slipped out. He merely felt that he should not conceal it, especially since his singing was rather unpleasant. Luo Yan explained with great seriousness, yet the three listeners were left bewildered, grappling with the perplexing connection between poor singing and becoming a helmsman. If Luo Yan had suggested that the silver-haired girl take on the role of ship's doctor, one could somewhat comprehend the rationale, as nurses and doctors do indeed work closely together, despite their relationship being akin to that of a dishwasher and a head chef. At least they encounter one another daily, allowing for some degree of learning through observation. However, the link between poor singing and the role of a helmsman was utterly tenuous. Wait here, I shall return shortly. Luo Yan did not give others a chance to inquire further. He rose and entered the cabin, immediately beginning to concoct potions within the confines of the room. He was preparing 3 distinct potions, one for the apothecary, another for the sailor, and a third for the hunter. Initially, the burly figure seemed more suited to the mother path, given his agricultural background and experience in nurturing plants. However, Luo Yan was reluctant to allow him to pursue this path. After all, he was in the nascent stages of his venture, and the 8th sequence of the mother path corresponded to the role of a physician, which would create a redundancy in function. At this early stage of his entrepreneurial journey, such luxury was beyond his means. Moreover, one must consider that upon reaching the 2nd sequence, the mother path would transform him into a female. It seemed rather premature to discuss the matter of the 2nd sequence at this juncture. Yet, if that time were to arrive, Luo Yan found it difficult to fathom what it would entail for such a robust and rugged man to become a woman, hence his hesitation. When the burly man mentioned his culinary skills, Luo Yan completely abandoned the notion of guiding him along the mother path. He certainly did not wish to find himself one day feasting on beef that had sprouted from the ground or fish leaping from melons. After meticulously concocting 3 elixirs, Luo Yan carefully sealed them in metallic vials and employed his spiritual energy to create a simple barrier before swiftly making his way to the deck. This entire process took approximately 10 minutes. However, the 3 individuals remained dutifully on the deck, regarding Luo Yan as their savior. Despite their brief acquaintance, his words held considerable weight. Here it is, the elixir. 1 vial for each of you. Allow me to provide a brief introduction. You may perceive the elixir as something akin to the devil fruits. However, unlike the latter, consuming an elixir will not evoke the disdain of the sea. Nonetheless, in its initial stages, it lacks the formidable power of a devil fruit. The elixir exists within a system, each possessing its own unique pathways. As Luo Yan distributed the potions to the 3 individuals, he simultaneously elucidated the intricacies of the potion system, its associated risks, and distinctive characteristics. Finally, he cast a glance at the group, stating, "The potions are now in your possession. Whether to consume them lies entirely within your discretion." Initially, the trio exhibited great enthusiasm upon hearing the introduction. However, upon learning of the perilous risk that consuming the potion could lead to uncontrollable transformations into monstrous beings, their enthusiasm waned, and hesitation took hold. "Captain, you mentioned that the potions are not as potent in the early stages as the devil fruits. Does that imply they surpassed the devil fruits in strength during the later stages? Inquired the burly one, while the other two appeared somewhat subservient in Luo Yan's presence. The burly man's propensity for dialogue was notable, which was precisely why Luo Yan had chosen to provide him with the hunter's potion. He perceived a certain talent for provocation in the burly man. Luo Yan nodded without hesitation. He had not intended to paint such a vivid picture for his crew so soon. However, since the other party had broached the subject, he naturally could not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Indeed, the sequence of potions ranges from 9 to 0, based on my calculations. A sequence of 4 is comparable to those notorious pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions, while a sequence of 3 equates to the strength possessed by those who have awakened the powers of a devil fruit. As Luo Yan was yet to finish his drawing, the silver-haired maiden raised her hand slightly. What exactly is the awakening of the devil fruit? You may comprehend it as the prowess of the 7 warlords of the sea. Are you familiar with them? Even among the 7 warlords, one must be relatively formidable. Ah, I see. The silver-haired maiden nodded, and the other two displayed expressions of enlightenment. Although they were uncertain of the exact strength of the 7 warlords, they understood the concept. They reign over the seas and are acknowledged by the world government as formidable pirates. Now, you should decide if you wish to drink. We shall discuss the subsequent matters later. Luo Yan refrained from continuing his discourse on the sequence, for upon reaching sequence 2, one would encounter true mythical beings, entities worthy of being referred to as he. To speak of such matters now felt somewhat exaggerated. The 3 individuals simultaneously lowered their gazes to the potions in their hands. The burly man and the youth displayed signs of hesitation. In stark contrast, the silver-haired maiden exhibited no trace of doubt, raising her head to consume the potion in one swift motion. Observing her resolve, the other two gritted their teeth and followed suit, downing their potions as well. Their steps became unsteady, each exhibiting distinct anomalies as a result of the potion's effects. They centered their focus, striving to concentrate their energies and envision something beyond the confines of this world. Under Luo Yan's guidance, the trio quickly regained their composure, and he could distinctly sense their spiritual essences overflowing, signifying that they had all endured the experience. The potion is truly remarkable. I feel as though I could swim through the sea like a fish, the youth murmured, emerging first from the state of absorbing the potion's knowledge. Though the others remained silent, their expressions mirrored his sentiments. Excellent. Congratulations to all of you for successfully enduring the effects of the potion. From this moment forth, we are genuine partners. Let us introduce ourselves, Luo Yan proclaimed. dualrealities, the youth announced first, and the silver-haired maiden followed suit, her lips curling slightly as she introduced herself, shaddily. The burly man stepped forward, raising his chin with an air of pride as he declared, "Atreali, Rhoda." Luo Yan remained oblivious to the reason behind the imposing Rhoda's air of arrogance when uttering his name. He had no desire to delve into it. He simply nodded slightly, feeling quite content with the 3 new companions he had acquired. Very well, I am Luo Yan, a fact you are already aware of. Now, you have all become extraordinary beings. Allow me to impart some fundamental knowledge about the extraordinary and the art of masquerade. The following day at noon, Colonel Mouse's warship anchored beside Coco Island, while Luo Yan moored his vessel on the opposite side, separated from Colonel Mouse's ship by the entire island. Loyan disembarked from the ship with a large suitcase in tow, accompanied by Shitali, while Rhoda and Mitter remained aboard. His objective on this occasion was the blood of the fishmen and the solidified hearts of adult fishmen. The blood of fishmen served as an auxiliary material for the potion of the Windwielder, while the solidified heart of an adult fishman constituted one of the primary ingredients for the Ocean Singer. However, Loyan harbored no intention of confronting Arlong directly. His current prowess rendered him nearly powerless against the formidable foe. Even with the aid of mystical items, his chances would be exceedingly slim. After all, Luffy would undoubtedly arrive to deal with Arlong, so Loyan merely needed to bide his time on the island, seizing the opportunity to forge a connection with Luffy. At this juncture, Luffy was in the nascent stages of his ventures, and his goodwill would blossom like a seed, flourishing alongside Luffy's growth, promising future rewards. This was one of the reasons he brought Shitali along to the island. Given that Shitali had become a healer, once Luffy's crew clashed with Arlong's, injuries would inevitably ensue. Having Shitali serve as the ship's doctor to tend to their wounds would be a significant favor. Another reason for their excursion was his intention to explore the island with Shitali during this interim, in search of flora and fauna that could be utilized for potion making. A day passed, and Loyan sat upon a grassy slope by the sea, gazing out at the distant waters while Shaitali diligently cataloged the various herbs and plants she had gathered, carefully laying them out before him. It was not that Luoyin was disinterested in assisting with the herb collection. Rather, he was entirely unaware of which plants were beneficial, only capable of discerning whether they possessed any spiritual essence. Among the array of herbs Shaitali had collected, only 2 grasses and a flower exhibited a hint of spiritual quality, the rest being rather mundane. "Captain, this marks the 4th time today you have gazed out at the sea," Shaitali remarked, her voice a blend of inquiry and gentle murmuring as she continued to sort the herbs into small pouches. Luoyin nodded, unabashedly revealing a smile. "Indeed. I am waiting for someone." "Who are you waiting for?" "A cheerful young man, adorned with a straw hat, radiating warmth and brightness." Luoyin refrained from directly uttering Luffy's name. Instead, he articulated the image that resided within his heart. Shaitali paused momentarily in her task of sorting flowers and herbs, raising her gaze to cast a fleeting glance at Luoyin. She tilted her head slightly, a hint of perplexity flickering across her face, before she resumed her work. Bowing her head once more, "I have an inkling that your presence on this island extends beyond merely requesting me to gather the necessary herbs and purchase oranges. There must be another purpose at play." A faint twitch graced the corner of Luoyin's mouth, for he had not anticipated that Xiaotali would genuinely believe the words he had employed to deceive Colonel Mouse. Whether it be gathering herbs or purchasing oranges, these were but secondary concerns. The primary objective was to acquire the blood and heart of a mermaid, and the dominion here was held by a gang of merfolk, Arlong's crew. It was said that they were the most formidable pirates of the East Sea. Xiaotali had indeed heard of Arlong's notorious reputation. Had she encountered this name before, she would have trembled in fear. Yet, inexplicably, upon witnessing Liyin's confident demeanor, an unaccountable sense of tranquility welled up within her. Even when discussing Arlong and the prospect of claiming his heart, she felt no trace of trepidation. Luoyin nodded in agreement with Shaitali's assertion, stating, "Indeed. If I were to face them alone, I should have a chance if I exert my utmost effort. However, they are not a solitary opponent. Hence, I require assistance." After placing the last flower into her bag, Shaitali settled beside Luoyin, retrieving various vials and containers from the large suitcase he had mentioned earlier to begin concocting potions. Luoyin glanced over quietly, refraining from interruption, and chose not to inquire about the concoction being prepared. Regardless, he had already prepared the medicinal elixirs he would require later. At this moment, his thoughts were more occupied with when Luffy would arrive on the island. The reason Luoyin was so vigilant was that the Golden Mary had arrived, signifying that Nami was also present. With Nami's arrival, it was undoubtedly certain that Luffy and his companions were not far behind. Shortly, Shaitali retrieved a vial of light brown potion, bringing it to her lips just as an instinctive sensation washed over her. She lifted her gaze to the sea, where Luoyin, who had been observing the ocean even earlier, stood up with a smile brightening his face. A small boat was drifting towards them from afar, though the distance rendered it impossible to discern who was aboard. Yet, Luoyin's intuitive sense assured him that it was indeed the person he had been awaiting, Luffy. They had finally arrived. "Let us go to the tavern for a drink," he exclaimed. "Aren't you going to greet them?" Shaitali inquired, somewhat taken aback. Over the past few days, aside from accompanying her and foraging for herbs, Luoyin's most frequent destination had been the tavern, where he consistently indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. Luoyin shook his head, the smile on his face growing more pronounced. "There's no need. I am not acquainted with him, and approaching him now would serve no purpose. It could even yield adverse effects. Captain, I sense you resemble a charlatan." Luoyin did not deny it. In fact, he nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, I am practicing how to be a charlatan." After waiting for 2 days, both Luoyin and Chitauri enjoyed a relatively leisurely time. Luoyin spent most of his hours at the bar indulging in drinks, while Chitauri devoted herself to concocting potions in the inn, her enthusiasm for alchemy surpassing Luoyin's expectations. On this particular day, a palpable unrest erupted on Coco Asia Island, as numerous villagers armed with weapons or makeshift tools surged towards the location of Arlong and his group. With a trident in hand, Luoyin stood atop a rooftop, gazing at the throng below, fully aware that the battle was about to commence, and it was time for him to take action. "Chitauri, stay inside and do not wander about. I shall return shortly." Luoyin issued a command, and a surge of dark mist erupted from his back, coalescing into a pair of bat-like wings that soared into the sky. Though daylight enveloped the world, the sun's rays were not overly harsh. allowing him to tenuously utilize the powers of his vampire ring. Boom. As Luo Yin had not yet arrived at the battlefield, he was startled by a resounding explosion that stirred a considerable cloud of dust. He did not rush to take action. Instead, he sought refuge in the shadow of a nearby building, utilizing the dark magic of his vampiric ring to conceal himself flawlessly. He awaited Luffy's arrival, anticipating the opportunity to seize the spoils, for in the original narrative, Luffy had indeed triumphed over Arlong. Thus, he felt no trepidation, believing it prudent to bide his time and await the right moment to claim victory. At that moment, Luffy had already been cast into the sea. Zoro was engaged in combat with the fishman, Karubi, while Sanji had leapt into the water to rescue him. Zoro's swordsmanship was commendable. Perhaps I should consider studying the art of the blade? No. However, swordsmanship does not align with my current path. The pressing matter remains mastering haki. Everything else can be set aside for now. As Luo Yin observed the unfolding battle, his thoughts meandered, and he found himself murmuring softly. The clash between Zoro and Karubi intensified, and Luo Yin noticed a fallen fishman lackey lying not far from him, which momentarily stunned him. The concoction merely required the blood of a fishman. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity? Why must I wait for Arlong's demise? Upon discovering that the supplementary materials for the Wind Guardian required the blood of a merman, and that one of the primary components for the Ocean Singer was the solidified heart of the same, Luo Yin's first thought turned to Along. His journey had indeed been aimed at scheming against Along, yet he now realized he had fallen into a cognitive trap. While mermen may not match the human population in number, they were certainly not scarce. Thus, there was no need to insist upon obtaining Along's blood. With a fleeting thought, Luo Yin activated the dark spell, Dark Shackles, inherent to his vampiric ring. The shadows surrounding him deepened, transforming into a black chain that silently reached out to the merman sprawled on the ground, drawing him into the abyss of darkness. This merman teetered on the brink of death, his breaths barely perceptible. Yet, he clung to the last vestiges of life, rendering him the perfect target for a finishing blow. Should he have already succumbed, Luo Yin would merely obtain blood, serving as auxiliary material for the wind affinity. Only by slaying the merman himself could he solidify the heart, thereby acquiring extraordinary materials. Hey! With a low, mocking laugh, Luo Yin unhesitatingly plunged the trident into the throat of the merman. The already dying creature offered no resistance and succumbed instantly, blood gushing forth. Luo Yin, not one to waste, extracted a vial from the concealed pocket of his attire, collecting the necessary amount. He then retrieved various extraordinary materials from a small pouch at his waist, casually finding an empty wine jug nearby to concoct a potion. As the myriad of ingredients amalgamated, a pale blue liquid emerged, swirling autonomously as if caressed by an unseen breeze. Luo Yan's intuitive senses informed him that this was the potion of the Wind Warden. Without the need to transfer the potion to another vessel, he tilted his head back and consumed the contents of the jug in one swift motion. In that fleeting moment, he felt the wind enveloping him, an incessant rush from all directions, as if his very being had become porous, allowing the gusts to penetrate and transform him. This process was not inherently painful, however. The wind seemed to brush against his soul, leaving him with a disorienting sense of chaos. It felt as though, with a single misstep, his soul could be scattered, leading him to lose control and devolve into a monstrous state. He could only strive to center his mind, battling against the tempest that assailed his spirit. Time became an indistinct blur as the winds gradually subsided, and Luo Yan's thoughts began to settle. The first sight to greet his eyes was the lifeless body of the merman sprawled upon the ground, its left chest emanating a flickering brilliance that no fabric or skin could conceal, a radiance that spoke of the extraordinary. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Yin swiftly sliced open the chest of the fishman, extracting the already solidified heart and placing it into his small satchel. Rubber! Rubber! A shout echoed from afar. Luo Yin lifted his gaze to see Luffy engaged in a fierce battle with Arlong. Arlong, somewhat overconfident, regarded Luffy with disdain, making little effort to evade his strikes. With each punch Luffy landed upon him, Arlong was forced to retreat repeatedly. Luo Yin narrowed his eyes, and without warning, a whirlwind began to swirl around him, gradually lifting his body into the air. Arlong seemed to sense the impending danger and abruptly halted his retreat, swiftly dodging Luffy's punch. Seizing the moment, he turned to see a youth with pale blue hair, wielding a trident, approaching on the wind. To his astonishment, he had an ally. Arlong felt a surge of alarm, although he was yet unaware of Luo Yan's true combat prowess. The mere fact that he could fly was enough to command his respect. "Who are you?" Luffy exclaimed, equally taken aback by the unexpected assistance. as he did not recognize the figure before him. However, Luo Yin did not respond to Luffy's inquiry, for he had found a splendid opportunity and would not squander a single moment. Furious strike. As Luo Yin gripped the trident, the muscles in his right arm bulged noticeably. Enlightening symbols flickered in his eyes. Mental piercing. A long-haired man named Alone, clutching a droplet of water, was poised to strike at the assailant when a sudden sharp pain coursed through his head, as if countless steel needles were simultaneously piercing his brain, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. With a sickening thrust, the trident pierced Alone's chest. His pupils constricted sharply, and he coughed up a copious amount of blood. The immense force of the trident propelled him backward several steps. Before he could regain his footing, a tempest arose without warning, unleashing a flurry of tangible wind blades, all aimed squarely at Alone. Alone screamed in agony until a wind blade severed his throat. The wound to his chest was already fatal, with his throat now cut. He could no longer endure and collapsed, blood gushing forth, staining the earth in crimson. Is Alone dead? Luffy stood in stunned silence, gazing at the lifeless form of Alone before him, unable to comprehend how Alone had perished so easily, so swiftly. In truth, Luo Yin's swift elimination of Alone was not as effortless as it appeared. He was slightly out of breath, his expression twisted with suppressed turmoil. Ignoring his discomfort, he hurriedly unbuttoned his garment, retrieving a silver medal adorned with a sword from its inner lining, enveloping it in spiritual energy before placing it into a small pouch. This was a remarkable item meant for interrogators, and to hunt Alone, Luo Yin had employed his most formidable arsenal. He had not only brought the vampire ring and the interrogator's badge, but also the trident and another wondrous item capable of fire magic, designed to counter arsonists. However, an unexpected promotion had prevented him from utilizing that particular item. My apologies for interrupting your duel, Luo Yin remarked, but this fishman is my quarry, and I would prefer he not be eliminated by you, hence my decisive action. Once he removed the interrogator's badge, Luo Yin's distorted expression softened into a smile, prompting Luffy to fully comprehend the situation. Impressive. I must say, you are truly remarkable, Luffy exclaimed, his irritation over losing a potential trophy completely overshadowed by admiration. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at Luo Yin, as if silently inviting him to join his crew. True to his instincts, Luffy wasted no time in issuing an invitation. Would you like to be my companion? Oh, by the way, I'm Luffy, the man who aspires to become the Pirate King. As he spoke, Luffy straightened his back and lifted his chin slightly, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Luo Yin chuckled lightly, shaking his head. There is no need for companions. I possess my own ship and my own crew. Furthermore, I am an adventurer and have no intention of becoming a pirate. Luffy tilted his head slightly, appearing somewhat perplexed. The term adventurer was not entirely foreign to him, yet it was not one with which he was particularly familiar. In the vast expanse of the current seas, the majority were either pirates or navy personnel. With perhaps a few bounty hunters scattered about, adventurers had become quite rare, aptly described as scarce. Adventurer? Indeed, an adventurer. Luo Yin nodded, elaborating. To sail freely across the ocean in search of lost treasures and to experience diverse cultures and customs from various lands. Do you not find that to be a splendid pursuit? Freedom, Luffy exclaimed, his face instantly lighting up with an untainted smile at the mere mention of the word freedom, as if it resonated deeply within him. A smile also graced Luo Yin's face, yet it was not born from the taste of freedom, but rather from the fulfillment of all his objectives on this journey. Not only had he hunted down Arlong, but he had also forged a friendship with Luffy, thus becoming a true protagonist in his own right. While he could not be Luffy's companion, it did not hinder the possibility of their friendship. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Luo Yin. As he spoke, Luo Yin extended his hand towards Luffy, who, without pretense, shook it warmly. At that moment, Zoro, who had been sent outside Arlong Park, staggered in, his steps faltering, clearly bearing grave injuries. Luffy, how did it go? Is it over? It turned out that the villagers gathered outside, sensing the silence within, wished to enter and ascertain the situation. However, they were barred from entry, leaving Zoro as the only one who could muster the strength to investigate. Upon hearing Zoro's voice, Luffy's previously subdued smile blossomed into a radiant expression. It's Zoro. It's all over. Arlong is dead, but it wasn't T.I. who struck him down. It was he. His name is Luo Yin. As Luffy spoke, he pointed towards Luo Yin, prompting Zoro to scrutinize him closely. At that moment, a cheer erupted from outside. Although Zoro had entered to assess the situation, several others followed behind him, both to assist Zoro in a critical moment and to comprehend the circumstances. Upon hearing that Arlong was deceased, they could no longer contain their excitement and erupted in jubilant shouts. Arlong is dead. Arlong is dead. How wonderful, truly wonderful. The oppressive clouds that had loomed over them had finally dispersed. It was indeed a moment of great relief. It feels so good to be alive. After wave upon wave of cheers, some individuals gradually found themselves choked with emotion, tears glistening in their eyes. Luo Yin naturally heard the jubilant cheers of the crowd outside. Although obscured by the dilapidated buildings, he could still discern the elation in their excited voices, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. His gaze then settled upon Zoro. It seems you are in need of a physician. Fortunately, I have brought along our ship's doctor. Without waiting for Zoro's response, Luffy exclaimed loudly, "You have a ship's doctor? That's wonderful. I too am in search of a formidable medical expert." Luo Yin nodded with a smile and said, "You will definitely find it." After confirming the news of Along's death, the villagers surged into Along's paradise. Upon witnessing the gruesome state of Along's demise with their own eyes, their emotions, which had not yet fully settled, once again became tumultuous. Luo Yin's gaze swept across the gathered villagers, and amidst the crowd, he noticed the equally exhilarated Nami. However, his eyes lingered not, they merely brushed past her. In the evening, Luo Yin, the one who dealt the fatal blow to Arlong, was warmly received by the villagers. Though no grand feast was held, there was an ample supply of food and drink. Luo Yin and Zoro sat across from each other at an outdoor table, upon which lay generous portions of meat, while an array of wine barrels was neatly arranged beside them. "Ha! Come, let us have a toast." Luo Yan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, his tongue slightly tangled, mirroring Zoro's state. After being treated by Chitauri, Zoro's injuries had completely healed. The bandages that once clung to his chest now entirely removed. Freed from his previous constraints, Zoro indulged freely in drink. "I never expected you to be so entertaining," he remarked as he clinked his glass against Luo Yan's and downed a generous gulp of alcohol. Both were connoisseurs of spirits, and their shared appreciation for the drink swiftly bridged the gap between them. Meanwhile, Luffy's attention was more captivated by Chitauri. His cheeks bulged with an excessive amount of meat, making his head appear even larger than usual. Yet, despite this, he clutched a hefty piece of meat, eagerly leaning toward Chitauri, who was delicately nibbling on her own portion. "Your medical skills are remarkable. Why not join my crew as our ship's doctor?" Since witnessing Chitauri cure Zoro with a single vial of potion, Luffy had taken a liking to her, promptly extending an invitation to join their ship, which Chitauri resolutely declined. Before Chitauri could respond, a gust of wind propelled a small stone that struck Luffy on the forehead. While it did not hurt the rubber-bodied Luffy, the force still caused his head to tilt back, as Luo Yan's voice, laced with barely concealed anger, echoed from behind him. "Luffy, Chitauri is my subordinate. Is it not excessive to poach her in my presence?" "Haha, my apologies. By the way, do you have any more of that potion? Perhaps I could use a few more vials in the future." Luffy laughed heartily, deftly diverting the conversation. Chitauri nodded, retrieving 2 test tubes filled with a dark green liquid from her small satchel and handing them to Luffy. "The effects will wane after a month, and will be entirely ineffective after 3 months. "Ah, ha, you are truly kind," Luffy exclaimed, stuffing the large piece of meat into his mouth, his greasy hands clutching the test tubes. At that moment, Sanji approached with a tray, presenting a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice to Chitauri with utmost care. "Tali-chan, this is freshly squeezed orange juice. Please enjoy." "Thank you. Your dishes are delightful," Chitauri replied softly, her gratitude eliciting a look of rapture from Sanji, as if he had received the highest praise a chef could achieve. "It is my honor to please a lady. If possible, I would love to cook for you every day." After failing to win over the captain's affections, Sanji finally revealed his intentions, hoping to capture her heart through his culinary skills. However, Chitauri rejected him without a second thought, stating, "I'm sorry, but I already have a captain. Furthermore, had it not been for him, I would have been sold as a slave. He was the one who taught me medicine." Chitauri initially intended to mention that Luo Yin had provided her with a magical potion that granted her the ability to concoct remedies. Yet, she quickly realized that such a wondrous potion was exceedingly rare and should not be spoken of lightly, especially not by her own lips. Upon hearing her response, Sanji recoiled as though struck, clutching his chest and staggering back a couple of steps. Suddenly, he cast a fierce glance at Luo Yin, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. "How infuriating. Tali's unwavering loyalty to you fills me with envy." Sanji collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he pounded his fists against the earth, lamenting his inability to win the heart of the beautiful lady. To prevent their ship's doctor from being poached, Luo Yin had already shifted his gaze during the stone-throwing incident. Even though he had anticipated this display, he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth upon witnessing Sanji's reaction. Luffy, where are you planning to go next? I intend to visit Logtown, known as the place of beginnings and endings. I wonder if our paths will align. Huh? Beginnings and endings? Luffy tilted his head in confusion. Completely unaware of the location, Luo Yin smiled and elucidated. That is the place where the Pirate King was born and met his demise, not far from here. I plan to resupply there. The place where the Pirate King was born and died, Luffy murmured, lowering his head before abruptly lifting it with a broad smile, nodding vigorously. Yeah, I want to see it. I want to visit Logtown. Haha, then let us set sail together tomorrow. Luo Yin raised his glass towards Luffy from a distance. Luffy, who had little interest in alcohol and preferred meat, found no drink at hand. His gaze wandered around until he seized the juice in front of Shitali, mimicking a toast to Luo Yin before tilting his head back and consuming the juice in one gulp. Sanji, who had been kneeling on the ground and feeling rather dejected, suddenly sprang up and delivered a sharp slap to the back of Luffy's head. The impact elongated Luffy's neck, causing his head to bounce off the ground like a rubber ball, only to return to its rightful position as the neck retracted. However, his cheeks remained puffed and quivering. You idiot. That was specially prepared for Tali-chan. Who allowed you to drink it? Ahaha. My apologies. Luffy, devoid of any airs as captain, chuckled and offered his apologies. Meanwhile, Sanji had vanished from sight. After a moment, he reappeared, holding another glass of juice that looked identical to the previous one, and courteously placed it in front of Shitali. Thank you, Shitali said with a smile as she picked up the juice and took a small sip. The atmosphere during dinner remained cheerful throughout. The following day, when Luo Yin returned to the shore where the ship was docked with Shitali, he discovered to his dismay that Mitter and Rhoda were absent from the ship. Instead, they were slowly gliding around the vessel on a small raft, with Mitter rowing while Rhoda fiddled with a fishing rod. What are you two up to? Luo Yin waved at the two individuals, and, upon hearing his voice, they turned in unison. Might, in particular, was fervently maneuvering the oars to guide the raft to shore. Captain, have you completed your business? Rhoda exclaimed, discarding his fishing rod and approaching with a hearty grin. Luo Yin furrowed his brow, glancing between the two and the raft, momentarily perplexed about what they were actually engaged in. Everything is done and went exceedingly well. Yet, you still haven't answered my question. What exactly are you up to? Luo Yin was not genuinely intent on pursuing any matter. Rather, he was simply intrigued by what compelled the two of them to paddle a raft around their vessel. Oh, Captain, we are merely acting out your directive, one of them explained. Acting out? You mean paddling a raft in circles around the ship? One of you is a sailor, and the other a hunter. How can you both portray the same role? Upon hearing the explanation, Luo Yin found himself not only unrelieved but increasingly perplexed. Perhaps he felt that Luata's expression lacked clarity. Consequently, MIT, who had followed closely behind, took the initiative to elaborate. Captain, it is as follows. Although we are on a wooden raft, we are not engaged in the same endeavor. I am rowing the raft while he is fishing from it. These are distinctly different activities. Luata promptly nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, Captain, this is different. We are both summarizing our roles based on your guidance. I am the hunter. You mentioned that a hunter's success does not solely rely on weaponry, but also requires an understanding of traps and tools. Thus, when perceiving fish as prey, the fishing rod serves as both trap and tool, does it not? Remarkably, each time I catch a fish, I can sense the potion being absorbed little by little. Before Luo Yin could respond, MIT eagerly chimed in. Yes, I too have summarized my role based on your insights. A sailor is one who maneuvers the vessel. Thus, one should not merely control the ship's direction or provide power, but also consider other factors. Hence, I thought of rowing the raft, which has proven quite effective. As the corners of Luo Yan's mouth involuntarily twitched, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately resorting to a forced cough to divert the topic. Ahem. Let us depart at once, set sail. Aye, Captain. The trio responded in unison, and forthwith, the four of them boarded the ship, hoisting the anchor and unfurling the sails, leaving the island of Coco West behind, bound for Rogue Town. Accompanying Luo Yan's vessel was another ship, the Golden Mary of the Goathead, sailing alongside, maintaining a distance of 30 to 50 meters between them. Once the course was set, Luo Yin made little delay, retreating to his cabin. It was then that he eagerly opened his suitcase. Inside, alongside the wondrous items he had brought ashore, lay 2 hearts, solidified as if encased in amber, as well as a pouch of blood, several scales, and a complete set of teeth. One heart belonged to a common fishman, while the others were harvested from the body of a long. In truth, had he meticulously scavenged, he could have procured far more extraordinary traits and materials. However, Luo Yin refrained from doing so, fully aware of his current frailty. Until he attained sufficient self-defense capabilities, the matter of the magical potions must remain undisclosed. Moreover, fishmen, being humanoid creatures, offered no justification for him to dissect numerous corpses while safeguarding the secret of the potions. After all, fishmen were plentiful. Should he require more in the future, a journey to Fishman Island would suffice. For now, he only needed the materials necessary for his own and Might's advancement, dismissing the rest as unnecessary. As the ship sailed across the sea for several days, whenever Luo Yin found the time, he would summon the wind to lift him aloft, circling the vessel in a display of his prowess. This spectacle captivated Luffy aboard the neighboring ship, his eyes gleaming with excitement, prompting him several times to attempt to climb onto Luo Yin, though each attempt was politely rebuffed. Rowtown, the birthplace and final resting place of the Pirate King, Roger. As Luo Yin and Luffy's ship glided into the harbor, they merely exchanged greetings before parting ways. After all, they had spent several days together at sea, and Luffy was eager to visit the execution platform. After watching Luffy and his companions disappear around the street corner, Luo Yin smiled faintly and waved grandly to his 3 crew members. "Let us go. Time to indulge. I'll foot the bill." "Fantastic. Long live the captain." Rhoda immediately cheered, while Chitari and Mitt also wore expressions of excitement, particularly for Mitt, as he had only been able to paddle on a raft while Chitari had accompanied Luo Yin to the island of Kakochia. After inquiring slightly with passers-by, Luo Yin led the trio directly to the district for procuring ingredients. Although his earlier words had been quite commanding, he was not particularly flush with money and needed to prioritize purchasing food. Only then could he allocate the remaining funds for other expenses. Fortunately, with just 4 of them, they did not need to acquire an excessive amount of provisions. The 4 spent nearly 2 hours wandering the ingredient district, each carrying several bags as they returned to the ship. An abundance of fresh yet perishable goods filled the refrigerator to the brim, while the longer-lasting items were stacked in a corner of the kitchen. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Luo Yin abruptly looked up to see that the previously calm heavens had darkened without warning. Ominous clouds swirled, and lightning danced within them as if poised to strike at any moment. "Captain, it seems it's going to rain. Where are we headed next?" Rhoda emphasized the impending rain, clearly reluctant to depart so soon. After all, they had only just discovered the city, and with all the time spent gathering ingredients, they hadn't had a chance to explore properly. Setting sail now would feel somewhat unsatisfactory. Luo Yin discerned the underlying meaning in Rhoda's words, and his purpose for visiting Rogtown had never merely been to replenish supplies. Rather, his paramount objective was to encounter the dragon. With the sudden shift in weather, it was evident that the dragon had arrived, and leaving at such a moment was simply not an option. "I shall provide each of you with 100,000 berries as activity funds. Feel free to explore, but be sure to return before dusk, as I have other matters to attend to." As he spoke, Luo Yin retrieved a bundle of money from the inner pocket of his clothing and handed it to the trio, 300,000 berries in total, perfectly divided among them. Joy illuminated their faces instantly. Rhoda, without hesitation, seized the money, knowing that while 100,000 berries was not a staggering sum, it would suffice for a delightful afternoon. "Thank you, Captain." Rhoda expressed his gratitude while distributing the funds to the other 2. Without further delay, Luo Yin soared towards the execution platform in Rogtown. Boom. Before Luo Yin could reach the vicinity of the execution platform, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the platform directly and causing it to collapse. Luffy emerged from the ruins with a grin, his body marked with charred traces yet unscathed. Beside him lay the charred and smoking figure of the clown, Buggy. Luo Yin immediately descended onto the adjacent rooftop, closing his eyes to attune his senses. At that moment, a torrential downpour ensued. Initially intending to rely on the wind to locate the dragon, Luo Yin found himself hindered and had no choice but to abandon his pursuit. To alter the weather so effortlessly is truly formidable. Luo Yin mumbled under his breath, yet he did not succumb to despondency. He took to the skies once more, drawing somewhat closer to the location of Luffy, though not too near, as he merely needed to observe from a distance. He was acutely aware of the impending events. Smoker would apprehend Luffy, only for Dragon to intervene and rescue him. As anticipated, Smoker indeed appeared, engaging in combat with Luffy. Faced with Luffy, who had yet to master Haki, Smoker established an invincible position from the outset, quickly subduing Luffy, who seemed on the verge of capture. At that moment, Lo Yan's instinctive intuition surged, compelling him to turn abruptly. He beheld a figure cloaked in black, their face shrouded in the shadows of the cape, swiftly materializing in the rain, moving with astonishing speed. In mere breaths, the figure crossed an entire street, seizing Smoker's hand as he aimed to strike Luffy. You, of all people, the government has long sought your head. Despite the sudden appearance of Dragon, Smoker was taken aback yet exhibited no fear, even daring to provoke him. Lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating Dragon's features beneath the cloak. His visage bore no trace of anger, but rather a rich smile. The world awaits our answer. With a gust, the torrential downpour ceased, and a fierce wind arose, overwhelming all present, casting them aside. Pirates were thrown to the outskirts of Logetown, while the navy remained anchored nearby. In a single strike, Dragon provided a reprieve for all the pirates in attendance. As a favorite of the wind, Lo Yan remained unperturbed by the howling gusts that rattled his garments. The tempest that could easily displace an ordinary person did not so much as ruffle him. However, he felt an undercurrent of fear welling up within. He could distinctly sense through the wind that those who had been blown away had landed safely. None were injured, nor did any buildings collapse. Yet, the coastal defense cannons positioned along the shoreline had been entirely obliterated by the wind, with not a single one spared. This undoubtedly indicated a terrifying level of control over his power that Dragon possessed. Even a mere glimpse of its magnitude instilled dread in Lo Yan. Before long, the tempest subsided, and the rain resumed, while Luffy and his crew seized the opportunity to set sail. Smoker gazed at the receding silhouette of the Going Merry, his expression fluctuating between shadows of anger and contemplation. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his countenance changed drastically. At that moment, Dragon's somewhat audacious voice echoed from the rooftop beside him. Ha ha ha. Go forth. If this is your course of action, why aid that man? Smoker demanded loudly. To which Dragon responded with a smile, his gaze fixed on the Going Merry. What reason is there to obstruct a man from setting sail? Prepare the ships. I shall pursue Straw Hat Luffy. Smoker resolved without hesitation. Though the nearby navy was astonished, they could not impede his decision. Dragon listened quietly, refraining from obstructing Smoker's intentions. He had merely come to bid farewell to Luffy, for preventing the navy from capturing pirates was not the role of the Revolutionary Army. A low chuckle escaped Long as he withdrew his gaze, preparing to turn away. At that moment, a gentle breeze slipped past the confines of his cloak, brushing against his temples, while a voice beckoned softly in his ear. Might I inquire if you have a moment to converse? Long paused momentarily before redirecting his gaze, observing a youth not far from him, adorned with softly curled, pale blue hair, appearing no older than 17 or 18. How intriguing. Then, please, follow me. Without a moment's hesitation, Long acquiesced, confident that no force within the entirety of Rogtown posed a threat to him, rendering the likelihood of a trap nearly non-existent. With a few flickering movements, he descended from the rooftop into a secluded alley, with Luo Yan hastily trailing behind, determined not to let this promising patron escape. After navigating several turns within the alley, Long slipped into an uninhabited cottage, furnished only with a few simple tables and chairs. The dim light, a consequence of the overcast sky, rendered the interior rather gloomy. As he entered, Luo Yan caught sight of Long lifting his hood, revealing a visage adorned with intricate tattoos. What brings you to seek me? Long inquired, his tone devoid of pretension, yet imbued with an ineffable aura of authority that set Luo Yan on edge. Despite the tension, he maintained an air of calm, offering a slight bow with a smile. Upon our first encounter, I am Luo Yan. I summoned you for two reasons. First, to witness the essence of the dawn of a new era, and second, to convey goodwill on behalf of the Revolutionary Army. Oh, the dawn of a new era? Are you suggesting that the actions of the Revolutionary Army will usher in such a change? Luo Yan's words stirred the heart of the dragon. Yet due to Luo Yan's tender years, that fleeting ripple soon subsided, failing to affect the dragon's demeanor and conversation. Luo Yan shook his head, a faint, bitter smile emerging. My divination and prophecies can only perceive the starting point within you, unable to unveil more, perhaps due to the vast disparity in our strengths. In contrast to you, I have gleaned much more from that Navy officer named Smoker. Prophecy. Long precisely seized upon the key term, his eyes narrowing slightly. which was precisely the reaction Luo Yin had hoped to elicit. The bitterness in his smile dissipated, leaving only a pure expression of mirth. Indeed, prophecy is one of my abilities, a fascinating gift. I wonder if you might perform a prophecy for me? Long's tone bore a clear hint of skepticism and testing. The term prophecy was undeniably too mystical, prompting doubt even among the most ordinary individuals, let alone the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Luo Yin appeared to have anticipated the question, smiling as he nodded. Of course, there's no problem. So, who is the subject of the prophecy? The world. Long declared without the slightest hesitation, and Luo Yin was momentarily taken aback. Even he found this response unexpected, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded affirmatively. This was not a particularly challenging subject. With that, Luo Yin lowered his head slightly and gradually closed his eyes. Long made no effort to rush him, casually pulling a chair over to sit down. After approximately 2 minutes, Luo Yin opened his eyes, and 2 crimson streams of blood flowed from his eye sockets, trickling down his cheeks like tears before dripping onto the floor. I see, he proclaimed. Initially, Long had harbored doubts about Luo Yin's prophetic abilities. However, witnessing the blood that streamed forth made him reconsider, sensing that this young man might possess some genuine insight. In truth, Luo Yin was not endowed with any prophetic power. His so-called prophecy was merely a reflection of the original storyline. He had long contemplated that, given his current strength and age, it would be no small feat to extract benefits from the Revolutionary Army. The most viable strategy was to masquerade as a seer, for someone privy to the original plot. Prophecy became an excellent guise. As for the blood from his eyes, that was a simple matter. Utilizing his water manipulation abilities, he increased the blood flow in the mucous membranes of his eyes until the capillaries burst. It was not particularly difficult, though it required utmost caution. An imbalance in pressure could potentially harm his eyes. His earlier display of prophetic demeanor had deterred Long from interrupting, thus providing him with a conducive environment to execute his plan meticulously. What did you see? Long inquired. Luo Yin did not respond immediately. Instead, he extended his right hand toward the window and sharply beckoned. The tightly shut window was abruptly thrust open by the wind, and the rain gathered and surged into Luo Yin's palm, forming a sphere of water. Once the water balloon expanded to the size of a basketball, the rain ceased to converge, and a gust of wind closed the window as if it had never been opened. Luo Yin submerged his face into the water sphere, instantly staining the pure liquid a deep crimson. Upon emerging, his visage bore no trace of blood, nor any lingering droplets of water. I apologize. I'm not accustomed to conversing with others while my face is smeared with blood. Luo Yin casually tossed the water balloon onto the ground, and Long nodded in silence. His gaze upon Luo Yin now imbued with a hint of something extraordinary. Without waiting for Long to reiterate his earlier inquiry, Luo Yin took the initiative to respond. The tide of the era surges inexorably forward, and even you cannot halt its advance. What do you mean? What I mean is that even if you were to disband the Revolutionary Army now, the tide of the era would not cease its relentless flow. For you have just loosened the final reins with your own hands. Is it Luffy? Long arrived at the answer almost instinctively, to which Luo Yin affirmed with a nod. Indeed, in the near future, Luffy would emerge as one of the harbingers steering the tide onward. However, it struck Luo Yin as peculiar. What is it? The sudden twist of events captured Long's attention to the fullest extent, and without a moment's hesitation, he pressed for clarification. Luo Yin's heart blossomed with joy. In order to portray the charlatan, he had bled profusely, and now he had finally seized the initiative. However, he feigned a perplexed expression on the surface. I could not discern Luffy clearly, only catching a glimpse of a few words. Do tell. Dragon's demeanor grew more solemn as he assumed a listening posture. Luo Yin nodded, adopting a contemplative demeanor. The free warriors, the resounding drums of liberation, Joy Boy, and Nika, these were the fragments I grasped. The earlier parts were comprehensible to me. Yet, the latter references to Joy Boy and Nika elude my understanding for the time being. I wonder if you possess any insights. Luo Yin undoubtedly comprehends the implication of his words. Yet, he chooses to articulate them deliberately, confident that as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long must be aware of the name Joy Boy. Although the world government has intentionally obscured the significance of Nika, given that Long is engaged in opposing the world government, it stands to reason that he might also grasp the meaning behind the name Nika. Luo Yin deliberately feigned ignorance, which only served to enhance his enigmatic aura. Indeed, after listening to his words, Long's expression turned notably grave, momentarily appearing somewhat dazed. The impact was so profound that it entirely surpassed Luo Yan's expectations. It seems you possess some knowledge, does it not? As the conversation heated up, Luo Yan pressed on, and Long, coming back to his senses, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. However, he showed no intention of enlightening Luo Yan. Instead, he deftly diverted the subject. You previously mentioned a desire to convey goodwill to the Revolutionary Army. What, pray tell, does that goodwill entail? Despite Luo Yan's valiant efforts to maintain his faade, his eyes momentarily sparkled with intrigue. It is something that can significantly enhance the combat capabilities of the Revolutionary Army in a short span. Long, composed and astute, understood that such power is not acquired without effort. A substantial increase in strength within a brief time frame is invariably accompanied by a cost. A prime example of this is the devil fruit. Typically, one who consumes it experiences a rapid surge in power, only to face the consequence of being shunned by the sea. You seem quite knowledgeable, Long remarked, and rightly so, as the devil fruit aligns with what I just mentioned. I can concoct a substance known as magic potion. Depending on the type of potion, one can gain various special abilities after consumption. For instance, the wind and water manipulation abilities I demonstrated earlier. Magic potion, Long murmured, savoring the name, as he searched his mind, confirming he had never encountered anything akin to it. So what is the cost? He reiterated his inquiry, and Luo Yan, maintaining his composure, continued to elucidate. Naturally, there is a price. Consuming the potion carries the risk of losing control and transforming into a monster. However, at lower tiers, this risk is minimal. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Unlike the devil fruit, which can only be consumed once, those who drink the magic potion can partake again after digesting it, albeit strictly in accordance with the order and type. Otherwise, they may lose control on the spot. Transforming into a monster? Long narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Luo Yan, seemingly searching for any signs of monstrosity within him. Yet, he found no indication of anything unhuman in Luo Yan's demeanor. Luo Yan naturally understood the dragon's thoughts, smiled gently, and continued his explanation. There are a total of 22 types of potions, each divided into 9 stages, which I refer to as sequences, ranging from sequence 9 to sequence 1, where sequence 9 marks the beginning and sequence 1 the conclusion. The dragon had assumed that Luo Yan spoke of only a handful of potions, yet he was met with the revelation of 22 distinct varieties, along with the notion of sequences, a concept that sounded remarkably like a well-structured and comprehensive system, wholly unlike something newly conceived, though he had never encountered it before. Are there truly so many? Indeed, however, not all 22 potions are suitable for the Revolutionary Army. Some may lead individuals down a path of malevolence. A fate I presume you would not wish to witness among your ranks. How am I to trust your assertions? Even though Luo Yan had adeptly played the role of a mystic and had demonstrated his abilities to control wind and water before the dragon, the latter remained unconvinced, finding the claims utterly preposterous. This was a development Luo Yan had anticipated. Had the dragon accepted his words without skepticism, he would have doubted the dragon's true intentions. It is quite simple, one merely needs to try it. I possess a considerable supply of potions. The dragon fell into silence, and after nearly a minute, he slowly nodded in agreement. 50 nautical miles to the south lies an uninhabited island, which harbors a secret port of the Revolutionary Army. We shall go there. Very well. Will you board my vessel, or? My ship is over there. I shall simply take yours to reach the destination. Luo Yan unabashedly expressed his delight, exclaiming, "Welcome." Luo Yan led the way ahead, followed closely by Long, as the two traversed the main thoroughfare of Rog Town, unnoticed by the townsfolk. The earlier turmoil had instilled a sense of fear in the residents, compelling them to retreat into their homes, while the relentless rain further dissuaded any from venturing outside. Luo Yan believed he still needed to wait for his crew aboard the ship. After all, it had been agreed that they would return before nightfall. Yet the three of them clearly seemed eager to indulge in merriment. However, upon returning to the dock where the ship was moored, he discovered that all three were present, waiting by the coast, and the atmosphere appeared rather peculiar. Zayatali wore an odd expression, even showing signs of discomfort, while Rhoda and MIT remained unsettlingly quiet, their gazes occasionally darting away from one another. The captain has returned, Zayatali exclaimed, as if she had spotted a savior, hurrying towards Luo Yan. Yet when she noticed a rather formidable-looking individual trailing behind him, her expression of delight gradually faded, and her steps unconsciously slowed. "Zayatali, what is the matter with you all?" Luo Yan inquired. "And nothing," she stammered, casting a discreet glance at Long before shaking her head. Observing this, Luo Yin chose not to press further, gesturing towards Long. "This is Long from the Revolutionary Army. We are about to set sail for their port." "The Revolutionary Army?" Zayatali looked at Long, astonished and bewildered. She had not anticipated that Luo Yin was affiliated with such a faction. After all, he had previously stated that his aspirations lay with adventurers. Long, unperturbed by Zayatali's scrutiny, glanced at her before turning his attention to Rhoda and MIT behind her. "Your companions seem quite capable." "Indeed, they are my comrades." Luo Yin's tone bore a hint of pride, yet he was acutely aware that Long's words were merely a gesture of politeness. After all, what significance did 3 Sequence 9 hold? Nevertheless, he concealed his true feelings and maintained an air of pride, as if his companion were indeed remarkable. Long remained silent, simply observing Luo Yin, who wasted no time and promptly boarded the ship. As the sails were unfurled, a brisk wind arose, propelling the vessel forward with remarkable swiftness. Being a fellow wielder of wind manipulation, Long distinctly sensed that this gust was a result of Luo Yin's command. He then approached the edge of the ship and peered down, noticing that the water flow had also ceased to be natural, actively urging the vessel onward. The ability to simultaneously control both water currents and wind direction to advance the ship was undeniably practical, setting aside other considerations. Indeed, my path as a Sequence 9 is known as Sailor, a favored child of the sea. Even a freshly imbibed Sequence 9 potion allows one to remain submerged for nearly 20 minutes without any equipment, endowed with remarkable balance, navigating any vessel as if it were solid ground, regardless of tempestuous winds and waves. "Sailor, a favored child of the sea," Long murmured, his expression subtly shifting. "Can individuals who have consumed devil fruits also partake in potions? It should be possible, at least without issues up to Sequence 4. Beyond that, I cannot be certain." Luo Yin had never experimented to ascertain whether those who had consumed devil fruits could partake in potions. Nevertheless, he remained exceedingly confident. For the ingredients of potions prior to Sequence 4 were largely devoid of any connection to devil fruits. However, Sequence 4 introduced a correlation with these fruits. Should the potion ingested diverge from the path of the devil fruit consumed by the individual, then madness would be the most favorable outcome. Would the ocean extend its favor to those it scorns? The dragon inquired once more, and Luo Yin's gaze narrowed slightly. A hint of mirth concealed within. Once a person imbibes the potion, their very constitution has irrevocably transformed. Luo Yin did not directly answer Long's question, yet he provided a remarkably definitive response. The alteration of human anatomy signifies that the ability to survive in the sea would not vanish due to an overall lack of strength. This implies that a devil fruit user, upon consuming the sailor's elixir, would gain the capacity to endure in the ocean for nearly 20 minutes. A prospect of great significance for any user of a devil fruit. Despite the favorable winds, Luo Yin's vessel still sailed for nearly 2 hours before arriving at the deserted island mentioned by Long. However, this island can no longer be aptly referred to as uninhabited, as it is now the site of Revolutionary Army activities. Nevertheless, the island itself had never borne a name, and thus, the title of uninhabited island remained unchanged. Luo Yin immediately spotted a colossal sailboat adorned with dragon carvings on both sides, docked beside the harbor of the deserted island, bustling with numerous individuals both aboard and on the shore. "Mr. Dragon." As Luo Yin's vessel gently docked, a revolutionary clad in a gray overcoat and matching cap called out, gesturing animatedly. In an instant, Long, who had been standing beside Luo Yin, vanished and reappeared before the revolutionary. "Thank you for your efforts," Long replied in a composed manner, exuding an air of authority. The revolutionary's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he saluted Long before directing his gaze towards Luo Yin and his companions. "Mr. Long, who are they?" "Partners. Bring forth the 2 captives, and then prepare for departure." "Understood." The revolutionary saluted once more and swiftly ascended the ship. Moments later, he returned with 4 individuals in tow. 2 were bound and gagged, while the other 2 escorted them. "Mr. Long, the captives are here. Will you be interrogating them or disposing of them?" "Prepare for departure. You need not concern yourselves with this matter." "Yes." The 3 revolutionaries offered no further words, departing in unison. Once they had distanced themselves, Long turned his attention back to Luo Yin. The ship had only just come to a halt, the anchor yet to be cast. Without hesitation, Luo Yin grabbed a silver briefcase and leapt from the vessel to stand beside Long. "Do you intend to use them to test the safety of the potion?" Luo Yin could discern Long's intentions without the need for conjecture. Long nodded. exhibiting no inclination to conceal anything. As you have indicated, consuming magical potions carries inherent risks. Thus, without a clear understanding of the degree of such risks, I cannot jeopardize my subordinates. Please, enlighten me regarding the price of the potion, regardless of the outcome of the experiment. I shall procure the potion at the price you stipulate, ensuring that you do not incur any loss. Aha. I refer to the abilities conferred by the potion as extraordinary, and such extraordinary qualities do not vanish. Rather, they merely transfer from one entity to another. Therefore, even if they were to devolve into monsters on the spot, the potion would not go to waste. Luo Yin had anticipated that the dragon would require further elucidation. Yet the dragon merely nodded in a state of mild understanding. Is it akin to the devil fruit? He pondered. Upon the demise of a devil fruit user, the fruit reemerges upon the ocean. Its powers do not dissipate with the death of its wielder. Ah, indeed. However, extraordinary does not vanish like the devil fruit. It remains steadfast here. Very well, commence. The dragon, eschewing unnecessary discourse, instructed Luo Yin to begin. Luo Yin promptly unlatched his briefcase and retrieved 2 metallic vials, each containing pre-prepared potions, one as dark as coffee, the other a pale blue, shimmering with iridescence. Given that he had been coerced into conducting this experiment, Luo Yin showed no mercy. After removing the rags that had been stuffed in their mouths, he forcefully inserted the vial openings, pressing the containers to prevent them from expelling the contents. After all, potions cannot be evaded simply by refusal. They need not even be ingested, as pouring the potion upon them would suffice, albeit with a somewhat delayed effect. The 2 bound individuals began to thrash violently, their expressions contorted not from pain, but from sheer terror. Unaware of the nature of the potion they had consumed, they felt the transformation take hold within them. Yet, the ambiguity of whether this change was beneficial or detrimental only heightened their fear. Quite smoothly, they have ascended to sequence 9, a sailor and an assassin. Noticing the ethereal aura beginning to emanate from the 2, Luo Yin discerned that they had survived the potion's effects and relaxed his grip on the vials. The pair immediately expelled the vials, instinctively bending to cough. However, amidst their coughing fit, the individual who had ingested the assassin's potion abruptly surged to his feet. The ropes binding his hands had somehow come undone. He darted swiftly towards the depths of the island. Upon stepping into the shadow of a tree, his figure inexplicably vanished. Oh! The dragon narrowed his eyes, and Luo Yin felt a gust of wind swirl beside him. Turning, he realized the dragon had already disappeared. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from afar, and a gust of wind cascaded downwards, accompanied by the dragon, who re-emerged, clutching a man whose mouth was bleeding, a man who had just attempted to flee after consuming the assassin's potion. Gulp! Although Luo Yin was aware of the dragon's formidable strength, witnessing it firsthand compelled him to swallow hard. The assassin, having melded into the shadows, had been utterly elusive, yet the dragon had effortlessly apprehended him. It seemed that the ability to merge into shadows could not evade the perceptive prowess of Kenbunchikahaki. Luo Yin endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, adopting a tone of inquiry as he spoke. Long nodded slightly, casually discarding the assassin in his grasp. The assassin, seemingly overwhelmed by an immense blow, curled up and collapsed to the ground, utterly immobilized. The extraordinary individual who had consumed the sailor's potion swallowed hard, daunted by the prospect of escape. We have acquired the intelligence we sought. They are of no further use. You just claimed that the extraordinary does not vanish. I wish to witness how you retrieve the potion from their corpses, Long declared, passing a death sentence on the 2 captives without hesitation. The assassin exhibited no reaction, while the sailor trembled in terror, his mouth opening as if to plead for mercy. Yet, before he could utter a word, a fierce gust of wind surged toward him, and his head was abruptly severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. With a thud, the headless body of the sailor collapsed to the ground, the assassin's head rolling aside from the tremor, having been detached from his neck at some unknown moment. Curiously, the volume of blood was surprisingly minimal. Glimmers of light began to converge upon the 2 corpses. The assassin's aura coalesced at his chest, while the sailor's gathered around his arms. Soon, the gathering of light culminated, forming a black disk and a blob of pale blue gel-like substance. Luo Yin carefully picked up 2 extraordinary traits, enveloping them with spiritual energy before gently placing them in the compartment of his briefcase. What had just been extracted was not a potion. I refer to it as extraordinary traits. These can serve as primary materials for potions, requiring only the addition of some auxiliary ingredients to be reconstituted into a potion. Naturally, They can also be consumed directly. The extraordinary traits of sequence 9 can be swallowed without significant repercussions, and sequence 8 likely poses no serious issues either. However, sequence 7 and above could present complications. One must refrain from consuming them carelessly. The fact that they can be generated directly on a corpse indicates that they are not easily lost, as long as the corpse can be recovered. The potion can also be reclaimed. This is true, but failing to recover the body would mean that the extraordinary traits might fall into enemy hands. Long nodded, suddenly lost in contemplation, his brow furrowing slightly. The recent experiment only revealed the risks of consuming the potion, and the eventual outcome was far more favorable than Long had anticipated. He was acutely aware of the backgrounds of the two captives and the ordeals they had faced after capture. Thus, he believed that if these two captives could withstand the potion, the elite revolutionaries he would select in the future would undoubtedly be able to endure it as well. Presently, his primary concern was the so-called monsters. What precisely do you mean by losing control and becoming a monster? Regrettably, there are no captives left on my ship. Luo Yin chuckled softly, bending down to retrieve another vial of potion from his suitcase. What could be difficult about this? Simply capture an animal to consume the potion. Their intelligence pales in comparison to that of humans. Once they imbibe the potion, they fail to stabilize their minds and restrain their innate essence, rendering them more susceptible to transforming into monsters. Can animals indeed consume potions? The dragon was somewhat taken aback, yet not entirely surprised. Luo Yin first nodded in affirmation, only to immediately shake his head. It is not merely animals that can drink potions. Anything can partake of them. In fact, if a potion is not consumed promptly after being prepared, the vial containing it will gradually absorb the potion itself. Now the dragon was astonished. The idea of animals consuming potions was not entirely implausible. After all, they could also consume devil fruits. However, the notion that inanimate objects could partake of potions held a different significance altogether. Even lifeless entities can drink potions? Indeed, I refer to such items as wondrous artifacts. And I possess quite a few in my collection, which I can demonstrate for you later. Very well, please wait a moment. The dragon did not linger. His figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear in less than 10 seconds, now holding a seabird adorned with feathers of black and white, with crimson legs and a long black beak. Is this suitable? The dragon inquired as he extended the seabird towards Luo Yin. Not a problem, came the reply. Luo Yin nodded slightly and accepted the seabird. Instead of pouring the potion directly, he utilized his water manipulation abilities to transform the elixir into a golden stream that flowed gently into the seabird's beak. Once the potion had fully entered, the seabird, now unbound, flapped vigorously in Luo Yin's grasp. Yet no matter how fervently it struggled, it could not take flight. Luo Yin, naturally apprehensive about the transformation of the seabird in his grasp, hastily set it down upon the ground, retreating to a safe distance. As moments passed, he beheld in astonishment a tuft of golden down sprouting upon the bird's head, while the tips of its wings and tail feathers were adorned with a delicate golden edging. How could this be possible? Luo Yin's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. The seabird, having withstood the potion, though unexpected by the dragon, exhibited a more subdued reaction, merely raising an eyebrow. The risks associated with consuming the potion appeared to be far less daunting than I had anticipated. What on earth? What do you know? The potion I just administered was not of sequence 9, but rather of sequence 8. This defies logic. It is not alchemy. Where did you procure this bird? In order to ensure that the seabird would succumb to the potion and transform into a monster, Luo Yin deliberately administered the potion of the Sun Path sequence 8, the light prayer. To his astonishment, the seabird not only endured it, but ascended directly to sequence 8. Sequence 8. Is it permissible to bypass sequence 9 and directly ingest sequence 8? Certainly not. Well, it's not an absolute impossibility. However, the risk of losing control from directly consuming sequence 8 is significantly magnified, potentially several times over. This explains my earlier reaction. The dangers associated with potion consumption are indeed lower than I had anticipated, Dragon murmured softly, reiterating the same thoughts. He then turned his gaze to the seabird, which had already risen from the ground. What do you intend to do with it? Luo Yin furrowed his brows, lost in contemplation. Naturally, he leaned towards reclaiming the creature's unique attributes. After all, this bird had been captured temporarily, and losing it would be a considerable loss. Yet, the fact that this bird could withstand the overwhelming impact of a rank 8 potion indicated its exceptional nature, making it seem a pity to simply terminate its life. Just as Luo Yin grappled with his indecision, the light-praying bird had begun to recover, flapping its wings and taking flight. However, it did not venture far. Instead, it settled upon Luo Yan's shoulder. Once perched, its small, black eyes suddenly radiated golden light, transforming into a pure, resplendent gold. A warm glow emanated from the light-praying bird, enveloping Luo Yin in a comforting embrace, instilling an indescribable sense of well-being. Caw! The bird emitted a cry, and a visible wave of golden energy radiated outward, leaving Luo Yin acutely aware of a significant enhancement in both his strength and spirit. Luo Yin stood there in a daze. The radiant bird, noticing Luo Yin's momentary distraction, gently pecked at the hair by his temple with its sharp beak. When Luo Yin regained his senses and turned to look, the bird proudly lifted its head, as if to declare, "Behold, I am indeed remarkable." It appeared to have gained a semblance of wisdom and seemed eager to accompany me. Ah, could it be that it recognizes me as the one who bestowed upon it this extraordinary power? In her heart, Luo Yin felt a sense of certainty as she gently caressed the tuft of golden fluff atop the head of the divine bird. From now on, you shall be called Porter. Caw! Porter let out another call, and the brilliance surrounding him diminished, his eyes returning to their ordinary black, revealing no trace of the extraordinary. Only a hint of gold remained, signifying his distinction from other seabirds. Congratulations, it seems you have acquired a splendid pet. I suppose I must venture forth to capture another creature, Dragon remarked. He had not anticipated that Luo Yin would accept the seabird as a pet. Yet it did not come as a complete surprise. Luo Yin smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Dragon vanished once more, only to return shortly thereafter with a wild boar in tow. The creature measured just over a meter in length, appearing to be an adolescent. However, perhaps due to its breed, this wild boar sported tusks that protruded a finger's length, endowing it with considerable offensive potential. This pig should be capable of consuming the magic potion, right? Dragon inquired, not seeking an answer from Luo Yin, but rather conveying his desire for the boar to partake in the elixir. Luo Yin nodded, refraining from unnecessary words. He retrieved a vial of potion from the box, contemplating for a moment before selecting another, one filled with pure gold and the other a delicate blue. These two potions were entirely distinct. Without hesitation, Luo Yin poured the contents of both vials together. At the instant of their contact, the liquid experienced a brief moment of boiling before seamlessly merging, achieving a perfect amalgamation into a purple potion without the need for stirring. Anyone who consumes this vial will undoubtedly succumb to madness, transforming into a monstrous being. Luo Yin felt an unwavering conviction this time, for the potion before him was inherently flawed. If a mere pig could withstand its effects, then it was high time he revisited the foundational principles of mysticism. Long nodded, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. He was prepared for battle. Upon encountering the mutated creature, he would not hesitate to strike it down, lest it wreak havoc. Luo Yin did not elaborate further. He stepped forward and utilized his water-controlling abilities to direct the potion into the wild boar's mouth in slender streams. Before the creature could consume all of the potion, it began to convulse violently, collapsing to the ground with eyes rolled back and drool spilling from its mouth, resembling a fit of madness. Once the potion had fully entered the boar's mouth, Luo Yin quickly retreated, wary of the possibility that the beast might suddenly lash out. The creature's agony became increasingly apparent, and suddenly its skin ruptured, revealing a mass of writhing flesh and blood, from which scales and feathers protruded haphazardly, as though they had been carelessly scattered upon the mass. Atop this grotesque assemblage rested a pig's head, devoid of skin, revealing only muscle. Was this the transformed monstrosity? Long's demeanor shifted from calm to alarmed. Even he was taken aback. Bang! Before Long could launch an attack, the creature that had emerged from the wild boar exploded, sending chunks of flesh scattering in all directions, seemingly unable to withstand the potion's further onslaught. Yet, this was not the end. The scattered remnants appeared to aspire to regroup, wriggling across the ground like insects, leaving behind vivid crimson trails reminiscent of snail slime, causing Luo Yin's skin to prickle with unease, let alone Long's. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long had always been a decisive individual, yet now he found himself at a loss. Fortunately, he did not linger in indecision for long. After a brief pause, the pieces of flesh abruptly ceased their movements. Glimmers of light began to emanate from the fragments, converging upon one of the boar's tusks, which underwent a transformation, straightening and flattening until it ultimately morphed into a dagger the length of a palm. The tusk had become a dagger? although Luo Yin had previously stated that even inanimate objects could consume the potion. Witnessing a bony tusk transform into a metallic dagger right before his eyes left him profoundly astonished once more. Luo Yin took a few steps forward, bent down to retrieve the dagger, and casually waved it. To his astonishment, the dagger slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. In that fleeting moment, the dagger had inexplicably become exceedingly slick. Luo Yin felt as though he were holding not a dagger, but rather an exceedingly slippery loach. What is the matter? Long had been intently focused on the dagger, and its sudden escape naturally caught his attention. Luo Yin picked up the dagger once more, his expression taking on an unusual peculiarity. Almost all magical artifacts possess adverse effects. Some are negligible, easily dismissed, while others can be quite severe, capable of causing immense calamity merely by their presence. This dagger similarly harbors a negative effect. As you may have just witnessed, it becomes exceedingly slippery at the moment of the wielder's strike. Exceedingly slippery? Long's expression also morphed into one of intrigue. Is this adverse effect significant? Among magical items, it is undoubtedly classified as quite mild. However, for a dagger, becoming slippery during an attack is perilously detrimental. Dagger-type weapons are primarily utilized for assassination, representing a singular opportunity for attack, often employed in critical moments. To suddenly lose grip at such a crucial juncture is intolerable. In fact, one could argue that this dagger might even be categorized among the ineffective magical items. It appears to be a rather lackluster weapon. Long offered his assessment, and Luo Yin lightly tossed the dagger into the air. As it descended, he delivered a swift kick to its hilt, sending the dagger shimmering with golden light as it shot forth, embedding itself into a reef. The golden radiance erupted from within the reef, shattering it to pieces. In truth, it is remarkably effective. This dagger is forged from a vial of radiant human demon elixir and a vial of sailor's elixir, resulting in a weapon that unleashes holy light upon impact, the potency of which you have just observed. Shattering a reef may not be considered an overwhelmingly powerful attack in this world, where formidable beings can obliterate mountains with a single punch. Long knows this well, as his own father is such a person. However, when such strength is encapsulated within a dagger, it transforms the narrative entirely. Moreover, Luo Yin has just demonstrated the proper application of this dagger. Luo Yin beckoned, and a gust of wind swept in, returning the dagger to his grasp. Long nodded, acknowledging Luo Yin's assertion, yet his expression swiftly turned serious. I have preliminarily confirmed your sincerity. Both the potions and extraordinary items can swiftly enhance the Revolutionary Army's combat prowess in a short time. However, I have yet to ascertain the specific strength of the extraordinary ones you mentioned. What price do you set for the potions? Long purposely emphasized his uncertainty regarding their strength, a tactic aimed at negotiating a lower price. Luo Yin immediately perceived the underlying implication, yet he had already contemplated the potion's price beforehand and responded almost instinctively. The potions of Sequence 9 are priced at 10 million berries per vial, while those of Sequence 8 are 30 million berries each. Naturally, you currently have no need for Sequence 8 potions. I can initially sell you 10 vials, and you may decide who among your ranks shall partake. 10 million? A single devil fruit is worth 100 million. Long raised an eyebrow, his voice slightly elevated. He recognized the potential of the Sequence potions. Yet, charging 10 million for merely the starting potion of Sequence 9 seemed exorbitant. He sought not just one or two extraordinary beings, but an entire army of them. When a devil fruit user perishes, their abilities are lost, whereas the powers of extraordinary individuals can be reclaimed. I assure you, the potential of an extraordinary being far surpasses that of a devil fruit user. This is because one of the primary materials for the Sequence 3 potion is the devil fruit, and crafting potions typically requires two primary materials. Thus, a Sequence 3 extraordinary being is already stronger than a devil fruit user, and there are still higher levels, Sequence 2 and Sequence 1. Devil fruits as primary materials? Are you suggesting this in hopes that the Revolutionary Army will assist you in gathering them? Long swiftly deduced Luo Yin's intentions, and Luo Yin did not conceal his affirmation. This was indeed one of the reasons he sought collaboration with the Revolutionary Army. High-level potions necessitate a substantial quantity of devil fruits, and it is unrealistic for him alone to amass them. Thus, he sought the aid of a formidable faction, the Revolutionary Army, less corrupt than the government and less cunning than pirates, while being in an expansion phase and possessing abundant resources, was undoubtedly the optimal choice. I hope the Revolutionary Army can assist me in collecting devil fruits, and I will purchase them at 20% above the market price. Of course, I require the payment to include potion transactions as well. Long suddenly fell silent, his gaze sharpening as he fixated intently on Luo Yan, causing a shiver to run down Luo Yan's spine. After a long pause, he finally posed a question. What is your purpose in venturing out to sea? Luo Yan was momentarily taken aback, but then a pure smile blossomed on his face, devoid of any impurities. I shall never align myself with the world government. And I can assure you of this. It is precisely for this reason that I seek collaboration with the Revolutionary Army. Otherwise, why would I not approach the world government directly? I believe they would be far more generous and capable of efficiently acquiring devil fruits. Long fell silent once again, and after a considerable pause, he slowly nodded, convinced by Luo Yan's words. The Revolutionary Army will assist you in keeping an eye out for devil fruits. 10 vials of potion will amount to 100 million berries. Furthermore, I am also interested in procuring some extraordinary items. Aha, there is no need to rush. My desires extend beyond mere berries. I wish for the Revolutionary Army to help me construct a ship. Of course, there is no need for immediate delivery. Consider it a reservation. Additionally, I require a material capable of reflecting sound. I have heard that your Revolutionary Army boasts exceptionally talented scientists. Shall we discuss this aboard my ship? Long suddenly extended an invitation to Luo Yan, causing him to pause briefly before a realization struck him, prompting an immediate smile. Certainly. I am eager to witness the grandeur of the Revolutionary Army's vessel. Long gestured for him to proceed and led the way, while Luo Yan quietly followed. Upon reaching the side of the ship, neither of them ascended the ladder. Instead, they soared directly to the deck utilizing their powers. As soon as they boarded, Luo Yan felt the weight of countless gazes directed at him, all emanating from the Revolutionary Army members aboard. Yet, among these stares, there was no hint of hostility or suspicion, only curiosity. The fact that Luo Yan was personally brought aboard by the captain signified his acceptance, naturally precluding any animosity. They were merely intrigued as to how such a young individual could earn the captain's recognition in such a short span of time. Shall we converse in the cabin or remain here? Let us stay here. The sea breeze allows me to remain more composed. Long nodded in agreement and turned to a Revolutionary Army member, instructing, bring a low table and prepare some refreshments. Yes, sir. The revolutionary promptly saluted and hurried into the cabin. Soon, 2 members of the Revolutionary Army returned with a low table, followed by another member adorned with a white chef's hat, who approached with a tray, setting pastries and tea upon the table. Luo Yan, unreserved, settled himself cross-legged beside the low table, reaching for a delectable piece of cake and placing it into his mouth. He then grasped the teapot to pour himself a cup of tea, taking a generous sip to wash down the cake. The chef of the Revolutionary Army possesses remarkable culinary skills. Having indulged in their offerings, it is only fitting to express admiration, and indeed, Luo Yan genuinely found this cake to be exquisite, undoubtedly the finest he had tasted since his arrival in this realm. Long chuckled softly and seated himself cross-legged opposite Luo Yan, pouring himself a cup of tea yet refraining from drinking. How many extraordinary items do you possess? And what are their prices? Long inquired, getting straight to the point. Luo Yan wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, chuckling lightly as he lifted his teacup for another sip. I am prepared to part with 5 extraordinary items, 2 corresponding to sequence 9, each priced at 12 million berries. 1 corresponding to sequence 8, priced at 34 million berries. 1 corresponding to sequence 7, at 80 million berries. And 1 corresponding to sequence 6, at 200 million berries. Of course, this is merely my initial offer. You are welcome to negotiate. Should you find them lacking in value, you are free to decline. And I will not take offense. Long cast a glance at the box resting by Luo Yan's feet and nodded. Are they all contained within that box? Indeed. Luo Yan decisively opened the box and retrieved 5 items. A silver ring adorned with a magnificent pearl, a sheer glove that allowed the fingers to be displayed, a slender black metal rod slightly longer than a chopstick, a crimson wrist guard, and a bowl. As he watched Luo Yan produce each item, Long found himself momentarily entranced. He had anticipated the emergence of weapon after weapon, yet none of the items seemed to enhance combat prowess. The unspoken implications of Long's thoughts were conveyed in their entirety, prompting a soft chuckle from Luo Yan, who first gestured toward the ring. This particular ring enabled the wearer to dive for 15 minutes without any equipment. However, the downside was that the wearer would develop an aversion to dryness and quickly become parched, necessitating frequent hydration. It corresponded to sequence 9, the sailor, and was priced at 12 million berries. Long's brow arched, and his gaze toward the ring shifted dramatically. For those with the abilities of the devil fruit at sea, This was a veritable artifact. Indeed, at 12 million berries, I shall take it. Long did not haggle, finding the price remarkably reasonable. Luoyan nodded slightly, unperturbed by the outcome. He understood the profound significance of this item to those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit. It was not merely the 12 million berries that mattered. He believed it could fetch as much as 100 million berries. However, he refrained from inflating the price. For all his efforts were aimed at establishing a connection with the Revolutionary Army. To jeopardize that relationship over monetary considerations would be an unfortunate loss. Luoyan extended his hand towards the delicate silk gloves, poised to make an introduction, when Long unexpectedly interjected. Are you not concerned that we might engage in murder and smuggling? Luoyan's hand paused momentarily in the air before descending, a smile gracing his face. Do not worry. Have you forgotten? I possess the gift of prophecy. Since I have decided to meet you, how could I possibly neglect to foresee this encounter? Moreover, do you truly believe you can detain me? The sailors of Sequence 9 can endure the depths of the sea for 20 minutes. I am beyond Sequence 9 and can plunge into the abyss at will, unless you possess the ability to eliminate me instantaneously. Certainly, Luoyan is not one to prophesy. However, possessing the astrological sphere, he performed a divination for himself prior to his arrival in Log Town. The result indicated that meeting with the dragon would pose no danger, which is why he had maintained a sense of ease from the very beginning. Furthermore, being well-versed in the storyline, he understood the nature of the Revolutionary Army, an organization that could undoubtedly be deemed just, with a remarkably low probability of engaging in murder or theft. Indeed, the series of shocks had momentarily caused me to overlook your most adept ability. The dragon chuckled wryly and shook his head, signaling Luoyan to continue his introduction. Luoyan raised his hand once more, pointing to the gossamer glove. This glove also corresponded to Sequence 9, and its potion was named Apprentice. It possessed a singular ability, the power to open doors. It could unlock any door without a key and could even create a passage through a wall where no door existed. The downside, however, was that it would render the wearer utterly directionless, a true spatial ineptitude. Such a practical ability, 12 million berries, is hardly excessive. Without hesitation, the dragon acquired the glove. In the hands of an ordinary individual, it might merely transform them into a skilled thief. Yet, in the possession of the Revolutionary Army, it became something entirely different. As an organization with the aim of overthrowing the state, they frequently undertook infiltration missions. And a glove capable of opening any door and passing through walls was exceptionally suited for such endeavors. Luoyan nodded slightly, without any hesitation, and pointed directly to the third item, a black staff. This staff corresponds to Sequence 8, and the potion it embodies is known as Beast Tamer. Upon wielding this staff, the bearer gains the ability to comprehend the language of animals and can command them, from the mightiest elephant to the smallest mosquito. However, the success of such commands ultimately depends on the rapport established between the wielder and the creatures, a connection that encompasses not only verbal communication but also physical gestures. It is worth noting that the wielder can command a maximum of 3 animals simultaneously, and a negative side effect is an increase in the wielder's libido. Thus, it is advisable for married individuals or those in stable partnerships to utilize this staff. However, it may also be suitable for frequent visitors to the pleasure district. A glimmer of light flashed in Long's eyes. The mere ability to communicate with animals is formidable enough, and the capacity to command 3 at once proves exceptionally practical in certain specialized tasks. The price of 34 million berries is quite reasonable. Long reiterated his intention to purchase, and Luoyan nodded, subsequently directing his attention to the red wristband. This wristband corresponds to Sequence 7, and the potion it embodies is called Arsonist. The wearer can wield fire spells, such as Fire Crow, Fireball, and Flame Javelin, making it a truly remarkable item that directly enhances combat prowess. The downside is that the wearer becomes increasingly odious, with every utterance exuding a sense of provocation. Therefore, it is best suited for those with considerable combat skills. Otherwise, the wearer may easily become a target for enemies. Manipulating flames? It bears a resemblance to the abilities of the Mara Mara Nomi. I have witnessed the battles of Port Gas d'Ace. What do you think of this item priced at 80 million berries? After a moment of contemplation, Long nodded. Although the exact potency remains uncertain, it is undeniably a straightforward item, and 80 million berries is an agreeable sum. Thus, this final bowl is priced at 200 million berries? I am rather curious as to how you will persuade me to purchase a bowl for such an amount. Long jested with Luoyan, who shrugged and raised his hands in response, proceeding with the introduction. This bowl corresponds to sequence 6, and the potion it embodies is known as living corpse. It grants the bearer's skin as resilient as steel, nearly impervious to gunfire, while significantly enhancing speed and strength, making it trivial to collapse a wall with a single punch. Additionally, it allows the use of ice-based spells. By pouring water from this bowl onto a corpse, it will rise again, under the control of the bearer, with virtually no limit to the number of corpses that can be animated. Perhaps there is a limit, but I have yet to discover it. I once awakened 54 animal corpses and still had energy to spare. Its regular negative effect is not severe, merely amplifying one's desire for slaughter to a slight degree. At this point, Luo Yin pinched the first knuckle of his index finger with his thumb, signifying that a slight degree truly means a slight degree. He continued, however, during the full moon, this desire intensifies remarkably. I have not experienced it myself, but I have consulted divination, which suggests even the most resolute minds may find it challenging to resist. It is advisable to refrain from utilizing this item during the full moon. After stating this, Luo Yin seemed to recall something and continued, however, this is not an absolute rule. While the full moon may drive the wielder into madness, it also bestows considerable enhancements upon them, augmenting both speed and strength. Should one find themselves in dire straits coinciding with the full moon, it could potentially offer a glimmer of hope. Ignoring gunfire, awakening the dead. The elevation of speed and strength, alongside ice-based spells. Long Yin lowered his gaze, thoughtfully digesting these words before finally nodding in agreement. 200 million berries may seem rather steep, yet I do not intend to negotiate, as this serves as my sincerity for our inaugural transaction. Thus, may our collaboration be fruitful. Luo Yin rose and offered a slight bow to Long, who immediately reciprocated, though not in full formality. He then turned to the revolutionary soldier waiting a short distance away and commanded, "Bring the telephone insect. I wish to contact Lindbergh." Understood. The soldier saluted and swiftly entered the cabin, soon emerging with a palm-sized telephone insect. Rather than taking the device, Long directly picked up the microphone attached to its back. As the sound of brew 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 echoed, the connection was quickly established, revealing a lively voice on the other end. "This is Lindbergh. This is Long." "Ah, Mr. Long. What a surprise to hear from you. Is there something you require?" "Yes, I am in need of a material that can reflect sound. Do you have any leads?" The telephone insect fell silent for a moment before the sound of rummaging could be heard. After a brief pause, Lindbergh's voice returned. "I do have a sound-reflective material available. However, Mr. Long, may I inquire about its intended use? The material I possess is a gel-like substance that can be applied to walls. Would that meet your needs?" Long did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned a glance at Luo Yin, who nodded in affirmation. Only then did Long reply, "That will suffice." "Excellent. I shall dispatch someone to deliver it to you. Are you still in the East Sea?" "Yes, please send it to the base in the East Sea. I will collect it later." "Very well." With that, Lindbergh responded, and the telephone insect seemed to lose its vigor, its antennae drooping. Long replaced the microphone on the back of the insect, and without further instruction, the revolutionary soldier cradling the device returned to the cabin. It would take approximately half a month for the materials to arrive. If you have matters to attend to, you may go ahead. Returning here in a week will allow us to depart together in time. "No, I have no pressing matters." "It seems you, too, are free of obligations?" Luo Yin tentatively inquired, and Long nodded, not concealing his intent. "My primary purpose for this journey to the East Sea was to rescue certain individuals. Having successfully extricated them, I currently find myself with no pressing matters at hand." A flicker of brilliance flashed in Luo Yan's eyes as he nodded slightly, casting a glance at a ship not far away. "When do you intend to collect the 10 bottles of potions we previously agreed upon? I mentioned earlier that if the potions are not consumed in a timely manner after being prepared, the bottles themselves will absorb the concoction. Therefore, I shall brew them at your convenience." Long surveyed the surroundings before nodding in response. "I require them today. You may proceed to your vessel to prepare the potions." "Ah, I believe it would be prudent for me to first examine the 10 individuals you have selected and pose a few inquiries. This way, I can tailor the most suitable potion pathways for them." "Very well. Please hold on for a moment. I shall be right back." With that, Long swiftly entered the cabin of the ship and soon re-emerged, accompanied by 10 individuals, 7 men and 3 women, including 1 merman. Their attire varied significantly, clearly distinguishing them from the standard soldiers in uniform. However, none were familiar to Luo Yin. "These are the ones," Long stated. "Feel free to ask them any questions you may have." Luo Yin cast a glance at the 10 individuals standing orderly before him, refraining from hastily inquiring about them. Instead, he first posed a question to Long. How many resources are you prepared to allocate for their development? Do you intend for them to ascend to high-tier power? Specifically to Sequence 4 or above? I almost forgot to mention, Sequence 4 represents a qualitative transformation with a significant enhancement in capabilities. Merely relying on extraordinary abilities could enable one to rival a Navy Rear Admiral. Is this question directly pertinent to the present situation? Indeed, it is. It is of utmost importance. Luo Yin provided an affirmative response, and Long promptly echoed the same. Both are remarkably accomplished revolutionaries, originally identified as key candidates for development. Even in the absence of elixirs, their cultivation would be prioritized. I grasped the situation, and thus commenced my inquiries. My first question was directed at those who possess melodious voices and those whose singing is rather discordant. Step forward. The 10 individuals who had previously stood with utmost seriousness and rigidity were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, each adorned with expressions of astonishment, entirely at a loss. Long, standing nearby, wore a similarly perplexed countenance. What manner of question is this? Regardless, simply heed my words. Do not concern yourselves with the nature of the inquiry, nor ponder its existence. Luo Yin pressed further with his inquiry, at which point the quartet, 3 men and 1 woman, stepped forward. I will sing. The young woman began to speak, only to be interrupted by Luo Yin. It is irrelevant whether your singing is melodious or discordant. What matters is that the 4 of you step aside. Luo Yin extended his hand to gesture towards the left. The 4 exchanged glances, and rather than feeling relieved, they found themselves increasingly perplexed. It was clear that Luo Yin had inquired about singing, yet he now claimed that the quality of the singing was not the crux of the matter. Nevertheless, they refrained from voicing any dissent and collectively positioned themselves to the left, while the remaining 6 gradually drew closer, rearranging themselves in an orderly manner. Luo Yin nodded slightly and proceeded to pose the second question. Is there anyone among you who identifies as a transgender individual or wishes to become one? Please step forward. Once again, the assembly was taken aback, and even the corners of Long's mouth twitched involuntarily. Is this question also of vital importance? Long inquired once more, to which Luo Yin affirmed with a nod. Among the 6 individuals, a robust man with a profuse mane of body hair took a small step forward and raised his hand slightly. I greatly admire Lord Ivan and hope that one day I can visit the transgender paradise and become a part of it. Astonishingly, there truly was someone. Luo Yin erupted with expletives on the spot. His inquiry was rather casual. He had presumed that, given the presence of the transgender king as a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, there would be a considerable number of transgender individuals within the ranks. To his astonishment, it turned out to be true. You, step to the right. Luo Yin gestured to his right, and the burly man nodded, swiftly taking a position to the side. For the third inquiry, he instructed those among them with peculiar inclinations to step forward, regardless of the nature of their idiosyncrasies, as long as they were sufficiently distinctive. The remaining 5 exchanged glances, each refraining from advancing, firmly believing themselves to be quite ordinary, devoid of any unusual proclivities. Given the context established by the prior 2 questions, they found this third inquiry to be rather reasonable. Luo Yin waited for a moment, observing that no one stepped forward, and then nodded. Very well, I understand your circumstances. I shall prepare the appropriate potions for you. You may go ahead and make your preparations. It would be best to maintain an optimal mental state. Perhaps a brief rest would serve you well. The 10 individuals turned their gazes towards the dragon, and only after receiving a nod from it did they collectively return to the cabin. Once all 10 had entered, Luo Yin feigned a sudden realization, tapping his forehead. Indeed. I almost forgot to inform you that in the coming days, you will be studying a course in mysticism alongside my crew. Mysticism course? What is that? Despite Luo Yin having introduced several new terms previously, Long still exhibited a considerable degree of confusion. Of course, it encompasses the fundamental knowledge that extraordinary beings must possess. Do you truly believe that extraordinary individuals can rest easy after merely consuming potions? Understanding how to swiftly assimilate the potion, how to minimize the risk of losing control, and how to better harness one's abilities, these are all essential learnings. Long nodded in realization. So, how long will it take to complete all the mysticism courses? It is impossible to fully complete them. Mysticism is an extensive field of study. What I impart is merely foundational knowledge, akin to after-sales support for the potions. Delving deeper into the intricacies of mysticism cannot be undertaken at will. Luo Yin deliberately adopted a tone of disdain, and Long, with a raised eyebrow, effortlessly grasped his intent. "What is it that you desire?" he inquired. "Ha ha, you truly live up to your reputation as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, instantly discerning my little scheme. I hope that while I impart the knowledge of mysticism to the revolutionary forces, you could also enlighten me on the art of dominance. It would be a mutual exchange of wisdom. What do you think?" "Haha, you are indeed clever, but I must also audit your course on mysticism," Long chuckled, presenting his own condition. Rather than feeling troubled, Luo Yin was exceedingly pleased. If Long developed an interest in mysticism, their future collaboration would undoubtedly become more seamless. Moreover, this reciprocal teaching would serve to swiftly strengthen their bond. "No problem. Starting tomorrow, I will teach mysticism in the morning, and you shall instruct me in the art of dominance in the afternoon." Long nodded, then glanced down at the 5 extraordinary items laid out on the table. With a casual wave of his hand, a gust of wind lifted the objects and floated them before Luo Yin. "I haven't brought enough berries on my ship, but I will settle the payment for the materials needed to rebound the sound later. For now, you may keep these items in your custody." Luo Yin nodded in acknowledgement, displaying no reluctance as he stowed the 5 extraordinary artifacts back into his suitcase. He then gestured toward Long and the other members of the Revolutionary Army aboard the vessel. "I shall return to my ship for a brief while. In 2 hours, I will summon those 10 individuals to receive their potions." "Certainly," came the reply. Without further delay, Luo Yin soared into the wind, making his way toward his ship. "Captain, are you unharmed?" As soon as Luo Yin descended onto the deck, Xiatali and Luota approached him, both exhibiting palpable concern. Meanwhile, Might remained in the cockpit, diligently preparing, as per Luo Yan's instructions. Although a divination had been conducted in advance, such foresight is not infallible. Should negotiations falter, Might would be compelled to set sail immediately. Luo Yin turned his head to glance at Porter, who still stood on his shoulder, and chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Everything is going smoothly. By the way, allow me to introduce our new companion, Porter." Luo Yin introduced the radiant bird, Boat, to Shitali and Rhoda. Shitali cast a fleeting glance at the warm and comforting creature, her brow subtly furrowing, indicating her apparent discontent, while Rhoda exhibited great curiosity towards it. "Captain, is this bird also an extraordinary being?" he inquired. "Indeed, it is, and it surpasses you both in prowess. It is a Sequence 8 radiant being, or more precisely, a radiant bird. Sequence 8. Just this bird?" "Captain, you cannot be jesting with me," Rhoda boldly challenged. However, Luo Yin, unwilling to elaborate further, nonchalantly handed Boat to Rhoda and strode towards the cabin. "I have no reason to deceive you. Prepare yourselves. We shall remain on this island for a week. Shortly, you will disembark to set up tents while I concoct potions. Do not disturb me for the next hour." "Understood, Captain," Rhoda replied casually, redirecting all his focus onto Boat. Shitali scrutinized Boat for an extended period. Yet, the more she observed, the more her attractive brows knitted tighter, until she abruptly shook her head, averting her gaze. "I shall inform Might," she declared, and without further ado, she made her way to the control room, disregarding Rhoda. Shitali initially believed her discomfort with Boat to be a mere illusion, for she had never harbored a dislike for birds. In fact, she had kept birds as pets in her childhood. However, despite Luo Yin's assurance that Boat was a companion, her careful observations led her to the inescapable conclusion that she could not foster any affection for this bird, as a sense of aversion continually bubbled up within her. Unbeknownst to Rhoda, Shitali's inner turmoil ran deep. To him, informing Might was simply a sensible course of action. After all, since negotiations had not faltered, there was no immediate need to prepare for departure, especially since Luo Yin had mentioned the need to set up tents, which naturally required Might's assistance as well. 2 hours later, Shitali, Rhoda, and Might had cleared a substantial area along the shore and successfully erected their first tent. Luo Yin seated himself upon a small stone, facing a sizable wooden stump that served as a table, its diameter nearly a meter. Upon this stump rested 10 vials of potions, while before him stood 10 individuals, the very same chosen by the dragon. Among the potions were 4 vials of Sailor's Elixir, 3 of Hunter's Brew, 1 of Assassin's Draft, 1 of Sleepless Potion, and 1 of Corpse Collector's Tincture. Each of the 10 could select 1 vial for themselves. However, prior to that, I wish to make a few recommendations. The group exchanged glances, a moment of silent understanding passing between them before they all nodded in agreement, none daring to voice dissent. Satisfied with their response, Luo Yin commenced his recommendations. Having previously inquired, he proceeded directly To the 4 individuals with melodious and less harmonious voices, I suggest you partake of the sailor's elixir. For in this sequence, upon reaching the 5th tier, vocal prowess becomes a vital tool. Melodious and discordant tones yield disparate effects. The 10 were enlightened. Grasping the intent behind Luo Yan's initial inquiry. Mr. Luo Yan, we have no objections to your recommendations. One among the 4 stepped forward, responding earnestly. And Luo Yan nodded in acknowledgement. His gaze then shifted to a burly man, adorned with abundant body hair, who aspired to become a ladyboy. You may believe your physique ill-suited for the role of an assassin, yet I assure you, this potion is most befitting for a ladyboy. The 7th tier of this path will transform men into women, and with each subsequent elevation in tier, one's beauty shall blossom. You may choose to abstain. But there are ladies present who would likely not refuse the chance to enhance their beauty. Rest assured, women will not undergo a transformation of gender. Only an elevation in allure. Upon hearing this, the 3 ladies present brightened, for as Luo Yan stated, no woman would decline the opportunity to become more beautiful. The burly man, stirred by the prospect, inquired, Mr. Luo Yan, is it truly possible to change one's gender? What is there to doubt? Given your admiration for the ladyboy king, you should understand that the king's hormone fruit can effortlessly alter one's gender. Transformation is not as extraordinary as it seems. You are right. I am willing to consume this potion. This way, I can draw closer to Lord Yuan. The burly man clenched his fist. The size of a sandbag, yet exhibited the bashfulness of a young girl. Luo Yan felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth and promptly diverted his gaze. As for the remaining 3 vials of Hunter's Brew, they are designated for you 3 gentlemen. This path, upon reaching higher tiers, will transform women into men. Thus, I do not recommend that women consume the Hunter's Brew unless any among you wishes to embrace a male form. Upon hearing this, the other 2 ladies hastily shook their heads. They possessed a sound understanding of gender identity and sexual orientation, all desiring to remain women and thus unwilling to partake of the Hunter's Brew. Very well. The remaining 2 potions are as follows. One is named the Sleepless Elixir, which, as its name suggests, allows the drinker to require minimal rest, with merely 2 hours of sleep sufficient for a day. This bestows upon one an abundance of time compared to others. The second potion is known as the Corpse Collector. Those who imbibe this potion can perceive ethereal entities directly and possess a remarkable tolerance for the odor of decaying bodies. You 2 may confer and decide who shall partake of which potion. Luo Yan initially believed they would hesitate, yet to his astonishment, they consumed the potion with a swiftness that exceeded his expectations. As soon as his words fell, they almost simultaneously raised the vials to their lips and drank deeply. For them, there existed alternative paths to strength. They merely needed to ascertain that the potion would not yield any unbearable adverse effects. As 10 individuals ingested the potion, a powerful convergence of spiritual energy emerged, accompanied by varying degrees of anguish etched upon their faces. Luo Yan promptly interjected, urging them to steady their minds, to envision what reality lacked, and to temper their spiritual essence. Luo Yan's voice resounded like thunder, reverberating in the ears of the 10 individuals. However, the effect was remarkably evident. Their distorted expressions were significantly alleviated, and the anomalies induced by the elixir gradually subsided. Each of them successfully transformed into an extraordinary being. Congratulations. You have all become extraordinary individuals. I trust you have gleaned some knowledge from the potion, understanding the most fundamental aspects. For instance, what abilities you have acquired. I shall refrain from elaborating further today, as you have only recently ingested the elixir, and your spiritual essence is still quite evident. Please take your rest. And remember to return here tomorrow morning for further learning. I will impart to you the essential knowledge. The 10 individuals clearly received the message about attending class from the dragon, and without objection, they collectively acknowledged and departed. The following day, Luo Yan commenced the inaugural lesson in mysticism. In attendance, besides Luo Yan, were 14 individuals and a bird, the dragon, 10 extraordinary members of the Revolutionary Army, and Shatari, Rhoda, and Might. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army had thoughtfully brought along a blackboard and chalk for the meeting. Ahem. Well, today marks our first class, so I shall begin by explaining what it means to be extraordinary. The extraordinary can also be referred to as divine essence. In the realm of mysticism, the world is believed to have been created by the divine, which, upon creating the world, fragmented into all that exists. Thus, divine essence resides within every form of life. The process of consuming the elixir can also be interpreted as the convergence of divine essence. Once this essence accumulates to a certain extent, One may ascend to the status of an angel or even a deity. Luo Yin endeavored to imbue his voice with a sense of solemnity. However, none of those present were moved. In this world devoid of extraordinary occurrences, absent of churches and faith, the notion of divinity held little appeal. When Luo Yin realized that his words did not meet expectations, his lips twitched, nearly betraying his composure. Ahem. This is merely a manner of speaking. You need only grasp this concept without delving too deeply or feeling compelled to believe it. Upon hearing this, the 13 individuals present nodded in understanding. While Long maintained a tranquil demeanor, his expression unchanging. Therefore, I shall dispense with idle chatter and proceed directly to the first point of knowledge, which pertains to what extraordinary individuals must be vigilant about. The foremost concern for extraordinary individuals is their own mental state. Remember, it is imperative to ensure that you retain sufficient rationality at all times. Once an extraordinary person's mind succumbs to collapse, the brink of losing control is not far behind. In your daily lives, Luo Yin commenced an eloquent discourse, captivating the attention of everyone present, including Long. This was a treasure trove of substantive knowledge, and Luo Yin spoke with such fervor that he barely paused for breath, delivering his lecture for over an hour, during which he took sips of water 7 or 8 times. Well, that concludes today's lesson. We shall continue tomorrow. After taking another sip of water, Luo Yin announced the end of the class. The students reluctantly stood up, still lingering in the afterglow of the lesson, having listened attentively. Even Shatari and her companions, who had previously encountered similar knowledge, were equally engaged. For them, the insights shared by Luo Yin were profoundly intriguing. The 10 members of the Revolutionary Army departed together, while Shatari and her companions also left to board their vessel, preparing for lunch. Meanwhile, Luo Yin intended to take flight to explore the island. This served a dual purpose: to digest the wind affinity potion and to seek out extraordinary materials on the island. However, as the wind began to stir, a voice resembling that of a dragon suddenly echoed, "Do gods truly exist?" Luo Yin was momentarily taken aback as the swirling winds abruptly dissipated into nothingness. I had anticipated that the first to pose this question would be my subordinates. To my astonishment, it was you who brought it forth first. Truly, the divine does exist. Luo Yin nodded solemnly, offering an affirmative response. Even though deities may not currently exist, he could not dismiss the notion of their existence. He needed the revolutionary forces to believe in the reality of divinity, as this would prepare him for his future acquisition of an anchor. This fervent dedication to instructing the revolutionaries was rooted in the same intention. Is that so? What is the name of that deity? Is there a connection to the celestial dragons? Aha! The divine creates all, intertwining with every form of life. In the eyes of the divine, there is fundamentally no distinction between a mere pig and a celestial dragon. Both are weak, insignificant manifestations of life. The dragon paused in silence, nodded, and turned to leave, only to suddenly recall something, lightly tossing out, "This afternoon, I shall teach you the art of dominance." "Thank you." With a light-hearted expression, Luo Yin expressed his gratitude and began to explore the island, buoyed by the wind. This island was not particularly large, nor was its vegetation dense. Although there were some spiritually rich materials, there were no extraordinary creatures, likely as the more formidable beings had been eradicated by the revolutionary forces. In the afternoon, as agreed, Long commenced his instruction on Haki, beginning with the armament Haki. Thus, Luo Yin spent a structured 7 days on this island. After the week elapsed, 2 ships set sail together. During these days, Luo Yin nearly mastered the fundamentals of mysticism. However, it was merely the basics, as he intended to retain some secrets. As for his progress in learning Haki, Luo Yin felt a sense of disappointment. To this day, his understanding of armament Haki remained at a theoretical level, and he had yet to truly harness its power. Luo Yin reclined on a beach chair on the foredeck, gazing at the azure sky. After smacking his lips twice, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Alas, the art of being formidable is indeed not so easily mastered. What should he do? In a moment of distress, Luo Yin turned over, only to catch sight of Xiatali emerging from the cabin, clutching 2 glass test tubes. One contained a dark green liquid, while the other held a deep purple concoction. "Captain, you seem troubled," Xiatali observed curiously, to which Luo Yin nodded and resumed his previous posture. "Indeed, I am quite conflicted." "What troubles you?" His dilemma lay in whether to remain under the guise of attending classes with the Revolutionary Army, in hopes of mastering the art of dominance, or to set sail immediately for the Grand Line. Xiatali tilted her head, displaying her confusion. What is there to be conflicted about? Have we not enjoyed our time with the Revolutionary Army these past few days? Staying a little longer wouldn't hurt, would it? You don't understand. My time is of the essence. There are critical tasks I must accomplish, and they must be completed before a certain event occurs. Otherwise, my future advancement will become considerably more challenging. I see. In such matters, it's best for you to decide. Zytali then shifted the topic and offered the 2 test tubes she held. By the way, would you care to try the new potion I concocted? Without providing any counsel. She extended the test tubes towards him. Luo Yin straightened slightly and glanced at the tubes before looking back at Zytali's face. What are these potions? The green one contains an anesthetic. After consumption, you won't feel any pain for half an hour, though your mind may become somewhat foggy. The purple one acts as a tranquilizer, promoting rationality while diminishing desires. Both are quite impressive potions, but I have no need for them at the moment. You should test them on Mitter and Rhoda instead. I shall pass. Loyan first affirmed the value of the 2 potions, then resolutely dismissed the proposal to test them, as he had no desire to succumb to a state of drowsiness or to engage in any activity. Upon hearing this, Shatari felt a twinge of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Mid and Rhoda exchanged awkward coughs, ultimately deciding against trying the potions for the time being. What transpired? Luo Yin detected an unpleasant odor. After a moment's hesitation, Shatali resolved to speak candidly. Mid previously entrusted me with the task of concocting a potion to enhance certain abilities. I did manage to create it, albeit not with complete success. He gave it a try, and well, he ended up getting beaten by Rhoda. Oh, what abilities are we talking about? Why did Rhoda react so violently? Luo Yin was utterly perplexed, completely at a loss regarding the situation. Shatali gently bit her lip. Her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue. It pertained to that particular aspect, which had become even more pronounced in bed. Oh, so what you mentioned wasn't exactly successful, was it? The potion I concocted, although capable of enhancing such abilities, leaned more towards being an aphrodisiac. After Mike consumed it, he became uncontrollable, sensing the predicament. I hurried to seek out Rhoda, only to find that Mike had attempted to approach Rhoda, resulting in him being soundly beaten. Hence, I hastily prepared 2 additional potions to address Mike's issue, but I feared that administering them directly to him might lead to further complications. As Xiaodali's voice dwindled, her head instinctively lowered, Luo Yin finally grasped the situation. I understand now. With your explanation, I am even more hesitant to experiment with the potion. You should administer it to Mike directly. I certainly won't be the one to try it. Wait, something feels off. How could Mike muster the courage to seek you out for such a concoction? At first, Luo Yin did not think much of it, only later realizing that something was amiss. Mitter, a grown man, sought out a potion for intimacy for Shatari, which was tantamount to revealing his inadequacies. Luo Yin believed that if such a situation were to befall him, he would undoubtedly feel embarrassed to engage in such matters. Upon hearing this, Shatari's face turned even redder. When in Rog Town, did you not bestow upon us a sum of 100,000 berries? Mitter and Rhoda ventured to the pleasure street, where it was rumored that Rhoda was coaxed out by Mitter, much to Rhoda's displeasure. Consequently, he openly criticized Mitter's prowess in my presence, leaving Mitter wishing to dig a hole and bury himself in shame. Subsequently, he implored me to concoct a potion for him. Such occurrences exist? It seems that while I was visiting the dragon, I missed out on quite the spectacle. While those 2 indulged at the pleasure street, where did you wander off to? Me? I went to the herbal shop to procure some herbs. Luo Yin suddenly realized that Xiaotali had not mentioned her intention to gather herbs on the deserted island during those few days. It turned out she had already procured a considerable quantity of medicinal plants, rendering any further foraging unnecessary. Once again, the sentiment echoed, I shall not test the medicine. You may administer it directly to Mite, or perhaps allow Rhoda to partake. Then, Captain, will you accompany me? Rhoda is watching over Mite. Very well. In order to avoid becoming a mere test subject, Luo Yin acquiesced to Xiaotali's request for companionship and followed her into the ship's cabin, arriving at Rhoda's room. There, he immediately beheld MIT, sprawled on the floor with bruises marring his face and his hands and feet bound, alongside Rhoda, who stood vigil. Captain, you have arrived. This MIT attempted to assault Xiaotali and received a thorough beating from me, Rhoda declared upon seeing Luo Yin, distorting the truth ever so slightly. Xiaotali opened her mouth several times, attempting to speak, but was unable to voice her thoughts. Observing this, Luo Yin discerned that perhaps Rhoda's accusations were not entirely unfounded. She might simply be unaware that MIT had ingested a potion. Cough, cough. Rhoda, please check if the ship has veered off course. Understood. Rhoda replied and exited the room. Once the door closed, Luo Yin gestured for Xiaotarli to administer the potion to MIT. After a moment's hesitation, she approached and poured 2 vials of potion into MIT's mouth, followed by a vial of healing elixir. The bruises on MIT's face faded at an observable pace, and he soon regained consciousness. However, upon awakening, MIT's eyes were vacant, resembling a fish that had lost its aspirations. After a day of navigation, Luo Yin's vessel docked at a bustling metropolis, far more vibrant than Rog Town, though he was unaware of its name. The streets were teeming with revolutionary soldiers armed with firearms, clearly indicating that the area had been completely overtaken by the revolutionaries, serving as their stronghold. As soon as the ship docked, the revolutionaries came to greet them, led by a burly man with a thick beard, who appeared to weigh at least 300 pounds. Though his bulk was comprised entirely of muscle, exuding an aura of strength. "Mr. Long," the bearded man said, bowing slightly. Long nodded and turned to Luo Yin, who had just disembarked. "Go to the warehouse, I can manage on my own. They have worked hard and should be allowed to rest." "Yes," the bearded man responded, organizing rest for Long's crew. Luo Yin followed Long as they made their way to another port at the edge of the city, where the defenses were evidently more stringent than at the previous docking site, with at least several hundred guards stationed, indicating it was a significant warehouse. "Wait a moment. I will retrieve the items," Long instructed, keeping Luo Yin and his companions at a distance of over 100 meters from the warehouse. Luo Yin did not protest, having not expected to gain access to the revolutionaries' warehouse. Before long, Long returned from the warehouse, accompanied by a dozen individuals, 4 of whom carried 2 large boxes, while the remainder lifted 7 or 8 massive wooden barrels in groups of 3. Long himself cradled a small golden box. "Everything is here. These 2 boxes contain 400 million berries, and the barrels hold the materials you requested. I am unsure of their worth, so let us just deduct the small change. Additionally, I have a devil fruit here. Should you be interested, I am willing to sell it to you." As he spoke, the dragon opened the box he was holding, revealing a round and plump devil fruit. "What kind of fruit is this?" "It is a secret fruit of the paramecia type. One who consumes this fruit gains the ability to compel others to keep secrets. This is the description found in the devil fruit compendium, though I must admit, the specifics remain somewhat unclear to me." Luo Yin narrowed his eyes and extended his hand to receive both the box and the devil fruit. "This fruit is mine." "State your price." 120 million. Long had evidently anticipated the figure, responding without the slightest hesitation. Luo Yin nodded, indicating his agreement to the transaction, and then lowered his gaze to the 2 large boxes filled with berries. "I will take 100 million berries. The remaining amount shall serve as a deposit for the ship. If that is insufficient, once those 10 individuals have consumed the potion, I shall return to settle the balance." "No problem. You may contact me using this." Long presented a phone bug no larger than half a palm, and without needing further instruction, 2 members of the Revolutionary Army approached, carrying a slightly smaller empty box, ready to tally out 100 million berries from the larger box. Luo Yin handed over the suitcase he carried, which contained the 5 enchanted items they had previously agreed upon, to Long. With this exchange, the transaction was formally concluded, and both parties were exceedingly satisfied, particularly Luo Yin, who was pleasantly surprised to acquire a devil fruit so swiftly. The only regret was that this particular devil fruit was not suited for his path, precluding him from concocting potions. However, he could transform it into a wondrous artifact. After the Revolutionary Army loaded several barrels of materials onto Luo Yin's vessel, he wasted no time and promptly commanded the departure. "Set sail. Destination, the Grand Line." "Ah." Might and Rhoda responded with enthusiasm, and as the anchor was lifted, the ship gradually departed from the harbor, charting a course towards the Grand Line. In the end, Luo Yin chose not to linger and set sail directly for the Grand Line. This matter was time-sensitive. Missing the opportunity would mean it was truly lost, while the mastery of hockey could be acquired at a later time. After nearly 8 days of navigating the seas, the ship finally entered the Grand Line, guided by the currents. The moment they set foot in this legendary route, Luo Yin felt an inexplicable pull, as if something were beckoning him. Yet he could not quite discern what it was. "Captain, where are we headed next?" As the helmsman, Mitre promptly approached Luo Yin to confirm their course. Luo Yin casually handed over the astrological sphere he held, smiling as he said, "We are bound for Alabasta. From now on, this astrological sphere shall be entrusted to you. It can entirely replace the compass." Mitre was overjoyed. He had witnessed Luo Yin utilize the astrological sphere for divination on numerous occasions and had long desired this remarkable item that his captain frequently employed. He never anticipated receiving it upon their arrival at the Grand Line. Thank you, Captain. Ah, by the way, please summon Rhoda and Shatari. The Grand Line is not like the East Blue. It harbors greater dangers. I should provide you all with some enchanted items for protection. I will fetch them now. You all wait here. Understood, Captain. Miter gleefully rushed off to gather the others, while Luo Yin returned to his quarters to select the magical artifacts he intended to bestow upon his crew for their safety. When he emerged onto the deck with the chosen items, the three stood there eagerly, anticipation gleaming in their eyes. There is no need for such formality. Let us keep it casual. Here, Shatari, this is yours. Luo Yin presented a string of exquisite pearl necklaces to Shatali, who immediately received them with sparkling eyes. Thank you. Captain. Shatali expressed her gratitude with a light-hearted tone, delightfully adorning herself with the necklace. This particular necklace, corresponding to sequence 7 of the Navigator's set, granted the ability to operate underwater for 2 hours, alongside the capability to wield certain water-based spells, while also enhancing one's strength. The sole drawback was that it could incite a volatile temperament, generally mild-mannered. Once provoked, one might find themselves unable to resist the urge to strike. Understood, Captain. Shatali seemed entirely undeterred by Luo Yin's cautionary words, remaining blissfully content, a fact that Luo Yin did not mind at all, as the adverse effect was not particularly grave. Luo Yin produced a golden revolver and presented it to Might. This firearm corresponded to sequence 7 of the Sun Priest and was imbued with extraordinary attributes of a witch. It was capable of firing holy light and frost bullets without the need for reloading. However, a detrimental side effect was that the bearer would occasionally experience the sensation of intense sunlight, followed by a chilling cold, creating an erratic fluctuation between warmth and frost. Thank you, Captain. Might exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the revolver, astonished that after acquiring the astrological sphere, he was further bestowed with such a remarkable artifact, which sounded exceedingly formidable. In truth, the revolver was indeed powerful, yet it could not be wielded simultaneously with the vampire ring. Otherwise, the feeling of blazing sunlight would weaken him significantly while wearing the ring. Prior to becoming a wind wielder, Luo Yin had to relinquish this weapon in pursuit of flight capabilities. However, after attaining the status of a wind wielder, he acquired the wind blade as a ranged option, which proved equally potent, rendering the revolver unnecessary. Subsequently, Luo Yin handed a bronze mirror to Rhoda. This mirror was associated with sequence 6 of the Dawn Night and served as a defensive magical artifact, capable of emitting radiant light to form a barrier that could withstand even cannon fire. As of yet, its negative effects remained unknown. However, the condition for its use stipulated that the wielder must stand over 2 meters tall. Consequently, you alone on the ship are eligible to wield it. Rhoda hesitated slightly as he accepted the mirror, then voiced his concern. Captain, I believe it would be more prudent for you to provide me with an offensive magical artifact, as I may not find this useful in my usual endeavors. Nay, you shall soon find it indispensable. Once you ascend in rank, many will likely seek to challenge you, and at that time, you will undoubtedly find it invaluable. When Luo Yin spoke, his expression was exceedingly earnest, and Rhoda was instantly engulfed by an ominous premonition. However, he merely parted his lips without uttering more. Finally, he raised his gaze toward the glimmer bird, Porter, perched upon the mast of the sailboat. Porter, I have prepared a wondrous item for you. Come down swiftly. Porter flapped his wings and gracefully descended, landing obediently on Luo Yin's shoulder. Luo Yin then retrieved a ring, entirely silver and intricately engraved with patterns of waves. He fastened the ring, intended as a leg band for Porter, onto the bird's left leg. This particular ring corresponded to sequence 9, the sailor, and when worn, it allowed the bearer to dive for approximately 10 minutes. Additionally, it would cause illusory scales to sprout beneath the wearer's skin, offering considerable protection, capable of withstanding a typical gunshot. It is true that I possess superior options, however. They are ill-suited for a bird of your stature, so for now, this shall suffice. In order to avoid any misunderstandings with Porter regarding favoritism, Luo Yin felt compelled to provide further clarification. However, to his surprise, Porter harbored no dissatisfaction. Instead, he flapped his wings joyfully. Thank you, Captain. Yes, Captain. A voice, slightly sharp yet youthful, emanated from Porter, leaving Luo Yin feeling somewhat exasperated. It was 3 days prior that Luo Yin discovered Porter could speak. At that time, when Luo Yin commanded the ship to change course, Mitter exclaimed, "Aye, Captain." And Porter echoed, "Aye, Captain." This revelation astonished everyone aboard, including Luo Yin himself. In such moments, a simple expression of gratitude sufficed. "Aye, Captain," Porter vocalized once more. Luo Yin nodded, opting not to elaborate further, and gently shook his shoulders, indicating that Porter was free to depart. Thus, Porter ascended the mast once more, assuming his duties as lookout. "Captain, I believe I am ready for promotion." Just as Luo Yin prepared to return to the cabin, Shatari called out to him unexpectedly. Luo Yin was momentarily taken aback, then he calculated the time. It had been over a month since Shatali had become an extraordinary being. During this period, Shatali had been diligently studying potions, and in this world, the assimilation of magical elixirs was relatively more manageable. Completing the digestion of a Sequence 9 potion within a month was quite normal. "Very well, if you feel confident. I can prepare a Sequence 8 potion for you. However, prior to consuming the potion, you must ensure that you are in the right state of mind." "Thank you, Captain." Upon hearing that she could advance, Shatali could not conceal her joy, prompting MIT to step forward. "Captain, I can also advance. In fact, I felt that I had completely digested my potion 4 days ago, but I hesitated to mention it, as I hadn't found an opportunity to repay you." MIT lowered his head somewhat sheepishly. Luo Yin was not surprised by this outcome. MIT had been diligently steering the ship during this time, effectively fulfilling his role as a sailor. And it was entirely reasonable for him to have digested the potion more swiftly than Shatali. "Now, Rhoda, how about you? How is your potion digestion progressing?" The three of them had consumed the potions together, and since two had already completed their digestion, it was only natural for Luo Yin to inquire about the last one. Rhoda scratched the back of his head, appearing somewhat bashful. "Captain, although I fish every day, whether I catch anything is not entirely within my control, and relying solely on fishing to progress is rather." Luo Yin nodded slightly, comprehending Rhoda's intention. He glanced over the three individuals present, pondered for a moment, and suggested, "Let us dock at an island abundant in wildlife." "Indeed, Captain," Miter responded loudly, swiftly making his way to the helm. After a brief contemplation, Luo Yin also returned to his quarters. The ship swiftly altered its course and navigated for several more hours before anchoring beside an island encircled by treacherous reefs. With a towering mountain at its center, lush with vegetation, islands of this nature are plentiful upon the ocean, differing only in the creatures that inhabit them. The four individuals and a bird disembarked, and Luo Yin retrieved the elixirs he had prepared in advance, first presenting the Beast Master potion to Zayatali. "This is your Sequence 8 potion, entitled Beast Master. Upon consuming this vial, you will gain the ability to comprehend the speech of animals, tame them, and command the subdued creatures. Additionally, both your strength and physique will experience a significant enhancement, as the methods of taming wild beasts often necessitate a degree of force." Zayatali's expression momentarily turned blank, unable to react for a brief span, causing Luo Yin to awkwardly hold the potion in midair. "Captain, is my next vocation truly that of a Beast Master? Surely, you jest?" Despite her unwavering trust in Luo Yin, she could not suppress her skepticism. In her view, the professions of Beast Master and Alchemist were as disparate as could be. "I assure you, there is no error." Luo Yin nodded gravely, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Shatari accepted the potion. Subsequently, Luo Yin produced another vial and handed it to Miter. "This is your Sequence 8 potion, known as the Wrath of the People. Upon consuming this elixir, your strength will be significantly enhanced, albeit at the cost of a more irritable temperament. Moreover, in moments of anger, both your power and speed will experience an augmentation." Wrath of the People, Miter echoed the name of the potion. Although it was not among the titles he had anticipated, it was not entirely surprising. Given that the sailor's path is aligned with the sea's favor, it stands to reason that there exists a corresponding sequence reflecting the fury of the ocean. "Let us begin." Luo Yin inhaled deeply, indicating to the two that they could drink the potion. Almost simultaneously, they tilted their heads back and consumed the elixir. Instantly, both revealed expressions of anguish. Shatali exhibited a kind of madness, as if she yearned to rend asunder everything before her, while MIT displayed pure fury, as though he stood before a bitter enemy. Fortunately, neither acted out violently. Their fierce visages gradually softened, ultimately settling into calmness. Yet the undeniable overflow of their newfound vitality attested to their recent ascension. "Congratulations. You have both reached Sequence 8. We shall remain on this island for a time. You three will form a team to explore this isle, assisting Shatali in taming the beast while Rhoda can more swiftly and effectively assimilate the hunter's potion, striving to achieve his own ascension by the time we depart. Captain, Don't you have pressing matters to attend to? Is it acceptable to linger on this island? Shitali voiced her concern. Luo Yan's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of bitterness. Indeed, the matter was of great importance, yet before addressing it, I must complete my own ascension and fully digest the potion, a task not easily accomplished, and this brief delay is inconsequential. Very well, I understand, Shitali replied, nodding, her doubts dissipating. Before nightfall, the four of them established a campsite, erected tents, and kindled a fire. Luo Yin sat by the flames, grilling the fish caught by Rhoda. The exploration trio, eager to commence their venture the following day and having just ascended, retired early to their tents, leaving Luo Yin alone to keep watch. I've digested nearly 4/5 of the potion. I wonder if I can finish it before we leave. Then there's the matter of the Ocean Singer's potion. How shall I assimilate that? Am I to hold concerts daily? Should I purchase speakers and a microphone? Lost in contemplation, Luo Yan's thoughts wandered until he caught the scent of the fish burning, snapping him back to reality. He hurriedly removed the fish from the fire, cautiously trimmed away the charred bits, and took a small bite. Delicious. Although Luo Yin has the opportunity to savor fish almost every day, the limited conditions aboard the ship prevent him from grilling it, making each bite of roasted fish a delightful experience. He is uncertain whether he can manage to catch up. After relishing the roasted fish, Luo Yin's worries resurface. His urgency stems from a desire to meet Whitebeard, as it represents a shortcut to ascending to the rank of Disaster High Priest of Sequence 4. One of the principal ingredients for the potion of Sequence 4 is an 80 milliliter sample of blood from an individual with the ability of a devil fruit that can incite natural disasters, or the stem of such a fruit. The ascension ritual requires perseverance during earthquakes and tsunamis. Undoubtedly, Whitebeard's tremor fruit meets the criteria, and he can effortlessly provoke both earthquakes and tsunamis. However, Ace is on the verge of capture, the Marineford War is imminent, and Whitebeard's life is in jeopardy. Thus, Luo Yin is compelled to seek out Whitebeard before Ace is apprehended, given Whitebeard's deteriorating health. If Luo Yin can arrange for Shitari to administer a few vials of medicine to restore Whitebeard's condition, he would certainly be inclined to assist Luo Yin in generating a minor earthquake and tsunami. As for acquiring Whitebeard's blood, that is a trivial matter. Shitari could draw a vial under the pretense of a medical examination, and 80 milliliters is merely a single syringe, which would not raise suspicions. Upon reaching the Grand Line, Luo Yin ordered a course to Alabasta, knowing that Luffy would encounter Ace there. Seizing this opportunity to connect with Luffy would simplify subsequent endeavors. Yet, the crux of the matter is that Luo Yin must complete the digestion of the Ocean Singer potion before events unfold. If he misses this window, not only would it be challenging to gather the necessary materials, but encountering earthquakes and tsunamis would also be rare. If years pass without experiencing such phenomena, how could he possibly ascend? With the world's situation in turmoil, how could a Sequence 5 navigate through? Contemplating these matters, a sense of urgency surged within Luo Yin, compelling him to eschew any time wasted. He promptly soared into the sky to commence the digestion of the potion. The following day, the trio began their exploration of the island, while Luo Yin remained vigilant, gliding on the wind from above. Whenever he sensed a lack of spiritual resonance, he would alight on the treetops, utilizing the sounds carried by the breeze to keep abreast of the trio's circumstances. He ensured they remained unaware of his distant watch, for he preferred their oblivion to bolster his own confidence. The trio's exploration proved far more successful than Luo Yin had anticipated, though the island harbored formidable beasts, such as tigers nearly 2 meters tall when on all fours, elephants towering over 4 meters, and rhinos with crimson eyes that seemed perpetually deranged. The trio, through their collaboration and newly acquired extraordinary items, managed to overcome each challenge unscathed, reaping numerous exceptional traits in the process. Previously, Luo Yin had specifically informed them about such matters, as future dealings with the Revolutionary Army would necessitate a significant inventory of extraordinary traits to establish a formidable army of extraordinary beings, a task Luo Yin could not shoulder alone. Moreover, since there are extraordinary individuals beyond oneself, it is undoubtedly futile to conceal the existence of extraordinary materials and traits. It is far better to articulate them openly. Luo Yin discovered that his ability to perceive the whispers carried by the wind significantly accelerated the digestion of potions. In just 2 days, Shitari successfully tamed a wild beast, a snow-white ferret whose lively eyes exuded a sense of profound spirit. This was Luo Yin's initial impression upon encountering the creature, though he pondered whether its apparent sentience stemmed from the taming process or if it possessed such spirit innately. thereby catching Shitari's attention. By the fourth day, Rhoda had finally completed the digestion of his potion. Luo Yin assisted him in concocting a potion named Provocateur, at which point Rhoda understood why Luo Yin had bestowed upon him that mirror. 3 days later, the trio aided Shitari in taming a second wild beast, a small, pale golden monkey, standing less than a meter tall, perfectly suited to perch upon a shoulder. On this day, Luo Yin also concluded the digestion of the Wind Warden potion. As soon as the potion was fully absorbed, Luo Yin promptly constructed a temporary wooden hut of less than 4 square meters, applying sound-reflective materials to its walls. He then set about preparing the Ocean Singer potion. First, he gathered auxiliary materials, corals harvested from the deep sea, golden pearls, and exquisite flowers. Once all these materials dissolved into liquid form, Luo Yin produced 2 final ingredients, a solidified heart, none other than a lone S-heart, and 3 purple feathers, adorned with silver patterns resembling branches. As soon as the heart and feathers made contact with the liquid, they dissolved instantly, as if they were destined to merge with the liquid. Ultimately, this process yielded a vial of blue liquid, reminiscent of seawater, which occasionally swirled with tiny vortices and flickered with electric currents. Luo Yin's intuitive perception whispered to him that the potion had succeeded. It was indeed the elixir of the Ocean Singer. Without a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and consumed the potion in one swift motion. Boom! Luo Yin felt a sudden, resounding thrum in his head, followed by the potent elixir within him beginning to swell and surge chaotically. Unable to contain himself, he let out a deep, resonant hum. The visible sound waves emanated from his mouth, and he was momentarily entranced, as if a fragment of his very soul had detached and floated away with the sound. However, upon striking the walls of the wooden cabin, the waves were rebounded, and that ephemeral essence returned to him. Realizing the efficacy of this phenomenon, Luo Yin cast aside his reservations and began to sing with abandon. His voice soared at times, and at others, it flowed gently, the sound waves rippling outwards like the tides caressing the shore, only to be reflected back. The entire process of his ascension lasted nearly 5 minutes, during which he sang 2 complete popular songs. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the clear sky, striking the wooden cabin, which shattered into splinters. Emerging from the ruins, Luo Yin radiated an aura akin to the surging ocean, his presence now imbued with a newfound gravitas. His eyes mirrored the flash of lightning, and in the next moment, another colossal bolt struck the once tranquil sea. With a thunderous roar, the sound of the thunder reached his ears only after the lightning had vanished. At that instant, he felt an overwhelming certainty that he had successfully ascended. Now a level 5 Ocean Singer, wielding the power of lightning. At last, he could truly claim to possess destructive force. Such is the might of the Ocean Singer. Luo Yin clenched and unclenched his fists, attuning himself to his newfound strength while absorbing the knowledge embedded within the potion. As he had anticipated, the Ocean Singer wielded the power of thunder, capable of unleashing lightning strikes. Furthermore, their melodious voice could influence those around them. A soothing tune could instill tranquility, while an exhilarating song could invigorate and amplify the strength of listeners. Conversely, a discordant melody could incite chaos and distortion, leading some to lose control entirely. Remarkably, the Ocean Singer had adapted to remain submerged for extended periods, drawing oxygen from the seawater, thus, in a sense, becoming a creature of the ocean. Captain! Captain! Before Luo Yin could fully assess his abilities, he heard the slightly urgent yet excited voice of Shitari. Turning to the source of the sound, he discovered that the trio of explorers had returned, and MIT held in his arms a peculiar orange devil fruit resembling a banana. Captain! Look what we found! Shitari exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she pointed eagerly at the devil fruit, noting Luo Yin's silence in response to her initial call. Luo Yin required no guidance from Shitari. His gaze was already firmly fixed upon that devil fruit. A profound sense of exhilaration surged within him, a magnetic attraction, an insatiable desire, an instinctual yearning to possess it. Undoubtedly, this devil fruit symbolized a calamity, one that could be harnessed to concoct his advanced potions. However, he remained uncertain of the fruit's true nature, only able to surmise from its appearance that it belonged to the Zoan category. A devil fruit? Luo Yin, feigning ignorance, inquired, to which Xia Tali nodded emphatically. Indeed. Little Jean led us to a cavern, where this fruit was nestled within the crevices of the cave's walls. Little Jean? Luo Yin instinctively inquired, and Xia Tali nodded once more, gesturing towards the monkey perched on her left shoulder. It is this child, remarkably adept, This devil fruit holds considerable value. Luo Yin endeavored to suppress his evident yearning for the devil fruit, calmly accepting it from Mite's hands. Although Mite and Luo Yin traversed the same path, Mite, being merely at sequence 8, did not exhibit the extraordinary characteristics of the convergence law as prominently, resulting in a lack of desire for this fruit. We have lingered on this island for far too many days. It is time to set sail. Let us depart. How splendid it is to finally leave this wretched island. Upon hearing the announcement of their impending voyage, Rhoda immediately exclaimed, prompting Luo Yin to cast a surprised glance in his direction, remaining silent as he awaited Rhoda to elaborate. Captain, you cannot fathom the torment I have endured these past few days, constantly ambushed by the island's creatures. They have hurled stones at me and even attacked outright. Birds passing by have taken to defecating upon my head. I can no longer bear it. Is it possible that your misfortunes stem merely from your role as a provocateur? Luo Yin replied to Rhoda with a tone marked by indifference, causing Rhoda's expression to immediately sour. Captain, I am left with no choice. The creatures on the island have grown fearful. Upon sighting us, they flee. I can only utilize my abilities to render myself repugnant, ensuring that the animals do not perceive us and escape. Enough, enough. Let us set sail. Luo Yin interrupted Rhoda's complaints to announce the departure, and the four returned to the ship. Upon their arrival, they found the deck adorned with an array of cured meats. The radiant bird, Porter, stood upon a piece of meat, pecking at it with his beak and occasionally tearing off long strips along the grain. These provisions were the result of the hunting exploits of the trio over recent days. Having harvested in abundance, and with the day's catch too plentiful to consume, Luo Yin, unwilling to let anything go to waste, opted to cure the surplus with salt and let the sea breeze dry it on the deck. The results were impressive, remarkably. The initial pieces hung out had yet to spoil. Quickly now, prepare to set sail. Bring the fully dried meat into the kitchen and place the unfinished portions on the aft deck. Porter, since you've indulged the most, you must assist in the cleanup. As soon as they boarded, Shitali began issuing commands. Apart from Mit, who was at the helm, everyone else was required to pitch in, including Luo Yin. This time, the ship remained steadfast on its course, sailing directly towards Alabasta. Captain, Alabasta is already in sight. That day, Luo Yin was singing on the aft deck, with Shitali and Loda enthusiastically supporting him. Only Mit, having secured the ship's wheel, claimed the deck chair that Luo Yin had left on the foredeck. Porter, the lookout, descended from the mast, his voice cutting through Luo Yin's melody. Luo Yin came to a halt, gazing upwards at the circling Porter. Are you certain this is Alabasta? Can you see the sheep-headed ship? No, I cannot definitively say that this is the Alabasta you mentioned. However, ahead lies an enormous island. Perhaps it is not an island at all, but rather a vast expanse of desert. It must indeed be the Alabasta you speak of. Porter refrained from providing a conclusive answer, yet his demeanor instilled in Luo Yin a sense of assurance that they had indeed arrived at Alabasta. Excellent. Inform Mit, approach closer, but do not make landfall. Aye, Captain. Porter soared towards the foredeck, while Shitali regarded Luo Yin with a hint of confusion. Captain, are we not going ashore? While there is still some cured meat left, our supply of fresh fruits and vegetables has long been depleted. Would it not be prudent to replenish our stocks? We shall not go ashore. If you wish to ascend, you may do so, but I shall not accompany you. Luo Yin did not hesitate to decline Shitari's proposal. He had no choice but to refuse. As an extraordinary being of this path, he could not endure even a single day in the desert. But Shitari began to speak, yet her words trailed off unfinished. On the foredeck, Porter found Rada sprawled on a lounge chair, fast asleep, blissfully lost in a dream. A contented smile gracing his face. Wake up, wake up. The captain wants you to come over. Porter pecked at Mitter's nostrils. But Mitter merely twitched his nose and turned over. What do you mean come over? At a time like this, you should just pick me up. Mitter mumbled, his grin widening, infused with a cheeky sense of joy. Get up. Porter raised his voice and, curling his claws, landed a swift jab to Mitter's face. Oh. Mitter yelped, springing up from the lounge chair, instinctively touching his face only to find it stained with blood. What the hell? Stupid bird. What is wrong with you? As a member of a notoriously irate tribe, waking up in a foul mood combined with injury was enough to ignite his temper. However, Porter had evidently anticipated this reaction, having already elevated his body out of Mitter's reach by the time the latter screamed. What foolish dream were you having? The captain wants you to approach Alabasta but not dock, and to look for a ship with a ram's head. What? Alabasta? Mitter instantly forgot his anger. Striding forward a few steps, spotting land indeed appearing near the coastline ahead. Have we finally arrived at Alabasta? Wonderful. I've heard it's a member state of the world government, surely teeming with bustling cities, vibrant streets, and lovely ladies. Mitter grew increasingly animated, yearning to set foot on land immediately, while Porter's eyes, resembling dark beans, openly expressed disdain. You idiot! Didn't you just hear? The captain said no landing. What? What did you say? Why not land? Why? Mitter could barely contain his emotions. Had he been conversing with a human rather than a bird? He might have been throttling the other by now. How should I know? Go ask the captain. Why come to me? I'm merely relaying the captain's orders. Damn it. You silly bird. All you do is sleep and eat, and you don't even know this? What use are you? Mitter cursed Porter and hurriedly strode through the cabin to the aft deck, his anger now subsiding. Captain, Alabasta is just ahead. You said we wouldn't land. But do we not need to replenish our supplies? Luo Yin first nodded, then shook his head. It is not quite accurate to say so. Did you not acquire corresponding knowledge when you imbibed the sailor's potion? Sailors are remarkable beings intimately connected with the sea, shunning arid environments. Alabasta, after all, is a nation of deserts, and I shall not venture there. Mitt's gaze became noticeably vacant, and after a few movements of his lips, he suddenly clenched his teeth. Captain, I believe those challenges are surmountable. Extraordinary beings ought to challenge themselves and elevate their capabilities. Luo Yan's mouth slightly parted, and his eyes widened as if he were encountering Mitt for the very first time. You dare utter such words? Through their time together, Luo Yin had come to understand the personalities of his three subordinates. Xiaotali was meticulous and introverted, exuding a certain gentleness. Even when affected by the negative consequences of enchanted objects, she refrained from resorting to violence. Rhoda, on the other hand, was industrious, readily undertaking any task assigned to him, shouldering most of the physical labor aboard the vessel. Yet, he had a tendency to speak without thinking, often letting his tongue run wild. Mitt was more astute. Apart from steering the ship, he preferred to involve Rhoda and Xiaotali in his endeavors, lacking the demeanor of a noble-hearted individual. Captain, you underestimate me. I have grown quite a bit during this time, you know? Mitt replied, raising his head with a mix of indignation and pride. Luo Yin was nearly convinced. Yet at that moment, the somewhat simple-minded voice of Rhoda broke the silence. He. Might, it seems you can no longer contain yourself, yearning for Joy Street, are you? You claim you are inept in that regard. Going there would be utterly futile. Might, refusing to allow Rhoda to finish his sentence, delivered a punch that sent Rhoda flying, his nose bleeding profusely. Pooh, you scoundrel. I warned you to keep your mouth shut. One punch merely ignited Might's fury. He followed up with several more, leaving Rhoda with darkened eyes, a swollen head, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a sight so pitiful that even Luo Yin felt a twinge of sympathy. All right, Might, you must pause. Once we locate Luffy's ship and conclude my business, we shall spend a day on the island. Sure thing, Might exclaimed, shaking his bloodied fist with glee as he dashed into the cockpit to take the helm. Observing Rhoda still sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise, Luo Yin could not help but click his tongue. TSK, I must ask, why would you provoke someone with such a volatile temperament? Provoking an enraged individual? Are you truly seeking trouble? But Captain, I did not provoke Might. I merely spoke the truth. Ah, you are indeed well suited for this journey. Luo Yin found himself at a loss for words and chose silence instead. Xiaotali extracted a test tube containing a faintly pink liquid from her pocket and handed it to Rhoda. Upon receiving it, Rhoda uncorked the vial and consumed its contents in one swift motion. Instantly, the wounds on his face began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. No worries. Thanks to your willingness to be a test subject, the healing potion I concocted has improved by 60% compared to its initial efficacy, Xiaotali remarked, her eyes sparkling with a mix of amusement and perhaps a hint of mockery. Rhoda, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, rose to his feet, rather than being angered by Xiaotali's words. He found himself plunged into contemplation. Xiaotali, I've just had a thought. Could you possibly brew a potion to enhance my defensive capabilities? Enhance your defense? But didn't the captain provide you with a magical item for that purpose? It seems you've never utilized it whenever you're in a brawl. Xiaotali pointed out, sparking Rhoda's curiosity. Indeed, what is going on with you? I thought I had given you a magical item for protection. Why haven't you used it? Captain, you don't understand. Just think about it. If I were to use the magical item while being attacked by Mike, he might retaliate with his own magical item. And what if I fail to react in time and get killed? If I don't actively use the magical item, Mike can only resort to using his fists, which only results in superficial injuries. Besides, with shortages potions, I can recover swiftly. You make a valid point. Shortages conceded. Rhoda, I must admit I misjudged you. You're not as foolish as I thought. Given Rhoda's frequent beatings and his somewhat simple demeanor, it was surprising to discover his profound insight. Rhoda lifted his chin, feeling both proud and slightly offended. Captain, what do you mean by that? I'm not foolish. I'm quite clever, actually. All right, you should focus on recuperating, the captain instructed. Sure thing, Captain, Rhoda replied, scratching the back of his head as he entered the cabin and returned to his room. Lo Yin picked up the microphone once more, preparing to sing another tune, while Shortages remained ever supportive, perched on a small stool, eagerly awaiting his performance. Under Mike's guidance, the ship gradually approached Alabasta. But instead of continuing to sail around the island as Lo Yin had suggested, it halted less than 50 meters from the shore. Observing the ship's sudden stop, Lo Yin ceased his singing and turned toward the cabin. As expected, Mike came bounding over, a broad smile plastered across his face. Hey, Captain, didn't you mention wanting to locate Luffy in his ship? I just consulted the astrological sphere in the cockpit, and it revealed that if we remain here, we shall encounter Luffy's vessel in 4 days. Luo Yin suddenly realized and nodded, acknowledging, that's true. I had completely forgotten about that. In that case, let us halt here and drop anchor. Ah, very well. MIT, with a sheepish grin, inquired somewhat awkwardly, Captain, since we are anchoring, may I? This time, Luo Yin did not refuse. Before you proceed, consult your divination to ensure there are no dangers. With Luffy and the others in Alabasta, it signifies that this area has become rather perilous. Do your utmost to avoid being embroiled in it, for I possess no skills for battling in the desert. Luo Yin earnestly advised, while MIT's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness, a smile of uncontainable joy gracing his face. Captain, rest assured, I have already consulted the omens prior to my arrival. We shall land this evening and return before tomorrow afternoon, encountering no peril whatsoever. By the way, Captain, why not join us? After all, we will be landing at dusk, and the absence of sunlight will not cause any discomfort. We can revel in the festivities for a night and return tomorrow morning, thus avoiding the sun's most intense rays. As for me, I shall refrain from accompanying you. Lo Yin did not resolutely decline Miter's request, although Miter felt a twinge of regret. He did not press the matter further and returned to the cabin with a simple acknowledgement. To assert that Lo Yin harbored no thoughts at all would be a gross exaggeration. After all, at the tender age of 18 or 19, one is often filled with youthful vigor. However, as the captain, he was obliged to maintain a certain level of authority, and he had previously made it unequivocally clear that he would not be disembarking. To alter that stance for such triviality would be a source of great embarrassment. One he felt keenly. Thus, for the sake of pride, he resolutely chose to remain aboard. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Miter and Rhoda each shouldered a hefty backpack as they disembarked the ship. Miter paddled a small raft ashore to Alabaston, while Lo Yin stood at the rail, watching the pair depart with an air of confusion. Were these two merely going to celebrate the festival for a night? Why, then, were they burdened with such large, bulging packs? He had never visited such places, yet having lived 2 lives, he possessed a modicum of understanding. Typically, one need only bring money to such festivities. Never had he heard of anyone requiring additional items. After pondering this conundrum without arriving at any satisfactory conclusion, Lo Yin relinquished his thoughts and reclined back into his chair, relishing the cool evening sea breeze. Once the sun had fully set, the light bird, Porter, stood atop the cabin, radiating golden light and illuminating the entire vessel. This was Porter's role, to beseech for light and scatter its brilliance as night fell. Although such illumination was hardly conducive to rest, it did carry the advantage of drawing mosquitoes toward Porter. Captain, are you hungry? I've prepared a meal, Shitali announced, approaching with one hand cradling a large platter, which she set down beside the recliner. On the platter lay an enormous shrimp, weighing around 10 pounds. Luo Yin nodded slightly, propping himself up to indulge in the shrimp. For 2 individuals lacking culinary skills, steaming shrimp or crabs is considered a rather commendable choice. These delicacies possess a delightful flavor in their own right, requiring merely a thorough cleaning. In contrast, preparing fish entails intricate procedures, with various species demanding distinct methods, an endeavor far beyond the capabilities of Shitali and Luo Yin. Captain, they have all gone off to enjoy themselves. Why do you not join them? Shitali inquired casually, pulling a chair beside him and observing as he ate. Luo Yin narrowly avoided choking, forcefully swallowing the morsel in his mouth before coughing several times to regain his composure, then slightly raising his chin. Humph. Do I appear to be the sort of person who would frequent such places? I suppose you are right. After all, you are our captain, replied Zayatali, nodding in agreement as she lifted Luo Yin high. A twitch at the corner of his mouth hinted at his discomfort, feeling as if he were being held captive, and a pang of regret surged within him. What a blunder. Now I've put myself in this predicament. How can I ever show my face at Joy Street again? What a loss. Luo Yin silently lamented, yet maintained an air of pride upon her visage. By the way, Xia, have you eaten? Yes, I have already dined. Oh. After finishing his meal, Luo Yin enjoyed the sea breeze before returning to his room to rest. The following morning, upon rising, he plunged into the water and caught 2 large shrimps and 2 crabs for breakfast. For a son of the ocean, diving deep to gather seafood was a trivial task. While Luo Yin, Zayatali, and Porter were having breakfast on the foredeck, MIT and Rhoda appeared on the shore, calling out loudly, "Captain, Xia, we're back." Rhoda's somewhat rugged voice effortlessly reached Luo Yin's ears. Turning to look, Luo Yin saw the 2 of them still laden with bags. Moreover, behind them was a massive wooden cart piled high with goods, exceeding 2 meters in height, which left Luo Yin momentarily astonished. Weren't you supposed to be out for pleasure? How did you acquire so much? Hee. Captain, this time we didn't just indulge. We struck a significant deal. Well, Captain, could you lend us a hand? There's too much on this wooden cart, and we're afraid it will sink as soon as it hits the water. Luo Yin nodded slightly, gesturing towards the wooden cart from a distance. A tempest arose, sweeping away the items upon it, each one cascading down onto the deck of the ship. Once 2/3 of the cart's contents had been whisked away, Rhoda and Might finally pushed the cart into the water and swam to the side of the vessel. Luo Yin then manipulated the currents, lifting both individuals and the cart effortlessly onto the ship. Pray tell, what have you been up to? What are these items? Luo Yin cut straight to the chase, while MIT let out a chuckle and set down the hefty backpack on his back. As he unzipped it, a cascade of gleaming gold coins spilled forth. Captain, we've made a staggering 7,400,000 berries on this trip. After deducting the expenses for purchasing items for Xiaoxia, we still have 4,400,000 berries left. Impressive, isn't it? With that, MIT proudly lifted his chin, leaving Luo Yin both astonished and bewildered. What did you sell? How did you earn such a fortune? I haven't heard a whisper of it before. MIT's smile faded, his expression suddenly turning awkward as he licked his lips and glanced at Zayatali. Following his gaze, Luo Yin noticed that Zayatali's face had turned a deep crimson. Her lips parted slightly as she trembled before abruptly striding towards the wooden cart. I need to check the items I requested first. It was evident that Zayatali was reluctant to answer MIT's questions. Luo Yin then redirected his attention back to MIT, who had shed much of his earlier embarrassment and managed to regain his smile. It's nothing particularly special, just the potions concocted by Xiaoxia. Luo Yin suddenly comprehended the situation, his tone markedly elevated and his eyes widening with surprise. You ventured to the festival to sell potions that enhance certain abilities? He chuckled. Indeed, I must admit, Xiaoxia's potions are truly remarkable. Last night, I entertained 2 ladies in a single evening. Furthermore, although Rhoda often speaks without much thought, he possesses an extraordinary talent for promoting these potions. The attendees of the festival, be they soldiers, common folk, or pirates, were all immensely intrigued, clamoring to acquire them. Alas, we only brought 80 vials. At this juncture, Mitter displayed a look of regret. It appeared that those potions had been sold in remarkably short order. 80 vials netted over 7 million. Considering you also partook in their use, does that mean each vial cost around 100,000 berries? Such a price. And yet people are still willing to purchase them? Luo Yin's tone rose considerably once again. For the first time, he realized that conducting business in this world could be such a lucrative endeavor. Wait, am I not also engaged in commerce by selling potions? Just as he was marveling at how Might and his companions were profiting, it suddenly dawned on Luo Yin that he was indeed doing the same. And in comparison to the profit from potions, the margins on magical elixirs appeared even more substantial. The potions sold to dragons fetched a staggering 10 million berries per vial. However, he alone was aware that the cost of those potions amounted to little more than the price of a meal, with ingredients that could be procured from the market for the same. Yet, they commanded a value of 10 million. How delightful it is to engage in business. Luo Yin could not help but exclaim, while others listened to his words with a hint of confusion, yet none dared to inquire further. They had more pressing matters at hand: the distribution of wealth. A staggering 4 million berries had been amassed, with MIT and Rhoda each receiving a mere 1 million berries, while the remainder, along with the entire shipment of goods, belonged solely to Shatari. "You too. Assist me in transporting these items to the lowest compartment of the ship," Shatari commanded, her tone almost imperious. Despite having spent the previous evening in leisure, MIT and Rhoda exhibited no signs of fatigue and willingly obliged her request, leaving Lo Yin uninvolved. Although procuring potions was lucrative, after calculating the profits, he found himself dismissive of such a trifling sum. 3 days swiftly passed, during which MIT and Rhoda indulged in leisure 2 more times. After all, they were now flush with cash, and in this world, seeking pleasure was not only permissible, but quite commonplace. The seas were rife with pirates, particularly in the Grand Line, where danger lurked at every turn, making the pursuit of enjoyment a natural inclination once wealth was attained. During these 3 days, Shatari transformed the ship's aft deck, adorning it with numerous flower pots and planting a variety of flora. However, as the seeds were newly sown, it was insufficient time for them to sprout. Meanwhile, the lowest compartment, originally designated by Lo Yin for storing miscellaneous items, underwent a metamorphosis. A massive waterproof tarp was laid down, covering the entire floor, which was then filled with soil, creating an authentic garden where seeds were planted, and Porter's bird nest was relocated below. To Lo Yan's astonishment, Porter had consented to this arrangement. Typically, Porter and Shatari did not share a particularly amicable rapport, at least not as harmonious as his relationship with the other two. Lo Yin had not anticipated Porter's agreement, and his task in the lower compartment was simply to emit light, illuminating the tinder sprouts below. Although a multitude of plants had been cultivated, Shatari's daily life remained unchanged, not becoming more hectic. The care for these plants was primarily entrusted to the little golden monkey and the small white ferret, especially the golden monkey, who diligently watered and fertilized the plants, proving to be an exemplary gardener. Yet another sunlit day has dawned. After finishing his breakfast, Luo Yin strolled to the edge of the ship and stretched lazily. For 3 consecutive days, Might and Rhoda had obediently remained aboard, their vitality notably diminished from the relentless toil, prompting Shatari to issue them a warning. Furthermore, today marked the day foretold in the divination when they would encounter Luffy. As each second slipped by, noon swiftly approached. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed from afar, stirring commotion on land. Moments later, a ship adorned with a ram's head sailed towards Luo Yan's vessel, accompanied by pursuing Navy forces on the shore. However, lacking warships, they were unable to catch up. "Captain, Luffy's ship has arrived. Is the person you've been awaiting aboard?" Might expressed a mix of joy and reluctance upon sighting the ram-headed ship. The joy stemmed from finally seeing the long-awaited vessel after days of anticipation, while the reluctance arose from the impending departure, signaling a farewell to the vibrant Joy Street. Without needing Might's reminder, Luo Yin had already fixed his gaze on the Going Merry and immediately spotted Ace at the rail, using his powers to light a cigarette for Sanji. As Luo Yin squinted his eyes, he was about to speak when a call echoed from the Going Merry. "Hey, Luo Yin, is that you?" The voice belonged to Luffy, who was standing atop the ram's head, waving enthusiastically towards Luo Yin with an innocent, joyful smile illuminating his face. A smile graced Luo Yan's lips, his eyes reflecting the flash of lightning. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning surged towards Luffy. While Luo Yan's voice resonated in Luffy's ears, "This is not the place for idle chatter. First, you must shake off your pursuers." "How incredible!" I can actually hear Luo Yan's voice. Luffy was not startled by the sudden sound. Instead, he marveled at the enchantment of the moment. Shortly thereafter, the Going Merry began to alter its course, sailing deeper into the ocean, away from the shore. Luo Yin did not rush to follow. He remained where he was. With Ace confirmed to be present, there was no need for haste. Soon, Smoker arrived, accompanied by several marine soldiers, albeit a bit tardily, as their warship was not nearby. Despite his reluctance, he could only pause here, particularly since Ace was now aboard Luffy's ship. His pursuit would yield no victory. "Again, it's you?" Smoker's gaze suddenly fixed on Luo Yin, his tone suggesting a familiarity that implied they had encountered one another numerous times before. Luo Yin was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that the first words exchanged between himself and Smog would be this. "Do you know me?" Luo Yin chuckled lightly in response. unfazed by the fact that his interlocutor was a naval officer. After all, his ship bore no Jolly Roger. I took note of you back in Rogue Town. Not only do you know the Straw Hat Kid, but you are also acquainted with Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. Who, pray tell, are you? Huh, what is this? Do you think me an easy target, preparing to cast aspersions upon me before making an arrest? Loyan squinted at Smoker, feeling no fear of the man before him. Firstly, he had ascended to the 5th rank, and even a vice admiral could not capture him on the seas. Secondly, Smoker had yet to fully mature in his abilities. He was merely a colonel at this point. Even with the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, he was not significantly more formidable than an average rear admiral. Smoker scrutinized Loyan for an extended period, yet ultimately shook his head, showing no intent to attack. No, I merely wish to know who you are. My target is the Straw Hat Kid. Oh, I see. My name is Loyan, and I am an adventurer. Rest assured, my ship does not fly the Jolly Roger. Let us hope that is the case. Smoker averted his gaze, sheathed his weapon, and turned to leave with his subordinates. Loyan exchanged a knowing glance with Mitter, who understood and began to hoist the anchor, preparing to pursue the Going Merry. I expected that fellow would resort to violence, commented Shatari, who had been by Loyan's side. Her tone tinged with disappointment yet also relief. Why do you say that? Luo Yin gazed curiously at Shadowly, who shook her head and replied. Did that fellow not mention it? You are acquainted with Luffy, and also with Dragon. Luffy is relatively untroublesome, merely a pirate with a modest bounty. But Dragon is an entirely different matter. He is the man with a staggering bounty of 5 billion, having spent half a month with the Navy. Shadowly has gleaned some insights into the Revolutionary Army, understanding that Dragon is a figure loathed by the world government, his bounty reaching an astonishing 5 billion. Luo Yin chuckled softly and reclined back onto his chaise. If it were members of the CP organization, they might consider capturing me to extract information about the Revolutionary Army. However, they are the Navy, and the Navy does not concern itself with the affairs of the Revolutionary Army. I merely have an acquaintance with Dragon. I have committed no crime, and they possess no grounds to take action against me. Yet, I have heard that the Navy is subordinate to the world government. Shatari tilted her head in confusion, prompting Luo Yin to explain with a gentle laugh. The Navy and the world government are not synonymous. They differ in the present and will continue to do so in the future. Nevertheless, since the Navy is aware of my connection with Dragon, I must remain vigilant against the CP agents, for they are the true lackeys of the world government. After the Going Merry evaded its pursuers, it did not advance further but instead lingered upon the sea, awaiting Luo Yan's arrival. As Luo Yan's vessel approached, Luffy waved enthusiastically, calling out, Luo Yan, it's been ages. I never expected to encounter you here. Indeed, it has been a long time. However, I was already aware of your presence here, which is why I chose to anchor my ship and await your arrival, Luo Yin replied. Wait, you knew? Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had heard something utterly unbelievable. Although the others were surprised as well, their expressions remained relatively subdued, lacking such a dramatic reaction. At this moment, the distance between the two ships had dwindled to less than 5 meters, allowing Luo Yin to leap onto the deck of the Going Merry, greeting the others with a raised hand. Yes, I learned of your whereabouts in Alabasta through certain means. By the way, it seems you have found new companions. Luo Yan's gaze fell upon the diminutive Chopper, who, unacquainted with Luo Yan, appeared somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny. However, Luffy erupted into hearty laughter. Haha, indeed, this is Chopper, our esteemed ship's doctor. He is an exceptionally skilled physician. Indeed, Luo Yin concurred. Perhaps a discourse on medical practices with Shatari would be beneficial for both parties. Sounds great, Luffy replied without a moment's hesitation. The others, including Chopper himself, voiced no objections. After all, they were friends. Previously, Shatari had effortlessly healed Zoro, and an exchange of medical knowledge with such a remarkable individual was undoubtedly a coveted opportunity for Chopper. By the way, may I ask who this is? Indeed. Luo Yin was familiar with Ace, yet it was their first encounter. Thus he opted to feign ignorance and cast a glance towards Ace. Luffy, bursting with enthusiasm, threw an arm around Luo Yan's shoulders and cheerfully began the introduction. Heh, this is my brother Ace. Ace. This is my friend Luo Yin whom I met on Cocoa Island. Hello, and thank you for taking care of my brother, Ace said, standing tall and bowing formally to Luo Yin. Luo Yan's eyes sparkled with surprise. Ace? Fire Fist Ace? The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? You know me? Of course, the name Fire Fist Ace resonates throughout these seas. To be honest, My journey to the Grand Line was primarily to meet Whitebeard. I never expected to encounter the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates here. Going to see Pops? Ace's expression shifted to a more serious demeanor. What brings you to him? Just a small matter. I require a localized earthquake and tsunami for certain undertakings, so I hope to enlist Whitebeard's assistance. Ace nodded in understanding, but his brow soon furrowed slightly. Pops hasn't he been in good health lately? If you merely seek his help, he may decline, unless you are willing to join the Whitebeard pirates. However, I heard from Luffy that you are an adventurer and have no intention of becoming a pirate. Not in good health? I will bring my ship's doctor along. She is quite an exceptional physician. If her skills can improve Whitebeard's condition, I should be able to secure his assistance, correct? If you can indeed enhance Pop's state, then that would certainly be no issue. However, there are many skilled doctors within the Whitebeard pirates as well. Ace implied that if those esteemed doctors could not remedy the situation, it was unlikely that a doctor from elsewhere would succeed. Luo Yin discerned the underlying meaning in Ace's words. He refrained from engaging in an argument, and instead turned his gaze towards his ship. Shatari, having already received Luo Yan's earlier warning, promptly leaped aboard the Golden Mary. Although her physical constitution had previously been weaker than that of an average person after consuming potions on 2 occasions, coupled with the enhancements provided by her role as a beast tamer, Shatari's physical prowess had significantly surpassed that of ordinary individuals. This is my ship's doctor. I wonder if you could share some insights regarding Whitebeard's condition, so my doctor can make the necessary preparations, Luo Yan said. Ace furrowed his brow once more, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, their father bore old injuries and was advancing in age. Luo Yin nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards Shadowly, who, after contemplating for a brief moment while resting her chin on her hand, broke into a smile. While I cannot halt the inevitable process of aging, I am confident in my ability to mend old wounds, she declared. Can it truly be cured? Ace's face immediately reflected skepticism, but without elaboration. Shadowly produced a vial of pink liquid and handed it to him. This is a healing elixir. You may wish to give it a try. Ace was taken aback by her boldness, momentarily caught off guard. Nevertheless, he acted decisively, drawing a dagger and slicing it across his arm, blood gushing forth instantly. Luo Yin narrowed his eyes, swiftly utilizing his water manipulation abilities to control Ace's blood, gathering it into a vivid crimson orb that floated into his palm. Ace was not particularly concerned about losing his blood. He was merely astonished that Luo Yin could control it. In this realm, blood was merely blood, devoid of any deeper significance. For pirates, bleeding was a commonplace occurrence. How do I use this? Ace inquired. Just drink it directly, Shadowly replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Ace tilted his head back and consumed the entire contents of the vial. Almost instantaneously, the previously shallow wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, returning to a pristine state within mere seconds. Were it not for the slight remnants of blood at the site, one might have doubted the existence of the injury altogether. Ace's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never encountered such a miraculous potion capable of healing a bleeding wound in mere moments. Incredible. What is this? The awe and curiosity did not emanate from Ace alone, but also from Chopper, the ship's doctor. As a medical practitioner, he grasped the profound implications of what had just transpired more acutely than the others. Shadowly, noticing Chopper's inquiry, regarded him with a glimmer of enthusiasm in her eyes and a gentle smile gracing her lips. It is a potion. If you're interested, I can teach you how to concoct it later. However, due to certain constraints, you might only be able to produce a less effective version. Shadowly's elixirs were not mere recipes to be followed. They required specific, extraordinary abilities. Thus, even if Chopper were to learn the formula, achieving a perfect replication would remain unattainable, with inevitable discrepancies. Yet Chopper did not dwell on these complexities. Upon hearing that he could learn to brew such an extraordinary potion, his eyes sparkled with excitement. That is wonderful. Thank you. No need for thanks, Shadowly chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. Meanwhile, Sanji, standing nearby, appeared as though struck by an epiphany, his expression transforming into one of rapture. Shadowly, you are as beautiful as ever. I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting you to savor my culinary creations? Sanji gracefully approached Shadowly, bowing with utmost courtesy. With a smile, Shadowly nodded. Certainly, your dishes are delectable. I have missed them since the last time. Missed. It is my honor to evoke the memories of beautiful ladies. I shall certainly prepare more dishes that will leave you longing for them. Sanji was once again struck. his body swaying perilously close to collapse. Yet, he ultimately steadied himself and solemnly made a promise. Observing this, Luffy burst into laughter. Haha, in that case, let us hold a banquet. Oh, the Straw Hat crew responded in unison. This celebration was not solely in honor of bidding farewell to Luyan, but also to commemorate the reunion of Luffy and Ace. With the decision to hold the feast made, the atmosphere on the deck of the Going Merry instantly transformed into one of joy. Luyan commanded his crew to drop anchor, and everyone gathered on the Going Merry, including the radiant bird, Porter, the little golden monkey, and the small white ferret. Chitauri and Chopper conversed in a corner, with Chitauri imparting knowledge of potions to Chopper, while Chopper instructed Chitauri in conventional medicine. Both were earnestly engaged, seemingly regarding each other as mentors. Luffy reveled in the lively atmosphere of the banquet, singing and dancing with Usopp on the deck, eliciting laughter from the crowd. At that moment, Luyan suddenly interrupted the merriment and the dancing. How can a banquet be complete without song? Luffy. The latter's movements came to an immediate halt, and he nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Indeed, let us sing. With a jubilant shout, Luffy led the crew in singing the pirate song Bink Sake. Others joined in harmony, including Luyan. The melody rippled through the air, spreading into the distance. As all present became entranced by the song, fish of all sizes began to swirl around the Going Merry, leaping from the water as if celebrating the music resounding from the ship. Luo Yin distinctly sensed that his potion had been significantly consumed, far more than when he had previously sung alone, forcibly drawing the people aboard the ship to listen. As the banquet extended into the evening, Luo Yin and Zoro each cradled a jar of wine, leaning against the side of the ship, both somewhat dazed. Neither could recall how much they had imbibed, only that it was a considerable amount. However, they had not lost consciousness, merely feeling the effects of inebriation. Ace had also partaken generously, yet showed no signs of intoxication. He approached Luo Yin, handing him a letter along with a small, uneven piece of white paper, roughly the size of a fingernail. This is a letter I wrote to my father. If you take it, he will at least agree to meet you. This paper is the life card of my father's ship's doctor. It will assist you in locating my father's vessel. Hey, thanks a lot. Luo Yin had come for this purpose, and thus he did not hold back. He directly took the letter along with the life card and tucked them into his pocket. After clinking the wine jar with Zoro, he took a swig for himself. The banquet continued into the deep of night, and the guests became increasingly inebriated. Even Might and Rhoda, who had not consumed as much as Luo Yin, were feeling the effects of the alcohol, while only Chitauri remained sober, not due to an exceptional tolerance for liquor, but because she had refrained from drinking. Sanji had been serving her juice, and she simply did not have a penchant for alcohol. As the crew aboard the Thousand Sunny began to succumb to drunkenness one by one, Luo Yin and his companions prepared to return to their ship. Chitauri requested that Luo Yin lean on her shoulder, assisting him as they walked toward their vessel. Just when Luo Yin, who was already too intoxicated to keep his eyes open, passed by Ace, he suddenly lifted his head and insisted on halting his steps. Hey, Ace, how about you join us to meet Whitebeard? After uttering these words, Luo Yin lowered his head once more, reverting to his previously drunken demeanor. Ace chuckled and glanced at Chitauri. Do you need me to lend a hand? No, I can manage on my own. All right, just be careful. Ace nodded, choosing not to say more, dismissing Luo Yan's drunken ramblings entirely. Once everyone and the animals returned to the ship, Chitauri retrieved a potion from her room to sober Might and Rhoda. Just as she was about to offer the potion to Luo Yin, she noticed that he had already regained his composure. Despite the lingering flush on his cheeks, his eyes were clear, revealing no trace of intoxication. Set sail. Suddenly, Luo Yin issued an order, leaving MIT stunned after just consuming the sobering potion. Captain, are we setting sail now? Shouldn't we wait until tomorrow to bid farewell to the Straw Hats? Not necessary. We shall depart tonight. Understood. Although MIT was perplexed by his captain's urgency, he felt an undeniable sense of authority in Luo Yan's serious demeanor and refrained from further inquiries, hastily making his way to the cockpit. The tyrant exerted a formidable pressure from higher to lower ranks, a display that was typically subdued. However, once serious, Luo Yin could instill a psychological weight upon MIT, an involuntary skill he himself could not control. As MIT entered the cockpit, Rod, with remarkable synchronization, raised the anchor while the little golden monkey and the white ferret untied the ropes securing the sails. With the sails unfurling, Luo Yan's vessel began its journey towards the predetermined course. Once the Going Merry had receded to a mere speck on the horizon, Luo Yin made his way to the aft deck, his gaze complex as he watched the ship gradually vanish. "Captain, what sorrows cloud your heart?" Shatari's voice suddenly resonated behind him, causing Luo Yin to flinch as if startled, turning to face her. "I am not sorrowful. No, you are indeed sorrowful. You conceal it well, showing little outward sign, yet the hue of your aura does not lie." Luo Yin opened his mouth, then soon. The insight of a pharmacist is indeed superior to that of a sailor. Since they are already far apart, there is no harm in speaking it aloud. Ace is truly a commendable individual, yet alas, he is destined to perish. "What do you mean?" Xiatari's expression shifted slightly. Yet she could not grasp the meaning behind Luo Yan's words. Luo Yan fell silent for a moment, casting another glance towards the direction of the Moby Dick, which had now vanished beneath the horizon. Ace's journey was intended to hunt down the traitor of the Whitebeard pirates, Marshal D. Teach. However, Ace was no longer a match for Teach, and his expedition now seemed fraught with peril. Shatali parted her lips in surprise, suddenly recalling something, her expression shifting to one of realization. "So it was you who invited Ace to meet Whitebeard?" "Indeed, but alas, he declined." Luo Yin spread his hands, shrugging in resignation. Shatari lowered her head in silence for a moment, biting her lip before lifting her gaze back to Luo Yin. "If that is the case, why do you not articulate your thoughts more directly? If you could elucidate the intricacies involved." Before Shatari could finish her sentence, Luo Yin raised his hand to interrupt her. "For me, this is the optimal outcome." "The optimal outcome," Shatari echoed softly. Yet she remained perplexed by the meaning behind his words. Observing her confusion, Luo Yan's tone suddenly softened as he reassured her. "All right, do not overthink it. In time, you will come to understand, and it will not be long." Shatari nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer, and shifted the topic. "By the way, Captain, I have fully digested the Beast Tamer's potion from yesterday." What?" Luo Yin doubted his own hearing. It was beyond his imagination that Shatali could digest the Beast Tamer's potion in less than a month. Shatali earnestly nodded and reiterated her earlier statement. "I completed the digestion of the Beast Tamer's potion yesterday." "Hiss, what on earth have you done? How could you achieve this so swiftly?" Luo Yin could not help but gasp in surprise, earnestly inquiring about the matter, for he was now exceedingly eager regarding the digestive potion. Xiatali tilted her head in contemplation, but ultimately shook it in denial. "I haven't done much. I merely assigned tasks to Xiao Jin and Xiao-Bai each day. Then I noticed that the digestive potion was being consumed at an astonishing rate. I had assumed that the potions for beast tamers were inherently more digestible." How bold of you to utter such words." Luo Yan's lips twitched slightly. Just as he was about to utter something further, he noticed the little golden monkey approaching with a watering can specifically designed for nurturing plants. With meticulous care, it watered the flower pot, where the seeds had finally sprouted, growing green shoots approximately half a centimeter tall. "It appears that your little monkey possesses quite the talent for cultivating flowers and greenery, does it not?" Luo Yan subtly shifted the topic, and Xiatali nodded, a hint of a smile gracing her face. The little golden monkey's kind was naturally inclined to cultivate flowers and grasses, as evidenced during their time on the island. Back then, they merely gathered seeds and sowed them at the appropriate times, relying solely on fate for their growth, without the means to water or weed. Summon Rhoda, Mitter, and Porter. Such a momentous occasion as your promotion deserves to be shared with them. I shall assist you in concocting potions." "Very well, thank you, Captain." Xiatali joyfully stepped into the cabin, while Luo Yin returned to his room to prepare a vial of vampire potion for her. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he proceeded to brew a farmer's potion and then opened another container filled with extraordinary materials, selecting additional potion ingredients. The little golden monkey's care for the flora prompted Luo Yin to realize that he need not solely seek out individuals to consume the potions. He could also administer them to animals, much like Porter. Moreover, both the little golden monkey and the little white ferret were tamed creatures. Thus their ingestion of potions could be facilitated, making them less prone to losing control than Porter. Given that Porter had managed to handle a direct consumption of a Sequence 8 potion, there was no reason to believe that the two animals could not withstand it as well. The farmer's potion was naturally intended for the little golden monkey, as it was already engaged in nurturing the plants, and Luo Yin felt it inappropriate to compel it to undertake other tasks. As for the potion suitable for the little white ferret, he contemplated carefully, taking into account the type of extraordinary being needed aboard the ship at present. After a thorough contemplation lasting nearly 3 minutes amidst a plethora of extraordinary traits, Luo Yin ultimately decided to concoct a potion for the arbiter. Although he already possessed the light-imbued bird, a being inclined towards support, he yearned for an additional ally of a similar nature aboard his vessel. In truth, Luo Yin held a greater desire for an attorney rather than an arbiter. However, he was limited to the materials for the barbarian potion of Sequence 8. While he possessed all the requisite materials from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7 for the arbiter, and even had one of the primary materials for Sequence 6 at his disposal, which led him to opt for the arbiter instead, Luo Yin left the room and made his way to the foredeck, where all the members of the ship, including several animals, had congregated. Upon seeing Luo Yin holding 3 vials of potion, astonishment spread across their faces, yet no one uttered a word. Luo Yin did not immediately distribute the potions. Instead, he cast a sweeping glance around before allowing his gaze to settle on the duo of Might and Rhoda, who stood closely together. "How have you two fared in digesting your potions?" Luo Yan's tone was exceedingly flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet Miter could not help but shudder. "Captain, I have already digested 1/3. Rhoda seemed oblivious to the tension in the atmosphere, chuckling as he replied, I'm halfway through. 1/3 halfway. Just look at others, and then at yourselves. You both consumed the potion around the same time, yet the disparity is so pronounced. Especially you, Miter. What is the matter with you?" Miter lowered his head, too intimidated to even breathe, let alone explain. Rhoda finally sensed the gravity of the situation, his smile fading as he swallowed hard. From tomorrow onward, both of you will earnestly focus on digesting the potion. Stop daydreaming about trivial matters. Miter, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?" Miter trembled once more, nodding his head vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. "Yes. I understand, Captain. Don't just pay lip service. Stop thinking about women all the time. Look how honest Rhoda used to be, and now you've led him astray. If you are so intent on pursuing women, once my business is settled, I'll provide you with the funds to marry a wife. You need to seriously collect your thoughts." Miter, head bowed, instantly changed countenance, abruptly lifting his gaze with a hint of trepidation in his voice. "No, Captain, you cannot do this." Luo Yin was momentarily taken aback, and for a fleeting instant, he even doubted whether he had misheard. "What? Listen carefully. I am suggesting you marry a wife, not that I intend to castrate you." "Indeed, Captain, I heard you clearly, yet I am not inclined to marry." "Why is that?" At this juncture, MIT remained unperturbed, slightly raising his chin, exuding an air of pride. "Captain, you may not be aware, but during the Festival of Joy, there is a plethora of women available. Provided the price is right, they will line up for you to choose from." "Oh, I must tell you. Just the other day, stop. Cease your rambling. I inquired as to why you do not wish to marry, not what you were prattling on about." Upon noticing the conversation veering towards inappropriate subjects, Luo Yin swiftly intervened, forcibly redirecting the discourse. MIT could only cease his verbose musings, helplessly spreading his hands. "Captain, is this not evident? Once I marry, my days of revelry at the festival will be over. No matter how beautiful a wife may be, there inevitably comes a time when one grows weary, and she too will age. I am rather devoted, preferring girls between the ages of 17 and 22. Luo Yin emitted a sound akin to a cough from deep within his lungs, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "Forget it. Do as you please." Ultimately, Luo Yin acquiesced, resolving to no longer concern himself with MIT's affairs, and turned his gaze towards Shatari. "Here, these 3 potions, one is for you. The vampire potion of Sequence 7, the other 2, one is for the cultivator, for your monkey to consume, and the other is the arbiter's potion, meant for your ferret." Shatari paused, her hand poised to receive the potions, her eyes widening slightly as her lips parted in surprise. "Vampire?" "Indeed, just as the potion's name suggests. Once you ingest this vial, you will transform into a true vampire." Shatari bit her lip, swallowing hard, her hand lowering slightly. "To become a vampire, does one need to drink blood?" Luo Yin nodded, his expression taking on a more serious demeanor. "Indeed, upon your transformation into a vampire, human sustenance will no longer be a necessity. Rather, you will find yourself drawn to the essence of spiritual blood. For instance, the blood of humans, though, for mere sustenance. The blood of livestock such as cattle and sheep may suffice. However, such a diet cannot be sustained in the long term, lest you become weakened." This. Shatali found herself momentarily ensnared in confusion. Just moments ago, She had been eagerly anticipating what her sequence 7 would entail, but upon discovering the truth, she was now engulfed in trepidation. In her understanding, vampires were creatures of legend, often associated with malevolence, and she had never fathomed that she would one day become such a nefarious being. Luo Yin tilted his head, expressing his perplexity through a nasal tone. Xiatali appeared as though startled, her body trembling slightly. She then bit her lower lip tightly, gazing at Luo Yin with a hint of grievance. Captain, do you wish for me to consume this vial of potion? Isn't that a redundant question? I certainly do not wish for you to drink it. What purpose would that serve in my concocting it? Xiatali's complexion suddenly turned ashen, her gaze vacant, her voice transforming into a dreamy murmur. I had presumed that the apothecary leaned towards righteousness. Upon observing her demeanor, Luo Yin recognized the underlying issue. Have you perhaps misunderstood something? It is also my fault for not articulating clearly. This vampire is not the kind you envision. The quantity of blood required is rather minimal. Perhaps just 1 or 2 cups a day. Furthermore, if the sole purpose is to stave off hunger, consuming ordinary food is entirely acceptable. The primary function of drinking blood is to prevent weakness. As for the source of blood, one can simply procure it from a hospital. Xiatali's eyes suddenly regained their focus, as if she had come back to life. Is that truly the case? Why would I deceive you? Moreover, vampires are immortal beings, possessing a lifespan of approximately 300 years, and they enhance your beauty. You will only begin to age at the twilight of your life. In other words, after consuming this potion, you will become more beautiful than you are now, and this allure will endure for at least 2 centuries. Xiatali's eyes widened once more astonished than when she first learned of her impending transformation into a vampire. Not only she, but also Miter and Rhoda gazed in disbelief. Captain, why didn't you mention this earlier? Had you done so, I would have chosen this path as well. Naturally, it was Rhoda who spoke up, unafraid of inciting Luo Yan's ire, launching into a complaint. Luo Yan's lips twitched, nearly yielding to the impulse to kick him. What business is it of yours? If you desire immortality, focus on assimilating the potion. Once you ascend to sequence 4, you too can live for several centuries. Now cease this incessant chatter. Is that true? Captain, sequence 4 grants one several centuries? How many centuries exactly? Rhoda's eyes sparkled with excitement, completely disregarding the irritation in Luo Yan's tone. Luo Yan couldn't help but twitch his lips, but then considered that this might indeed motivate these two, and he patiently began to explain. Ordinary, extraordinary beings, upon reaching sequence 4, can expect to live for approximately 2 to 3 centuries, while sequence 3 generally allows for 5 centuries. As for Xiao's path, sequence 4 can extend life to 1,000 years. I'm not entirely certain about sequence 3, but it is assuredly a long duration. 1,000 years? Captain, are you out of your mind? Why didn't you choose this path? In the depths of his heart, Luo Yin was filled with indignation, yearning to deliver a few sharp slaps. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself, taking several deep breaths to calm his turbulent emotions. For upon reaching sequence 2, the concept of time ceased to hold any significance. As long as one remained unscathed, death was merely a theoretical notion. Moreover, with adequate preparation, even in the event of demise, resurrection was not an impossibility. Is that truly the case? Captain, surely you jest. To hell with you. Luo Yin ultimately succumbed to his emotions, delivering a forceful kick to Rhoda's chest, sending him tumbling into the sea. This act of release brought a sense of tranquility to Luo Yan's heart as he turned his gaze back to Shitali. Have you made your decision? Would you care to indulge? At this moment, Shitali had cast aside her indecision and nodded resolutely. Very well. Since the captain desires me to become a vampire, I shall embrace that fate. Luo Yin nodded gently and handed the potion to Shitali. She accepted the 3 vials, first distributing them to her 2 tame creatures, and then tilted her head back to gulp down the vampire potion in one swift motion. The creatures did not immediately consume their potions. Instead, they held them in their grasp, gazing intently at their mistress. Shitali let out a cry of agony, her flowing silver hair rising as if stirred by an unseen wind. Her eyes became bloodshot, taking on a menacing crimson hue, while her fingernails elongated ominously. She bent over, her face contorted in anguish, her entire being radiating profound suffering. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Yin felt his heart involuntarily rise, his attention fixated on Xiatali, completely oblivious to the fact that Loda had already crawled back from the sea. The inky mist seemed to emanate from Xiatali's very pores, gradually enveloping her form. Suddenly, a pair of bat-like wings unfurled behind her, scattering the dark mist in a violent flurry. As Xiatali gasped for breath, her condition slowly stabilized. Her features became increasingly delicate, her figure more alluringly contoured. Yet, she appeared slightly more youthful than before, with the crimson of her sclera drawing ever closer to her pupils, rendering them eternally red. At this moment, her already striking beauty reached new heights. Observing this transformation, Luo Yin exhaled in relief, for it signified that Xiatali's ascension had been successful. Just then, Xiatali abruptly hurled the vial that had contained the potion, and with a mere gesture, 5 beams of black light surged forth, shattering the bottle into fragments. With a powerful beat of her wings, she soared into the sky, circling once before gracefully returning to the deck. Her expression dazed as if she could hardly believe the power she now possessed. Is this what it means to be a vampire? Far surpassing even beast tamers. She murmured softly. At that moment, Luo Yin let out a light chuckle. Indeed, at the 7th tier, the strength of a vampire ranks among the elite, capable of defeating even some at the 6th tier. Before Luo Yin could finish his words, Xiatali had already leaned closer to him, tilting her head and twitching her delicate nose. What are you doing? Luo Yin, who had little experience with girls, found himself at a loss. With Xiatali now even more enchanting than before and exhibiting such flirtatious behavior, he could hardly bear it and instinctively took a step back. Captain, your blood smells exquisite. Luo Yin finally comprehended the situation. Vampires require blood imbued with spirituality. The blood of extraordinary beings inherently possesses a greater abundance of spirituality compared to that of ordinary individuals. Thus, in this realm, the individual whose blood is most saturated with spirituality is undoubtedly Luo Yin, a sequence 5. It is no surprise that Xiatali finds it enticing. Very well, I understand. I shall provide you with my blood later. For now, have your pet consume the potion. Luo Yin found himself unable to refuse. For it was he who had set forth the course for Xiatali's departure. It was he who had just persuaded her to consume the vampire potion. And now that she required blood, it was inconceivable to deny her. Upon receiving the promise, Xiatali's face immediately brightened with a smile as she began to utilize her beast-taming abilities to assist her 2 pets in enduring the potion. The little golden monkey adapted to the potion more swiftly than the little white ferret, which, after recovering from the potion's initial impact, stood with an air of majesty. Success! Xiatali exclaimed with joy. Luo Yin nodded, picking up the remaining 2 vials to return to the room for safekeeping. Meanwhile, the chastened MIT returned to the cockpit, refraining from prancing around in Luo Yin's presence. The kicked Rhoda, displaying a keen sense of awareness, also retreated to his room to rest. Though he spoke bluntly, he was not devoid of intelligence, understanding well when to keep a low profile. After much internal conflict, Luo Yin finally arrived at the door of Xiatali's room and knocked. Come in, Xiatali's melodious voice resonated from within. As Luo Yin entered, he beheld Xiatali seated on a small chair, meticulously grooming a small white ferret. The ferret, seemingly in bliss, squinted its eyes and appeared to be on the verge of slumber. Captain, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for quite some time, she exclaimed. Abandoning the ferret upon seeing Luo Yin, she promptly stood up and arranged a finely crafted goblet, a small dagger, and a vial of healing potion upon the table. Captain, would you prefer to proceed on your own, or shall I assist you? You have certainly prepared thoroughly. Luo Yin, with a sense of resignation, shook his head and took a seat at the table. He deftly employed a small dagger to make an incision on his wrist, allowing the vivid crimson blood to flow freely into the goblet before him. Utilizing his ability to manipulate water, he facilitated the outpouring of blood, swiftly filling the glass to about 70%. Though at that moment he did not exhibit overt signs of excessive blood loss. The sudden release of such a quantity rendered his complexion somewhat pallid. Sensing it was sufficient, Luo Yin promptly staunched the flow, seized a nearby healing potion, and drained it in one swift motion. Rising to his feet, he declared, I shall return to rest now. It is time for you to retire as well. In any case, I shall take my leave. Luo Yin initially intended to suggest that you should retire for the night as well, but suddenly realized that Xiatali had already become a vampire, belonging to the realm of nocturnal creatures, and thus refrained from completing his thought. Captain, might I escort you back? Xiatali rose, eager to assist, but was gently halted by Luo Yin's raised hand. No need, I am not so frail yet. I shall take my leave. With that, Luo Yin exited the room, deftly closing the door behind him. Xiatali picked up the goblet filled with blood, first giving it a gentle swirl, then bringing it to her nose to inhale deeply, her eyes narrowing as she seemed to savor the aroma. The following day, before even opening his eyes, Luo Yin was beset by a throbbing headache. Having consumed copious amounts of wine at the banquet and indulged in a goblet of blood, he now felt both light-headed and weak, as though he had suffered a severe illness. Ugh, it seems I must learn to drink less in the future. Luo Yin stirred and sat up, intending to rest a while longer until his headache eased before rising. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Who is it? Come in. The door is unlocked. The door swung open to reveal Xiaodali, who entered bearing a large tray. Captain, I have brought you something to eat. Even before she drew near, the tantalizing aroma reached Luo Yan's senses. The tray held a sizable jar and a plate, the latter adorned with a piece of pan-seared fish, while the jar contained a seafood congee crafted from an array of marine delicacies and rice. Oh, thank you. Just place it on the table, and I shall eat once I freshen up. Certainly, Captain. I have also prepared a potion for you. Do remember to take it. Xiaodali set the tray upon the table in Luo Yan's quarters and retrieved a green vial from her pocket, placing it beside the tray. Luo Yan instinctively nodded, but soon recalled something, hastily inquiring, "This potion isn't meant for replenishing blood, is it?" "Indeed, you lost a considerable amount of blood last night, so it is only natural to replenish it today. Rest assured, I shall prepare the potion for you daily," replied Xiaodali with a somewhat playful tone. Luo Yan's lips twitched slightly, yet he found himself unable to articulate a response, ultimately resigning himself to a nod. In a small nation by the West Sea, the local resistance forces, alongside the revolutionary army that had come to their aid, had pushed the royal guards back to their last stronghold after a night of fierce combat. With the stronghold within their grasp, a successful breach would enable them to storm the royal palace. However, this stronghold was remarkably fortified, having withstood 2 successive charges from the resistance. "Our casualties are too severe. We can no longer organize another charge. This is infuriating," the leader of the resistance lamented during a conversation with a member of the Revolutionary Army in a makeshift encampment. The man, clad in silver armor and draped in a red cloak, sported golden hair and a beard, with a scar etched at the corner of his left eye. His eyes, bloodshot and rimmed with red from a sleepless night, betrayed his exhaustion. If circumstances permitted, he would prefer to lead the resistance into battle himself. Yet, he could not do so, for he was the supreme commander of the resistance. Should he fall, the movement would be left leaderless. Although the Revolutionary Army remained, he did not wish for his forces to be subsumed by them. He aspired to guide the people of this nation in overthrowing the existing regime. The revolutionary soldier, with sunken eyes and pronounced dark circles, was also deprived of sleep. In contrast to the resistance, the Revolutionary Army had suffered minimal losses, as the resistance had not garnered full trust within the nation. Consequently, the resistance's role in this conflict had been limited to strategic and logistical support, without direct engagement with the enemy. Suddenly, as the revolutionary soldier prepared to respond, a telephone bug on the table emitted a distinctive sound. He promptly picked up the receiver. "This is Roland." I am Long's voice was remarkably calm, yet Roland was taken aback, hastily rising to stand at attention, as if Long were present before him rather than on the other end of the line. "Mr. Long, do you have any orders? How is the situation on your end?" "The final stronghold is proving difficult to breach. Both charges from the resistance have been repelled, and our casualties are significant. Hand the telephone bug to Miyurka." "Understood." Roland, not daring to delay, promptly extended the receiver to the leader of the resistance beside him. The leader, swallowing hard, accepted the microphone after a moment of hesitation. "I am Miyurka. I am Long. It seems your offensive is not proceeding smoothly. Do you require assistance from the Revolutionary Army?" Long's tone remained steady. Yet Miyurka felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his hand trembling uncontrollably as he held the receiver. "What is the cost?" "After breaching the royal palace, the king must be delivered alive to me, and if there are any devil fruits in the palace treasury, they should be sold to me at a discounted price." "Given to you?" Miyurka was momentarily taken aback, seemingly struggling to comprehend the situation. At that moment, the voice of the dragon echoed from the telephone bug. "I have arrived." With a crash, Roland hastily stood up, causing the chair beneath him to topple and colliding with a cup on the table. However, he was too preoccupied to care about such trivialities, immediately rushing outside to survey the surroundings. Miyurka was also startled, firmly pressing the receiver against the back of the telephone bug, and quickly followed Roland. The two soon spotted the dragon, cloaked in black robes. at an elevated position adjacent to their base. "Mr. Dragon," Roland instinctively called out, but the dragon did not turn. Nevertheless, his voice resonated in their ears. "Organize the troops. Once the fortress gates open, charge in." "The gates will open?" Both were puzzled, and just then, the sound of fierce gunfire erupted once more. They both turned their gaze towards the fortress, where a man with brown hair, bare-chested and muscular, was single-handedly charging at the fortress, dousing the corpses on the ground with water from a bowl he held. He moved with agility, evading most bullets, yet many still struck him. However, none of the bullets penetrated his flesh. His skin was as resilient as steel, sparking upon impact. He quickly advanced to within 20 meters of the fortress gates, where the corpses were sparse and scattered. The water in his bowl had been entirely splashed out. Gradually, he came to a halt, and the corpses that had been doused began to rise slowly, their eyes vacant and lifeless, resembling animated corpses. "The corpses are standing up," someone shouted from the fortress, causing chaos among the defensive forces, and the gunfire intensified, now aimed not at the muscular man, but at the staggering animated corpses. The transformation of corpses into animated ones did not enhance their defense. Bullets could still pierce their bodies. Yet, this did not deter their unsteady advance. Even if their heads were blown apart, they continued to move forward resolutely, for they had long ceased to live. Just as all defensive attention was drawn to the animated corpses, the heavy metallic gates of the fortress swung open, revealing a woman clad in a knee-length beige dress and a white blouse, adorned with black round-framed glasses. Her right hand was gloved, leaving her fingers exposed. "Bastard!" Before the woman could completely push open the grand door, a furious shout erupted from behind her, followed by the appearance of a towering man, nearly 3 meters tall. Wielding a spiked hammer, he lunged forward, raising the massive weapon, 3 times the size of the woman's head, and aimed a devastating blow toward her. As if intent on reducing her to mere pulp, the woman instinctively turned her head, but the opportunity to evade had already slipped away. Yet, at that moment, a robust man, heavily furred, emerged from the shadows cast by the woman, brandishing a great axe. The sudden turn of events caught the 3-meter man off guard. The burly man struck his arm with the axe, severing it cleanly. The hand clutching the hammer, along with the weapon, continued its downward trajectory due to inertia, only to be sent flying by a kick from the stout man. The 3-meter man, both astonished and enraged, took a half-step back to regain his balance. However, the burly man offered no respite, swiftly drawing a cold gleam across the 3-meter man's neck, sending his head soaring into the air amidst a spray of blood. "Charge!" cried the muscular man as he raised a bowl high. The once unsteady living corpses suddenly became agile, surging into the now open metal gate, followed closely by the rebels. The fortress was quickly overrun, and the sounds of battle echoed through to the palace. Long observed the unfolding chaos, his expression devoid of joy, instead shadowed by a profound gravity, his eyes veiled in a shroud of foreboding. "Extraordinary beings, miraculous artifacts. Luo Yin, on which side will you ultimately stand?" Long had come here specifically to lead the extraordinary into real combat. The trio that had just breached the fortress were indeed those who had consumed the elixir, wielding miraculous items as they effortlessly overcame the rebel stronghold, which had long resisted siege, thus validating the potency of the potion. Yet, this was precisely Long's concern. He had witnessed the potential of this suddenly emerging system. However, thus far, Luo Yin had not made his position clear. Despite having expressed goodwill toward the revolutionary army and having somewhat swayed Long with his previous words, it was still insufficient. Luo Yin remained a presence to be wary of, unless one day he undertook actions that threatened the world government. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Yan's ship had been adrift at sea for a month. Thanks to Mitt's daily astrological readings for navigation, they had encountered no foes nor docked at any islands during this time, sailing directly toward their destination, shortages archipelago. After all, Whitebeard's pirate crew now occupied the New World, and reaching it necessitated a stop at shortages archipelago for ship coating. One day, having grown weary from singing, Luo Yin reclined on a deck chair, a concoction of spiced liquor resting beside him. Previously, he had enjoyed fruit juice, but after a month adrift, the fruits had long been consumed, leaving him with only the diluted wine meant for hydration. Of course, the ship did not solely contain alcohol for drinking. There was also a considerable supply of fresh water. However, most of the fresh water had been appropriated by Shitali for nurturing her flowers and plants, and a portion of what remained was reserved for cooking, leaving scant supply for drinking. Fortunately, during the rains, Luo Yin could effortlessly harness his abilities to collect rainwater, ensuring that with each downpour, the freshwater reserves on the ship would be replenished, alleviating any concerns about scarcity. Boom. Just as Luo Yin was basking in the sunlight, contemplating whether to sing a little longer or take a dip in the sea, a thunderous roar erupted, and the vessel was suddenly rocked by violent tremors. A palpable sense of danger emanated from the ocean, causing Luo Yin to feel every hair on his body stand on end, and an instinctual alarm of peril blared within him. Luo Yin suddenly rose to his feet, raising his hand in a swift motion as the trident, which had been resting in the corner, was swept up by a gust of wind and fell into his grasp. At that moment, the others hurriedly gathered around him. "Captain, our ship is under attack." From beneath the sea, Might promptly reported the situation, and Luo Yin nodded, his expression gravely serious. "This is a perilous adversary. Exercise utmost caution. Xia, if the situation escalates, take your pet and flee. I will handle the rest. It seems our ship may not withstand this assault." "Yes, I understand," Xiao Ali replied, refraining from saying more. Dark energy emanated from her, coalescing behind her into a pair of ebony bat wings, ready for flight at a moment's notice. At this moment, Luo Yin's expression was grave, tinged with a hint of hesitation and inner turmoil. He bore no magical items on his person, having left them all in his room. Faced with the imminent threat of a formidable enemy, it would undoubtedly be prudent to arm himself with sufficient magical artifacts. However, he feared that the moment he stepped into the cabin, the lurking adversary concealed beneath the depths of the sea would launch an attack, potentially obliterating the vessel. If he remained aboard, perhaps he could intervene and thwart the impending disaster. Fortunately, the enemy did not allow Luo Yin to linger in doubt for long. Within mere seconds, the surface of the ocean suddenly bulged, a massive swell of water cascading downward, thrusting the ship backward. The bulging water quickly receded, revealing a colossal sea creature. This being possessed a bird-like head adorned with a mane of crimson around its neck, its body resembling that of a sea serpent, while its underbelly boasted 3 claw-like appendages. Its overall appearance was anything but natural, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of disparate forms. Yet Luo Yin understood that such a creature did indeed exist. This sea leviathan was immense. Even the portion of its head and neck that emerged above the water towered over 10 meters, with a vast shadow lurking beneath the surface, suggesting an overall length exceeding 100 meters. With a piercing cry reminiscent of a bird's shrill call, the creature tilted its head back, then suddenly lowered it to gaze at Luo Yin's ship, or perhaps at Luo Yin himself. Its eyes, sharp and hawk-like, became bloodshot, exuding palpable hostility that was unmistakable to all present. Shatari, feeling the weight of that fierce gaze, instinctively took a small step back. How could this be? Such a sea creature was not supposed to inhabit the doldrums. How could it possibly emerge in this location? Luo Yin lifted his gaze to meet that of the Sea King, a smile gradually unfurling at the corners of his mouth. He could sense an exhilarating resonance, as if it emanated from the very depths of his soul, a magnetic allure born of the extraordinary convergence before him. "I understand the reason. This creature is drawn to me. I will divert its attention while you seize the opportunity to sail away." Yet, the captain, Shatari, instinctively sought to dissuade him. But her words faltered midway, unable to escape her lips, for it appeared that this was the only viable choice. Otherwise, they would be left to await their ship's destruction and the loss of lives. "Porter, assist me," Luo Yin called out without looking back. The porter, now considerably larger than when they first boarded the ship, trembled slightly, its eyes, resembling black beans, betraying an unmistakable fear. Yet, it obeyed the command, flapping its wings and alighting upon Luo Yin's shoulder. Luo Yin soared into the sky, veering towards the side of the ship. The sea creature's gaze remained fixed upon him, and upon witnessing his ascent, it immediately followed suit, parting the waters to grant the vessel passage. Previously, the creature had refrained from an impulsive attack, sensing the latent threat posed by the individuals aboard the ship. At that moment, numerous people and animals were present, but now Luo Yin had ventured out alone. Although he was the most formidable threat, he was also the very entity the creature yearned for, and thus it could no longer restrain itself. Without warning, a column of water erupted from the surface of the sea, obstructing Luo Yin's path. He halted mid-flight, turning to confront the sea creature. With a piercing cry, the creature's ferocity intensified as it opened its massive beak, intending to swallow Luo Yin whole. In that split second, a fierce gale erupted, and Luo Yin, akin to a leaf caught in the tempest, deftly evaded the creature's deadly bite. "Porter, caw," Luo Yin let out a powerful shout, prompting Porter to emit an instinctual bird call. A radiant golden light burst forth from its being, sending visible ripples of gold cascading outward, enveloping Luo Yan's skin in a resplendent glow. Drink. With a thunderous roar emanating from his lips, Luo Yan's eyes flickered with the brilliance of lightning. Several bolts of thunder, as thick as a man's arm, descended upon the head of the Sea King, singeing the once smooth hair atop its crown into a charred black. With a piercing cry of anguish, the colossal serpent writhed in agony, its massive form thrashing about, churning the sea into tumultuous waves. Some of these surging crests soared to heights exceeding 10 meters, and should they collide with the shore, they would undoubtedly be deemed a calamity. As Luo Yan evaded the relentless waves crashing towards him, he unleashed a barrage of lightning and wind blades upon the colossal sea creature. Almost all of his attacks struck their immense target. However, due to its sheer size, these assaults failed to inflict any fatal damage. This cannot continue. I will surely be worn down. I must devise a strategy. Luo Yan's sense of crisis intensified. If this stalemate persisted, the inevitable outcome would be his own exhaustion, leading to a plunge into the water, where he would be devoured by this sea creature. Even in flight, this marine beast would relentlessly pursue him. If you possess the ability, then come and chase me. Luo Yan resolutely made up her mind to take a risk, allowing the wind to entwine around her as she soared swiftly through the air. Upon witnessing this, the Sea King, with its immense form, immediately began to swim closely behind her. Luo Yan expended both his spiritual energy and physical strength in his flight, not out of a genuine desire to escape, but rather in the hope of discovering a refuge upon an island. Engaging in battle with the sea creatures amidst the vast ocean proved to be exceedingly unwise. If he could entice the sea creatures to the shore, he might stand a chance. It was this reasoning that led Luo Yan to make his decision. After merely a few minutes of flight, he beheld a modest island, characterized by sparse vegetation, with most of its surface exposed, revealing dark stones. The presence of fauna was nearly non-existent, save for the occasional seabird that descended from the skies. After Luo Yan descended, he swiftly made his way to the center of the island. The Sea King creatures reached the shore, but refrained from following him onto the island, instead vanishing entirely beneath the waves. A fleeting calm enveloped the sea, only to be followed by a violent tremor that shook the entire island, as if an earthquake had suddenly struck. Goodness, could that creature possibly be colliding with the island from beneath the ocean? Luo Yan could not help but utter a curse. He never anticipated that the sea creature would remain submerged. However, he was not anxious. Though the island was not vast, it was certainly not insignificant, and the underwater expanse would undoubtedly surpass that of the surface. Despite the creature's colossal size, shattering the island would not be an effortless feat. Conversely, he could take the opportunity to rest on the island. After all, he had the ability to fly. Should the island sink, he could simply seek refuge on another. Having come to this realization, Luo Yan leaned against a gnarled tree and settled down to recuperate. As he contemplated whether he could afford to rest his eyes for a moment, a sudden surge of awareness jolted him. He looked up to see a dark speck in the sky. With his keen eyesight, he recognized it distinctly. It was Shitari. What was she doing here? And what was that? Luo Yan rose abruptly, narrowing his eyes for a closer inspection, and discovered that Zayatali was carrying a silver handbag, evidently taken from his own room. This fellow. In a moment of helplessness, Luo Yan found himself touched. Amidst such peril, it was indeed unexpected for Shitari to venture forth and bring him supplies. Shitari's flight was swift, and she soon descended before him, slightly breathless. However, upon seeing that Luo Yan was unharmed, a palpable sense of relief washed over her. "Captain, are you all right?" "I'm fine. What brings you here? Where's the ship?" "Rest assured, Captain. Mid has already steered the ship to safety. In the haste of departure, you did not take your magical items, and I was uncertain which ones you typically used, so I brought the box that contains them." As she spoke, Shitari extended the suitcase in her hand towards Luo Yan. He nodded, took the case, and swiftly opened it. Upon seeing its contents, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Excellent. Take this and keep Porter at a safe distance. What lies ahead is the true battle." Luo Yan retrieved a spherical object resembling an eye from the box and handed it to Xiaotali, then placed the port on her lap. Xiaotali recalled this item. It had served as a source of illumination when she was recently rescued. "Captain, you must exercise caution," she warned. She then extracted several vials of potions and handed them to Luo Yan, before resolutely taking to the skies once more with port in her arms. However, she did not venture too far, merely ascending to a greater altitude to ensure they remained out of reach of the sea creature. Port, what have you done? Why did the captain not allow you to stay by his side? Once assured that their height posed no immediate threat, shortages promptly interrogated Port, who felt both aggrieved and somewhat relieved. I truly do not know. I was merely offering blessings to the captain and did not slack off, he replied. Shortages remained skeptical of Port's explanation, yet she recognized that this was not the time to pursue such matters. With a dismissive snort, she chose not to elaborate further. After rummaging through the box to retrieve the desired magical item, Luo Yin placed one of his hairs inside the box and discreetly tucked it away in a crevice of the stone. Now, allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to be a songstress of the ocean. Luo Yin rose with the wind, yet he did not ascend to great heights. He merely lifted a few meters off the ground before commencing a loud song. This time, his melody lacked harmony, with nearly every word falling out of tune, infused with a metallic resonance. Visible ripples emanated from Luo Yin, resonating with the sea, which transmitted his voice deep into the ocean. The fish below became frenzied, turning upon one another in a chaotic frenzy. The sea king surged violently from the depths, exuding an aura of ferocity. As waves began to crash against the island's shore, each swell higher than the last, resembling an ominous portent of disaster. Up in the air, Shortages nearly plummeted from the sky upon hearing this maddening sound. Fortunately, the orb in her hand, resembling an eye, radiated a soft yellow light that enveloped her. The soothing influence of the hypnotist fortifying her against the madness, though it could not shield her from the auditory assault. The captain's song was utterly discordant. Had he perhaps strained his vocal cords? After becoming the ocean singer, Luo Yin often serenaded on the ship, his melodies a delightful blend, each note resonating with positivity. Some songs flowed gently, allowing listeners to shed their weariness, while others surged with vigor, igniting a fervor within one's spirit. Yet, never had there been a song so discordant that it could drive one to madness upon hearing it. The Sea King could no longer endure this auditory assault, leaning forward. He ascended onto the land, his serpentine form writhing as it emerged, stretching over 150 meters in length and exceeding 10 meters in diameter, a true behemoth. Although the ocean singer had acquired the ability to summon lightning, its potency was modest, sufficient for striking at foes, yet utterly ineffective against such a colossal entity. It was the power of his voice that constituted his true strength. Luo Yin did not sing from the outset, fearing that it might provoke the sea creatures and lead to the ship being overturned. However, now that they have reached the island and the vessel is far removed, there is no longer any need to worry about the sea creatures going into a frenzy. Screech. The sea creature emitted a high-pitched cry, its enormous beak lunging directly at Luo Yin, who deftly sidestepped. Yet, he soon found himself shrouded in a colossal shadow, unbeknownst to him. The creature's massive tail had already positioned itself directly above him. Humph. It seems you still possess a modicum of reason. As Luo Yin's melodic voice resonated, a cold scoff escaped his heart. He deftly propelled himself with the wind, evading the impending strike. With a thunderous crash, its tail slammed against the ground, causing the entire island to tremble. At that moment, the colossal head of the Sea King had yet to rise. Luo Yin gracefully floated behind it, his left hand splayed open. Mind piercer. Though the attack remained unseen, the Sea King's reaction was profound. It abruptly lifted its head, twisting into an awkward posture as it opened its jaws, intending to swallow Luo Yin whole. Luo Yin seized the opportunity, his right hand gripping the trident, the muscles visibly swelling with power. Silvery lightning surged into the weapon, causing it to radiate a brilliant white light, with electric serpents flickering across its surface. Go! Luo Yin deftly thrust the trident, crackling with lightning, into the jaws of the Sea King. The creature snapped its mouth shut with ferocity, emitting a blinding white light that seeped through the crevices of its maw. The sharp tip of its beak clamped down on Luo Yin, and an overwhelming force shattered him into countless fragments, a true obliteration, akin to glass shattering under tremendous impact. No blood was shed, only an array of pieces cascaded downwards. Yet, before they could touch the ground, these fragments transformed into luminous specks, dissipating into the ether. The silhouette of Luo Yin emerged from the void, in his hand now grasping an ancient-style mirror and a strand of Sea King's mane. Remarkably, this single strand of mane was as thick as a pair of chopsticks. Luo Yin placed his mane against the surface of the mirror, which unexpectedly absorbed it as if it were a tranquil body of water. The mane dissolved and disintegrated within the mirror, vanishing in an instant. While the complete figure of the Sea King emerged in its reflection, die. With a thunderous roar, Luo Yin hurled the mirror skyward. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a man's arm, descended with great force upon the mirror. Simultaneously, countless electric serpents began to spread across the body of the Sea King, seemingly emanating directly from it. The sheer number of these serpents was staggering, nearly enveloping the Sea King entirely. This was a curse, a malevolent enchantment cast by a sorceress, designed to inflict upon its victim the same torment as that inflicted upon the mirror, irrespective of size. As long as the target's bodily fluids, flesh, or hair were cast into the mirror, revealing their entire form, the curse would take effect. The Sea King opened its massive jaws, seemingly poised to emit a cry of anguish. However, the trident that Luo Yin had previously thrown appeared to have damaged the creature's vocal cords, preventing any sound from escaping. And instead, it exhaled a plume of dark smoke. Writhing in agony, the Sea King thrashed about, while Luo Yin disregarded the fallen mirror and lunged toward the convulsing beast. The Sea King, sensing the imminent danger from above, fought through its suffering and lashed its tail toward Luo Yin. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Yin chose to forego the dive. Evading the impending strike, the sea creature seized the opportunity, twisting its body in an attempt to retreat back to the ocean. It now understood that devouring the extraordinarily alluring human before it was an impossibility, remaining ashore would undoubtedly lead to its demise. Only by returning to the depths of the sea could it hope to survive. After exerting great effort to haul the sea creature ashore, Luo Yin was determined not to allow it to return to the depths of the ocean. He abruptly descended before the beast, drawing forth a rusted, bloody dagger from his waist, and drove it forcefully into the ground. Great Flame Realm, Flame Emperor. The flames ignited from the dagger's point, initially forming a colossal circle of fire that ensnared the immense sea creature entirely. Subsequently, the fiery circle surged upward, transforming into towering walls of flames, culminating in the emergence of a gigantic fireball from the ground that ascended slowly. Throughout this process, the sea creature was completely engulfed by the fireball. With a thunderous boom, as the fireball reached heights surpassing the walls of flame, it erupted like a dazzling firework, scattering sparks that ignited the sparse vegetation on the island. The walls of fire appeared to lose their support and rapidly extinguished, revealing the charred remains of the sea creature within. At this moment, the creature's body was entirely blackened, and the aroma of scorched flesh intermingled with the scent of char. Luo Yin's condition was scarcely any better. His right hand, which grasped the broken blade, was scorched, and his entire arm was marred with burn marks. To an onlooker, it might seem as though he had recently stood within the flames rather than outside their circle. Crack! The already rusted blade appeared unable to endure any longer, shattering into countless motes of light. Luo Yin, momentarily dazed, failed to attend to his wounds, instead staring blankly at the luminous particles as they began to coalesce once more. It shattered? Why? Luo Yin was perplexed. According to his knowledge of mysticism, shattering extraordinary traits should require angelic-level power, equivalent to that of Sequence 2. Yet, he had merely utilized Ace's blood, the ability of the flame fruit, to forcibly unleash an attack at merely the half-body level. Astonishingly, the blade, forged from the essence of extraordinary traits, shattered, with its inherent extraordinary qualities disintegrating into the most fundamental points of light. Ultimately, these points of light coalesced into a heart engulfed in flames, adorned with patterns reminiscent of the surface of the flame fruit. Regardless of the circumstances, one thing was certain: I emerged victorious. Although the cost was exorbitant, Luo Yin felt an immense joy, for he had triumphed, and the extraordinary traits extracted from the Sea King might very well serve as an alternative primary material for the disaster sacrificial ritual. Thus, as long as he could persuade Whitebeard, his Sequence 4 potion would become a reality. Luo Yin abruptly collapsed onto the ground, retrieving the potion left by Shatari from the inner pocket of his clothing. He tilted his head back and poured a vial into his mouth, and instantly, most of the charred skin on his right hand peeled away, revealing freshly grown flesh beneath. With the alleviation of his injuries, Luo Yin exhaled with a sense of relief, aware that he was surely not destined for death. He hastily emptied the remaining potions from his inner pocket, lining them up before him. However, upon merely glancing at them, disappointment washed over him. There were 5 potions in total, excluding the one he had just consumed, for remained. Yet among these, 2 were healing potions and 2 were for restoring spiritual essence, none of which were what Luo Yin truly desired. He longed for a calming elixir, for he had just utilized that cursed mirror, the one associated with the sorceress of delight. This mirror possessed three effects: a mirror doppelganger, a curse, and the essence of delight. The first two effects had already been employed by Luo Yan, while the delight effect was directed at the user. Merely possessing the mirror would lead to a torrent of lustful thoughts, transforming the bearer into a mere libertine, which was not overly severe. However, once the doppelganger or curse was activated, the mirror would impose a state of delight upon the user. This delight was not something one could simply endure. It was far more terrifying than any potent aphrodisiac. Luo Yan had once fallen victim to its effects during an experiment, leaving him weakened for a full 2 days. And since then, he had dared not approach the mirror again. This time, necessity drove his actions. After all, he was faced with a creature akin to a half-sequence 4C king, and he had an apothecary capable of concocting calming agents. The efficacy of the calming potion had already been tested on Mit, proving its effectiveness, yet Shatari had not brought him any calming agents. "Captain," Shatari hurried over, eager to assess the situation as soon as the battle subsided. However, upon hearing her voice, Luo Yan's body jolted with alarm. "Captain, are you all right?" Shatari approached him, her expression tinged with worry, noticing his slumped form and the lingering scorch marks on his body. Shatari was already quite attractive, but after ascending to sequence 7, she had transformed into a stunning vampire with crimson eyes and white hair, her beauty surpassing even her former self. Under the influence of delight, Luo Yan found his gaze fixated, his breathing becoming involuntarily labored. "Don't come any closer," he shouted urgently as Shatari took a step forward. Although she was unsure of the situation, she halted immediately. "Captain, your condition is very concerning." Through her spiritual vision, Shatari could clearly perceive that something was amiss with Luo Yan. He struggled to divert his gaze, staring at the ground. "I need a calming agent. Bring me a calming agent." "Huh? But I didn't bring any. I'll need to return to the ship to prepare it." "Then make your way back to the ship at once and fetch the potion before coming to find me." Zayatali opened her mouth as if to speak, but upon observing Li Yan's demeanor, she fell silent. She took a few steps back to create distance between them, then turned her gaze to Porter, perched upon her shoulder. "Go. Seek out a ship and head south. With your speed, you should locate one within an hour, then instruct MIT to bring it over." However, Porter hesitated, voicing a concern. "But the captain ordered you to find the ship." Zayatali's expression darkened immediately. "Are you foolish? The captain is already disoriented. Can he make a clear judgment now? What if another sea creature appears while I search for the ship? Even if you stay here to guard, can your small frame carry the captain away? If I remain, at least I can ensure his escape in danger." Although reprimanded, Porter bore no resentment, having grown accustomed to MIT's frequent scoldings. It nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Zayatali's words. "It seems you have a point. I shall proceed, but do take care." With that, Porter flapped its wings and soared southward. Due to Luo Yan's earlier words, Zayatali felt reluctant to approach and assist with his injuries. Yet, remaining idle was not an option, so she resolved to clear the battlefield, ensuring that when MIT arrived with the ship, they could swiftly depart without delay. Despite the chaos of the scene, Zayatali, guided by her instinct from sequence 7, effortlessly located the suitcase hidden among the crevices of the rocks, followed by the mirror, which bore the marks of lightning strikes. As she bent down to retrieve the mirror, a series of vivid images involuntarily flooded her mind the moment her fingers brushed its surface. As a former apothecary, Zayatali understood Luo Yan's current state and comprehended his reasons for asking her to stay away. He had saved her and provided her with elixirs that granted her a new lease on life, awakening feelings within her that she had not acknowledged until now. Yet, under the mirror's influence, her thoughts were overtaken by inappropriate visions of her and Luo Yan. "What am I thinking? No, this is taking advantage of the situation. This is wrong. Why am I having these fantasies?" Zayatali vigorously shook her head, attempting to dispel the chaotic images from her mind. However, her efforts proved futile, as those visions became increasingly entrenched, as if carved in stone. "No, something is amiss. It must be this object." Zayatali finally grasped the essence of the problem and hastily discarded the mirror. Indeed, as soon as it left her hand, the images vanished. It was this object, she realized. Steadying herself, Zayatali opened the suitcase and promptly placed the mirror inside to prevent further influence. Having completed this task, she began to gather useful items from the island. Although the island itself is rather desolate and has recently suffered the ravages of battle, it still harbors materials imbued with a certain spiritual essence. Throughout this process, Shitari maintained a distance of over 100 meters from Luo Yin to avoid provoking him. After more than an hour had elapsed, Luo Yin's vessel gradually approached the shore. Porter, gripping a vial of elixir with his claws, soared directly towards Luo Yin. "Captain, I have brought the elixir you requested." As he drew near, Porter eagerly shouted, rousing Luo Yin, who had been resting with his eyes closed against a stone. Upon seeing Porter approach, Luo Yin responded, "Excellent, hand it over." Porter did not descend, but rather lowered his altitude so that the elixir was within Luo Yin's reach. Without hesitation, Luo Yin extended his hand, grasped the vial, removed its cap, and tilted his head back to consume its contents, finishing it in 2 swift gulps. The restlessness within him gradually subsided, and the desire in Luo Yin's eyes began to fade. Although the effects had not completely dissipated, he could now suppress them entirely. "Ah, very well, let us clear the battlefield and depart swiftly." Luo Yin let out a long sigh of relief and instructed Porter, who promptly acknowledged and set off to convey Luo Yin's commands. The battlefield had already been cleared, save for the area surrounding Luo Yin. Once he had retrieved a pale blue, translucent scale from the colossal sea creature, along with the remnants of a rusted blade and a smoldering heart, there was little left. However, Miter and Rhoda managed to slice off a considerable amount of flesh from the sea creature, which would serve as sustenance in the coming days. The ship resumed its voyage, and after consuming a vial of healing potion, Luo Yin retreated to his quarters for some much-needed rest. Not only had he endured a fierce battle and sustained injuries, but the calming elixir administered by Shitari also played a significant role in his fatigue. "Xia," he mused, "there must be an array of wondrous items within that chest, no? We rarely have the opportunity to explore such treasures. Might we seize this moment for a glimpse into its contents?" In a hasty return to her quarters, Luo Yin inadvertently forgot to retrieve her suitcase from Xiatali. Consequently, carrying the suitcase back aboard the vessel, Xiatali found herself encouraged by Rhoda as the most audacious among the crew. Rhoda felt no trepidation in indulging her curiosity about the mysterious contents of the suitcase. MIT, standing nearby, also became intrigued and hastily approached. "Well, the captain hasn't expressly forbidden us from looking. We're merely curious and want to touch anything. What do you think?" MIT, ever the instigator, appeared eager for the spectacle, despite his usual apprehension towards Luo Yin, whose authoritative presence instilled fear among the crew. Had it not been for Rhoda's boldness, MIT would never have dared to suggest such a thing. However, with Rhoda leading the charge, any repercussions from Luo Yin would likely be directed at her first. Xiatali furrowed her brow in discontent, as she had intended to promptly return the suitcase to Luo Yin's quarters before retiring for the night. Firstly, it was still daylight, and since becoming a vampire, her circadian rhythm had unwittingly shifted to daytime slumber and nocturnal activity, providing a semblance of safety while the ship sailed under the cover of darkness. Secondly, she was feeling fatigued from the influence of Luo Yin's song earlier. Yet suddenly, an idea crossed her mind, and her frown transformed into a gentle smile. "Very well, if you wish to see, then I shall show you. In fact, you may hold it and examine it closely, but each item may only be handled for a minute. I am unaware of any potential negative effects these objects may have, and prolonged exposure could be problematic." "Wonderful. Hurry, let us open it," Rhoda exclaimed eagerly, rubbing her hands together in anticipation, nearly yearning to seize the suitcase outright. Without further ado, Xiatali unfastened the suitcase, and upon its opening, the eyes of Rhoda and MIT were immediately drawn to a mirror marred by scorch marks, its prominence overshadowing the other unfamiliar items within. Observing their reaction, Xiatali's smile broadened. "Let me tell you, you weren't present at the time, so you missed it. This mirror played a crucial role in vanquishing that sea creature. I'm not sure how the captain did it, but he struck the mirror with lightning, and the creature suffered a devastating blow as a result. Therefore, this mirror is undoubtedly formidable." "Oh, no wonder it's charred. It was struck by lightning. May I hold this mirror?" Rhoda, the least astute among the trio, predictably fell under Xiatali's influence. Her curiosity piqued. This was precisely the outcome Xiatali had intended to provoke, and she readily nodded in agreement. "Of course, didn't I mention that earlier? All right, then I shall take a look." Rhoda, displaying no hesitation, reached out and grasped the mirror in his hands. Yet, scarcely 3 seconds had elapsed before the smile on his face abruptly faltered, his complexion oscillating between crimson and pallor. No. Rhoda appeared to be deeply disturbed, discarding the mirror and retreating swiftly. This unexpected behavior left Mitt, who stood beside him, utterly perplexed. unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Even Shitari was taken aback. Her intention had merely been to invoke inappropriate fantasies within Rhoda using the mirror, so that she could later retaliate when he provoked her. She had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from him. "What is wrong with you?" The first to voice this inquiry was not Shitari, but Mitt. As he spoke, he instinctively took a small step towards Rhoda, which only heightened Rhoda's agitation. "Stop. Stand still. I warn you. Do not come any closer, or I will strike you. What on earth is the matter?" Mitt, akin to a bewildered monk, was at a loss. While Shitari seemed to grasp the situation, her gaze towards the two becoming rather peculiar. "Since you appear disinterested in other matters, I shall return the box to the captain's quarters." Shitari swiftly diverted her attention, bending down to retrieve the mirror, holding it in her hands. She too experienced some fleeting fantasies. However, having had prior experience, she remained composed and displayed no signs of abnormality. She placed the mirror back into the box and secured it with a latch. In the ensuing days, an odd atmosphere enveloped Rhoda and Mitt, even catching the attention of Luo Yin. Yet, when Luo Yin inquired, both remained tight-lipped, one in confusion, the other in silence. Only Shitari found amusement in the situation. And whenever Luo Yin directed questions towards her, Rhoda would interrupt loudly, as if someone had stepped on his tail, further intensifying the peculiarity of the atmosphere. Fortunately, this strange tension did not linger for long. After a few days, it dissipated without further mention. "Captain, we have sighted shambody Island." The lookout, Porter, descended swiftly from the mast, landing on the small table beside Luo Yan's deck chair. Luo Yin lifted the black cloth that served as a makeshift eye mask from his eyes and stood up to gaze ahead. Indeed, as Porter had observed, a magnificent island adorned with colossal trees and bubbling with vibrant colors emerged before him, Shamboli Island. At last, they had arrived, Shamboli Island. "Steer closer and prepare to disembark." Luo Yin immediately called out loudly, yet no one responded. Mitt had taken over the cockpit, which had essentially transformed into his personal sanctuary. He had even made a makeshift bed there. Once the flight path was established, he would often sleep in the cockpit. Since the incident with the mirror, Rhoda had inexplicably become quite compliant with Shitari's directives, following her every instruction. He was currently in the ship's lowest hold, assisting the little golden monkey in tending to the plants. Meanwhile, Shitari was asleep in her cabin, for it was daytime, and the sunlight was particularly bright. For a vampire, such weather was decidedly unfavorable, necessitating a retreat to the confines of her room for rest. Luo Yin, undeterred by the lack of response, had grown accustomed to moments of solitude on the deck. He decided to rouse them, as they were preparing to disembark. "Aye, Captain." Porter flapped his wings and was the first to head to the cockpit. After awakening Mitt, he proceeded to the lower hold to inform Rhoda. Meanwhile, Luo Yin busied himself by knocking on Shitari's door to wake her. The ship slowly navigated into the bustling port of Shambord Island, a vibrant gateway to the New World. Nestled below the Red Earth continent, the harbor was perpetually lively, with a plethora of vessels, both merchant ships and pirate crafts, constantly dotting the waters. As Luo Yin's vessel docked at the harbor, it was flanked by a gray pirate ship, considerably larger, by 2 or 3 times, than his own. However, he harbored no concerns regarding an attack. Despite the abundance of pirates, the area remained under the vigilant control of the Navy, with ample military presence on the island. In the absence of any grievances, no pirate would idly stir up trouble here. Upon disembarking, Luo Yin handed over 500,000 berries each to Rhoda and Might, then instructed them earnestly, "You two, take this money and indulge yourselves wherever your hearts desire. Once you've finished your revelries, return to me." "Oh, Might, to bring the astrological sphere with you. Use divination to locate me later. Sia and I have matters to attend to." Might and Rhoda accepted the berries, momentarily taken aback, not by the notion of being allowed to enjoy themselves, as they had often frequented Pleasure Street during their time in Alabasta and had been at sea long enough to welcome the opportunity. Rather, they were astonished that Luo Yin would provide them with funds. Having earned a fair amount previously in Alabasta, they still possessed considerable wealth. Certainly enough for their escapades at the festival. "Ah, thank you, Captain." Though puzzled by the motivation behind his generosity, they wisely refrained from questioning it, joyfully departing to seek amusement. "Let us proceed to our important business," Luo Yin said, setting his sights on the tasks ahead. Luo Yin turned his head to glance at Shadowly, then strode forward. Shadowly quickly followed, her curiosity bubbling over as she asked, "Captain, why did you send those two away?" "Well, it's not so much about sending them away. I'm merely concerned that Rhoda might get himself into a perilous situation. It's best for him to take cover for now, until we have a chance to engage with the other party. Into a perilous situation? Shadowy tilted her head in contemplation, unable to fathom the reasoning behind it. However, her confusion was short-lived. After a mere half-hour of walking, Luo Yin arrived at their destination, the bar known as the Shakedown. Do we really have to go in there? Shadowy hesitated upon seeing the bar's name, her apprehension evident. Luo Yin chuckled lightly, a teasing tone in his voice as he remarked, "Now do you understand why I wanted Rhoda to hide? The name alone suggests that the patrons here are not to be trifled with, and I might not even stand a chance against them at this moment." As he spoke, Luo Yin pushed open the bar door, which jingled with the sound of a bell. Inside, Shaki, who was smoking at the bar, looked up with interest. "Oh, we have guests? Would you like to drink?" "I'll have a beer," came the reply. Luo Yin strode confidently to the bar and took a seat. Xiaoqi nodded slightly, turned around, and placed a glass of beer upon the counter. Luo Yin, showing no hesitation, seized the beer and tilted it to his lips, consuming nearly half of it in one go. 1,000,000 belly, Xiaoqi said with a smirk, her eyes narrowing in amusement as she revealed the price of the beer after witnessing Luo Yan's indulgence. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Shatari hesitated for a moment. Upon hearing that a single glass of beer cost 1,000,000 belly, her eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether her ears had deceived her. That's not too expensive." Luo Yin did not perceive the cost as exorbitant. Rather, he chuckled heartily and placed the pre-prepared sum of money upon the table, as if it were not 1,000,000 belly, but merely 100. Xiaoqi, with her squinted eyes, slightly widened them, seemingly beginning to appraise this intriguing patron at that moment. Without hesitation, her hand reached out to grasp the 1,000,000 belly, swiftly securing it beneath the bar. "What an interesting young man," Xiaoqi remarked, as she pinched her cigarette between her right index and middle fingers, exhaling a substantial plume of smoke. Luo Yin lifted his glass and downed the remaining half-cup of beer in one swift motion, letting out a long burp. The beer certainly had a robust flavor. Of course, it was excellent brew. "So, my dear friend, do you require anything further?" Xiaoqi did not linger unnecessarily and got straight to the point. Someone who would come to this bar to spend 1,000,000 belly on a single drink could hardly be merely indulging in alcohol. There must be another motive at play. Luo Yin discerned the implication behind Xiaoqi's words, and the smile upon his face remained undiminished. "I am bound for the New World and require a coating for my vessel. I am certain that you, esteemed proprietor, can assist me." Xiaoqi flicked off the ashes from his cigarette, then took a deep drag, exhaling slowly. "I happen to know a coating artisan, if my calculations are correct. He should be arriving soon, provided he has not vanished. Therefore, it appears that all we need to do is wait here. Is that not so?" Luo Yin nodded slightly and turned a glance at the somewhat dazed Xiaotali who had been standing behind him. "Come and take a seat. Why are you standing there?" Xiaotali hurriedly snapped back to reality, hastening to the bar and taking a seat in a flurry. Luo Yin first nodded towards Xiaotali, then turned his gaze to Xiaoqi. He offered her a glass of juice. "It is indeed a rarity to come to a bar for juice," Xiaoqi remarked. Yet her hands were swift, promptly placing a glass of orange juice before Xiaotali. However, Xiaotali hesitated to drink, having heard the price of the beer earlier, and thus cast a pleading glance towards Luo Yin. Luo Yin smiled gently and placed another 1,000,000 berries on the bar. "Just drink, it's merely a glass of juice." As he pushed the berries forward, indicating that Xiaoqi could accept the money, she shook her head in refusal. "This glass of juice is on the house. A gift for this adorable little one." "Thank you," murmured Xiaoqi, still hesitant to drink the juice. Yet she managed to express her gratitude softly. Her trepidation stemmed not only from the hefty price of the previous beer, but also from Luo Yan's earlier remark about potentially being unable to best his opponent. "What a polite child. You certainly do not appear to be pirates," Xiaoqi queried affirmatively, to which Luo Yin nodded with remarkable composure. "Indeed, we are adventurers." "Adventurers, you say? I had thought you were part of the Revolutionary Army," Xiaoqi jested lightly. However, Xiaotali's previously relaxed demeanor suddenly stiffened, her expression shifting to one of shock as she glanced up at Xiaoqi. Luo Yin, on the other hand, remained remarkably calm, a hint of amusement lacing his words. "Let me ponder this. I presume this information must originate from the Revolutionary Army. Am I correct?" Xiaoqi's smile faltered momentarily before blossoming into a more pronounced grin. "It seems you possess quite an impressive network for intelligence. This piece of information is rather obscure and not easily uncovered by the average person." Luo Yin shook his head slightly, leaning back ever so slightly, casting a glance at the ceiling before abruptly sitting upright and directing his gaze towards Xiaoqi. I possess no intelligence channels. I merely exercise my mind. During my time in Rogtown, I struck a deal with Long, and I was quite certain that no one was tailing us. However, in Alabasta, a certain Colonel Smog seemed to be privy to this matter, and at that moment, I did not ponder it deeply. Firstly, Rogtown harbored numerous naval personnel, and it is conceivable that our departure went unnoticed by some sailor. Secondly, Colonel Smog employed certain evasive tactics in his discourse. Yet, given that this information has reached here, it is clear that someone is deliberately disseminating it. Who could it be? The most plausible suspect is undoubtedly the Revolutionary Army. Xiaoqi clapped her hands, generously offering her commendation, a rather astute deduction. You exceed my expectations. However, her smile swiftly vanished, her expression shifting to one of gravity as she continued. I am unaware of the nature of your transaction with Long that would compel him to wish to tether you to the Revolutionary Army's vessel. But you must tread carefully from this point onward. Even as a notorious pirate, the world government would refrain from acting against you unless you instigate them. Yet, should you become entangled with the Revolutionary Army, the situation would be markedly different. Luo Yin chuckled bitterly, shaking his head slightly and letting out a gentle sigh. Rather than binding me to the Revolutionary Army's vessel, it would be more accurate to say that I am being coerced to choose a side. This hardly qualifies as a mere test. Truly, one cannot help but admire the commanding presence of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. At this moment, Luo Yan's bitter smile indeed emanated from the depths of his heart. Upon confirming that the intelligence had originated from the rebel army, he had already surmised Long's ulterior motives. The clandestine yet precise dissemination of information regarding Luo Yan's dealings with the revolutionary forces was likely to attract considerable attention, particularly from the world government. Once the world government became aware, they would be left with two choices. First, extend an olive branch by sending envoys for negotiation and reconciliation, or second, unleash hostility by issuing a bounty for his capture and orchestrating an assassination. Should they choose the former, Luo Yin might find a semblance of cooperation, prompting the Revolutionary Army to sever all ties with him to prevent infiltration. Conversely, if they opted for the latter, Luo Yin would undoubtedly be thrust closer to the revolutionary forces, which was precisely what Long desired. Thus, irrespective of the world government's response, it would serve to validate the Revolutionary Army's assessment of Luo Yan's reliability. Xiaoqi, once more pinching her cigarette between her fingers, exhaled a plume of smoke. As if struck by a sudden revelation, she raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Oh, by the way, I have another piece of intelligence. I heard that the Revolutionary Army has expanded its territory in the West Sea. Furthermore, the individuals who breached the last stronghold employed a peculiar ability akin to that of the devil fruits, yet it does not belong to that category. The Revolutionary Army has dubbed this ability extraordinary. I wonder if you are aware of it?" The bar fell into a brief silence as Xia Tali's mouth slightly agape. She gazed at her captain, genuinely perturbed this time. The sudden stillness only intensified her anxiety. However, it was not long before she witnessed her captain break into a grin. "Hey, there's something I wish to confirm. What is your opinion on the intelligence capabilities of the Revolutionary Army?" Luo Yin abruptly shifted the topic, posing a question that seemed entirely unrelated to the previous discussion. Xiaoqi was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded, "Naturally, it is formidable. Without a powerful intelligence system, how could the Revolutionary Army possibly continue to grow in strength? They stand opposed to the rulers of this world." With that, I felt a sense of reassurance. For me, this was indeed a positive development. Luo Yin shrugged, exuding an air of relaxation, deeming the matter trivial. In truth, he felt little concern. If the world government chose to extend goodwill, they would at least send CP0 for a meeting. It would only be after a breakdown in negotiations with CP0 that an assassination might ensue. In such a scenario, Luo Yin had ample time. As long as he reached the New World and made contact with Whitebeard, he could secure a fleeting sanctuary under his protection. In this context, the world government would dare not attempt an assassination. By the time he departed from Whitebeard's shelter, Luo Yin would have ascended to Sequence 4, marking a substantial transformation. At that juncture, even if he could not triumph against an admiral at sea, he would certainly have the means to escape. Moreover, should negotiations with CP0 falter, Dragon would surely discern Luo Yan's alignment with the Revolutionary Army and would undoubtedly provide assistance, if not by sending reinforcements, then at the very least, offering a timely warning. The thought of assassinating a Sequence 4 individual who had received such a warning was utterly preposterous. After all, The heightened sensitivity of a sequence 4 would inherently alert them to imminent danger. Conversely, if the world government initially harbored malice, the Revolutionary Army would still issue a warning, especially since Luo Yin possessed a din mushy provided by Dragon. This prompted Luo Yin to seek confirmation from Shaki regarding the intelligence capabilities of the Revolutionary Army. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he felt reassured, though a necessary degree of vigilance remained essential. As for why Luo Yin perceived this as a fortuitous turn of events, it was because he needed an anchor for the future. What better way to acquire an anchor swiftly than through alleviating the suffering of others? Undoubtedly, the source of suffering lies where the downtrodden reside. Aligning with the Revolutionary Army was a sound choice. Who would ignite the flames of war if they could no longer endure their plight? Nations that would spark a revolution are undoubtedly those where the masses endure great hardship. By rescuing the afflicted and disseminating faith, he could naturally amass followers, thereby obtaining the anchor necessary to become an angel. Shaki nodded, refraining from further inquiry. She was not curious about why Luo Yin deemed it a good thing. She would furnish intelligence and provide warnings. Her interest in Luo Yin was piqued by prior intelligence she had received, compounded by the fact that she had accepted 100,000 berries from him. Ding! At that moment, the bar door swung open once more, revealing a man with a full head of white hair and glasses. It was the Dark King, Rayleigh. "Oh, we have guests today?" Rayleigh remarked upon entering and spotting Luo Yin. Shaki exhaled a puff of smoke, chuckling as she introduced, "This is young Luo Yin. He seeks your assistance in coating his ship." "Coating? Are you heading to Fishman Island?" Rayleigh, who primarily earned a living by helping others with ship coatings at Sabaody Archipelago, was not surprised by the visit. He also recognized Luo Yin, having received information about him through Shaki's discreet channels. Luo Yin did not dare to be negligent. He promptly descended from the high stool at the bar and, with a smile, bowed respectfully to Rayleigh. "It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Luo Yin." "Ha ha ha, there is no need for such formality. I am merely a coating technician," Rayleigh responded with the geniality of an ordinary elder. However, Luo Yin's demeanor remained unwaveringly serious. "If you were merely an ordinary technician, I would not be so formal. Standing before me is a living legend. The right hand of the Pirate King Gold, Roger, the Dark King Rayleigh. This compels me to maintain my solemnity." Rayleigh's benevolent expression slightly retracted, and he subtly adjusted the angle of his head, just enough to reflect the bar's lighting, obscuring the view of his eyes through the lenses of his glasses. Upon hearing this title, Shadley widened her beautiful eyes and instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Meanwhile, Shaki, who had been at the bar, had unknowingly propped her chin on her hand, adopting a look of anticipation. Rayleigh adjusted the arms of his glasses, his face regaining its cheerful demeanor as if nothing had transpired. "I did not expect that after all these years, someone would still recognize me. It seems you are not merely here for the coating?" "No, I genuinely came solely for the coating. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Of course, once I have completed that task, I may seek you out again." "Oh, an urgent matter in the New World?" Rayleigh displayed a hint of surprise and curiosity. Luo Yin nodded, his gaze deepening. "Indeed, but this matter is too significant to discuss now. I cannot divulge it just yet. However, I can share the details when we meet again. I have a feeling it will not be long. Hiki, while I am somewhat curious, it is merely curiosity. When do you intend to begin the coating?" Since Luo Yin had explicitly stated he would not speak further, Rayleigh refrained from pressing and deftly shifted the topic. Luo Yin pondered for a moment before replying, "If possible, I would like to commence the coating today. After all, it requires time, and I do not wish to linger on this island for too long." "Very well, then after I have a drink, let us go and see your ship." Rayleigh seated himself at the bar, where Shaki had already prepared 2 plates of food and a glass of wine for him. Though it was referred to as drinking, it resembled more of a lunch. Luo Yin did not have to wait long. In merely half an hour, he had satisfied his hunger and thirst. Subsequently, he followed Luo Yin to the location where the ship was docked. Upon seeing that Luo Yin's vessel was so diminutive, Rayleigh was somewhat taken aback. After all, such a small craft was not particularly suitable for navigating the New World. However, when he boarded the ship and observed a monkey tending to the flowers, a ferret using its forelimbs to wipe the floor with a cloth, and a bird audaciously directing the others, he could not help but display a look of astonishment. Was this the ability to command animals? Luo Yin did not respond. Instead, he turned to look at Xiaodali, who nodded slightly and vaguely stated, "To be precise, it is taming. Xiaojin and Xiaobai are my tamed pets, while that bird belongs to the captain." "Ah, now I comprehend. I shall complete it by tomorrow afternoon at the earliest." "Thank you." May I inquire about the payment method? Luo Yin did not believe that a mere exchange of a few words would suffice to elicit a complimentary meal from the other party. He proactively broached the subject of compensation, yet Lei Li merely chuckled softly and shook his head. No need for that. I eagerly anticipate your growth. Consider this my investment in you. Thank you very much, Luo Yin replied, though the unexpected gesture of a complimentary meal left him somewhat taken aback, rather than feeling hesitant. He was filled with a certain joy. After all, this was Lei Li, a person of considerable prowess, undoubtedly a valuable ally in the present moment. With such a formidable ally extending a hand, it would be illogical not to grasp it. After discussing the details of the coding process with Lei Li and instructing the animals aboard to heed his command and assist with the coding, Luo Yin then ventured out with Shitali for a shopping excursion, primarily to procure ingredients. While they could afford to skimp on meat, it was imperative to stock up on non-perishable vegetables and fruits. Captain, could we possibly delay our shopping until the afternoon or evening? Shitali inquired, unable to withstand the midday heat any longer. For a vampire, traversing under the blazing sun was far from an enjoyable experience. The earlier trip to and from Summer Cheese Bar had nearly pushed her to her limits, and she was loath to continue walking. Very well. Let us first have a bite to eat. Luo Yin nodded in agreement, leading Shitali into a quaint little shop specializing in takoyaki. The establishment was modest in size, barely wide enough for 4 people to stand side by side, yet the enticing aroma wafting from within was palpable even from a distance. Owner, 2 orders of takoyaki and 2 cups of juice, please, he called out. As Luo Yin arrived at the entrance of the shop, he called out enthusiastically. The man, who was busy and wearing a headscarf, looked up and instantly broke into a beaming smile upon seeing the guest. Please take a seat. 2 servings of takoyaki and 2 cups of juice will be ready shortly. Luo Yin nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and took a seat beside Shitali at the small table nearby. Finally finding some shade, Shitali let out a sigh of relief and began to survey the pedestrians passing by the shop with her vivid crimson eyes. Captain, when will our new ship be completed? The current vessel is far too small and utterly insufficient, she lamented, an uncommon display of complaint. Luo Yin chuckled softly, not at all surprised. For Shitali had been making ample use of the limited space aboard. For instance, she had taken to placing several potted plants in each person's cabin, claiming that enhancing greenery was beneficial for health, though the underlying truth was that the ship's quarters were so cramped that there was scarcely enough room for her botanical pursuits. When we next meet with the dragon, we should be able to acquire the ship. However, a larger vessel will necessitate a greater crew to operate it. Then why not simply recruit more subordinates? Shitali waved her hand dismissively. Luo Yin smiled, just as the proprietor arrived with 2 servings of takoyaki and 2 cups of juice. Luo Yin immediately savored a piece of takoyaki, the exquisite flavor bursting on his palate, causing him to involuntarily squint his eyes in delight. Shitali, too, wore an expression of pure enjoyment before she fixed her gaze intently on Luo Yin. Captain, do you not possess any potions that could enhance your culinary skills? Rhoda's dishes are rather mundane. Luo Yin nodded in deep agreement, savoring another takoyaki while murmuring, just a little more patience. Once I achieve my goal, I shall seek out a dedicated chef. As for the existence of a potion to enhance culinary skills, I believe such a concoction exists. Yet I lack the formula for it. The two engaged in a casual conversation, time slipping away unnoticed. The sun soon began its descent, prompting them to depart from the takoyaki shop and formally embark on their quest for supplies. Halfway through their journey, they encountered a group approaching them, led by a robust man clad in black leather, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Luo Yin did not recognize this individual and thought little of it, reasoning that since he did not appear in the original narrative, he must not be a significant character. However, upon seeing him, Shitali's gaze became momentarily transfixed, an intense hatred surging within her eyes. Yet, this animosity vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, as if it had never existed at all. The spirit of Luo Yin was stirred, and he instinctively glanced at Xiaodali, only to discover her face remained serene. Yet, her hands were clenched tightly, the nails seemingly embedded into her flesh, with droplets of blood seeping through the crevices of her fingertips. Do you know those individuals? He inquired once their paths diverged. Xiaodali shook her head, her expression still composed, devoid of any turmoil. I do not recognize them. Captain, why do you suddenly ask this? Is that so? Luo Yin's gaze descended, briefly sweeping over Xiaodali's hand. The wound on her palm, inflicted by her own nails, had healed, however. Remnants of still-drying blood lingered beneath her fingertips. Sensing Luo Yin's scrutiny, Xiaotali instinctively concealed her hand behind her back, evading his piercing gaze. Luo Yin nodded slightly, withdrawing his gaze. Whenever you feel ready to share, do so. Although he remained unaware of the precise circumstances, he surmised that there was undoubtedly animosity between Shitali and that group. Yet, as Shitali was reluctant to divulge anything, he refrained from pressing her. Firstly, his current strength was insufficient to unleash chaos on Success.I Island. Secondly, his primary objective was to meet Whitebeard and ascend to the 4th rank. Thirdly, he did not consider Shitali to be devoid of reason. If she harbored concerns, they must be grounded in valid rationale, and pressing her could likely yield counterproductive results. Shitali pursed her lips, fixing her gaze upon Luo Yin for an extended period before finally emitting a hoarse sound from her throat, reminiscent of someone suffering from a severe cold. Thank you. Following this interlude, Shitali became noticeably more reticent than usual. Fortunately, this did not hinder their subsequent procurement activities. When it came time to bargain, she still adeptly negotiated prices. Due to Success.I Island's unique bubbles serving as transport, they purchased a considerable amount of provisions and even made a special trip to the hospital to acquire a substantial quantity of blood bags for Shitali's sustenance. The hospital staff exhibited no suspicion regarding the bulk purchase of blood bags. In a world rife with pirates, injuries and bloodshed were commonplace, and many pirate crews stockpiled blood bags for transfusions. Upon returning to the ship, Rayleigh was still occupied with his tasks. To avoid disrupting the construction, Luo Yin arranged the provisions and then set up a simple campsite by the shore with a tent. As the island had regulations against lighting bonfires, they refrained from doing so, which diminished the camp's ambience. However, for Luo Yin, endowed with night vision capabilities, this posed no issue. That night, under a bright moon and scattered stars, Rayleigh had returned home. Luo Yin sat before his tent, observing Shitali, who was similarly positioned in front of her own tent, and couldn't help but smirk. Those two, Mitter and Rhoda, truly know how to enjoy themselves with the ladies, while I find myself here in a tent. The mere thought of Mitter and Rhoda likely reveling in some luxurious room during the festivities gnawed at Luo Yin, aggravating him further. He had expected them to return by evening, yet here it was, deep into the night, and they showed no signs of coming back. Shitali, however, was not as irked as Luo Yin. Instead, she stifled a laugh behind her hand. Captain, you could also spend the night at the festival. I can keep watch here. Do you underestimate me? Do you think I am the type to indulge in such festivities? Were it Rhoda or Mitter urging him from across, he might have entertained the notion, but facing Shitali, he could not disregard the fact that she was a young woman. Moreover, he had already put on a facade of virtue before her once before. Should he now waver, it would be akin to slapping his own face. Thus, he resolved to uphold his integrity. Shitali's eyes sparkled with mirth, her smile deepening as though she had seen through Luo Yin's pretense, yet she chose not to expose it. Luo Yin possessed the innate ability of night vision, rendering the darkness utterly incapable of obstructing his gaze. Observing the subtle shifts in Xiaotali's expression, he found himself increasingly unable to contain his impatience. Thus, he swiftly retreated into the tent to seek rest, leaving the task of vigil to Xiaotali, who thrived in the nocturnal hours. By midday the following day, Luo Yin sat upon the verdant grass by the shoreline, while a diligent little golden monkey busily massaged his back. Xiaotali was meticulously grooming a small white ferret with a tiny comb, and Porter flitted about, attempting to puncture the bubbles that emerged from the ground with his sharp beak, only to be ensconced within the very bubbles he sought to burst, drifting upward instead. Both humans and animals were ensnared in a shared ennui, yet none voiced their discontent, for the completion of the coating was mere hours away. Captain, we have returned. At that moment, a somewhat rugged voice broke the air. Luo Yin merely turned his head for a fleeting glance and then diverted his attention, recognizing the voice belonged to Rhoda. The two had seemingly wandered off for some amusement, but their voices bore an air of vitality. The dark circles under their eyes betrayed their sleepless night. You've returned just in time. Had you delayed another hour, we would have departed without you. Xiaotali remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction at their extended absence, allowing herself a moment of sarcasm. Rhoda scratched the back of his head, adopting a foolish demeanor, while Might approached with exaggerated servility, proffering a string connected to several bubbles. We intended to return yesterday afternoon, but the captain asked me to bring back the astrological sphere. You see, I was just about to divine your whereabouts when I suddenly pondered whether I might be intruding upon you and the captain's affairs. Thus, I consulted the stars to determine the optimal time for our return, which, quite unexpectedly, led us to this very moment. What affairs with the captain? Xiaotali inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Might, noticing her lack of comprehension, squinted and leaned closer, eager to whisper some insinuation. Just then, the voice of Layli rang out. Evidently, your party has assembled. The coding process is complete, and you may set sail at your convenience. Luo Yin had been seated here for an entire morning, nearly succumbing to the dullness of time. Upon hearing those words, he promptly rose to his feet. Young ones, we set sail. Indeed, we embark. This enthusiastic response came from Shatari, who, abandoning her comb, raised her fist in fervent support. Might and Rhoda were a beat slower in their reaction, yet they still echoed the sentiment. Luo Yan's vessel, ensconced within a vast bubble, descended into the depths of the sea, navigating through the dark currents toward the fabled Mermaid Island. However, he had no intention of setting foot on that isle, opting instead to bypass it and venture directly into the New World. When Luo Yan's ship resurfaced the following morning, a shroud of thick fog enveloped the surroundings. Whether it was the lingering morning mist or the inherent nature of the waters, visibility was reduced to a mere 3 meters on the deck, rendering any discernment of direction nearly impossible. In ordinary circumstances, a ship without navigational instruments would likely succumb to despair in such an environment. Yet, Luo Yan's vessel possessed an astrolabe, a tool originally devised for determining direction, ensuring that one could never truly lose their way upon the vast ocean. Moreover, in his possession lay the life card of the ship's doctor from the Whitebeard pirates. Long before the descent beneath the ship, Luo Yin had entrusted the life card to Mitter. At this moment, there was no need for further words. Mitter had already adjusted the ship's course, heading directly towards the direction of the Whitebeard pirates, and thus they sailed for 4 days. Captain, we have spotted the Whitebeard's Jolly Roger, shouted Porter, the lookout, rousing Luo Yin from his midday slumber. As he lay upon the deck chair, Luo Yin opened his eyes and vigorously blew his nose, appearing quite groggy. He was not to be blamed, for in an effort to swiftly digest the potion of the ocean singer, he had been hosting concerts aboard the ship daily. To accommodate Shatali's schedule, he typically began singing in the evening and did not cease until the late hours of the night, resulting in insufficient sleep. Thus, he sought solace in afternoon naps. Very well, please inform Mitter that we can soon come to a halt. I shall awaken Shatali. It was still noon, and Luo Yin was aware that Shatali had yet to rise. However, he needed to rouse her, as he was counting on her to tend to Whitebeard. Half an hour later, Luo Yin and Shatali stood upon a modest canoe, approaching the domain of the Whitebeard pirates. For this medical expedition, Shatali had prepared a medical kit, which she wore at her waist, lending her an air of authenticity. Luo Yin, on the other hand, carried only a letter addressed to Ace. With the current's assistance, the small vessel swiftly drew near, less than 300 meters from the Whitebeard pirates, capturing their attention. One of their ships lowered a small dinghy, and a middle-aged man with fiery red hair rowed over. He held no fear of ill intentions, as he was backed by the Emperor of the Seas, the Whitebeard pirates. Even in the presence of the Navy, he felt no trepidation of being slain. Who are you? What brings you here? Though the Whitebeard pirates were indeed pirates, they were not savage or bloodthirsty. Instead, they possessed a strong sense of familial bonds and were notably kind among their ilk. Thus, they exhibited no malice towards the unfamiliar visitors and spoke in a notably amicable tone. I seek an audience with Whitebeard. This is a letter from Fire Fist Ace. Luo Yin extended his hand, and a gust of wind promptly carried the letter to the visitor. The man, not daring to be negligent, immediately caught it. Please wait here. I shall deliver this letter to my father at once. His demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect, for the missive was from the captain of the 2nd Division. Observing the other man tuck the letter into his pocket, preparing to row back, Luo Yin chuckled softly and snapped his fingers. There's no need for such trouble. I shall escort you back. Before his words fully resonated, the water beneath the small boat changed course, propelling it back at remarkable speed. Yet, as they neared, it swiftly decelerated, deftly avoiding a collision with the grand vessel. Captain, that fellow seems capable of controlling the currents, exclaimed a member of the white-bearded pirate crew, who had been observing the entire scene through a telescope. Behind him stood a robust figure, muscles prominently defined, diamond jaws. Controlling the currents? What sort of ability is this? Yet, it appears devoid of malice. Jaw's expression grew somber, as a seasoned pirate who had roamed the seas for years. He understood better than most the immense advantage one could wield by manipulating the ocean's currents. Luo Yin watched as the individual who had approached boarded the grand ship before retracting his gaze, unable to suppress a chuckle. Hey, Diamond Jaws, he mused. If his fruit were to awaken, wouldn't he become immensely wealthy overnight? Yet, in this world, diamonds hold little value. Gold remains the true treasure. Luo Yin murmured softly. appearing remarkably at ease, while Zayatali seemed somewhat apprehensive, although she did not anticipate any issues arising from this encounter. She was acutely aware that she was about to confront one of the 4 emperors who reign over the vast seas, a man renowned for his unparalleled strength. Captain, you seem utterly unperturbed. There is no reason to be anxious, as long as we refrain from taking the initiative, even if our negotiations were to falter. Whitebeard would not retaliate against us. Perhaps that fellow even wishes for me to become his son. With a jesting tone, Luo Yin spoke, causing Shadowly to display an expression of disbelief, which significantly alleviated her tension, leaving her uncertain whether Luo Yin was indeed joking. The Whitebeard faction did not keep Luo Yin waiting for long. In less than 5 minutes, the earlier contact approached once more in a small boat. Old man invites you over. I shall be your guide, he called out from a distance, not coming too close this time. Luo Yin immediately manipulated the sea currents to follow. The 2 small boats navigated past several warships, arriving at the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, where Whitebeard resided. A soft ladder had already been lowered, yet Luo Yin chose not to climb it. Instead, he summoned a fierce wind to lift himself and the guide, while Shadowly promptly spread her wings. The trio nearly touched down simultaneously, but the guide was caught off guard by the wind, landing somewhat unsteadily, nearly faltering. Fortunately steadied by Luo Yin, Shadowly did not retract her wings immediately. Instead, she scanned the surroundings before folding them away. "Ha, what an audacious little brat." Whitebeard's voice resonated first, perhaps having received a message from Ace, his tone tinged with a subtle, barely perceptible joy. Loyan then turned his gaze towards the imposing figure of the man known as Whitebeard, the strongest of them all. He was seated in an enormous recliner, beside which stood a rack holding an intravenous drip, currently administering fluids to him. "It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Loyan," he stated, fully aware that this formidable figure would not act rashly, yet still choosing to show respect by bowing slightly. Whitebeard shifted slightly in his seat, a crescent smile gracing his lips as he revealed his iconic grin. "I have received Ace's letter. I appreciate you delivering it. He mentioned that you seek my assistance?" Without indulging in pleasantries, Whitebeard got straight to the point, prompting Loyan to nod in agreement. Given the directness of the man before him, he too opted for forthrightness. "I require an earthquake and a tsunami, not for the purpose of destruction, but rather to facilitate certain actions amidst the chaos. Hence, I seek your aid." "An earthquake? That is trivial for me. It is merely a matter of delivering a punch. However, as you can see, my physical condition is not optimal, and assisting you would impose a significant burden on me. What recompense can you offer for this burden?" As Whitebeard posed this question, the cadre of his subordinates flanking him broke into smiles, as if they had conspired beforehand, or perhaps had received a silent cue. Luo Yin had anticipated this moment long ago. He remained composed, poised to reveal his bargaining chip when he suddenly heard the old man with the white beard chuckling. "Ha ha ha. Young one, come and be my son." Luo Yin could hardly contain himself, the corners of his mouth twitching. He had anticipated that the old man with the white beard would make such a move, yet he did not expect it to occur so swiftly and so straightforwardly. Beside him, Shatari was equally astonished. She had thought that Luo Yin's previous remarks were largely in jest, never imagining that they would materialize so soon. Luo Yin could never consider becoming the son of Whitebeard. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely shook his head and declared, "No, I refuse. I am an adventurer, not a pirate." This statement seemed to trigger a switch, for the previously jovial expression on Whitebeard's face immediately darkened. He abruptly rose to his feet, drawing the Tsongyun Xia at his side, and with a single hand, he began to spin it rapidly, generating a whirlwind that swept through the vicinity, forcing some of the subordinates present to shield their eyes. Shadowly's countenance shifted dramatically, her body bent slightly as her recently folded wings unfurled once more, and her crimson eyes glimmered with a hint of red, as if she were poised to launch herself into action at any moment. Luo Yin extended his hand to block Zayatali, while his other hand waved in front of him, causing the fierce winds to abruptly cease. Whitebeard squinted his eyes, gripping Kanjianki tightly and forcefully planting it into the ground, unleashing a visible shockwave that radiated outward. However, this circular wave intentionally bypassed Luo Yin and Zayatali, not even stirring the corners of their garments. The somber expression on Whitebeard's face gradually softened, reshaping into a crescent-like smile. "Well, it seems you have some tricks up your sleeve. Are you truly unwilling to become my son?" "Indeed, I have no intention of doing so. And I believe that even if I agreed to be your son, it would not greatly benefit you personally. Instead, I bring you something of greater value, an opportunity for longevity and improved vitality." His words instantly stirred commotion aboard the ship, Not only the underlings, but even the officers could no longer maintain their composure, whispering amongst themselves. As members of the Whitebeard pirates, they were acutely aware of Whitebeard's declining health, often relying on intravenous fluids for relief, and it was feared that he had but a few years left. Now, an unknown youth boldly claimed he could extend Whitebeard's life and enhance his condition, which naturally led to skepticism among them. Whitebeard's smile gradually faded, his demeanor turning serious, exuding an even greater aura of authority. I believe you are aware of what you are asserting. I am well acquainted with my own health, and this is not a matter that can be resolved by an ordinary physician. Luo Yin did not respond to the white-bearded man, but instead turned to Shitari. Shitari, in perfect accord, stepped forward to align herself with Luo Yin. She lifted her chin, gazing fearlessly into the eyes of the white-bearded man, though her expression soon wavered. Captain, he is burdened by injuries and age. Even if I were to heal him, he could only live for another 20 years at most. 20 years? Are you serious? The first to voice this inquiry was not the white-bearded man himself, but rather Marco, the Phoenix, who stood a short distance away. As the captain of the 1st Division and the white-bearded man's closest companion, he also served as a semi-medical practitioner aboard the ship, fully aware of the captain's condition. Even he believed that the white-bearded man had only a few years left. Thus, it was only natural for him to harbor doubts upon hearing a girl who appeared to be scarcely 20 declare such a notion. Shitari raised her chin, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she regarded Marco with an air of arrogance. I possess utmost confidence in my elixirs. Should you doubt, feel free to have someone test it. As she spoke, Shitari produced a vial of pink healing potion and continued, this is a healing elixir. The injured may give it a try. If there are no injuries, one could simply make a small incision and consume the potion. A lackey stepped forward, eager to take the elixir, but Marco was quicker, reaching Shitari and seizing the vial. I'll do it. Without hesitation, he drew a small knife and made a cut over a dozen centimeters long on his arm, blood gushing forth immediately. Luo Yin longed to catch the blood. Yet overwhelmed by the crowd, he found himself at a loss for words and forced himself to remain composed. The others exhibited little concern for Marco. Well aware of his capabilities, even if the potion were ineffective, Marco could swiftly heal himself using his own powers, and thus, there would be no issue. Without a moment's hesitation, Marco tilted his head back and drank the healing elixir. As the cool liquid coursed down his throat, he instantly felt the pain in his arm dissipate. Upon glancing down, he beheld the wound closing at an astonishing rate. In mere seconds, the lengthy incision had healed completely. Were it not for the blood surrounding the area, he might have doubted the existence of the injury altogether. How is this possible? How can such a potion exist? Marco, the Phoenix, could also accelerate healing with his flames, but such speed was unattainable when treating others. The crucial point was that this was a potion, entirely independent of any fruit abilities, thereby expanding its potential significantly. Seeing Marco's incredulity, Shitari's face broke into a satisfied smile, her chin lifting slightly higher. Well, now do you believe in my ability to heal the white-bearded man? Margot opened her mouth but refrained from providing a direct answer, instead turning to gaze at Whitebeard. Father, her potion is indeed remarkable. Perhaps. Before Margot could finish her thought, Whitebeard waved his hand to interrupt, and soon erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, little girl. Is he your captain? Shitari paused, momentarily perplexed by Whitebeard's words, yet she nodded in affirmation. Yes. Is that so? What a pity. A hint of undeniable disappointment flickered across Whitebeard's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Well then, let us give it a try. I do not require 20 years. If you could grant me just another decade, I would be immensely grateful. Very well, please lie down. I need to draw some blood for testing before I can concoct a potion tailored to your specific condition. Whitebeard nodded, stepping back to recline in his chair, while he handed the cloud-cutting blade to an unnamed underling, who promptly caught it and set it aside. Shitari retrieved a large syringe from the medical kit, and without hesitation, approached to draw a full 120 milliliters of blood. No one present questioned the procedure, as blood tests are a common practice in medicine. However, some were taken aback by the substantial amount required. Fortunately, for a robust individual like Whitebeard, such a volume was not excessive. With the blood sample in hand, Shitari glanced up at the scorching sun, her brow furrowing slightly. Could I possibly have a quiet room? Ideally one with a table. No problem, follow me, Margot replied. Now that Whitebeard had largely stepped back from the daily affairs of the pirate crew, Margot was effectively managing operations, only deferring to Whitebeard for significant decisions. Thus, her response in place of Whitebeard elicited no objections. Luo Yin naturally followed behind idly, unimpeded by anyone, as they were ushered into a room of moderate size. This chamber resembled a chemistry laboratory, filled with an array of beakers, test tubes, and even a microscope. You may freely utilize any equipment within this room. Should you require anything else, simply call out, and I shall assign 2 individuals to guard the entrance, ensuring you are not disturbed. Thank you, Zyadali replied sincerely. Margot nodded in acknowledgement, uttering nothing further, before promptly exiting the room and closing the door behind him. Once left alone, Zyadali exhaled deeply. I was nearly frightened to death when the old man transformed his weapon. I thought that fellow might actually attack. She patted her chest, feigning a look of relief. And Luo Yin couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed you were ready to retaliate. I thought you weren't afraid at all. That was merely a tactic to gain the upper hand. If a confrontation had ensued, we couldn't just sit idly by, Zyadali murmured defensively. Retrieving a vial of blood from the medical kit, she carefully measured out the required 80 milliliters for Luo Yin into a pre-prepared container for blood storage, while the remainder was poured into a small cup. Handing the vial to Luo Yin, he nodded and accepted it without uttering a word. Their prior discussions had already sufficed, and they were currently aboard the old man's ship, with guards stationed at the door. Any unnecessary conversation could potentially expose them to unwanted trouble. Once Luo Yin secured the vial, Zyadali let out a long sigh and took a tentative sip from the small cup of blood. This act served as a final confirmation. As an apothecary, she had already discerned the old man's condition through her spiritual sight while observing him. This was why she had previously remarked on his myriad ailments. Vampires possess an acute sensitivity to blood, and this small taste was akin to a thorough blood analysis, often more accurate than conventional testing methods. Having confirmed the old man's state, Zyadali wasted no time, swiftly extracting pre-prepared materials from the medical kit and commencing the potion-making process. In a mere 10 minutes, she had concocted 5 vials of elixirs. Waving a faintly green potion that seemed to brim with vitality, she exclaimed, "It's done. That's wonderful." Luo Yin felt a surge of joy upon witnessing Zyadali's confidence. He did not expect her to fully heal the old man. Merely improving his condition was sufficient, and he believed this would be a manageable task for an adept apothecary. Zyadali opened the door, and the 2 pirates stationed outside immediately turned their attention towards her. "Is there something you require?" they inquired, their demeanor respectful and deferential. After all, this individual is responsible for concocting potions for Whitebeard, which directly influences the future of the Whitebeard pirates. "No, the potions have already been prepared. Could you kindly guide me? Has it truly been completed so swiftly?" The 2 pirates displayed a mixture of astonishment and mild skepticism, yet they dared not hesitate and promptly led the way. They were escorted back to the deck, where an elderly ship's doctor with entirely white hair was administering an intravenous drip to Whitebeard. Upon seeing the 2 return so quickly, everyone was momentarily taken aback, with Marco being the first to approach. "Is there something you require?" He immediately thought of what Shatari might need, prompting him to seek clarity from the 2 guards. However, Shatari shook her head and retrieved 5 prepared vials from the medical chest. The potions have been concocted, totaling 5 vials. However, only 4 should be necessary for Whitebeard's recovery. The extra vial can be consumed as a means of reinforcement, or if anyone harbors doubts about the potion, they may also wish to try it. Nevertheless, it is advisable that those in good health refrain from excessive consumption. Half a vial should suffice, lest one risk a nosebleed. "Is it truly ready so soon?" Marco accepted the potions and handed them to the ship's doctor who had previously assisted with Whitebeard's trip. The doctor received the potions and presented 4 to Whitebeard, while he himself took 1 into the cabin, evidently to analyze it with more sophisticated equipment. Shatari chose not to comment, as it was she who had suggested the possibility of testing it. Analyzing the potion's components is indeed a more prudent approach than direct consumption. Before long, the doctor emerged from the cabin, his face alight with indescribable joy. "Old man, I have confirmed that the potion is fundamentally sound. At the very least, consuming it will not exacerbate the situation." Whitebeard nodded, turning to Shatari. "How should this potion be administered?" As an ailing elder, Whitebeard had undergone numerous treatments over the years, and inquiring about new medications had become a habit. Shatari inwardly sighed with relief, her demeanor calm as she explained, "Take 1 vial every 3 days. After consuming 4 vials, you should be on the path to recovery. Of course, should you find yourself still unwell, do not hesitate to reach out to me, and I shall prepare more." "Very well." Without further hesitation, Whitebeard promptly removed the stopper from 1 vial and tilted his head back to ingest its contents. As the potion slid down his throat, his complexion visibly improved. A glimmer of vitality sparkled in Whitebeard's murky eyes. Even as one of the four emperors, he could not suppress his overwhelming joy. I feel considerably lighter. Old man, please do not rise just yet. Allow me to conduct a thorough examination first. The ship's doctor, noticing Whitebeard's intention to remove the recently inserted needle and stand, swiftly intervened, producing a stethoscope and blood pressure monitor to carry out a meticulous checkup. The more he examined, the more astonished the doctor became. How is this possible? This cannot be. The old man's health is nearly restored. Oh. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone aboard the ship, except for Luo Yin and Zidali, erupted into cheers. This signified that the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, their beloved father, would be able to lead them across the vast seas for a longer duration. Ha ha ha. Does this mean we can finally remove these bothersome contraptions? Whitebeard, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly withdrew the syringe and rose to his feet. An overwhelming aura began to emanate from him, causing the jubilant pirates to suddenly quiet down, their expressions tinged with apprehension as they gazed at Whitebeard. The corners of his mouth gradually curled into a crescent shape, transforming into his iconic smile. Boys, it's time for a feast. Oh. A resounding cheer erupted from the crew, and the joyous atmosphere spread throughout the ship. A smile finally graced Luo Yan's face, just as Whitebeard cast his gaze back toward him. Kid, when do you need an earthquake? Luo Yan's smile softened slightly, yet it remained, adorned with a faint radiance. He raised his head, gazing fearlessly into the eyes of the white-bearded man, and his smile gradually expanded once more. What could possibly be more significant than hosting a banquet? Hurrah! Well said. Surely, you must have companions. Call them forth. Though today is a celebration designated for pirates, we shall not turn away friends. If possible, Luo Yin would certainly prefer that Whitebeard expedite the ceremony for him. However, his Ocean Singer's potion still required a final touch of digestion, preventing him from conducting the ritual at present. Yet, he harbored no concerns, drawing from his previous experience of celebrating with Luffy and the others. He believed that by merely singing at the banquet, he could facilitate the last stages of digestion. After all, with the numerous members of the Whitebeard pirates, the effect would undoubtedly be amplified. Luo Yin did not return to his ship to inform Rhoda and MIT. Instead, Shadowly utilized her beast-taming abilities to communicate with Xiao Jin and Xiao-Bai, relaying the message. As Luo Yin's vessel approached and all members boarded the Moby Dick, the grand feast commenced, marking a jubilant celebration for all. The lively shouts filled the air, echoing across the deck. Seizing the opportunity to relish the effects of the potion, Luo Yin joined a throng of pirates in song. The melodies reverberated, and soon schools of fish began to swirl around the Moby Dick, splashing water as if applauding the harmonious tunes, occasionally leaping from the depths as if dancing to the rhythm, guided by the enchanting music. The fish leapt in a synchronized manner, their numbers swelling to create an astonishing spectacle. Look at the fish in the sea, exclaimed a pirate still not fully immersed in the festive atmosphere, prompting the others to gaze toward the waters, their eyes widening in astonishment. In that moment, Luo Yin felt something within him shatter, breaking into countless stars that gradually fused with his flesh and soul, signifying he had fully absorbed the potion's power. The revelry persisted from noon until deep into the night, with the majority of pirates succumbing to intoxication upon the deck. However, as a member of the Yonko pirate crew, it was imperative that some remained sober, and among them was Marco. He was currently overseeing the removal of the feast's decorations, orchestrating those pirates who had not indulged excessively. As for the inebriated, they were left sprawled haphazardly across the deck. The only others still coherent alongside Luo Yin were Shadowly, who preferred juice, and Xiao-Bai the ferret, while even Porter and Xiao Jin succumbed to the effects of the festivities. Shadowly chose not to return her inebriated comrades to the ship, but instead gathered all members into a corner of the deck, standing guard with Xiao-Bai by her side. One hand gently stroked Xiao-Bai's soft fur, while the other rested on the ship's railing, her eyes half closed in a state of blissful enjoyment. I've prepared a room for you. Would you like to rest a bit? Fear not. This is the ship of the Yonko, and your comrades are safe, Marco said as he approached Shadowly after organizing the cleanup, acknowledging her kindness towards the Whitebeard crew, which warranted a proper accommodation while she remained sober. Shadowly paused her caress of Xiao-Bai, turning her head to glance at Marco before shaking it with a smile growing on her face. For me, this is merely the beginning of the day. I generally do not sleep at night. You may attend to your duties. Do not mind me. Is this one of your devil fruit abilities? The lack of need for sleep at night? Marco noted, recalling how Shadowly had revealed her vampiric nature upon boarding. In this world, however, the emergence of wings on a person was not deemed an extraordinary phenomenon, due to the existence of the devil fruit in this world. Everyone merely attributed its powers to Shitari. Shitari shook her head, dismissing Margot's conjecture, yet she offered no explanation, choosing instead to remain silent. Margot, initially expecting Shitari to elucidate her thoughts, waited in vain for an explanation, ultimately shaking his head with a wry smile as he went to arrange for the night watch. As he departed, he casually remarked, "The room I have assigned for you is the fourth one on the left side of the cabin, if you feel weary. You may head there directly." Shitari did not turn back, but still managed to utter a soft thank you. The following day, Lu Yin awoke from a drunken stupor. Still with his eyes closed, feeling a piercing pain in his head, along with the sensation of something pressing against his chest. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered a monkey's head resting upon his breast. Luo Yin casually pushed the monkey brain aside, sitting upright and vigorously shaking his head in an attempt to recall the events of the previous night. However, all he could remember was indulging in copious amounts of alcohol with a large group of pirates, after which his memory faded into oblivion. Have I truly drunk myself into a stupor? At that moment, a delicate white hand offered him a glass of water. Luo Yin instinctively reached out to accept it, only to look up and realize that it was Shitari who had extended the gesture. "Shitari, do you possess any elixirs to alleviate a hangover headache? I could use one." "I do, but I am reluctant to prepare it for you." "Why ever not?" At this moment, Luo Yin had not yet fully recovered, to the extent that he failed to notice the displeasure etched on Siad Tali's face. Although she had maintained an air of composure aboard the pirate ship, helmed by the white-bearded captain, internally, she was fraught with anxiety, especially after Luo Yin succumbed to intoxication. Her trepidation heightened, and after having endured a restless night under such circumstances, it was only natural for her to harbor a trace of resentment. Wasn't this a price one should anticipate? Indeed, it seems prudent to refrain from consuming such quantities in the future. Luo Yin finally regained his composure, realizing his mistakes. He quickly acquiesced to Xiadali's sentiments, which alleviated her expression considerably. "Captain, you certainly entertained us with your singing at the banquet yesterday. How has your digestion fared?" With Luo Yin having acknowledged his error, Xiadali chose not to dwell on it further and deftly redirected the conversation. Luo Yin nodded, a smile breaking through despite his headache. "I have fully digested it. As long as I adjust my state, we can proceed with the ceremony." "That is reassuring, Captain. Now that you are awake." "I shall return to the ship to rest," she replied. Having had little sleep the previous night and being roused at midday, it was now the following noon, and fatigue had long since set in. Yet, as the only one maintaining her wakefulness, she had persevered until now. With Luo Yin awake, her endurance was no longer necessary. Luo Yin nodded, while Xiadali, cradling the small white ferret, was enveloped by a swirl of dark energy that manifested into a pair of wings. She ascended directly to her ship and promptly retreated to her cozy chamber, collapsing into slumber. The little white ferret, however, did not join her in rest. Having already indulged in sleep under Xiadali's gentle caresses the previous night, it now assumed the responsibilities of the absent golden monkey, tending to the neglected flora that had gone unattended for a day. Nearly 2 hours later, Rhoda and MIT awoke, both grimacing in discomfort from their throbbing heads. Yet, neither uttered a complaint nor expressed a desire to return to the ship in search of potions. Instead, they marveled at the lively revelry of the white-beard pirates, truly worthy of their status as one of the four emperors. As 2 more days passed, although no further feasts were held, Luo Yin and his companions continued to receive warm hospitality from the white-beard pirates. With only 7 individuals, including the animals, their presence posed no burden to such a grand pirate crew. The rapport between the 2 parties deepened, and Whitebeard, having consumed another vial of potion, appeared increasingly revitalized. Thus, Luo Yin finally broached the subject of requesting Whitebeard to unleash an earthquake and tsunami, a request that Whitebeard readily accepted. Luo Yin arrived at a deserted island, mere hundreds of meters away from the formidable Moby Dick. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship, his hands clenched tightly as he suddenly swung his fists to either side. The air immediately cracked like a spider's web. The ground began to tremble, and the waves seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, transforming into towering walls of water that surged towards the island. Boom! The first wave crashed against the shore with a thunderous roar, and the rocks along the coast, whether from the tremors or unable to withstand the onslaught of the waves, shattered in considerable numbers. Upon sensing the tremors beneath his feet, Luo Yin promptly retrieved the pre-prepared disaster high priest potion of sequence 4 from his bosom and tilted his head back to ingest it. In an instant, he was engulfed by a ferocity that seemed to emanate from the colossal sea creature, as if it were a manifestation of the ocean itself, or perhaps a reflection of his own inner turmoil. His thoughts erupted like a tempest, shattered by the overwhelming rage, teetering on the brink of chaos and disarray. At that moment, an acute sense of danger enveloped him from all directions, a culmination of his innate sensitivity to the tumultuous changes of the sea and an ominous premonition of peril. The dual forces of danger and fury intertwined, achieving a precarious equilibrium as Luo Yan's fragmented thoughts gradually coalesced. He dared not indulge in even the slightest lapse, swiftly entering a meditative state to consolidate his mind, striving to retain his clarity. Outside, the earthquake and tsunami raged on, the entire island swaying violently, with towering waves crashing in relentless succession, rendering the land akin to a fragile vessel adrift in a storm, perilously close to capsizing. Indeed, had Whitebeard so desired, he could have effortlessly obliterated the island. Yet, he meticulously calibrated his force, ensuring that the seismic upheaval and tidal waves remained within limits that spared the island from destruction. Through relentless effort, Luo Yan finally regained mastery over his body, his thoughts sharpening, gradually suppressing the fury until his eyes regained their lucidity. A torrent of knowledge surged into his consciousness, a gift inherent to the disaster high priest potion, signifying his successful ascension to the status of a true demigod. From that moment onward, the vast ocean would be his domain, impervious even to the mightiest of adversaries. With a thunderous boom, Luo Yan found himself hovering hundreds of meters above the Moby Dick, his speed now surpassing the sound barrier. Just as he prepared to deliver another blow to sustain the earthquake, Whitebeard abruptly ceased his actions. Gazing up at Luo Yan in the sky, it appeared that the earthquake and tsunami were no longer necessary. Luo Yan gently descended onto the deck of the Pequod, bowing sincerely before Whitebeard in gratitude for his assistance. I have completed what I set out to do. Although I am unaware of the specifics of your actions, I can sense that you have grown significantly stronger. Whitebeard's expression turned grave as he scrutinized Luo Yan with utmost seriousness. Luo Yan smiled softly, choosing not to address the inquiry directly, instead redirecting the conversation. I have glimpsed fragments of the future pertaining to your destiny. Oh, pray, share what you have seen. Luo Yan's words successfully piqued the interest of Whitebeard, who held no doubts regarding the ability to glimpse the future. Such a feat could be achieved when one's observation haki reaches its zenith. I witnessed you being pierced by a knife, yet you did not retaliate. Instead, you embraced the assailant, though I could not discern the person's face, only a vague outline of a long blade. In any case, be wary of those around you. They may not be traitors, but at the very least, they are misled. Ah, I appreciate your warning. It is a pity you do not wish to be my son. Whitebeard reiterated his desire to adopt Luo Yan, who merely smiled and shook his head. My destiny does not lie within the pirate crew. My affairs are concluded, and it is time for me to depart. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate's design. As he spoke, Luo Yan placed his right hand upon his chest, slightly bowed, and performed a courteous gesture. After a moment of silence, Whitebeard extended his hand, offering a piece of finely trimmed white paper. This is my life card. Should you find yourself in trouble, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, Luo Yan replied. Luo Yan did not decline the goodwill of Whitebeard, after all. Even in death, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates still possessed formidable strength. Once again, Luo Yan was lifted by the fierce winds, soaring towards his ship, and soon landed deftly upon the deck. On the deck awaited shadowy Rhoda and MIT, who, upon witnessing Luo Yan's arrival, rushed forward in unison. Captain, are you unharmed? Congratulations. Captain, they exclaimed in chorus. Luo Yan smiled and nodded, casting a glance back at the distant Moby Dick before turning his attention to MIT. Set sail. We shall seek islands that harbor unique flora and fauna. Yes, Captain. MIT replied promptly, hastening back to the helm as the vessel set in motion, charting a course into the unknown. Now that he had ascended to Sequence 4, the urgency of time had diminished. They could drift upon the sea for a while. This would allow for the collection of extraordinary materials and traits in preparation for the advancement of his crew and future recruits. Additionally, he awaited news regarding Ace's capture. Previously, Luo Yan had kept a low profile to avoid attracting the Navy's attention, as he was still quite vulnerable. However, circumstances had shifted, even when faced with an admiral. He now felt confident in safeguarding his ship's escape. In light of this, there was no longer a need for discretion. He needed to prepare the anchors necessary for future promotions. Besides aligning with the Revolutionary Army's endeavors, he could also leverage the Marine Forward War to gain some notoriety. Though he had no intention of participating in the combat, instead, he could seize the opportunity to establish his name, perhaps by intervening at a critical moment or rescuing individuals in peril. Captain, a pirate ship approaches us. shouted Porter, the lookout basking in the sun atop the mast. Startled from his leisurely repose, Luo Yin sat upright, his face alight with excitement rather than concern over the impending encounter with pirates. It had been 5 or 6 days since parting ways with the Whitebeard pirates, and during their travels, they had passed several islands. Yet, these had proven to be mundane, offering only a meager scattering of spiritually rich extraordinary materials, lacking in exploration value, thus they had not anchored. Having ascended to Sequence 4 without experience in combat, Luo Yin was elated at the prospect of finally testing his abilities, especially with an encounter now presenting itself. Luo Yin lifted his gaze, beholding a vessel that was 2 or 3 times larger than his own. Such a craft, while not particularly grand, could be deemed relatively modest in the New World. The pirate flag displayed a skull adorned with a blue hat, and the corners of its mouth bore a symbol reminiscent of a ring. Porter spotted the pirate ship, and the lookout equipped with a telescope aboard the vessel naturally caught sight of Luo Yan's ship as well. Captain, at the 1 o'clock position, there is a small boat. It appears to have only a few individuals on board. Shall we approach? A small boat? Hey, are you familiar with their flag? Replied a man with dark skin, donning a blue hat and clad in a long black coat, with a long-barreled revolver at his waist. The lookout scrutinized the sails but noted that they were devoid of any insignia, entirely blank. Captain, the sails opposite us are utterly bare, lacking any flag. They do not appear to be pirates, nor are they navy. Neither pirates nor navy? What business do they have in the New World? Let us draw closer. Prepare for the hunt, lads. Oh. At the captain's command, the crew of pirates erupted in jubilant cheers. This small band of pirates had endured a rather stifling existence in the New World, and now, having finally encountered what seemed to be a softer target, they were eager to capitalize on the opportunity. Luo Yin was just about to command MIT to approach when he heard Porter exclaim, "Captain, the pirate ship is drawing near." "Oh, how intriguing. Then we shall wait here. There is no need to advance proactively." Luo Yin approached the bow of the ship, squinting at the approaching pirate vessel, a subtle smile gradually forming on his lips. The fact that they were pirates, and that they were drawing near, implied their intentions towards him in this moment. He felt no sense of peril, suggesting their weakness, a perfect opportunity to assess his own abilities. The pirate ship soon closed the distance to a mere dozen meters, revealing a group of fearsome-looking brigands standing at the rail, their cannons already trained on Luo Yan's modest craft. The way they regarded him was akin to watching a lamb destined for slaughter. "Ha, just a mere child," one of the pirates bellowed. "Hey, kid, hand over all the valuables on your ship. If you do, I might spare your life and even allow you to work aboard my ship. If you prove yourself, I could offer you a place in my pirate crew." The captain of the blue-hatted pirate crew refrained from immediately ordering an attack. Instead, he opted to probe the situations, discerning whether the opponent truly was as defenseless as he appeared. At this moment, Luo Yin was in quite a pleasant mood. Since the other party had not taken immediate action, he too had no intention of striking first. With a smile gracing his lips, he lifted his gaze towards the captain in the blue hat. "What pirate crew do you belong to? Are you well known? I have no desire to join a crew of little renown." Upon hearing this, the blue-hatted captain puffed up his chest, and the surrounding pirates erupted into hearty laughter. "Listen closely, lad. We are the Blue Hat Pirates. I am the captain of the Blue Hat Pirates, Captain Kadi, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 87 million berries." Luo Yin rested his chin on his hand, nodding slightly. A bounty exceeding 80 million is not particularly high in the New World, yet it is not the lowest either. However, if the captain of a pirate crew possesses such a bounty, it signifies that the overall strength of the crew is rather feeble within the New World. 87 million. He murmured, repeating the bounty of the captain in the blue hat before inquiring once more. "So, are you a devil fruit user?" "Indeed. I am the wielder of the misfortune fruit. Should you dare to resist, misfortune shall befall you." "Misfortune? Is that not a form of aggregation in itself?" Luo Yin smiled, a smile radiating with sheer delight. Thunder roared as bolts of lightning, as thick as water buckets, descended, instantly shattering the pirate ship into splinters. Some pirates were struck dead on the spot, while the remainder plunged into the sea, including the captain himself. Without hesitation, Luo Yin plunged into the sea and swiftly swam to the side of the captain. The captain, a wielder of the devil fruit powers, was sinking in despair, thrashing about in the water. Upon seeing Luo Yin approach, he intensified his struggles, reaching out in an attempt to grasp Luo Yin. Whether in a desperate plea for salvation or in a desire to drag Luo Yin down with him into the abyss remained uncertain. The smile on Luo Yin's face remained unwavering, and though he did not utter a word, the surrounding water began to tremble, producing a sound of its own. What a pity. You failed to make me unfortunate in time. I am grateful for the power you have bestowed upon me. I shall utilize it well. Captain Blue Hat stared at Luo Yin in disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. He instinctively opened his mouth to speak, but only a breath escaped, and seawater rushed in, intensifying his suffocation. Luo Yin did not allow him to endure further agony and despair. With fingers poised together, he thrust towards the chest of the blue-hatted captain, penetrating it completely. His hand pierced through the captain's breast, shattering his heart. Blood surged forth, and the blue-hatted captain's eyes widened in shock as crimson liquid flowed from his mouth and nose, drifting through the sea like a scarlet thread, ultimately merging with the vast expanse of red. Luo Yin withdrew his palm, grasping the shoulder of Captain Blue Hat as he soared above the water's surface, landing gracefully upon the deck. Glimmers of light began to coalesce, swiftly forming a glossy, black object reminiscent of stone, a characteristic of the unfortunate fruit. With a creaking sound, the cabin door swung open, revealing Shitali. Regrettably, most of her blood had been lost, the remainder mingled with seawater. Captain, you didn't leave a single drop for me. Shitali chided Luo Yin, her displeasure unmistakable. It was only then that Luo Yin recalled Shitali's needs, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. My apologies. I wasn't paying attention. Shall I go fetch some for you? There might still be some alive. Shitali cast a glance at the now crimson-stained sea, pondering for a moment before shaking her head. No need. I still have plenty of blood left. I can manage for at least a week. Very well. Let us seek a place to exchange our bounty, and, while we're at it, I shall procure some blood for you. After Luo Yin and Mit salvaged the treasures of the Blue Hat pirates, they continued their journey, now with the destination set for an inhabited island. After all, the bounty of 80 million must be exchanged. With the assistance of the astrological sphere, they located a settlement within merely 2 days. Luo Yin was indifferent to which nation this land belonged, as he was aware of the presence of a Navy branch, G5. Among the Navy branches stationed in the New World, there would invariably be at least one Rear Admiral. Pirates capable of thriving in the New World are not to be underestimated. Without a Rear Admiral, maintaining order would be challenging. However, the Navy would hesitate to dispatch an admiral for garrison duties for 2 reasons. Firstly, the number of admirals is limited, with only 3 currently at the Navy headquarters. Secondly, the New World is the territory of the 4 emperors, and sending an admiral could provoke their ire, potentially igniting a large-scale conflict, something the Navy wishes to avoid. Upon landing, Luo Yin carried the corpse of the Blue Hat captain to the Bounty Exchange Department of the Navy branch, while the others accompanied Shitali to procure supplies. As he traversed the path, many townsfolk observed Luo Yin with the body, yet none were astonished or paused. Most simply cast a few glances as they passed by. For the inhabitants had long grown accustomed to bounty hunters exchanging pirate corpses for rewards. The exchange office was modest, resembling an ordinary shop. At its center stood a large counter manned by 3 Navy personnel, behind which lay a door leading to an unknown destination. The 3 sailors were engaged in a game of cards, as they were not conducting business. Their purpose here was to dispense funds. Thus, they did not maintain the decorum typically expected at a retail establishment. As Luo Yin approached the entrance, he nonchalantly tossed the pirate's lifeless body onto the counter. The 3 naval officers engaged in a card game momentarily paused, yet their game continued uninterrupted until they completed an entire round. One of them glanced at the corpse with disinterest before casually retrieving a hefty tome to peruse. Is this the blue-hatted one with a bounty of 87 million berries? He inquired in a tone seeking confirmation. Luo Yin nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I have come to claim his bounty. Very well, let us proceed with the registration. The officer replied, producing a ledger and a fountain pen. Please provide your name and place of origin. Luo Yin, from the East Sea, he responded. Although Luo Yin felt somewhat displeased by the arrogance exhibited by the Navy, he restrained his irritation, for he was reliant on their financial support. The naval officer nodded, collected the registered information, and then lifted the corpse with one hand. Further verification was required while they waited. After stating this, he disregarded Luo Yin and proceeded through the back door with the body disappearing from sight. The remaining 2 Navy personnel, now 1 short, found themselves unable to continue their card game and displayed signs of boredom. Ah, you're Luo Yin, right? Care to join us for a few games? One of the sailors, overwhelmed by ennui, attempted to invite Luo Yin to play. However, Luo Yin shook his head, moved to the wall, crossed his arms over his chest, and leaned against it to rest, all the while reflecting on the intelligence regarding G5. The original narrative provided scant details about G5. It was only after Smoker arrived that it made an appearance, by which time G5 had already been restructured under his guidance. Rumor had it that prior to that, G5 was quite chaotic. How intriguing. So this is what G5 truly is like. Luo Yan's whispered murmurs were overheard by two naval officers, who immediately furrowed their brows. The officer who had just invited Luo Yan to play cards raised his voice significantly. What do you mean by that? Are you dissatisfied with our G5? Luo Yan cast a glance at the individual without uttering a word. The naval officer, witnessing the silence, felt his expression darken further, yet refrained from making any additional remarks. After nearly 5 minutes, the officer who had taken the deceased for verification returned, bearing a bag in hand. "This is your bounty," he declared, carelessly tossing the bag onto the counter, leading one to believe that its contents were not currency but rather a collection of refuse. The bag skittered across the surface of the counter, ultimately cascading to the ground. Luo Yan gestured with his hand, and a gust of wind immediately lifted the bag, presenting it before him. Luo Yan opened the bag and glanced inside, only to furrow his brow in dismay, for within it there was not a trace of 80 million. Nor even 70 million, at most, it barely contained 60 million. The sum of money seemed decidedly amiss. Luo Yan inquired in a deep voice. Yet the three naval officers paid him no heed, engrossed in their game of cards as if he were a mere figment of imagination. Luo Yan's brows gradually knitted together. An invisible pressure began to permeate the small room, and at that moment, he exuded an aura reminiscent of the ominous calm before a storm, as if the next instant would herald the arrival of torrential rain, blinding lightning, and fierce winds. The three naval officers immediately sensed the shift in the atmosphere within the room, turning their gazes toward Luo Yan. However, their expressions bore no trace of fear, but rather a hint of impatience. "I say, is this your first time claiming a bounty? It isn't as simple as receiving the full 80 million. Deductions for handling fees and applicable taxes must be taken into account. The fact that you can secure 55 million is quite commendable, wouldn't you agree?" Luo Yan had initially been incensed, believing that the other party had appropriated a portion of his bounty. However, after hearing the explanation, he began to perceive some validity in it. Gradually, he tempered his indignation, deciding to let the matter rest. After all, to him, it was merely an excess of funds. A slight reduction would not be of great consequence. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a man clad in a flowing white robe, wielding a bamboo staff, and adorned with sunglasses. Upon sighting this individual, the three naval officers promptly discarded their cards and stood at attention, saluting him with utmost respect. It was none other than Rear Admiral Virgo. Virgo acknowledged their greeting with a nod and stepped away from the counter, calmly fixing his gaze upon Luo Yan from a distance of 2 or 3 meters. "Did you harbor any dissatisfaction towards us just now? If you possess grievances, feel free to voice them. I implore you not to trouble my subordinates." Luo Yan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the Rear Admiral with keen discernment. His intuition warned him that this individual was formidable. However, the situation did not yet seem perilous, for he possessed the ability to fly, and his velocity surpassed the speed of sound. No mere Rear Admiral could impede his departure. It was not a matter of discontent, rather. It was my first experience redeeming a bounty, and I was unaware of any handling fees. Initially, I presumed your subordinate had absconded with my funds. Virgo cast a casual glance at the bag Luo Yan held, his expression remaining impassive. Indeed, redeeming a bounty necessitates the payment of certain fees, a standard procedure applicable in any locale. "Ah, I understand. After all, I merely stumbled upon that corpse at sea. Receiving 55 million is already quite gratifying." With a smile gracing his lips, Luo Yan turned to exit, while Virgo subtly raised an eyebrow. "Are you implying that you discovered the corpse?" Luo Yan paused just as he stepped out the door, not turning back, yet his words carried a hint of amusement. "What is the matter? Is it because I did not personally slay that pirate that you wish to reclaim the bounty?" "No. I merely hope you can enlighten me as to the identity of the one who dispatched that pirate." "Who knows?" Luo Yan shrugged nonchalantly and strode away, while Virgo made no attempt to stop him, standing there quietly, silently observing Luo Yan's departure, lost in his own thoughts. Luo Yan returned to the designated meeting point and waited for half an hour before finally seeing Xiatali and the other two return, albeit empty-handed. "Did you not go to procure the blood? Where is it?" Luo Yan inquired with astonishment, and upon hearing his words, Xiatali's expression immediately soured. "Let us not even mention it. The hospital here does not sell blood. They insist on having proof from the Navy. Where are we supposed to obtain such proof?" Although somewhat taken aback, it was nonetheless within the realm of reason, as this area is under the jurisdiction of G5 and is undoubtedly under complete control of the Navy. In the New World, those in need of purchasing blood are likely either the Navy or pirates. The Navy would naturally have access to the necessary documentation, and without it, the sale cannot proceed. In that case, there is no alternative. Let us go. If all else fails, we can seek out a band of pirates to collect some blood. Zayatali remained rather discontented, yet with no better options at hand, she could only nod in agreement. Loyan's vessel once again set sail, gradually distancing itself from the island. Virgo stood upon the shore, watching the sailing ship depart, a din-din mushy in hand. Loyan came to me to exchange for a bounty. He just left my side. Virgo remarked with a calm demeanor. Laughter echoed from the din-din mushy. Fu-fu-fu, what are your impressions of that fellow? I cannot ascertain without having engaged him directly. Yet he exudes an aura akin to a tempest. He is surely not to be underestimated. Should I dispatch someone to follow him? As Loyan's ship began to fade from view on the horizon, Virgo hastily inquired. The din-din mushy erupted in laughter once more. Fu-fu-fu, there is no need for that. I merely advised you to keep an eye on him due to the recent escalations by the Revolutionary Army. Certain elder figures have requested intelligence. I had merely received information linking him to the Revolutionary Army. I see, then that will suffice. Virgo nodded, his expression softening as he stowed away the din-din mushy and returned to G5. On board the ship, since the moment of departure, Loyan stood at the stern, gazing at the island they had just left behind. Although Virgo's scrutiny was somewhat concealed, it was impossible for a demigod of Sequence 4 to evade his keen spiritual intuition. He had long sensed Virgo's covert observation. However, he chose not to acknowledge it, as he had no desire to engage in direct conflict with the Vice Admiral. Especially considering that Virgo was not merely a Vice Admiral, but also a subordinate of Doflamingo, entangling matters further and rendering them exceedingly troublesome. Virgo, Luo Yin called out, and turned back to the cabin. Captain, tremendous news, tremendous news. On that day, while Luo Yin was engrossed in his studies of how to craft talismans using extraordinary materials and metals, he heard a loud shout from outside the door, followed by a series of vigorous knocks. No need to knock. The door is not locked. Luo Yin, feeling quite irritable, called out towards the entrance. He had finally begun to piece together some thoughts when the incessant knocking at the door shattered his concentration. The door swung open, revealing the little golden monkey, with Porter perched upon its shoulder. In the monkey's grasp was a newspaper, yet it was Porter who vociferously exclaimed, "Has Ace been captured?" Upon seeing the newspaper in the little golden monkey's hands, Luo Yin immediately inquired, and Porter, who had been ready to continue its outburst, seemed momentarily silenced as if someone had grasped its throat. Nevertheless, it quickly nodded in affirmation, confirming that Luo Yin's deduction was indeed correct. Luo Yin summoned a gust of wind, causing the newspaper in the little golden monkey's grasp to spiral into his hands. The headline boldly proclaimed Ace's capture and Blackbeard's ascension as a warlord of the sea. Thus, the long-anticipated events have finally commenced. Luo Yin murmured softly, returning the newspaper to the little golden monkey. Go tell Mitt that we are entering the doldrums. I shall take the helm personally. Yes, Captain. Porter, as a bird, did not ponder much and promptly responded, while the little golden monkey, without hesitation, closed the door behind Luo Yin and swiftly departed. Luo Yuan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to etch a design symbolizing a tyrant onto a spiritually rich crystal stone, a pattern easily recognizable as it adorned the back of the tyrant card. As the final stroke was completed, the crystal transformed into a silver-white talisman, the Thunder Talisman. Once activated, it could unleash demigod-level lightning strikes, truly a high-grade talisman. At last, success. Luo Yin exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of fatigue despite having merely crafted a single talisman. In the past, he had refrained from engaging in such endeavors due to his own insignificance. Not to mention whether he possessed the spiritual essence to create talismans. Even if he succeeded, the results would be lackluster, yielding no formidable effects. After setting sail, he had been preoccupied with the urgency of hunting along and plotting a meeting with the Whitebeard, perpetually haunted by a sense of time slipping away, leaving him no opportunity to delve into this craft. Now, freed from that pressing urgency and having ascended to the ranks of high-tier powerhouses, he could finally devote himself to research, and his talismans now bore substantial strength. Within the windless zone, Luo Yan's vessel had furled its sails, propelled entirely by currents under his command. The entire ship shimmered with ripples akin to sunlight reflecting off the water, exuding an aura of impending calamity. It felt as though the ship itself was brewing disaster, instilling a profound sense of danger. This formidable energy emanated from the ocean itself, and the marine creatures inhabiting these waters were particularly attuned to its presence. Consequently, few sea creatures would dare to assault this vessel. Driven by the currents, the ship advanced at an astonishing pace, reaching the vicinity of Nine Snake Island in just a day's time. In the distance, Luo Yin spotted a naval warship drifting not far away. It appeared he had not arrived too late. Luo Yin let out a chuckle, choosing not to steer the vessel closer, but instead soaring through the winds towards the warship. The sailors aboard the ship had all been petrified, with the sole exception of the Navy Admiral codenamed Flying Squirrel. As Luo Yin approached, the Flying Squirrel became alert, instantly raising its head to gaze warily upwards, its eyes narrowing immediately. Luo Yin? Oh, you are familiar with me? Luo Yin chuckled lightly, alighting upon the deck of the warship without a trace of trepidation. The squirrel positioned his hand upon the hilt of his blade, yet refrained from drawing it. I have seen your portrait, he remarked with a smirk. Fortunately, that is merely a likeness and not a bounty notice. Luo Yin jested lightly, alleviating the tension in the atmosphere slightly. The flying squirrel's hand also shifted away from the hilt of his knife, yet he remained vigilant as was necessary. What is it that you seek? Luo Yin did not respond immediately. Instead, he walked over to a petrified marine, scrutinizing the exquisite stone statue before him. If this were not a transformation from a living being, it would indeed be a remarkable piece of art. How long have you been here? When were they turned to stone? The flying squirrel furrowed his brow momentarily, but chose not to conceal the truth. We just arrived today. They were petrified 2 hours ago. I see. I understand now. Rest assured, Hancock will certainly agree to the summons. The flying squirrel's brow deepened further, a shadow cloaking his expression, and his hand once again rested upon the hilt of his knife. What exactly is your intention? In that instant, Luo Yan's instincts signaled a warning, indicating that the flying squirrel was contemplating action. Humph. Luo Yin let out a cold snort, a sound akin to thunder striking the ears of the dormouse, leaving his mind buzzing and momentarily dazed. Is the Navy truly so arrogant? What have I done to offend you? Do you truly wish to engage me in combat? You must think carefully. At sea, I fear no one. A terrifying aura emanated from Luo Yin, transforming him into a harbinger of catastrophe. As if he could erupt at any moment, the dormouse's gaze sharpened, and he slowly lowered his hand from the hilt of his sword. What brings you here? With the dormouse easing his stance, Luo Yin too reined in his aura, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. I merely passed by. As he spoke, Luo Yin cast a glance at the crimson sunset on the horizon and the sun poised to dip below the horizon. Time is fleeting. It seems you shall have to spend the night among a cluster of stones. Luo Yin diverted the topic with a mocking tone, yet the squirrel remained unyielding, maintaining a vigilant stance towards him. This was hardly a significant issue. Why do you assert that Hancock would undoubtedly agree to convene? Intuition, my instincts in this regard have always proven to be remarkably accurate. Thus, I believe you can place your trust in me. Humph. The squirrel scoffed, offering no reply. Just as Luo Yin was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Raising his gaze, he beheld a rather plump black bat flapping its wings as it approached. Luo Yin raised his right hand, and the bat promptly descended into the palm of his hand. To his astonishment, it opened its mouth and uttered the voice of shadowy, Captain, it is time to depart. Understood. I shall be there immediately. Luo Yin gently tossed the bat in his hand, yet it did not take flight. Instead, it transformed into a cascade of black light and vanished. My companion urged me to depart, and it was time for me to leave. Farewell. Luo Yin smiled, lifted by the wind, swiftly returning to the ship. However, Zayatali was not aboard. Long before he had spotted the warship, Luo Yin had instructed Zayatali to disembark on Nine Snake Island in search of Luffy. The message conveyed by Zayatali was merely a code. If she found Luffy, she would say, it is time to depart, and if not, she would inquire, where are you? The signal brought by the bat was it is time to depart, indicating that Zayatali had indeed located Luffy. Luo Yin skillfully maneuvered the vessel to the opposite side of Nine Snake Island, thereby positioning it such that the entirety of the island lay between him and the warships, ensuring that his encounter with Luffy would remain concealed from Admiral Mongoose. After a brief wait of approximately 10 minutes, Zayatali arrived at the shore, accompanied by Luffy and 2 members of the 9 Snake Pirates, one stout and one slender, whom Luo Yin found somewhat familiar, though their names eluded his memory. Luo Yin. Aha. Splendid. Could you possibly escort me to Sabaody Archipelago? My companions and I have arranged to meet there. Upon seeing Luo Yin, Luffy bypassed any pleasantries and directly voiced his request, exhibiting a complete lack of formality. Luo Yin attempted to smile, but only managed a bitter grin. Luffy, please take a look at this newspaper first. With a casual toss, Luo Yin flung a newspaper into the air, where the wind effortlessly carried it to Luffy's feet. Luffy paused for a moment, his cheerful demeanor swiftly replaced by a grave seriousness as he unfolded the paper. His gaze was immediately drawn to the alarming news of Ace's capture and impending execution. Although this news had been published the previous day, it had not reached them promptly due to the calm waters of the doldrums. Until now, Luffy remained oblivious to this dire situation. Execution? What did that entail? Did this not imply that Ace had no chance of escape? Luffy's emotions surged, and he found himself unable to restrain his feelings as he shouted at Luo Yin. The two members of the Snake Princess pirates who accompanied him were taken aback, unable to comprehend Luffy's sudden outburst, yet they wisely chose to remain silent. Luo Yin nodded, his expression grave as he spoke. Indeed, Ace has been captured and will face public execution in 6 days. He is likely to be transported to the underwater prison before being escorted to Marineford. I must save Ace. Please, Luo Yin. Luffy pleaded earnestly. Yet Luo Yin shook his head. Even if I could take you to the underwater prison, I would have no means to assist you in entering. Pirates can only gain access by being captured. Nonetheless, Luffy, do not be anxious. I cannot ensure your safe passage into the underwater prison. However, there is someone who can. She resides on this island. The Empress, Boa Hancock. Seek her out, and she will undoubtedly assist you. A long-lost smile of cunning graced Luo Yin's face, momentarily leaving Luffy in a state of disbelief. Hancock can assist me in entering the underwater prison? Why? You shall find out in due time. Additionally, I have glimpsed certain things. Within the depths of the prison, you will encounter extraordinary opportunities. Among those you rescue, one will eventually become your companion, though the identity of this individual remains unknown to me. Once again, Luo Yin exhibited his enigmatic qualities, speaking half of what he meant and leaving the rest shrouded in mystery. Luffy, apart from his prowess in battle, seemed utterly naive in other aspects, and at this moment, he lacked the inclination to ponder over Luo Yan's cryptic words. All that resonated with him was that Hancock could assist him. I understand now. I shall seek her out. Thank you, Luo Yin. Go ahead. I too must take my leave. Xia, let us depart. Zayatali nodded, unfurling her wings and soaring onto the ship. Luo Yin manipulated the currents of the sea, propelling the vessel forward with astonishing speed as they departed from Amazon Lily. Luffy promptly returned, abandoning the banquet he had intended to attend, eager to seek an audience with Hancock. On board, Luo Yin toyed with the first talisman he had crafted, a faint smile gracing his lips, his spirits high. Zayatali stood beside him, occasionally twitching her nose as if she were catching a whiff of something intriguing. Captain, did you come merely to deliver information to Luffy? Hey, even if I hadn't come to convey this news, he would have learned of it in a few hours. After all, it was just a newspaper. My purpose in coming to Amazon Lily was simply to ensure that Luffy owes me another favor. Then why not assist him further? Zayatali inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. She could distinctly sense Luo Yin's repeated goodwill towards Luffy, yet she failed to comprehend his motivations. To her, Luffy did not seem particularly formidable and did not warrant such efforts of persuasion. If he had chosen to extend a hand, why not do so more thoroughly? Luo Yin smiled faintly, grasping the talisman that had been tossed into the air and handing it to Chitauri. I can only go this far. Any further assistance would plunge me into peril, for the underwater prison is not a realm I can dare to breach at present. Guarding that place is a formidable warrior, comparable to a general. As for Luffy, rest assured, he shall be safe. After all, he is Luffy. Luo Yin intended to say, he is indeed the protagonist. But the words caught in his throat, and he chose to alter his statement. Chitauri did not pursue the matter further. Although she had interacted with Luffy a few times and they could be considered friends, their relationship had yet to reach a point where either would take significant risks for the other. Since Luo Yan's assistance was limited, she harbored no additional thoughts. Captain, I am hungry, Chitauri suddenly interjected, catching Luo Yin off guard and stirring an unsettling premonition within him. What do you mean? As the words left his lips, he instinctively took a step back, creating distance between them. Chitauri retrieved from her pocket a vial containing a pale purple liquid, speckled with faint twinkling stars, exuding an ethereal quality. Captain, this is a blood-replenishing potion. I understand. Luo Yin ultimately did not refuse, accepting the vial and preparing to fetch a cup to draw some blood for Chitauri. However, to his surprise, Chitauri lunged at him, wrapping her arms around him, rising on her toes, and sinking her teeth into his neck. Luo Yin felt a slight tingling sensation at his neck, devoid of any pain. Instead, he was acutely aware of a moist and soft touch, and the positioning of the two created an unexpectedly intimate atmosphere. Shortly thereafter, Luo Yin distinctly sensed his blood ebbing away. The process was not rapid, yet the sensation was remarkably vivid. This state did not endure for long. In less than half a minute, Xiaoli released her hold. Her lips bore no traces of blood, yet appeared slightly more crimson than usual. "Thank you, Captain," she said earnestly, bowing to Luo Yin before swiftly departing. Luo Yin instinctively touched his neck, discovering only a trace of lingering moisture, devoid of any wounds. This will not suffice. He must seek a hospital to procure some blood. Luo Yin secretly made a decision, hastening the flow of water beneath the vessel. As the clock struck the latter half of the night, after sailing for half a day, the ship finally departed from the doldrums and re-entered the first half of the Grand Line. It was now in close proximity to Sabaody Archipelago, and equally near to the Navy headquarters. Typically, a ship could reach this destination in under 2 hours, and with favorable winds and currents, it could be accomplished even more swiftly. Luo Yin did not opt for the fragrant shores of Chambord Island. Instead, he drifted upon the vast sea. After all, he was preparing to intervene in the war at the summit and did not wish to reveal his presence just yet, having entrusted the ship to Mid. Luo Yin returned to his quarters for a much-needed slumber, which lasted until noon. Upon awakening, he chose to remain in his room, meticulously cataloging the extraordinary properties and materials he had amassed. Although he had not actively sought them out during this period, the quantity of these exceptional traits and materials had significantly increased. He found himself in a quandary, contemplating the creation of several magical artifacts. Given his intention to partake in the impending conflict, it was only prudent to prepare as thoroughly as possible when resources were at hand. Despite the absence of a craftsman, transforming extraordinary properties into magical items was relatively straightforward. The simplest method involved concocting potions from these properties, allowing them to rest within containers or directly applying them to objects, thus facilitating their fusion and thereby manifesting them as magical artifacts. The role of a craftsman lies in their ability to shape these magical items into the desired forms. In contrast, the outcomes derived from merging potions with objects tend to be rather unpredictable, and the potential for adverse effects is comparatively greater. Furthermore, it is worth noting that a craftsman can create magical items utilizing only extraordinary materials, without the need for extraordinary properties. However, these magical items possess a limited lifespan, typically ranging from 1 to 3 years. It is imperative to cultivate a skilled craftsman. Luo Yin clicked his tongue, silently resolving that had there been a craftsman aboard the vessel at that moment, he would not have found himself in such a quandary. Yet, despite his musings, no craftsman was present, leaving him to devise a solution on his own. After considerable contemplation, Luo Yin ultimately unearthed a heart ablaze with flames from a collection of extraordinary traits. This had originally been a characteristic of an arsonist. However, after slaying the colossal sea monarch, it had been altered by the influence of Ace's blood, resulting in its current form. Though it appeared quite ordinary, Luo Yin was reluctant to employ this trait to concoct a potion for Rhoda's elevation to an arsonist, as it entailed certain risks. Moreover, he possessed multiple materials for arsonists, rendering the venture unnecessary. Thus, the creation of a wondrous artifact utilizing this trait emerged as a commendable choice. In the war above, Akainu exerted himself the most. Should I involve myself, I risk incurring his wrath. The arsonist, in addition to wielding the power of flames, also boasts considerable resistance to fire, and I hope to craft a defensive item with high fire resistance. Luo Yin murmured his aspirations as he retrieved a large bowl to concoct a potion. He began by adding auxiliary ingredients, followed by the primary components. Ultimately, a vivid crimson liquid emerged within the bowl, its surface shrouded in a delicate mist that perpetually transformed, reminiscent of drifting clouds. Defensive items. Luo Yin glanced around, yet failed to find anything suitable within the confines of the room. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the chair beneath him. This plank is quite commendable. With a spark of inspiration, Luo Yin promptly dismantled the wooden board he was seated upon and poured the potion onto its surface. Instead of dispersing, the potion pooled together, forming a colossal circle that dominated the majority of the plank. Luo Yin carefully placed the wooden board on the floor, and with the absence of a chair, he simply settled onto the ground. He began to etch a design upon it, one that symbolized a tyrant, intending to create several talismans by combining it with extraordinary materials. During this process, The potion on the board gradually diminished, not through evaporation, but rather, it seeped slowly into the wood itself. Just as Luo Yin completed the third talisman and was in the midst of crafting the fourth, the door creaked open, and Xiaotali entered. "Captain, good morning," she greeted. Holding a goblet filled with blood, her demeanor listless as she stepped into the room, her gait somewhat unsteady. "Isn't it only noon? What brings you here so early today?" Luo Yin was somewhat taken aback. According to Xiaotali's routine, she typically slumbered in the morning and would only awaken in the afternoon. It was expected that she would still be asleep at this hour. Xiaotali, unceremoniously, settled beside Luo Yin, gently placing her goblet upon the floor and letting out a soft sigh. "Captain, I am famished and unable to sleep." "Famished?" Luo Yin nodded, not particularly surprised. Yesterday, Xiaotali had consumed a small amount of his blood and had not ingested any since. It was only natural that she felt hungry after more than 10 hours. However, he was perplexed. "Do you not have blood?" Upon hearing this, Xiaotali immediately wrinkled her nose in disdain. "This is fish blood. It is unpalatable and exceedingly fishy." "Fish blood?" Luo Yin carefully inhaled, and indeed detected that the blood in the cup not only reeked of iron but also bore a hint of fishiness. "How could you have fallen so low? That seems rather improbable. Surely, you could have sought out Rhoda and Mid. It shouldn't have come to drinking fish blood." These words seemed to trigger a switch, prompting Xiaotali to immediately voice her grievances. Those two opportunists capitalized on the situation, declaring that if I wished to taste their blood, I would have to barter with potions. I refuse to be at such a disadvantage, and besides, their blood is hardly palatable. The corners of Lu Yin's mouth involuntarily twitched, and he subconsciously shifted his hips to the side, creating a bit of distance between himself and Xiaotali. "What brings you to seek me out?" Luo Yin tentatively inquired. While his mind swiftly concocted a refusal, not out of stinginess, but rather because he needed to preserve his condition in preparation for the impending conflict atop the peak. He aimed to ensure that when the battle erupted, he would be in optimal form. He was uncertain whether he could maintain his state after being influenced by Xiaotali once more. Xiaotali discerned Luo Yan's wariness, yet she paid it no heed. Lifting her goblet and taking a delicate sip, "Rest assured, Captain, I am merely here to savor the aroma. Your scent is rather appealing, and savoring fish blood alongside your essence will make it more palatable." Luo Yin was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that Xiaotali had come here merely to savor the aroma. Is that so? Such a notion exists? Indeed. It is akin to the way one feels an increased appetite upon inhaling the delightful fragrance of delectable dishes during a meal. Furthermore, Captain, may I take this opportunity to confirm what you require of me in 5 days? Xiaotali set down her goblet, her expression turning grave. Luo Yan's expression immediately turned serious. "You need not step onto the battlefield. Your ability to fly will suffice. I may require your assistance from the skies." "Understood. It seems that for the next few days, I shall subsist on fish blood. Fortunately, the blood of certain large fish, after exhibiting extraordinary traits, retains a modicum of spiritual essence. Though it pales in comparison to human blood, it will not render me feeble in the short term. I shall store the blood of Xiaojin and Xiaobai to ensure I maintain a sufficient state when the time comes." Although the golden monkey and the white weasel are mere animals, they have transcended into extraordinary beings, their blood imbued with a spiritual quality that surpasses that of ordinary humans, enabling a swift restoration of Xiaotali's vitality. However, due to their diminutive size, only a small quantity of blood can be drawn at once. Thus, multiple sessions will be necessary to accumulate enough. Fortunately, as a vampire, Xiaotali possesses ample methods to keep the blood fresh, a knowledge inherent to potion making. Upon mentioning the two creatures, Luo Yin suddenly recalled something. "By the way, what is the status of MIT and Rhoda? It has been quite some time since they sought my potion for ascension. Have they yet to fully assimilate?" Luo Yin distinctly recalls that when Xiaotali was consuming the vampire potion, Rhoda had already digested half of it, while MIT had managed to process a third. Now, after the passage of several days, and considering that Luo Yin had scolded them at the time, it is reasonable to expect that Rhoda should have completed the digestion by now. However, there has been no word from them. Xiaotali pursed her lips, her expression tinged with a hint of disdain. "Who can say? Those two have grown increasingly lethargic of late. I can hardly get them to undertake any tasks far inferior to Xiaojin and Xiaobai." Luo Yin instinctively reflected on the situation. He did not perceive any laziness in Miter and Rhoda. Miter had consistently been at the helm of the ship, and he did so quite adeptly, while Rhoda had taken charge of the culinary duties. Although the meals were not particularly exquisite, They always provided ample sustenance. Upon further contemplation, he discerned the reason. The little golden monkey and the petite white ferret were remarkably efficient. As their owner, shortages could issue commands that these two creatures executed without hesitation, creating a noticeable disparity in performance. I should inquire about how those two are faring with the potion digestion. Speaking of which, how has your potion digestion been? Since the topic of potion digestion arose, Luo Yin casually posed the question to shortages. Her expression immediately turned somber. Captain, I am a vampire. Being aboard the ship, I have been unable to fully summarize the acting regulations. However, after I consumed your blood last night, there was a marked improvement in the digestion of the potion, she stated, her gaze hopeful as she concluded. Luo Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Once the matter with Ace is resolved, I shall engage in deeper collaboration with the Revolutionary Army. And at that time, you will have your chance to perform. Oh, shortages replied, her tone laced with evident disappointment. Luo Yin feigned ignorance of her feelings and continued to carve the metal in his hands. As time gradually passed, he remained wholly engrossed in his craft. Fortunately, the metals he worked with were primarily tin, which was relatively soft and thus easier to sculpt. Although he was not particularly skilled yet, he managed to complete the crafting of all the charms without incident. By this time, dusk had settled, and Luo Yin infused the final piece of sculpted metal with vitality, tracing patterns along the engraved designs and combining them with extraordinary materials to create the charms. Only then did he notice that shortages had somehow fallen asleep on the floor, the high goblet still bearing traces of blood along its rim. Luo Yin turned his gaze back to the wooden board, noting that the potion had already evaporated by 70 to 80%. In less than an hour, it should be fully absorbed by the board, transforming it into a wondrous artifact. Huff. Luo Yin exhaled softly, rising to his feet. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to lift shortages into his arms, intending to return her to her room. As he stepped outside, he was met with the sight of Rhoda, who was carrying a large yellow fish. Captain, we're having fish tonight. What happened to little Xia? Rhoda inquired, his gaze curiously scanning shortages. Luo Yin was instantly reminded of the earlier incident regarding the potion's digestion. There's nothing to worry about. She simply fell asleep. By the way, how is your potion digestion coming along? It's been quite some time, yet I haven't heard a word. It's progressing well, almost fully digested, about 90% complete. Soon, it will be entirely absorbed. Well then, Captain, I must get to cooking. Rhoda seemed unwilling to discuss the matter further, striding toward the kitchen with the large yellow fish in tow. Luo Yin chose not to pursue the topic any longer and carried shortages back to her room. After finishing his meal, Luo Yin returned to his room and immediately noticed a rusted, broad-bladed sword lying where the wooden planks had previously been placed. The sword measured approximately 1.5 meters in length and nearly 40 centimeters in width. However, it was covered in rust, appearing as though it might break at any moment. Luo Yin bent down to grasp the hilt of the sword, instantly feeling its searing heat, akin to a red-hot branding iron, intensely scalding to the touch. He swiftly released his grip and glanced at his hand, discovering that there were no burns. The sensation of heat seemed merely a figment of his imagination. Furrowing his brow, he resolutely re-encircled the hilt, only to be met once more with the sensation of burning. Yet, he did not relinquish his hold. Instead, he lifted the sword and placed it upon a chair frame that had lost a wooden plank. Upon releasing his grip, the searing sensation vanished, and still, there were no marks upon his hand. Through a series of repeated experiments, Luo Yin deduced that as long as he held the hilt, he would experience the feeling akin to grasping a blazing iron. However, this burning was confined to the realm of the mind, not a true scalding, sparing him from any physical harm. Through simple divination and semi-divine spiritual intuition, Luo Yin discerned that the primary ability of this sword lies in flames. It can unleash fiery slashes and, upon thrusting, can condense into a colossal flaming sword that shoots forth, exploding upon encountering resistance. Not bad, he mused. After confirming the sword's fundamental capabilities, Luo Yin attempted to wear it on his back, ascertaining that it caused no burning sensation in that position. Only when grasping the hilt did it sear the wielder. For a being of semi-divine stature, this was bearable. 5 days later, in the waters surrounding Marineford, Luo Yin's vessel floated serenely upon the calm sea. Suddenly, the ocean erupted into chaos, a massive tsunami forming abruptly, surging towards Marineford as if intent on submerging it entirely. Luo Yin understood that this was the declaration of war from Whitebeard. The battle had finally commenced. Luo Yin stood upon the deck, gazing at the towering tsunami in the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly, as the colossal wave threatened to crash down and obliterate Marineford. An intense chill erupted from the very heart of the tsunami, instantaneously freezing it and encasing the surrounding expanse of the sea in ice. Fortunately, Luo Yan's vessel was positioned at a safe distance, spared from the ensuing chaos. "Captain, has it begun?" Chitali exclaimed, hastily emerging from the cabin, feeling the tremors of the ocean beneath her, although she had mentally prepared herself for this moment. The sight of the frozen tsunami in the distance still elicited a look of sheer astonishment upon her face. Luo Yan nodded gently, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "You should make the necessary preparations and bring all the extraordinary items I entrusted to you. We shall embark on this endeavor together." "Understood." Chitari promptly returned to her room to make the arrangements, while the others remained in their respective positions, not emerging further. Luo Yan had long since made the necessary arrangements for this operation, which involved only himself and the flight-capable Chitali. Although Porter also possessed the ability to fly and offered commendable support, Luo Yan chose not to include him. Firstly, Luo Yan's primary objective was to make a formal appearance before the world, rather than to alter the tide of battle. Secondly, Porter's diminutive stature limited his capacity to equip numerous magical items, rendering his safety uncertain should he accompany them. This time, he had bestowed upon every individual and creature aboard the vessel a corresponding magical item for sailors, and not merely one. This was to ensure that, in the event of a strike, they could swiftly abandon ship and plunge into the depths of the sea. To this end, he had already concealed extraordinary properties and materials within the crevices of the seabed. Even if the ship were to succumb to an assault from the Navy and sink, he would remain unfazed. Leaning against the ship's railing, Luo Yan inclined his ear to the gentle breeze that carried the voice of Marin Vondo across the water, reaching his ears. Though he could not behold the scene with his own eyes, he was able to conjure a vivid image in his mind by merging the sounds with the original text. A few minutes later, Chitali reappeared on the deck, and her demeanor had undergone a notable transformation since her last appearance. At that moment, her cheeks bore a delicate blush, and her eyes shimmered with a glimmering light, making her appear even more enchanting, a testament to the effects of the magical items. Following the successful creation of the Flame Greatsword, Luo Yan had crafted several more wondrous artifacts. Apart from those distributed among the other crew members, most were bestowed upon Chitali, with only a few reserved for himself. The protagonist had yet to make an entrance. If one felt discomfort, one could choose to remove the magical items. No need. These artifacts have achieved a certain balance, allowing me to resist with minimal effort. With that, Luo Yan sensed something intriguing, turned his head towards the sea, and chuckled lightly. "An interesting fellow has arrived. I shall take a dip." Chitali nodded in silence, and without further explanation, Luo Yan leaped into the water. Though not as swift as he could be in the air, his speed was nevertheless remarkable, far surpassing that of ordinary vessels or submarines. He swiftly positioned himself before a yellow submarine. The occupants of the submarine seemed oblivious to Luo Yan's presence at first. However, by the time they reacted, it was too late to evade him. And just as they were about to collide, an unexpected current surged upward from below, forcibly propelling the submarine to the surface. In mere seconds, it emerged from the depths, with Luo Yan surfacing as well, not soaring into the air, but rather standing upon the water's surface. The submarine's hatch slowly opened, and the first to emerge was a large polar bear, followed closely by a man clad in a white hat, wielding a long sword. "Trafalgar D. Water Law. Ah, we've finally been rescued." The polar bear, Beepo, sprawled on the deck as if reborn, while Law merely glanced at him before fixing his gaze upon Luo Yan. Upon recognizing Luo Yan's countenance, his pupils constricted sharply, and he struggled to maintain his composure. "Not a fisherman?" Initially, the members of the Heart Pirates believed that the submarine had been intercepted by fishmen, for only they were thought to possess the ability to navigate freely through the sea and manipulate currents. Yet, standing before them was not a fisherman, at least not one that was discernible by appearance. "Ah, it seems my earlier actions have led to some misunderstandings. Perhaps this will alleviate the confusion somewhat." As he spoke, Luo Yan's body gradually lifted from the water's surface, floating gracefully in the air. Law's expression, which had begun to ease, nearly spiraled out of control once more. The man before him could not only command the currents like a fisherman, but could also fly. "Who are you?" Ro forcefully reined in his emotions and calmly inquired, while a faint smile gradually appeared on Luo Yan's face. "Luo Yan, an adventurer." "Luo Yan," Ro whispered, the name lingering on his lips as his eyes narrowed in contemplation. He desperately rummaged through his memories, attempting to uncover any information regarding Luo Yan, yet found nothing. What brings you here? Having exhausted his search, Ro ceased his relentless pursuit and shifted to inquire about the purpose behind Luo Yan's interception of his submarine. Luo Yan maintained a smile and said, I would like to entrust you with a task. Entrust? Luo seized the key word, echoing it with a tone of both astonishment and confusion, as if to inquire, are you certain you wish to issue a commission to a pirate? Luo Yan nodded slightly and continued, indeed, I seek your assistance in locating the silence fruit or those who have consumed it. You must be familiar with this fruit. Luo's pupils constricted sharply, and he narrowed his eyes, the blade in his hand sliding partially from its sheath. I do not comprehend what you are speaking of. Luo's tone turned somewhat hostile. However, Luo Yan paid no heed and persisted, as compensation, I shall aid you in your quest for vengeance against Don Quixote da Flamingo. I can guarantee his downfall, even if he was once a celestial dragon. Luo's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze fixated on Luo Yan. After a prolonged silence, he took a deep breath to compose himself. How can I trust you? You are entirely free to doubt me, for after all, it is merely a silence fruit, an item that does not directly enhance combat prowess. It is hardly a rarity. Luo Yan presented an air of eager collaboration, making it clear that cooperation was paramount, while subtly belittling the silent fruit. He yearned for the fruit, yet wished to keep his desire concealed. After a moment of contemplation, Luo slowly nodded. I shall endeavor to seek out this fruit. Splendid. I eagerly anticipate the day you present it to me. I have already foreseen the downfall of Doflamingo. Just as Luo was about to speak, a beautiful lady with wings descended gracefully from a nearby ship, her pace measured yet unhurried. Captain, the bats I dispatched seemed to have spotted Luffy. Shatari was not merely joining the fray, she had come to relay crucial intelligence. While Luo Yan could gather sounds through the wind, Shatari was equally adept at harnessing her own abilities to procure information from afar, often with greater immediacy than Luo Yan. Luo Yan nodded slightly, poised to respond, when Zayatali suddenly raised her voice, exclaiming, what an adorable polar bear. Her gaze was fixed intently on Bepo, who lay upon the deck of the submarine, her eyes shimmering with delight. Bepo immediately sat up straight, its eyes widening in astonishment upon realizing that the one staring at it was a breathtaking beauty. However, at that moment, Zayatali let out a disappointed sigh, lamenting, what a pity it's so large. If only it were 1 meter tall. No, just 60 centimeters. Apologies. Bepo suddenly rose and bowed sincerely to Zayatali, as if its size were a fault of its own. Zayatali raised an eyebrow, both surprised and intrigued, as she scrutinized Bepo anew. Luo cast a glance at Bepo, fully aware of the nature of his bear, choosing to say little and instead directing his attention towards Luo Yan. Have you come here to intervene in the war on the summit? Luo Yan first nodded, then shook his head. I indeed intended to make an appearance during the war on top, yet I had no intention of altering the course of the battle, for I currently lack the capability to do so. This war is broadcast live by the Navy, thus the outcome has been predetermined from the outset. The Navy is unequivocally destined to emerge victorious. Luo Yan's gaze deepened, for he, being well versed in the original narrative, understood the extent of the hidden high-level combat power within the Navy during the Marineford War. Neither Sengoku nor Garp had engaged earnestly at that time, while Akiji and Kizaru were merely spectators. This was partly due to personal factors and also because the battlefield conditions were consistently favorable to the Navy, which had already attained its objectives. Not only had they eliminated Ace, but they had also vanquished Whitebeard. Should the Navy find itself at a disadvantage, those high-ranking individuals who had been merely observing would undoubtedly take the matter seriously. In such a scenario, not even Luo Yan, nor another emperor, could guarantee a victory over the Navy. Law had his own insights into the situation, yet he was still somewhat taken aback by Luo Yan's conviction. You seem quite certain. Huh. Of course, I forgot to mention, I excel in prophecy. Prophecy, Law murmured, repeating the word with an increasingly grave expression. Seeing this, Luo Yan smiled lightly, refraining from further words, and turned his gaze towards Shatali. Let us go and witness this grand battle. As he spoke, Luo Yan was whisked away by the wind towards the naval headquarters, with Shatali fluttering her wings closely behind. Luo looked up, watching the two depart, his already solemn expression deepening further. Xiao Xia, did you just mention that Luffy has arrived? On the way, Luo Yan casually inquired. Shatali nodded promptly. Indeed, he has arrived, and he is accompanied by many others. They fell from the sky, seemingly on the brink of disaster. Yet Luffy suddenly enlarged and caught them all. Enlarged? Were they not falling alongside the warship? Luo Yin turned to gaze at Xiaotali, his brow gradually furrowing in contemplation. Xiaotali tilted her head, a hint of confusion evident in her expression. A warship? Why would they fall alongside a warship? I understand now. Luo Yin nodded, already aware of where the issue lay. The divergence from the original narrative likely stemmed from his decision to report, leading to Luffy's premature departure from Amazon Lily to the underwater prison, which consequently resulted in his early arrival at Marine headquarters. Yet, if he had arrived ahead of schedule, why had he not encountered Ace? As this realization dawned upon him, Luo Yin found himself engulfed in a greater perplexity, though it was soon alleviated. The Marines were clearly not a band of fools. Upon receiving Hancock's request, they would undoubtedly have acted to expedite Ace's transfer, which explained why Luffy, despite his early arrival, still missed Ace. The two were not particularly swift. Yet they were not slow either, and soon they soared to the peak of the frozen tsunami, where they could clearly survey the entire battlefield from above. At that moment, Whitebeard stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, commanding the various fronts with a transponder snail in hand. Luffy, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, charged forward. Flanked by Jinbei and the Okama King, Ivankov, Luo Yin sat cross-legged with an air of tranquility, aware that the war had only just commenced, and the moment for him to intervene had yet to arrive. Meanwhile, Xiaotali exhibited a keen interest. Her crimson eyes roamed the battlefield with fervor, and her cheeks, already flushed, appeared even more vibrant, perhaps due to her excitement. Captain, when shall we strike? Observing Xiaotali's eager demeanor, Luo Yin's brow furrowed momentarily. Xia, I believe you are underestimating the adverse effects of those magical items. Suddenly jolted from her reverie, Xiaotali quickly gathered her thoughts and scrutinized herself, soon recognizing the issue at hand. Captain, before she could elucidate, Luo Yin gestured for her to cease. It's all right. Just ensure you do not venture into the heart of the battlefield. As long as you avoid direct confrontation with the Vice Admiral and the General, you should be fine. I understand, Xiaotali nodded, retrieving a vial of potion from her pocket and consuming it. The flush on her face noticeably diminished, and the sparkle in her eyes dulled. The reason she dared to carry multiple magical items was her ability to stabilize her condition with potions, ensuring that she could maintain clarity during critical moments and avoid making erroneous judgments due to the negative effects of the magical artifacts. The intensity of the conflict gradually escalated. Initially, the 7 warlords made their entrance, and soon Kizaru could no longer remain passive, aiming directly for Whitebeard, only to be thwarted by Marco, who sent him flying with a powerful kick. This act significantly bolstered the morale of the pirates, prompting them to launch a more extensive offensive. Before long, Score descended aboard the Moby Dick, and though he was at a considerable distance, Luo Yin could discern every detail and hear their every utterance. Has it begun? Luo Yin squinted, observing with heightened scrutiny as Squart approached Whitebeard step by step, suddenly thrusting forth the dagger in his hand. The clash of metal resonated as Squart's blade was deflected, and his complexion turned ashen, his body trembling with fear. The assassination had been thwarted, and he anticipated the boundless wrath of Whitebeard awaiting him. However, the fury he envisioned did not materialize. Instead, Whitebeard embraced him with an unprecedented sincerity that softened his heart. Captain, was this what you foresaw? Although Shatari did not possess the keen eyesight of Luo Yin, she could still discern the unfolding events aboard the Moby Dick. A smile played upon Luo Yin's lips. Indeed, it was precisely for this reason that I cautioned Whitebeard. Now, Whitebeard's rage has been thoroughly ignited. It remains to be seen if he can vanquish 1 or 2 admirals. Luo Yin displayed an air of unperturbed curiosity, while Shatali waved her hand, conjuring a swirling mass of dark energy. From this abyss, several rotund bats emerged, silently descending upon the battlefield, serving as her eyes. Just as Luo Yin had surmised, Skuyard's actions had thoroughly incensed Whitebeard, who officially entered the fray with an explosive force that caught the Navy completely off guard. Even the combined efforts of the 3 admirals nearly faltered in the face of such devastation. Standing atop the execution platform, Sengoku, who was directing the various divisions, felt his expression grow gravely serious. What on earth is happening? How could Whitebeard be in such a state? Although the 2 sides had not crossed paths for many years, Sengoku, as fleet admiral, had been privy to information indicating that Whitebeard's physical condition had significantly deteriorated, to the point where he required intravenous therapy to survive. Yet now, the vigor Whitebeard displayed was hardly that of an infirm elder. Alarmed, Sengoku prepared to issue further combat orders. At that moment, an intelligence officer rushed in, presenting a document to Sengoku. Admiral, this latest intelligence reveals that not long ago, Whitebeard received treatment from someone named Shitali. Not only has he fully healed his ailments, but it is rumored that he could live for another 20 years. Sengoku abruptly turned, his eyes wide with shock, causing the officer to tremble, nearly dropping the document in his hands. Shitali? Who is that? Why have I never heard of them? As Sengoku inquired, he took the document and swiftly perused its contents, soon encountering the name Luo Yin. Luo Yin? Is he not the one who engaged in dealings with the Revolutionary Army? How did he become entangled with Whitebeard? Where did this information originate? Is it reliable? The officer replied, Admiral, this information comes from a pirate of the Whitebeard pirates and should be credible. I recall Smoker transmitting intelligence that Luo Yin had appeared in Alabasta, where Port-Asti, Ace was also present. Sengoku's gaze suddenly fell upon Ace, who was kneeling in chains beside him, and Ace's expression mirrored his own, a mix of astonishment and delight. Luo Yan's ship's doctor truly healed father. He didn't deceive me after all. Hearing Ace's whispered words, Sengoku grasped the truth, and his countenance darkened ominously. That scoundrel! In a fit of rage, Sengoku crumpled the document in his grip, rendering it a wrinkled mess. The intelligence officer trembled uncontrollably, his scalp prickling with fear. Yet, he mustered the courage to remind, Admiral, there is more intelligence you have yet to review. Sengoku's expression twitched as he flipped to the next page of the crumpled document. A potion? A remedy concocted in mere minutes managed to heal Whitebeard? What precisely is this potion? And who is this Luo Yin that has emerged? First, he engaged with the Revolutionary Army, and now he has healed Whitebeard at such a pivotal moment. What is his ultimate aim for the world's trajectory? As the warring states, unable to restrain himself, crumpled the document in his hand, the intelligence officer struggled to swallow hard, beads of sweat forming on his brow unbeknownst to him. Marshal, we have conducted an investigation regarding this Luo Yin. He first appeared on the island of Kokoshia in the East Sea and seemingly played a role in the defeat of Along additionally. Shitali joined Luo Yin's faction at that time, though she was merely a slave back then. A slave? Warring states inquired, astonished. The intelligence officer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his lips moving as he battled immense pressure. Yes, she was a slave trafficked by a colonel in the East Sea. Luo Yin rescued her from that colonel's ship. Are you implying that there are naval officers involved in the illicit slave trade? Warring State's visage darkened, his eyes shrouded in ominous clouds, his skin seemingly glowing with a golden hue, as if poised to erupt at any moment. The intelligence officer could bear no more, collapsing to the ground. That colonel has already been apprehended, but due to the massive conscription, he is yet to be dealt with. Allow him to live, and I shall personally interrogate him. Understood. The intelligence officer hastily acquiesced, scrambling away from the execution platform, unable to withstand the mounting pressure. Unbeknownst to Luo Yin, who leisurely sat atop the frozen crest of the tsunami, his meticulous plans for promotion had driven warring states to such a state of disarray. Although he had witnessed the intelligence officer reporting to warring states, he was oblivious to the contents of their exchange. He possessed the ability to hear distant conversations carried by the wind, yet could not simultaneously process multiple dialogues. The cacophony would render all words indistinguishable, forcing him to focus solely on one or two voices, with his primary attention directed towards the sounds emanating from the pirates. Captain, what kind of intelligence do you think that naval marshal received? He seems quite furious. Who knows? Perhaps it pertains to the failure of the ambush against Whitebeard. The real show is yet to come. Let us watch closely. Captain, look, that fellow can summon bats as well. Does this mean I could also use his blood as a material for my promotion? Shitali observed as Moria unleashed shadow bats on the battlefield, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. Luo Yin followed the direction of his gaze and immediately shook his head with a smile. The pinnacle of this path is named Moon, embodying beauty, life, certain flora, a touch of darkness, and elements of the uncanny. The bats conjured by that fellow appear as bats. In reality, they are mere shadows, thus rendering them unsuitable as materials for your advancement. Luo Yin spoke with unwavering certainty, for he was well aware of the origins of Moria's shadow fruit. It was the very essence that constituted the uniqueness of the Hanged Man. The uniqueness of the Hanged Man, the dark fruit combined with the shadow fruit, alongside any fruit symbolizing the filth of corruption and the shadow of downfall. The moon, Shitali murmured, suddenly struck by inspiration, her eyes sparkling with insight. So that was it. No wonder I have always felt an inexplicable sensation whenever the moonlight graces my being, and during the full moon, my spiritual essence experiences a notable enhancement. Ah, Speaking of which, it has been quite some time since I last conducted a class on mysticism. I had initially planned to delve into it further during our collaboration with the Revolutionary Army. However, upon reflection, certain knowledge must remain undisclosed to them. Yet, I can share it with you. I shall arrange a special session for you all. Although Luo Yin intended to collaborate with the Revolutionary Army from the very beginning, he did not harbor the intention of imparting all his esoteric knowledge. In fact, he only revealed to the Revolutionary Army the sequence up to sequence 1, deliberately withholding the knowledge of sequence 0 and thus the true symbols of the divine. Shatari's eyes sparkled with a bright glimmer as she gazed at Luo Yin. Captain, does this mean I will become even more beautiful? After becoming a vampire, Shatari had experienced a noticeable enhancement in both her appearance and figure. She had thought that this was the pinnacle of her transformation, but now it seemed that there was more to come. Luo Yin nodded, and a peculiar smile suddenly appeared on his face. Do you know what the first sequence of the moon's path is called? It is known as the goddess of beauty, the very embodiment of beauty. The goddess of beauty? Captain, I aspire to become the goddess of beauty. Shadowly's eyes sparkled even brighter at this thought. Upon hearing this, Luo Yin burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. If that day were to truly come, I would certainly marry you. Otherwise, if I were to cultivate a goddess of beauty only to have someone else claim her, wouldn't that be quite disheartening? All right, then I shall marry you. Shadowy replied without a moment's hesitation. Luo Yin had merely uttered this in jest, not taking it seriously. After all, he was merely at sequence 4, while Shadowy was at sequence 7. Making the prospect of reaching the goddess of beauty still a distant dream, perhaps even an impossibility. He had said this merely to tease Shadowy, thus did not dwell on her response. Then, Captain, what does the path of little Jean symbolize? The emblem of the pinnacle sequence utterly captivated Shadowy, prompting her to inquire eagerly. Luo Yin cast a glance over the battlefield, estimating that there was still quite a while before he would need to intervene. With a smile, he began to elucidate. The path of the little golden monkey culminates at a point referred to as Mother, also known as Earth Mother, symbolizing the cycle of life. Every individual, every plant, and every living being has its own conclusion, ultimately returning to the earth, deeply buried in the soil, to sprout anew, grow tall, and blossom, generation after generation. Luo Yin, seeking to take a shortcut, directly transcribed the doctrines of the Earth Mother Church. Zayatali listened attentively, nodding along, her lips moving as if savoring the words repeatedly. It seemed that there was a certain resonance with the path of the moon, embodying symbols of life, flora, and fauna. If you could become a deity of beauty, I would reveal to you why their symbols might converge. Luo Yin, with a mischievous flair, feigned the role of a charlatan. Zayatali curled her lip, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction, yet she refrained from pursuing the matter further. Instead, she inquired, and what of Xiaobai? What does the path of the white weasel symbolize? The pathway of the white weasel signifies order and regulations. Order and regulations. But what of yours? What does your path symbolize? As the question pertained to Luo Yin himself, Zayatali shifted her address from the casual you to the more formal you, indicating her intention to avoid any semblance of offense. Luo Yin chuckled, revealing no intention to conceal the truth. It symbolizes the omnipotence of land, sea, and air. Zayatali, with her mouth slightly agape, nodded in sudden realization. No wonder you can breathe underwater and soar through the skies. It all makes sense now. But what about Rhoda? Rhoda's path symbolizes warfare. Warfare? I thought it represented a foul mouth. Zayatali remarked with a slight smirk. Luo Yin was about to respond when a thunderous sound erupted, followed by the sight of ice across the battlefield being cleaved by a powerful strike, sending large chunks crashing down. Hawkeye. Luo Yin felt a twitch in his eyelid, and his gaze immediately fixed upon Hawkeye amidst the battlefield. At that moment, Hawkeye was sheathing his sword upon his back. It seemed that Luo Yan's scrutiny had activated his observation haki, for he abruptly lifted his head to glance in Luo Yan's direction. Luo Yan swiftly averted his gaze. How perceptive! Luo Yan let out a quiet sigh, feeling a surge of apprehension. Captain, have you been discovered? Zayatali was equally taken aback. It seemed to be the first time they had been noticed after observing for so long. Luo Yan nodded slightly. Although he had been discovered, he felt no concern. After all, Hawkeye was merely a bystander on this battlefield. As one of the 7 warlords, the world's foremost swordsman, it was only natural for him to possess formidable observation haki. What was most significant, however, was that the man's attention was not focused on the battlefield. He had ample energy to observe other matters, such as Luo Yin's scrutiny. "I see," Xiatali replied, her understanding of Hawkeye deepening. Luo Yin nodded slightly, his gaze becoming more cautious as he observed the unfolding battle. "Let us proceed with care. I have no desire to engage in combat at this moment." "Indeed," Chitauri replied, inclining her body slightly forward, a gesture mirrored by Luo Yin. "Ace, I shall rescue you, without fail." At that moment, Luffy's voice resounded across the battlefield. Luo Yin swiftly turned to see Luffy, who had previously fallen, rise again with uncontainable fervor as he surged forward. Ace, atop the execution platform, was filled with a tumult of emotions, deeply moved, yet tormented and overwhelmed with guilt. "Do not come here, Luffy," Ace shouted, his voice hoarse and desperate. "You have your comrades, and I have mine. My plight is of no concern to you. There is no need for you to save me. Just leave." At this point, Ace's face was streaked with tears. He bent forward, resting his head against the execution platform, concealing his anguished visage from the world. Luffy's steps faltered momentarily, but then surged forward once more. "I do not care about that. You are my brother." This declaration stunned the crowd into silence, and even some of the Navy personnel appeared shaken. Seizing the opportunity, the pirates launched a surprise attack, achieving significant gains. Sensing the ensuing chaos among the Navy ranks, Sengoku stepped forward and utilized his Den Den Mushi to broadcast a message. "Do not waver. They are not real brothers. Portgas D. Ace's father is the Pirate King. GOLD. Roger, while the Straw Hat's father is the revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon." A wave of astonishment swept over both the Navy and pirates, the ensuing murmurings drowning out the sounds of conflict. "He is the son of Dragon," Chitauri gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. She turned to her captain, Luo Yin, only to find his expression unchanged, devoid of any sign of surprise. "Captain, you knew all along?" Yes, I have known for quite some time." Luo Yin nodded, feeling utterly unmoved by the news. "Then why didn't you inform us?" Xiatali expressed her dissatisfaction, but Luo Yin appeared perplexed. "What relevance does it hold? Whose son Luffy is has no bearing on you." It dawned on Xiatali that indeed, Luffy's parentage had no impact on her. Upon learning of Luffy's identity and his connection to Ace, the pirates' morale surged, rallying behind Luffy with fervor. Sengoku's expression darkened considerably, prompting him to issue a command through the snail phone in his hand. Soon, the icy surface trembled as metallic walls rose from beneath the ice, forming a cage that ensnared all the pirates, leaving only a gap where the giant oars had fallen. Seeing this, Whitebeard's demeanor also soured. He approached the wall and struck it with a powerful punch. Yet, this forceful blow, capable of shattering air, merely left a dent in the wall without breaking it. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and turned to Sengoku, who smirked slightly, a glint of sharpness in his gaze. "Akainu," Sengoku called out, and Akainu's hands suddenly swelled into flowing magma. Countless molten fists shot skyward, and after a moment, rained down, causing the sturdy ice to crack and dissolve, plunging the pirates into the frigid waters. Luo Yin, observing from a distance, rose to his feet, a hint of mockery gracing his features. "This is the resolve of the Navy. Captain, shall we take action?" Upon seeing Luo Yin stand, Xiatali eagerly followed suit, her eagerness palpable. Luo Yin shook his head, glancing with interest at the colossal figure of or sprawled on the ground. "Not yet. We continue to watch the spectacle. The time for intervention has not yet arrived." He resumed his seat, disappointment etched on Xiatali's face. Yet, an idea struck her. She hastily retrieved a vial of potion from her attire and swallowed it, the flush on her cheeks fading somewhat. The unfolding of events post-war aligned closely with the original narrative known to Luo Yin. With Jinbei's assistance, Luffy broke through the blockade and entered the plaza, while Squard brought forth the last concealed ship from the depths of the sea, aided by oars, marking the war's escalation into a fervent climax. The three admirals engaged simultaneously, and Whitebeard himself joined the fray, instilling fear even in those beneath the rank of admiral, who lacked the courage to confront him directly. Only the admirals could stand against Whitebeard's advance. He swung his blade toward the Navy headquarters' main structure, shattering the air, and an invisible shockwave struck the headquarters, fracturing it. Akainu's lower half transformed into magma as his upper half maintained human form, charging rapidly at Whitebeard. Magma Dogtooth. Admiral Akainu unleashed a magma-infused punch, while Whitebeard responded with a swift slash of his blade. The clash of their powers and haki generated a colossal shockwave, sending those nearby hurtling away. The battlefield appeared to be cleaved in two, one side radiating white and the other engulfed in red. For a moment, the two hues remained locked in a stalemate. But soon the white began to gain the upper hand, pressing down upon the red. Akainu, beads of sweat forming on his brow, was on the verge of faltering when suddenly the sky illuminated brightly. Kizaru, having ascended into the air, transformed into a blinding light. The Yada no Kagami. How could this be as you wish? Observing Kizaru's ambush, Marco transformed into a phoenix, shielding Whitebeard from all incoming rays of light. With his initial strike thwarted, Kizaru did not linger in the air but instead became a flash of gold, returning to the ground in an instant, only to have dozens of bullets pierce through his form without inflicting any harm. The phoenix truly was a formidable creature. Despite his failure, Kizaru bore no trace of disappointment. Maintaining his characteristic smirk, Marco descended gracefully, reverting to his human form, though his hands retained the shape of wings. Is it not unbecoming of a dignified admiral to engage in ambush tactics? Haha, I did not ambush you. Had I done so, you would not have had the chance to counter my attack. Is that so? I find it hard to believe. Marco launched an assault on Kizaru, who did not shy away. In a flash of light, he appeared before Marco, their fists and feet colliding. As a Logia user, Kizaru held his own in this physical contest against Marco, a Zoan type. The ground trembled as Akainu was sent flying, blood oozing from his mouth and nose despite being a Logia user. In stark contrast, Whitebeard seemed entirely unaffected, taking a step forward to deliver a finishing blow to Akainu. However, at that moment, several ice spears shot in from the side, prompting Whitebeard to swiftly alter his strike and shatter the spears. Ice bird. A colossal ice avian spread its wings and soared towards Whitebeard. Clenching his fist, Whitebeard bent his arm and struck, the air splitting as the ice bird disintegrated into a flurry of shards. Ice ball. Akiji leaped high, raising his hand to target Whitebeard. A massive ice sphere forming in the air and hurtling towards him. He aimed to strike during the fleeting moment when Whitebeard was recovering from shattering the ice bird, seemingly on the brink of success. Yet, Whitebeard unexpectedly delivered a kick with the back of his foot, sending the Tsongyun cut soaring towards the ice sphere, which it effortlessly bisected, continuing its trajectory towards Akiji. Whitebeard advanced with great strides, leaping high to seize the Tsongyun cut. The blade raised as Akiji found himself immobile in midair. Arara. The body of Akiji transformed into an ice statue, which was cleaved in two by Whitebeard's sword, shattering upon impact with the ground. One fragment of ice swiftly spread and expanded, ultimately reconstituting into a complete ice sculpture, which then morphed back into Akiji himself, appearing unscathed. Ace, I am coming. Just as Whitebeard engaged fiercely in battle, a stone pathway had mysteriously materialized, leading up to the execution platform, where Luffy sprinted up in a frenzy. Oh dear, this won't do, exclaimed Kizaru, who was locked in a physical contest with Marco. With a sudden surge of power, he forced Marco back, his body illuminating as he prepared to take flight. However, unbeknownst to him, Whitebeard had silently approached from behind and delivered a decisive blow, sending Kizaru crashing to the ground and interrupting his luminous transformation. You should stay right here. At that moment, Luffy became the focal point of the battlefield, with numerous Navy soldiers redirecting their cannons to aim at him, intent on bringing him down. Just then, Carve, who had been seated, suddenly broke through the barricade to stand in front of Luffy. This seemingly obstructive act caused the Navy to hesitate, fearing they might inadvertently strike Carve, thereby preserving the already damaged path. Upon witnessing Carve's intervention, a look of concern finally crossed Whitebeard's face. Being contemporaries, he was acutely aware of Carve's formidable strength. If Carve was resolute in blocking Luffy, there would be little hope for Luffy to break through. Yet, his worries proved unfounded as Luffy, after a brief exchange of words with Carve, delivered a powerful punch that sent Carve tumbling off the path. Countless Navy soldiers gasped in shock, and those manning the cannons momentarily forgot their last opportunity to hinder Luffy, who finally reached the execution platform. Luffy retrieved a key from his attire, preparing to unlock Ace's sea-stone handcuffs. At that moment, Kizaru raised his hand, concentrating light at his fingertips, intending to shatter the key. However, Whitebeard intervened once more, severing Kizaru's attempt, allowing the key to insert into the lock. At once, the execution platform illuminated with golden brilliance, as Sengoku's form rapidly expanded, revealing his fruit form, Buddha Sengoku. Hey, well done. Upon seeing the sea-stone cuffs loosen, a smile finally graced Whitebeard's face, while he held no concern for Sengoku. Sengoku, I'm not dead yet. Whitebeard shouted across the expanse, striking a signature pose, delivering a punch that shattered the base of the execution platform, causing it to collapse swiftly. Sengoku, poised to attack Luffy and Ace, lost his balance and could not launch his assault in time, granting Luffy and Ace the precious moments they needed to escape. Damn it. Is Whitebeard truly this formidable? Could they actually win? Watching the scene unfold, Law felt increasingly restless. He had no intention of allowing Whitebeard to leave this place alive. The Gura no Mi is the key to his ascension, and he certainly does not wish to orchestrate a scheme against Whitebeard in the future. Should Whitebeard meet his demise here as depicted in the original narrative, then Luo Yin would have to devise a strategy against Blackbeard instead. At that time, he would have a multitude of allies at his disposal. Not only might he have forged a strong rapport with the Revolutionary Army, but he could also summon assistance from Luffy's crew and the remnants of Whitebeard's forces. Conversely, if Whitebeard were to survive and Luo Yin were to act against him, the remnants of Whitebeard's crew would likely be lost to him. In such a scenario, they could even become adversaries, and it would be improbable for Luffy to lend his support, especially given his connection to Ace. Captain, do you? What is it? Nothing at all. Captain, do you desire Whitebeard's demise? At this moment, Shatali was utterly perplexed by Luo Yan's true intentions and could only cautiously inquire. Luo Yan's expression grew solemn. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to speak. Should Whitebeard perish here, Luo Yan would ultimately bear neither direct nor indirect responsibility for his demise. On the contrary, he had actively aided Whitebeard. However, if Whitebeard were to escape alive, he would be compelled to devise a strategy against him, and such planning necessitated allies. I do not wish for his death. Rather, I require it. Do you not comprehend? One of the materials for my ascension to sequence 4 is, in fact, the blood of Whitebeard. Zayatali's pupils dilated suddenly, her countenance shifting dramatically. You mean the tremor fruit? Indeed, that is what I seek, hence for me. Whitebeard's death here would be most advantageous. Zayatali's gaze momentarily lost focus, her thoughts drifting, yet she quickly regained her composure. So at that moment, when I inquired why you did not prevent Ace, was this your reasoning? Precisely. Had I intervened to stop Ace, none of this would have transpired. So then, who would have dispatched Whitebeard? Zayatali nodded slightly, yet her beautifully arched brows soon furrowed in contemplation. If that is the case, why then did you urge me to heal Whitebeard and even caution him? Luo Yan's gaze grew increasingly intricate, and he inhaled deeply before letting out a profound sigh. Xia? You must remember, the moment you consume the potion, your enemies are often already determined. As for my reliance on Whitebeard, I must leverage his strength to ascend to sequence 4 in a short span. It is not merely a matter of potion ingredients. The ceremonial aspect of the ascension is paramount. To transition from sequence 5 to sequence 4, one must imbibe the potion amidst earthquakes and tsunamis, enduring until the end. Without Whitebeard to preside over the ceremony, how could I hope to ascend? If I remain merely at sequence 5, I am utterly unqualified to involve myself in these affairs. Furthermore, I hope that a great general meets his demise in this war. Zayatali nodded in understanding, her doubts dissipating. So, you are concerned that Whitebeard's formidable prowess will lead him to ultimate victory? Indeed, it appears the pirates are on the brink of triumph. No, the Navy shall not permit failure. Though Whitebeard's performance has exceeded my expectations, I remain steadfast in my belief that the Navy will prevail. The world government will not allow the Navy to falter. The world itself will not allow it, and the Navy will not permit its own defeat. Buddha, Whitebeard. At last, Whitebeard and Sengoku clashed directly. Sengoku thrust his palm towards Whitebeard, who responded with a slash of his blade. The collision of shockwaves and vibrations caused the very naval headquarters to tremble, as if the island itself were on the verge of collapsing into the depths of the sea. Yet neither side relented, engaging in repeated clashes. The tremors even caused some of the weaker Navy personnel and pirates to lose their footing and fall. Kizaru attempted to seize the moment for a sneak attack, but was intercepted by Marco. Akiji and Akainu charged towards Luffy and Ace, Akiji's expression devoid of emotion. While Akainu's murderous intent was palpable, his desire to eliminate the two unmistakable. Luffy, you go first. Upon seeing the two admirals closing in, Ace immediately halted, urging Luffy to escape. However, Ace was but one man, capable of stalling only one admiral. Icebird. Akiji was the first to strike, summoning a massive icebird that soared towards them. Without hesitation, Ace activated his devil fruit powers. Flame of the unknown. Boom. Ice and fire collided, each yielding to the other, rendering the outcome indecisive. Meanwhile, Akainu seized the opportunity to bypass Ace and pursue Luffy directly. Evil bloodlines must be buried here. Not a chance. As Akainu closed in on Luffy, the cross-dressing King Ivankov appeared just in time to block him. Straw Hat Boy, you must go ahead. I will hold him off. If you perish before my eyes, I shall have no face left to meet Dragon. All right. Luffy agreed without hesitation, continuing his flight. Revolutionary scum, if you seek death, then I shall grant it to you first. At this moment, Akainu was utterly consumed by bloodlust. Upon seeing the king of the half-humans attempting to obstruct him, he unreservedly directed his murderous intent toward the king. The king maintained an exaggerated smile on his face, yet internally felt a profound sense of trepidation. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, he was acutely aware of the true strength of an admiral. Without a doubt, Akiji surpassed Ace in terms of both raw power and condition. However, Akiji's inherently laid-back demeanor, coupled with Ace's background, led him to refrain from exerting his full strength in their confrontation. Conversely, Ace never harbored any intention of defeating Akiji. His sole objective was to buy time for Luffy. Upon realizing he had temporarily gained the upper hand against Akiji, he sought to retreat swiftly. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not shake off Akiji's relentless pursuit. Although Akiji lacked a fierce fighting spirit, allowing Ace to escape unscathed in a one-on-one scenario would surely jeopardize his reputation as an admiral. Thus, for both his own sake and to preserve the admiral's dignity, he had to keep Ace entangled, doing only what was necessary to maintain the engagement. Akainu's formidable power far exceeded the king's expectations, and he was swiftly overwhelmed, temporarily losing consciousness. However, Akainu refrained from delivering a final blow. His true targets remained Luffy and Ace. With the king already incapacitated, he intended to eliminate Luffy and Ace first before returning to finish off the king. Driven by this thought, Akainu transformed his lower body into magma, swiftly traversing the ground until he caught up with Luffy. Akainu wasted no time, unleashing a magma-infused punch as soon as he closed the distance. Luffy hurriedly dodged, yet still sustained superficial injuries. Upon witnessing Luffy being pursued by Akainu, Ace was horrified. He exerted himself to counter Akiji's ice once more before abandoning the engagement and rushing toward Luffy. Akiji, with his hand raised, hesitated momentarily, watching Ace's retreating figure, and slowly lowered his hand. He realized he had underestimated the situation by exposing his back to an admiral. How careless of me, Akiji murmured to himself, slipping back into his usual languid demeanor. Akainu, undeterred by his previous failure, launched another strike. Luffy barely managed to evade, but his body was already on the brink of collapse, causing him to fall to the ground, unable to rise. This is where it ends. Akainu loomed over him, preparing to strike once more. Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief as Ace suddenly appeared before him, shielding him from the impending attack. The magma-infused punch pierced through Ace's body. Ace! Luffy cried out in desperation, instantly drawing the attention of many onlookers, including Whitebeard, struggling against Sengoku and Kizaru, Marco, shackled by sea stone handcuffs, and Diamond Jozu, who had lost an arm. Their expressions ranged from fury to panic to sorrow. Boom! At that moment, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a water bucket, descended from the heavens, striking directly upon Akainu's head. His body transformed into molten magma, twisting and disintegrating, only to swiftly coalesce once more beside him. This thunderous strike did not inflict harm upon him, yet it compelled him to retreat from Luffy and Ace. As Akainu shifted away, Ace collapsed to the ground, prompting Luffy to rush to his side, filled with urgency and concern. Akainu's expression darkened as he abruptly lifted his gaze to the sky, where a young man clad in black, with pale blue hair and wielding a blazing sword, was plummeting downwards. Another obstacle had emerged. Then let it be that you too shall perish. Blinded by fury, Akainu cared not for the identity of those who stood in his path. His singular desire was to eliminate them all. Luo Yin landed abruptly, producing a thunderous sound that cracked the ground beneath him. However, this was not merely a consequence of his forceful descent. It was a manifestation of his inherent power as the chief priest of calamity. Akainu, that should suffice. The shout of Luo Yin resonated like thunder in the ears of Akainu, momentarily disrupting his thoughts. However, he quickly regained his composure. I remember who you are now. You are that Luo Yin. Since you are associated with the Revolutionary Army, you shall meet your demise. Akainu's murderous intent remained undiminished as he swung his fist directly toward Luo Yin, who, at that moment, could not afford to retreat. After all, this was his inaugural battle upon the world stage. In your current state, you cannot kill me. Luo Yin raised his arm, using the blazing great sword in his grasp to deflect Akainu's fist, his pupils reflecting the flash of lightning. Mental penetration. Akainu felt as if his mind had been suddenly pierced by countless steel needles, an unbearable agony consuming him. Simultaneously, his observation haki sensed an imminent peril, a profound threat. Boom. A bolt of thunder, as thick as a barrel, struck directly upon Akainu's left shoulder, causing his body to erupt like molten lava, splattering across the ground. Soon, Akainu emerged from a vast pool of magma, gradually regaining his form. At this moment, his left shoulder bore charred marks, yet the injury was not severe. The instant the lightning descended, the mental assault had momentarily hindered his elemental transformation, resulting in his shoulder being struck. Fortunately for an admiral, such an attack was not overly formidable nor difficult to withstand, leaving him with merely minor wounds. Truly, he is deserving of the title of admiral. Luo Yin narrowed his eyes, a weighty gravity settling in his heart, yet his visage remained composed. For one who had yet to master the art of intimidation, to inflict even this minor injury upon Akainu was an unexpected delight. He dared not wish for more. The pain in his shoulder, coupled with the lingering numbness from the lightning strike, seemed to have restored a semblance of rationality to Akainu, who no longer clung to his previous fervor and began to scrutinize the youth who dared to obstruct him. Those who had been poised to intervene, whether naval officers or pirates, wore expressions of astonishment. Akainu, the admiral, had been wounded by that boy? How could this be? Who was this youth that he could harm Akainu? That's Luo Yin. He has stopped Akainu. Quickly, someone assist him. Hurry. Akainu is injured. The reactions among the navy and pirates were starkly contrasting upon witnessing Akainu's injury. However, the pirates merely shouted their encouragement. None dared to step forward, having previously witnessed the formidable prowess of Akainu. Was that a psychological attack? Under the circumstances of a surprise assault, it could indeed prove somewhat effective. Yet one would not be afforded a second opportunity. Akainu's expression darkened, his gaze icy and lethal. He still harbored considerable intent to kill Luo Yin. Such sentiments need not be uttered by Akainu for Luo Yin to comprehend. After all, his adversary was an admiral and under vigilant scrutiny. The prospect of employing a psychological breach to disrupt Akainu's elemental transformation was nothing short of a fantasy. Do you wish to kill me? Little do you know how much strength can a gravely injured admiral, whose stamina is depleted, truly muster? Luo Yin fearlessly retorted, his harsh words echoing in the air. Akainu's expression remained unchanged. Yet magma began to seep from his body, resembling a volcano on the verge of awakening, poised to erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, as Luo Yin made his move, Shatari descended from the frozen crest of a tsunami. However, rather than rushing to save Ace, she landed before a figure surrounded by numerous individuals clad in prison garb. This figure donned a navy uniform, a pirate hat, and sported an exaggerated red nose, none other than the clown Buggy. Buggy was startled by the sudden appearance of someone flying towards him, even if that someone was an exceptionally beautiful woman. After all, a woman appearing on this battlefield could not possibly be an ordinary one. Shatari's lips curled into a captivating smile, tinged with a hint of bloodlust and cruelty, causing beads of sweat to form on Buggy's forehead as he yearned to flee at once. Yet, the glances of those in prison attire turned towards Buggy with an almost obsessive admiration. Truly, Captain Buggy was remarkable. A stunning woman had approached him. It was evident that she had been captivated by his charisma. Ah, how dazzling. Captain Buggy was simply too radiant. Captain Buggy, Captain Buggy, Captain Buggy. The throng of prisoners suddenly erupted into cheers, and Buggy's lips twitched in response. However, now elevated on a pedestal, he could not afford to show any signs of weakness. Who are you? Buggy struggled to maintain his composure, his voice trembling slightly. Shatari's smile broadened, her crimson eyes scanning Buggy intently. I am Shatari, here to propose a collaboration. See collaboration? Collaboration on what? Buggy's anxiety eased somewhat. After all, a proposal for collaboration indicated that she was not an enemy. Shatari chuckled lightly, her beauty accentuated. Do you possess a den mushi? Have you seen that person battling Akainu? That is my captain. I need you to use the den mushi to capture footage of my captain in combat, to show the world. In return, we promise to ensure your safe departure from here. What do you think? Safe departure. Buggy's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had been dreaming of escaping this place. The prospect seemed improbable, yet here was someone making such an offer. He felt reassured, for she had flown to him. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed in Buggy's ears. Instinctively, he turned to see Luo Yin blocking Akainu's punch with a blazing sword, while countless bolts of lightning rained down, transforming Akainu's form into a tempest of molten rock. Isn't this too perilous? To go and capture footage? Buggy fell into a momentary indecision, but soon his resolve solidified. All right, I will go and capture it. In order to survive and escape, Buggy gritted his teeth and acquiesced. In that moment, the admiration in the eyes of those clad in prison garb intensified beyond measure. One towering bald man, nearly 2 meters tall, even shed tears. Captain Buggy, you are truly magnificent. The sentiment seemed contagious, prompting others around him to weep as well. Indeed, Captain Buggy was remarkable. For our sake, he was willing to risk filming the battle of the Admiral. Oh, Captain Buggy, I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. The crowd of prisoners erupted into another round of cheers, their voices mingling with heartfelt sobs. Buggy's expression froze, his lips twitching. He had never considered bringing these people along. He merely hoped to escape himself. Yet, he found himself elevated to this unexpected pedestal. Listen up, everyone. We must strive to survive. With a rallying cry, Buggy raised his arm, and the crowd responded enthusiastically, the tears of moments ago now replaced with fervor. Chitauri, controlling her expression, nodded and spread her wings towards Luffy, though she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Are these people out of their minds?" Luffy knelt on the ground, cradling Ace, while a ship's doctor stood helplessly nearby. "Luffy, are you all right?" Chitauri approached Luffy, and his sorrowful face instantly lit up with surprise. "Chitauri, can you save Ace? Please, save him." Chitauri glanced down at Ace, a flicker of sadness crossing her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved a vial of red potion from her pocket. His internal organs have been burned. This potion can grant him 5 more minutes of life. Within that time, he may rise, but afterward, he is certain to perish. 5 minutes? How can that be? Luffy's gaze became vacant, lost in thought. Noticing Luffy's hesitation to take the potion, Chitauri uncorked the vial and brought it to Ace's lips. Ace, now gravely weakened yet still somewhat conscious, heard her words. With great effort, he opened his mouth, allowing Chitauri to pour the potion in. The moment it entered, his complexion visibly improved, and he managed to prop himself up. "Thank you. I didn't expect you all to come." Ace's voice came out weak and hoarse. Chitauri nodded, saying, "We didn't intend to get involved," but she left her sentence hanging, and Ace, with little time left, paid no heed. He began to bid farewell to those he recognized around him, while Chitauri stood silently by, watching quietly. On the side of Luo Yin, his battle with Akainu intensified. Yet both parties found themselves in a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand. Initially, Luo Yin held a profound apprehension towards the magma fruit, which prompted him to seek a highly defensive item while conjuring his fiery greatsword. Unbeknownst to him, his own defensive capabilities had significantly heightened. As a Sequence 9 sailor, he could summon illusory scales beneath his skin, capable of withstanding gunfire. Now, having ascended to Sequence 4, the resilience of these scales had evolved beyond comparison. Furthermore, his calamity could summon magma, rendering the molten attacks upon him far less damaging. Conversely, Luo Yin, in his haste to find Whitebeard, had neglected to master Haki, rendering him incapable of inflicting tangible harm on a natural-type devil fruit user, resulting in a deadlock in their confrontation. Meanwhile, Buggy had stealthily approached, but not in entirety. He merely brought his hands, cradling a Din Mushi, closer to capture the scene, positioning himself at a moderate distance for filming. Thus, the sole intact live broadcast from Sabaody Archipelago showcased the clash between Luo Yin and Akainu. Although this development caught the audience somewhat by surprise, it did not evoke dissatisfaction. After all, this was a battle involving an admiral. And curiosity began to stir regarding the identity of the young man who could hold his own against such a formidable opponent. "Ha!" Luo Yin bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, causing the Red Dog's thoughts to momentarily falter. Taking advantage of the moment, Luo Yin executed a backward leap, suspending himself approximately 10 meters above the ground. Simultaneously, a colossal water column, nearly 5 meters in diameter, surged from the bay, tracing an arc in the air, one end connecting to the sea surface, while the other loomed directly above Luo Yan's head. Akainu, with a stooped posture and swinging arms, had his right arm transformed into a torrent of molten lava, fully aware of Luo Yan's intent to unleash a water-based assault. However, he remained unperturbed, confident in his ability to effortlessly evaporate such a volume of water. Just as he prepared to unleash a powerful punch, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way, a fissure appearing spontaneously, cutting through the island and revealing the undulating sea below. Akainu's eyes widened in shock as he realized he was on the brink of plunging into the water. His left hand grasped a protrusion just in time, while the lava enveloping his right hand rapidly shed away, gripping the rocky outcrop with both hands. He barely had time to gather his strength before a massive shadow enveloped him. Akainu, perish. The enormous water column descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Akainu's head. Should it connect, he would be forcefully plunged into the sea. Freeze time. At that moment, a languid yet timely voice resonated in the torrent of water. Just a meter from the ground, and on the verge of entering the fissure, was instantaneously frozen, while countless shards of ice hurtled toward Luo Yan. Luo Yan's gaze sharpened as countless blades of wind materialized, colliding with the icy shards, sending a flurry of ice particles into the air. Seizing the moment, Akainu exerted force from his waist, attempting to crawl out of the fissure. However, at that instant, Luo Yan suddenly brought his hands together in a fierce clasp, causing the fissure to close abruptly like a door, leaving no trace behind. If you succeed, the Navy's reputation will be utterly tarnished. The figure of Akiji emerged from the swirling ice debris, his entire being enveloped in an aura of chill, as he clenched his fist and struck towards Luo Yan's face. Luo Yan dared not confront directly. Instead, he deftly propelled himself with the wind, effortlessly evading the attack. Simultaneously, several formidable bolts of lightning descended, reducing the Qingji to a cascade of shattered ice that plummeted from the sky. How considerate of you, Qingji. Do you truly have nothing else to attend to? Alas, one cannot speak so lightly. Since you have initiated this confrontation, it is my duty as an admiral of the Navy to thwart your efforts. Lo Yin let out a scoff, abandoning any intention to continue the struggle with Akiji, and instead soared towards the clash between Whitebeard and Sengoku. His disappointment in failing to vanquish Akainu was palpable, yet he found it within himself to accept the outcome. After all, the adversary was an admiral. And as someone who lacked even the most rudimentary mastery of Haki, the prospect of defeating such a foe was rather unrealistic. He held no interest in Akiji, convinced that even if he departed, Akiji would pose no threat to Luffy. His current focus lay on the most pivotal matters of this war, which would directly influence a series of his forthcoming schemes. With a thunderous crash, Sengoku's head was suddenly enveloped by a tempest of lightning as he collided once more with Whitebeard. Countless bolts cascaded down like a torrential rain, completely shrouding Sengoku's massive Buddha-like figure, the white electric glow even eclipsing the radiance of his own Buddha light. Oh dear, how terrifying, remarked Kazuru, who had been poised to strike Whitebeard, pausing his assault with a tone that remained languid. Luo Yin disregarded the irritating voice and descended to a level that was perfectly aligned with the head of Whitebeard. The old man bore significant injuries, his body marred with numerous glowing spots and small punctures, all the handiwork of Kizaru. Furthermore, a charred wound the size of a bowl marred his abdomen, a remnant of Akainu's previous assault. Whitebeard, continuing this war serves no purpose. With the hilt of his sword propped against his body, Whitebeard's chest heaved noticeably. The corners of his mouth gradually curled upwards, revealing his iconic crescent smile once more. I never expected you would also be here. I apologize. But just as your ship's doctor has healed me, I find myself on the brink of death. You must leave. I will buy you some time. What nonsense. You cannot die yet. Ha ha ha. I am, after all, a remnant of the old era. What do I have to lose? He called out to his crew. Listen well. This is the final command of your captain. I order you all to board the ship and return to the New World. His voice echoed across the battlefield, momentarily stunning all the pirates, who then comprehended his intent. Their expressions were swiftly replaced by sorrow. Father. No. Father. Father. Let us go together. Father. Before the face of death, the once undaunted pirates now wept freely, their grief erupting into frantic assaults on the surrounding navy, adding further chaos to the battlefield. The lightning that had enveloped Sengoku gradually dissipated, leaving no trace upon him. Sengoku first cast a glance at the weakened Whitebeard before turning his gaze to Luo Yin. Luo Yin, what exactly do you intend to do? Where do you wish to steer the world's fate? I know not what you speak of. What concern is the world as fate to me? Sengoku's eyes widened as he unleashed a palm strike towards Luo Yin from afar. Luo Yin swiftly landed and evaded the blow, bending low to strike the ground forcefully with his right hand. Boom. The earth beneath Sengoku shattered, crimson lava erupting from the fissures, a catastrophic event. Sengoku shifted his body to evade the gushing magma, his expression growing increasingly grave. Lava, you wretch. As Sengoku prepared to strike Luo Yin once more, Whitebeard stepped forward, raising his long sword. A luminous white orb materialized upon the blade before he swung it downwards. Crack! The fabric of space tore like a spider's web, and the fissures spread further. The ground trembled, causing the already boiling lava to become even more volatile. Sengoku was compelled to retreat and defend himself to avoid injury. Yada no Kagami. Unbeknownst to them, Kizaru had once again ascended into the sky, showering countless points of light upon both Luo Yin and Whitebeard. Luo Yin's form swiftly diminished in size and weight until he transformed into a paper figure, which was instantly shattered into fragments by the onslaught of luminous points. Beyond the reach of these radiant orbs, Luo Yin's silhouette emerged, and with an upward flick of his hand, a fierce whirlwind erupted from the ground, forming a colossal tornado that seemed to bridge heaven and earth, engulfing the figure of Kizaru. Amidst the tempest, flashes of lightning could be discerned. With the distraction of Kizaru eliminated, Whitebeard forcefully pressed down with his blade, causing the very earth surrounding Sengoku to crack and splinter as torrents of magma surged forth from the fissures. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yin made a decisive gesture toward the magma, and the fluid molten rock was immediately ensnared by an invisible force, coalescing into a wave that surged toward Sengoku. Sengoku thrust out his right palm, generating a visible shockwave that scattered the magma. Yet, in that moment, Luo Yin clenched his capturing hand tightly, and the dispersed magma abruptly converged, its focal point being Sengoku. Sizzle! The magma splashed against Sengoku's Buddha-like form, emitting a piercing sound as the volume of lava increased, twisting Sengoku's expression into one of distress. You underestimate humanity, Sengoku bellowed, and a powerful shockwave radiated from him, instantly dispersing all the magma. At that moment, Whitebeard executed his signature move of striking the air. Crack! His fist collided with the atmosphere, causing the air around Sengoku to fracture, as his massive form seemed to be sliced into countless pieces, with misalignments appearing among the fragments. Kaha! Sengoku spat out a copious amount of blood, staggering back a couple of steps, having taken a solid hit from Whitebeard, which inflicted considerable damage upon his aging body, though it did not shatter as it appeared it might. Sengoku, you have grown old. Seeing Sengoku wounded, Whitebeard pressed the advantage, stepping forward with both hands gripping his blade, ready to strike down. But at that moment, a patch of magma that had scattered 2 steps in front of Sengoku rapidly expanded, suddenly revealing a figure, Akainu, who had been confined beneath the earth by Luo Yin. Dog of hell! Akainu transformed into magma and charged at Whitebeard, whose expression shifted drastically. At this proximity, evasion was impossible, and he could not raise his blade in defense either. The blade came crashing down, and Sengoku forcibly twisted his massive body to narrowly evade the edge. Boom! The main structure of the Marine headquarters suffered a tremendous blow, collapsing with a deafening roar, as Akainu's assault simultaneously struck Whitebeard in the chest. Puh! Huh! Whitebeard expelled a copious amount of blood, his form swaying dangerously close to a fall, yet he managed to steady himself after a few staggering steps. Cough! Akainu! In an instant, Whitebeard appeared exceedingly weakened, while Akainu withdrew his fist, landing on the ground, his chest rising and falling slightly, clearly exhausted as well. Whitebeard. Today you are destined to perish here. Kuara. You wish for my demise? I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard's eyes widened fiercely, his spirit surging forth. However, it was evident to all that he was, at this moment, on the brink of collapse. Luo Yin's lips moved. Although he harbored a desire for Whitebeard to perish in that very moment, an overwhelming sorrow flickered in his eyes. Whitebeard, I am truly sorry, he murmured. Sorry for what? Whitebeard replied. Luo Yin, you should leave. I can still hold them off for now. Very well. This time, Luo Yin did not hesitate. He immediately turned back and took flight, albeit at a pace akin to an ordinary person's run. His earlier decision to abandon Qingji in order to assist Whitebeard was, in fact, a calculated move to ensure Whitebeard met his end there, granting him a final farewell. He had confined Akainu underground and, while aiding Whitebeard, fervently summoned magma, intending for Akainu to emerge from the molten depths. He was confident that Akainu, as a vice admiral endowed with formidable observation haki and the powers of the magma fruit, could not possibly be oblivious to the magma he had conjured. Ultimately, his objective was realized. Akainu erupted from the magma, delivering a fatal blow to Whitebeard. After that strike, Whitebeard was all but doomed, and Luo Yin had no reason to remain. Wishing to escape? Not a chance. When Akainu noticed Luo Yin attempting to flee, he transformed his lower body into magma and surged forward in pursuit. Luo Yin paid little mind to this. If he truly wished to depart, only Kizaru might be able to impede him, while the others were utterly incapable of doing so. Ace. At that moment, A sorrowful cry echoed Luffy's voice. Without needing to guess, Luo Yin understood that Ace had perished. Akainu's pursuit of Luo Yin momentarily faltered, and without hesitation, he redirected his focus towards Luffy. Although blinded by rage, his intellect remained intact. He comprehended the difficulties in vanquishing a flying opponent, especially one as formidable as Luffy. Even at his peak, he might have struggled, let alone in his current diminished state, leading him to decisively target Luffy instead. Luffy's body, already pushed to its limits by Ivankoff's hormones, could no longer withstand the weight of Ace's death before him, and he lost consciousness. Luffy-kun. The late-arriving Jinbei swiftly scooped Luffy into his arms and made a hasty retreat, while the others scattered in disarray. Chitari seized Ace's lifeless form, soaring alongside them. "Thank you for Ace's body," Jinbei said calmly, not glancing back as he expressed his gratitude to Chitari. Chitari shook her head, casting a glance backward to see Akainu drawing ever closer. That madman Akainu. Can you, the hefty fishman, stand against him? Chitari, unfamiliar with Jinbei, had taken to calling him by that moniker simply due to his appearance. Jinbei, though taken aback by the nickname, understood that this was not the time for such discussions. He shook his head, a hint of bitterness crossing his face. Though I was once a warlord of the sea, I am acutely aware of the chasm that separates me from an admiral. Ah, this is troublesome. I can provide some resistance, but I will not risk my life for you. Thank you very much. Jinbei certainly did not expect Chitari to sacrifice herself for him. After all, they were strangers to one another. It was understandable that Chitari claimed she was merely attempting to obstruct. After all, Akainu was a marine admiral, a force not easily thwarted. Chitari hurled Ace's lifeless body towards Jinbei, who caught it effortlessly with one hand. From her pocket, Chitari produced a silver talisman, one side emblazoned with a lightning motif and the other adorned with the symbol of tyranny. Lightning. She chanted the incantation, infusing the talisman with her spirit. In an instant, it blazed with brilliance, and without hesitation, she cast the talisman towards Akainu. A thunderous roar erupted. Countless silver serpents of electricity cascaded down, enveloping Akainu in a tempest of thunder, far more potent than any lightning conjured by Luo Yin. So powerful? Chitari was momentarily taken aback. She understood that these talismans were crafted from Luo Yin's own strength, thus their potency should correlate with his power. Yet now, the talisman seemed to surpass Luo Yin's might. But then, realization dawned upon her. Evidently, Luo Yin had never exerted his full strength, at least not in the realm of lightning. Indeed, Luo Yin's primary purpose in coming here was merely to make an appearance and to extend a favor, thus he had to hold back. After all, should he overexert himself and inadvertently allow the very individual he wished to see perish on the battlefield to escape, it would be a dire miscalculation. Moreover, the primary adversary Luo Yin faced was Akainu, and lightning could not inflict harm upon a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. The degree of intensity was inconsequential. Rather than striving for a visually spectacular display, it was more prudent to conserve some spirit to avert any unforeseen mishaps. As the lightning surged, Akainu's form exploded into a vast pool of magma, which was then scattered by the electric strikes. The tempest continued for 3 to 4 seconds before the storm gradually abated. As the magma writhed, Akainu's silhouette reformed, his gaze fixed upon Chitari with icy disdain, his expression dark and molten rock dripping from his body. Another bothersome individual. Why were there so many nuisances today? Step aside. I have no interest in you at this moment. Although Akainu did not conceal his murderous intent, he had previously sensed the trouble that airborne adversaries posed through Luo Yin. His primary objective now was to eliminate Luffy. The others could wait. Chitari shook her head, dark energy swirling around her, unknowingly deepening the shade of Akainu's shadow. That simply would not do. The captain has decreed that Luffy must not perish. Captain? Your captain is Luo Yin? Akainu narrowed his eyes, as if he were only now beginning to appraise Chitari seriously. Chitari nodded, revealing no concealment in her response. Indeed. My captain is Luo Yin. Ha! Ha ha ha! Akainu suddenly erupted into laughter, a sound laced with both joy and a chilling undertone. Just as abruptly, his laughter ceased, his voice turning frigidly cold. In that case, I shall be compelled to eliminate you. Akainu's magma surged, and he clenched his fist, aiming it at Chitari. Abyssal shackles. In Chitari's crimson eyes, a flicker of darkness surged forth, and from the shadow of the crimson hound emerged 2 obsidian chains that entwined him in a crisscross manner. Full moon. A radiant moon ascended above Chitari's head, and simultaneously, the surrounding light dimmed, as if dusk had abruptly descended. The expression of the Crimson Hound transformed into one of tranquility. His gaze became vacant and dazed, his head gradually drooping. Seizing the opportunity, shortari plummeted to the ground. Her right hand curling into a claw, her nails extending by approximately 2 centimeters. With a slight bend at her waist, she propelled herself with remarkable speed towards the Crimson Hound, aiming a strike directly at his face. Instantly, his head was crushed. Yet what erupted was not brain matter and flesh, but searing magma. The hound's vacant stare abruptly regained focus, and the surrounding magma began to bubble, coalescing into a colossal fist that struck shortari's chest with tremendous force. Her form shattered and disintegrated, only to swiftly reassemble beneath the moonlight. The blow left no trace upon her. Great fire. Not hesitating after his failed assault, the Crimson Hound unleashed another attack. Hot magma surging forth from his arm and sweeping towards shortari. Beneath the fabric at her wrist, a dawn-like radiance ignited, coalescing into a luminous barrier before her. With a thunderous crash, the magma collided with the wall of light, producing a deafening sound that made the entire structure tremble, yet it did not collapse. Albeit it was evidently dimmed. Crimson Hound! At that moment, a furious shout resounded like thunder, and the hound lifted his gaze sharply, spotting Luo Yin, who had arrived on the scene. Luo Yin, with hair billowing and eyes ablaze with wrath, exuded an aura reminiscent of impending calamity. Captain! Upon seeing Luo Yin's arrival, shortari could not conceal her elation. Although she appeared unscathed and composed in the face of the Crimson Hound, she was aware that her endurance was waning. As a Sequence 7, her spiritual energy was insufficient to sustain the prolonged use of multiple wondrous artifacts. She had just utilized 3, one corresponding to her innate Sequence 5. The Deep Crimson Scholar, another aligned with Sequence 7, the Nightmare, and the last corresponding to Sequence 5, the Guardian. Each of these artifacts demanded a toll on her spiritual essence. Particularly, the recent evasion under the moonlight had drained a significant amount. Initially, she had infused nearly half of her spiritual energy into the talisman, leaving her with less than 40% now. You must leave. Luoyan restrained his fury, striving to maintain a tone of calmness, yet his voice still resonated with a tremor. Indeed, without a moment's hesitation, Shitali immediately dispelled the effects of all magical items. Unfurling her wings to pursue Jinbei, Akainu fixed a relentless gaze upon Luoyan, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. He yearned to continue the hunt for Luffy. However, he found himself devoid of the strength necessary to vanquish Luoyan. It was not merely fatigue that hindered him, but also the wounds inflicted by Whitebeard. Luoyan, I recall that you are not a pirate. Why do you choose to aid them? Because I wish to. Does it concern you? Did you not just attempt to murder my subordinate? You are all equally bothersome. Were it not for your interference, I would have long since eliminated that straw hat brat. Whom can you blame for your own inadequacy? Had you managed to slay Luffy before my arrival, none of this would have transpired. Akainu, you have already done enough, more than your two. As Luo Yan's words trailed off abruptly, he lifted his gaze towards the direction of Whitebeard. At that moment, Whitebeard and Sengoku had ceased their battle. Both had reached their limits, with Sengoku bearing significant injuries. As for Kizaru, after extricating himself from the tornado conjured by Luo Yan, he departed to deal with the lesser foes, refraining from launching any further assaults on Whitebeard. Luo Yan halted his advance, for the notorious Blackbeard had arrived, the very individual who had reaped the greatest benefits from the war on the top in the original tale. Ha ha ha. Father, you truly are a sight to behold in such a state of disarray. Blackbeard exclaimed, striding confidently towards Whitebeard, flanked by a cadre of formidable warriors who had escaped from Impel Down. Whitebeard's once dull eyes regained their sharpness, and a surge of vitality rushed through him from some unknown source. Teach. Ha ha ha. Father, I have come to escort you on your final journey. Blackbeard laughed with reckless abandon, seemingly having attained what he desired. In an instant, Whitebeard appeared before Blackbeard, brandishing his blade and striking down fiercely. Blackbeard conjured a swirling black vortex in his palm, raising it to block the blow, causing the white orb enveloping the blade to rapidly diminish until it vanished entirely. Ha ha ha. Father, it is futile. My powers can devour even vibrations. In this world, everyone may call me father, but you, Teach. You are unworthy. Whitebeard hurled his bisecting blade into the air and unleashed a powerful punch towards Blackbeard, only to have it thwarted by Blackbeard's dark fruit abilities. Just as Blackbeard reveled in his triumph, the bisecting blade descended, and Whitebeard seized the opportunity to strike forward. It hurts, it hurts. Blackbeard fell to the ground, writhing in agony as Whitebeard capitalized on the moment to lean down and grasp Blackbeard by the throat, the white orb emanating outward. "No, no. Father, I am your son. You cannot kill me." Blackbeard cried out in desperation, sensing Whitebeard's resolve to end his life. Yet, Whitebeard remained unmoved, forcefully pressing down his palm, causing the earth around them to shatter. Blackbeard's eyes rolled back as he nearly lost consciousness, but he ultimately persevered. Poof! Having already reached his limit, Whitebeard could muster no more strength to slay Blackbeard. He coughed up blood, releasing his grip on Blackbeard's throat, staggering back a step. Blackbeard, no longer hesitating, swiftly drew the gun from his waist and unleashed a barrage of shots toward Whitebeard. Whitebeard's body swayed under the onslaught, teetering as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet he ultimately steadied himself, standing tall. "The great treasure truly exists," Whitebeard proclaimed in his final utterance, his voice resonating across the battlefield before he fell silent, standing still. Alas! Luo Yin let out a long sigh, and with it, his pent-up rage seemed to dissipate from his very being. He then turned his gaze in another direction, where a magnificent red sailboat gracefully entered the bay, adorned with the flag of the red-haired pirates, representing one of the formidable 4 emperors of the seas. It appeared that the war was drawing to a close. As Luo Yin descended to the ground, he cast a light-hearted glance at Akainu, who remained silent, his expression gravely fixed upon the vessel. He understood well the significance that this ship bore. The ship gradually came to a halt, and at its forefront stood Shanks, the leader of the red-haired pirates, alongside his crew members at the edge of the square. "Esteemed guests, might I implore you for a moment of respite? Let us cease hostilities," Shanks proposed, his voice neither loud nor imposing, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Should anyone wish to engage, I am here to confront you." Though his demeanor did not exude an overwhelming pressure, every individual present instinctively paused. As the words emanated from one of the emperors of the sea, Akainu's countenance grew increasingly grim, yet he ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Luo Yin no longer gazed at the red-haired figure. Instead, his attention was fixed upon the body of the white-bearded man, shrouded beneath a black cloth. Beneath that same covering lay the body of the black-bearded one. In the original narrative, the red-haired character appeared only after Blackbeard had successfully stolen the Tremor fruit, and even engaged in a brief confrontation with Sengoku. However, it seems that his arrival has occurred earlier than in the source material. This discrepancy is primarily due to the fact that Whitebeard's condition is significantly better than depicted in the original, resulting in his demise being delayed, which in turn makes the red-haired figure's appearance seem premature. If Blackbeard were to be slain here and now, a fleeting thought crossed Luo Yan's mind, causing his eyes to involuntarily narrow. However, he quickly regained his composure, setting aside the fact that it would be a direct affront to the red-haired pirate. The formidable warriors stationed at the advancing city were not easily surmountable. With a slight shake of his head, he dismissed the notion. As the black cloth covering Whitebeard was lifted, Blackbeard emerged beaming with satisfaction, having acquired what he desired. Yet, due to the prior warning from red-haired, he refrained from showcasing his abilities. Sengoku, resting upon a stone, glanced between Blackbeard and red-haired before gradually rising to his feet. "I concur, esteemed colleagues. The war has concluded. This is a victory for the Navy." Oh, with Sengoku's proclamation, the majority of the Navy erupted into cheers, not merely celebrating their triumph, but also rejoicing in their survival amidst the chaotic battlefield where the 4 emperors clashed with the Navy headquarters. Huh. Loyan let out a soft chuckle, shook his head, and turned away, not seeking to join Shatari, but instead heading in the direction where Buggy was located. At that moment, Buggy was still clutching the image-transmitting snail. Although he had accepted Shatari's deal, he had only recorded the battle between Loyan and Akainu. When Loyan went to assist Whitebeard, Buggy lacked the courage to approach and thus refrained from filming. Naturally, the arrival of Shanks captured his attention. He was even prepared to rush over and cling to Shanks' leg. However, at that moment, the corner of his eye caught sight of Loyan approaching him. Yes, it was that Loyan, the very one who had caused Akainu to suffer. Buggy swallowed hard, unable to suppress a small step back, fearful that Loyan was coming to trouble him, especially since he had failed to capture any footage of Loyan aiding Whitebeard. But soon, he regained his composure, for his good friend Shanks was present, and he believed that a simple shout would summon Shanks to his rescue. "What do you want?" Despite feeling somewhat at ease, Buggy could not help but stammer the question as Loyan drew nearer. A smile gradually graced Loyan's face, a congenial smile, or at least that was his own perception. "The clown, Baki, right? Indeed, it is I. What is it that you desire?" Haha, no need to be anxious. Have you accepted Shatali's commission? Luo Yin was certainly aware of the transaction between Shatali and Baki, for it was precisely what he had instructed Shatali to undertake. Upon hearing Luo Yin's inquiry, Baki's anxious heart settled considerably, and he hastily nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that is correct. So, do you harbor any interest in joining my adventuring party and becoming my subordinate? Luo Yin maintained a smile as he inquired, while a subtle twitch flickered across Bucky's face. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely shook his head. No, I refuse. Is that so? What a pity, Luo Yin responded. Well then, I had initially promised to lead you all to safety. However, since the war has come to an end and you have declined my invitation, you may depart alongside Shanks. I believe he would not turn down your request. Luo Yin shook his head in lament, while Baki blinked and instinctively glanced in the direction of Shanks, his apprehension gradually transforming into delight. Indeed, I can accompany Shanks. Following him guarantees my safe departure. It must surely be safer than staying with this fellow. Very well, I consent. Baki nodded emphatically, and Luo Yin returned the gesture before turning to leave. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when Shatari swooped in, carrying Ace's lifeless body in her hands. Captain, are you unharmed? Luo Yin nodded slightly, gazing at Ace's lifeless form. Please hand me the body. You should guard Luffy. I shall join you shortly. Understood. Shatari replied without hesitation, abandoning Ace's corpse as she departed. Luo Yin then lifted Ace's body and made his way towards Marco, who was standing alongside Shanks. Upon noticing Luo Yin's approach, with Ace's body in tow, Marco stepped forward to greet him. Thank you, Luo Yin said, his voice low and raspy, shaking his head. Luo Yin extended Ace's body towards Marco. I could only do so much. I am sorry, I could not save anyone. No, you have already done your utmost. Luo Yin nodded gently, patting Margheo's shoulder before moving past him towards Shanks. Feeling rather embarrassed to discuss that particular topic with Margao, and thus opting for this method of evasion, Margao remained lost in his sorrow, oblivious to any unusual behavior. Shanks had noticed Luo Yin from early on. Although unfamiliar with him, he could discern Luo Yin's intentions through his actions, hence he harbored no animosity towards him. Who are you? Shanks inquired. Luo Yin deliberately scrutinized Shanks from head to toe before responding with a smile. Red-haired Shanks? I've heard of you from Luffy. Luffy. Upon hearing Luffy's name, a broad smile instantly graced Shanks' face. Luo Yin nodded and continued. He has sustained some injuries and is currently in a state of unconsciousness. But there is no imminent danger to his life. He is with me now. Would you like to see him? Shanks' smile grew even more pronounced, his gaze drifting off as if lost in delightful memories. No, now is not the right time for us to meet. Is that so? What a pity then. I shall take my leave. Thank you for taking care of Luffy. Shanks nodded and solemnly expressed his gratitude. Luo Yin returned the gesture with a genuine smile. His mention of Luffy was merely a stratagem to garner favor in the eyes of this formidable emperor, hoping to establish familiarity for potential future needs. Who would refuse such a serendipitous opportunity? After parting ways with Shanks, Luo Yin approached the awakened Ivankov, the king of the Okama, who was busy gathering the members of his troop. The Okama had suffered minimal casualties in this conflict, primarily operating in cohesive groups. Thus, they swiftly assembled, preparing to commandeer a warship for their departure when Luo Yin arrived. Ivankov had been monitoring Luffy and only approached to gather his subordinates after confirming Luffy's escape. Fully aware that Luo Yin stood on Luffy's side and likely bore no ill will towards him. Nonetheless, Ivankov remained cautious, stepping forward slightly to shield his companions behind him. Is there something you require, Your Excellency? Luo Yin cast a glance at the beings before him, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the king of the enigmatic. With a smile, he inquired, I am about to seek out the dragon. Would you care to join me? Seek the dragon? Who are you? The king of the enigmatic expressed both astonishment and suspicion. However, his wariness towards Luo Yin had considerably diminished, prompting Luo Yin's smile to broaden. I am not a member of the Revolutionary Army. I merely engage in collaboration with them. My purpose in meeting the dragon is to establish a deeper partnership with the Revolutionary Army, and I thought it would be convenient to bring you along. Of course, if you prefer not to join, that is entirely your choice, as I do not require your assistance in making introductions. The king of the enigmatic's expression shifted through various emotions before he finally opened his mouth, revealing an almost exaggerated grin. Hey since you are a friend of the Revolutionary Army, there is nothing to fear. Let us embark together. It is always prudent to have some support. Very well then. Let us depart, Luo Yin replied with a chuckle. Luo Yin and a group of beings of enchanting beauty boarded an abandoned warship, although they were discovered by the Navy, and some pursued them. Luo Yin swiftly commanded the currents and fierce winds, enabling the vessel to depart the harbor without any helmsman, leaving their pursuers far behind. The ability to manipulate the winds? The king of the beautiful beings, witnessing Luo Yin's prowess, momentarily relaxed his expression, only for it to revert to seriousness. Luo Yin smiled, offering no further explanation on the matter. You have lingered in the underwater prison for far too long, unaware that the times have indeed changed. Times have changed? The king of the beautiful beings seemed perplexed, yet Luo Yin chose not to elaborate. Soon, a much smaller sailing vessel approached, revealing itself as Luo Yin's ship. On board were not only Shatari, Miter, and Rhoda, but also Jinbei and Luffy. My ship has arrived, but before seeking out Dragon, I must first address matters concerning Luffy. Indeed. I have no objections. The king of the beautiful beings, noticing Luffy unconscious on Luo Yin's ship, displayed a concerned expression. Luo Yin summoned the wind to lift him gently, descending onto the deck, while the king leapt gracefully onto the vessel as well. Captain, Shatari, Miter, and Rhoda hurriedly approached. Luo Yin nodded, first glancing at Jinbei, who was seated against the mast, then turning his gaze toward the still unconscious Luffy. What is Luffy's condition? Shatari, following Luo Yin's gaze, expressed a hint of worry. I administered a potion. His injuries are now stabilized. However, he has suffered a tremendous psychological blow, which is rather challenging to address. This concern need not weigh on us, yet we could prepare him with a couple of sedatives. Miter, set sail in a direction away from the naval headquarters, but maintain a slow pace. Understood, Captain. Although Miter did not grasp the reasoning behind the slow departure, he promptly acquiesced and proceeded to the helm. The ship of Luo Yin sailed ahead, accompanied by a warship in tow. The king of the half-monsters, concerned for Luffy's well-being, chose not to return to the warship, but instead remained aboard Luo Yin's vessel. Suddenly, the sound of a telephone bug resonated from Luo Yin's person. He reached into the inner pocket of his garment and retrieved a diminutive telephone bug. This is Luo Yin, he announced. On the other end, a voice emerged, Dragon's voice. It is I, Dragon. Dragon? Upon hearing the name, the king of the half-monsters, who had been preoccupied with Luffy, immediately drew closer. Luo Yin cast a glance at him but chose not to engage, instead offering a light chuckle as he addressed the telephone bug. I was just about to contact you after I secured Luffy. I did not anticipate your initiative in reaching out to me. Pray tell, what brings you to contact me? A brief silence lingered on the line for 2 or 3 seconds before Dragon replied. The 10 individuals have completed the digestion of the potion. I reached out to you to discuss the continuation of our trade regarding the potion. Is that so? They have completed the process? That took considerably longer than I had anticipated. Luo Yin's tone took on a playful mockery, with his eyes narrowing in amusement. On the other end of the line, the phone bug fell silent for a moment, this time lingering even longer than before. Apologies. If one is to apologize, sincerity must surely accompany the words. I cannot discern any genuine intent from such a light-hearted utterance. I shall present you with the sincerity you desire. The dragon's response was prompt and filled with conviction. Luo Yin chuckled and deftly redirected the conversation. The enchanting Ivankov is aboard my ship as well. Would you care to exchange a few words with him? As he spoke, Luo Yin turned to glance at the captivating figure beside him. Once more, the dragon's voice echoed from the other end. Very well. Luo Yin handed the communication device to the king of the demons, who promptly took it and retreated to a corner to engage in a quiet conversation with Long. Luo Yin, disinterested in eavesdropping, settled into his own recliner. Having endured the tumult of the recent conflict, he felt a tinge of weariness and decided to rest for a while. At that moment, a grumbling sound emanated from his stomach, prompting him to turn his head. He noticed Jean Ping, seated against the mast, casting an embarrassed glance in his direction. My apologies, he said, to which Luo Yin replied with a chuckle, no worries. I shall fetch you something to eat. Luo Yin smiled lightly as he rose and stepped into the cabin, rummaging through the refrigerator to retrieve some jerky, and returned with a jug of wine, placing it before Jinbei. The ship's provisions were predominantly fish. Yet Luo Yin was unaware if fish people held any dietary taboos regarding fish, thus he opted for the emergency jerky, which was rather unpalatable. Thank you. Jinbei expressed his gratitude with utmost seriousness, promptly shoving the jerky into his mouth. As a fish person, Jinbei possessed a biting strength far surpassing that of an ordinary human. Consequently, the tough jerky was as easily consumed by him as any common food. Its lack of palatability was of no concern. During his confinement in the underwater prison, he had subsisted on exceedingly unpalatable fare, and after enduring a fierce battle, he was now ravenous, savoring every bite. Even Luo Yin, observing him, began to question whether the jerky was indeed as unappetizing as it seemed. Noticing that Jinbei's pace of consumption had slightly slowed, Luo Yin ventured, "Jinbei, I have something I wish to inquire about." Jinbei took a hearty swig of wine, nodding while continuing to stuff his mouth with jerky. "I am honored by your inquiry. Please, go ahead." "Well, I would like to ask if you are familiar with a sea creature known as the ruler of the deep, specifically the Odroth sea monster." Jinbei's chewing momentarily paused as he lifted his gaze to Luo Yin, quickly swallowing before taking another gulp of wine. "I am aware of the ruler of the deep. Our fish people's records contain references to it, though I cannot ascertain if it is indeed the Odroth sea monster you speak of. Is that so? Could you elaborate on it?" As Luo Yan's eyes brightened, his body leaned slightly forward. Although Jinping was unaware of why Luo Yan found this topic so intriguing, he felt a sense of obligation since he had received the others' kindness and was currently enjoying their hospitality. He reminisced and spoke. "The Aderlot sea monster is a creature adorned with 10 limbs and 2 heads, resembling an octopus. Its entire body is covered in hard scales, and where an octopus would possess suckers, there are instead formidable bony spines. Each of its 2 heads boasts a single enormous eye, which possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate ocean currents and dominate other marine creatures. Even the most ferocious sea kings bow in submission before it." Luo Yin nodded, his heart swelling with joy. The mere ability to dominate other marine creatures assured him that this was precisely what he desired. It was one of the primary materials for the Sea King of Sequence 3, which explained why he had personally sought out Jinbei to procure sustenance. After all, the fishmen would undoubtedly possess greater insight into the denizens of the sea. Was that fellow formidable? Where did he typically reside? Jinbei pondered silently for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. "I cannot provide an accurate response as I have never encountered it. However, I suspect it must be extraordinarily powerful. Otherwise, it would not command the allegiance of the Sea Kings, and after all, it is referred to as the ruler of the deep." Jinbei's response indirectly addressed Luo Yan's inquiry, prompting a more serious expression to settle upon his face. "I would like to request a favor from you. In the future, I intend to hunt an Odroloth sea monster, and I hope you can assist me in gathering intelligence." "Hunting an Odroloth sea monster?" Jinbei's voice rose considerably, his eyes widening slightly. Luo Yin nodded and inquired, "What is it? Is there a problem?" "To speak frankly, this may not be an endeavor easily undertaken, although I have never witnessed such a creature with my own eyes. Our fisherman records describe it as an immensely powerful marine being, far superior to our kind. Furthermore, should you wish to hunt it, you would not only contend with that solitary beast, it commands other marine creatures, including formidable sea kings, and it reigns over the oceanic realm." Though Jinbei's words were sufficiently polite, they nonetheless conveyed a singular sentiment. To hunt the Odroloth sea monster? It was akin to chasing a fanciful dream. Luo Yin fell silent, lost in contemplation. Hunting was undoubtedly necessary, yet the question of how to hunt remained a conundrum. As Jinbei aptly stated, the Odroloth sea monster was immensely powerful in the ocean, reigning supreme over other marine creatures. Facing multiple adversaries alone, particularly in the vastness of the sea, was a daunting task that even Luo Yin, despite his bravado, dared not undertake. After all, it was akin to confronting half of a Sequence 3. The notion of seeking assistance was equally challenging. Most formidable beings in this world were users of devil fruits. Not only was it improbable to engage them in battle beneath the waves, but even swimming alongside them was a formidable endeavor. While there existed a few exceptional individuals unbound by such powers, like Carve, Mihawk, and Shanks, the feasibility of enlisting their aid was uncertain. Even if one could persuade them, how much of their prowess could they truly wield beneath the sea? As for devising a strategy to hunt the sea monster, I currently find myself at a loss. Nevertheless, I implore you to keep an eye out. Should I succeed, I shall certainly reward you. Such words may seem unnecessary, for gathering intelligence poses little challenge for a fisherman, and I do not require recompense. However, given the formidable nature of such a deep-sea creature, I cannot make any promises, but I shall exert my utmost efforts." Luo Yin nodded, reclining once more into the armchair, allowing Jinbei to continue his meal while he himself succumbed to contemplation. In this world, although we find ourselves in the age of exploration across the seas, the quest for discovery among the islands has reached considerable depths. Yet, the exploration of the ocean remains woefully inadequate. The perils of the sea are exceedingly formidable, populated by various marine beasts and even more colossal sea kings. Moreover, the existence of the devil fruits, which render one unable to immerse in water, deters nearly everyone from diving into the depths for exploration. Even pirate crews like Laws, equipped with submarines, tend to evade encounters with gigantic marine creatures rather than seek to observe and understand them. What a conundrum! Merely assessing the difficulty of the situation left Luo Yin with a throbbing headache, and he could not suppress a groan. "Captain, do you have a headache?" "I have some medicine here." Shatari approached upon hearing Luo Yan's groan, holding a vial of potion. Luo Yin shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. "It is not that kind of headache, little Xia. You two are weary. Go rest." "All right. I was just about to rest. By the way, Captain, I've noticed a snake trailing behind our ship. Should we do something about it?" "Huh. No need for that. That is Boa Hancock's snake. Just let the ship halt a bit further and wait for her to come and take Luffy away. I certainly do not have the time to make another trip to Amazon Lily." Early in the morning, Luo Yin noticed a serpent lurking in the sea. This prompted him to request that the ship proceed with caution. Meanwhile, Shadowly discerned the anomaly through her skills as a beast tamer. Nodding in understanding, she strode confidently into the cabin, her fatigue surpassing even that of Luo Yin. Consequently, she retreated to her quarters, collapsing onto her own bed. The combination of her exhaustion and the gentle swaying of the vessel soon enveloped Luo Yin in drowsiness. Just as he hovered between wakefulness and slumber, a deep, resonant voice filled with mirth echoed in his ear. "Hey ha!" As Luo Yin groggily opened his eyes, his vision was entirely dominated by a large face, none other than that of the king of the demons. At that moment, the king leaned in closer to Luo Yin, and the unexpected visual assault nearly caused Luo Yin to be startled into a fit. "Goodness, are you out of your mind?" As Luo Yin erupted with expletives, his limbs flailed instinctively, and he subconsciously attempted to rise. Yet, he quickly realized that sitting up would bring him closer to that face, and thus he forcibly suppressed the urge to stand, reclining back down instead. The Demon King, unfazed by the insults hurled at them, extended the phone bug towards Luo Yin, their smile unwavering. "The boy dragon has already provided me with a meeting point. Next, I shall escort you to find Dragon, and afterwards we shall return to my realm of enchantment. Ah, and by the way, following our meeting with Dragon, I would like to invite you to my realm as a gesture of gratitude for your assistance. What do you think? Get lost. Who would want to visit Demon Island?" Luo Yin snatched the phone bug from the hands of the transgender king, rebuking him sharply. Yet, the king remained utterly unfazed. "What a pity. I was eager to introduce my sweethearts to you. They are all remarkably exceptional individuals." Luo Yin's lips twitched with irritation, wishing he could send the cross-dresser king sprawling into the water. However, he soon recalled that the king possessed the powers of a devil fruit, and if he were to be kicked into the sea, he would be unable to climb back up. "Leave. I have no interest in your kind," he exclaimed. "Ah. I find myself a bit weary. I shall rest for a while and later provide you with the exact rendezvous point." As he spoke, the cross-dresser king sent a playful kiss through the air towards Luo Yin, causing a wave of goosebumps to erupt across his skin. He closed his eyes, hoping to delve into meditation and reclaim his slumber. Yet, even after vividly imagining the Ultraman's 7 brothers in his mind, sleep eluded him. A warship approached from another direction, and simultaneously, a serpent emerged from the depths of the sea. The visitor was none other than Hancock, who had already turned to stone all the soldiers accompanying her. Leaving her alone aboard the warship, Luo Yin entrusted Luffy to Hancock, providing her with 2 healing potions and 2 sedatives. Jinbei, feeling uneasy about Luffy's condition, also departed from Luo Yan's ship. As soon as the outsiders left, the king of transvestites approached, seemingly affected by Luo Yan's previous reprimand. At that moment, they had transformed into a curvaceous figure with long, elegant eyelashes, and their voice softened accordingly. "Hey, Luo Yin, we are ready to set off and rendezvous with Dragon, who is currently at a hidden stronghold in the West Sea." "The West Sea? Understood. Let us first find an island to replenish our supplies before heading there. For my ship is running low on provisions, and I also need to retrieve some items." Luo Yan's belongings were concealed within the crevices of stones beneath the sea. It was inconceivable for him to meet the dragon without retrieving them. The Demon King first nodded in agreement, then shook his head in contemplation. In truth, there was no necessity to replenish supplies, for the warship was replete with ample provisions, sufficient to sustain our entire crew for 3 months. Once you procure your possessions, we shall proceed directly to the West Sea. "Very well, let it be so." Luo Yin nodded, harboring no doubts. After all, it was entirely reasonable for such a grand warship to be laden with an abundance of supplies. 2 weeks later, Luo Yin docked beside an island in the West Sea. This island boasted a small mountain, lush with verdant foliage, while the base was adorned with a carpet of green grass. Among all the islands Luo Yin had encountered, this one undoubtedly ranked as a picturesque retreat. Upon disembarking, he squinted against the light, for he had already discerned the presence of the revolutionary army from the gentle breeze that greeted him. The number of revolutionaries on this island was modest, totaling just over 200, fewer than 300, and they resided within caves, their entrances camouflaged by the abundant vegetation. Without prior knowledge, even if someone were to set foot on the island, it would be exceedingly difficult to locate the revolutionary forces. At last, have they arrived? Before Luo Yin could initiate his search, a sudden gust of wind roared, heralding the approach of a figure cloaked in black, who descended gracefully amidst the swirling winds. Luo Yan's lips twitched slightly. He recalled that in the original work, the dragon did not appear in such a manner. Could it be that he drew inspiration from my charade, adopting a similar guise? Luo Yin secretly scoffed, yet his expression remained unchanged. It is unexpected that you have come in person. We cannot be blamed for our tardiness, as it is quite a distance from the Great Sea route to here. And a fortnight is indeed a swift journey. You have grown considerably stronger since our last encounter. Long, somewhat awkwardly, diverted the conversation, to which Luo Yin simply spread his hands and shrugged. On my way here, I observed a large island to the north. Could it perhaps be a nation? Luo Yin deftly shifted the topic, probing into the clandestine purpose behind the Revolutionary Army's establishment of a secret stronghold in this location. Long nodded, revealing no intention to conceal the matter. Indeed, it was a nation that had yet to join the ranks of the world government. This country had long succumbed to decay, with its lower classes enduring a dire existence. In recent years, in its desperate bid to become a member of the world government, the nation had resorted to manufacturing weapons for the global authority, further exacerbating the exploitation of its populace in a relentless pursuit of wealth. The Revolutionary Army aspired to rescue the suffering citizens of that beleaguered nation. Luo Yin nodded, yet his expression swiftly morphed into one of peculiarity. A nation capable of manufacturing weapons, and you, the Revolutionary Army, have dispatched merely a few hundred individuals? Long slightly lifted his head, his eyes emerging from the shadows cast by his hood. The arrival of an external force with a formidable army to forcibly topple a decayed government does not constitute a revolution. Rather, it is an invasion. True revolution arises only when the local populace rises in defiance. Furthermore, the Revolutionary Army is still in the infiltration stage. An increase in numbers would only serve to expose them. You have summoned me here for what purpose? I witnessed your combat at the naval headquarters and recognized the undeniable strength that the extraordinary individuals possess as they mature. Although their combat prowess may initially appear limited, they prove to be exceedingly useful in certain aspects, such as clandestine infiltration. Luo Yin instantly comprehended the dragon's intention. It was evident that the dragon wished for him to concoct a series of magical potions suitable for such endeavors for the Revolutionary Army, which is why they had directly arranged to meet in this location. You previously mentioned that you needed to sincerely apologize to me, correct? Luo Yin suddenly shifted the topic of conversation, although he was quite willing to sell more potions to the Revolutionary Army. The earlier probing by the army had caused him some discomfort, and it was only natural that he sought an explanation now. Long had anticipated this and nodded, saying, "Follow me." With that, he began to walk deeper into the island, with Luo Yin, Shadowly, Rhoda, the king of transgenders, and 3 animals trailing behind. The other transgenders remained on the shore and did not follow. Long led the group along a narrow path until they reached the mid-slope of the mountain, arriving at the entrance of a cave, flanked by robust trees that provided ample concealment. Even those with the ability to fly would be unable to detect it from above. At the entrance stood 2 guards, not positioned outside, but rather 4 or 5 meters within the cave itself. As the group passed through the entrance and ventured several meters inside, they were greeted by a vast cavern illuminated by bright lights. Despite its grandeur, the space seemed boundless, adorned with numerous stone-constructed houses, resembling a small settlement. Ah, this place is indeed opulent. You revolutionaries certainly know how to indulge, someone remarked. Creating such a haven was not a formidable task. It only took half a day's effort to establish this space. While the surroundings were commendable, unfortunately, they could not receive radio signals and would need to find another discreet location outside to establish a radio station. As Long continued to explain, He led the group to the entrance of a house. Pushing the door open revealed a stockpile of dried meats, with a table at the center displaying 3 yellow boxes. Luo Yin felt a flicker of intuition, and a conjecture began to form in his mind. Long strode into the room, methodically opening 3 boxes, each containing a devil fruit, 2 belonging to the Zoan category and 1 of the paramecia type. Here lie 3 devil fruits, a gesture of apology from you. I wonder if this meets your satisfaction? Lo Yin had indeed contemplated that Long might offer devil fruits as a form of apology. After all, he had explicitly stated that concocting potions required these extraordinary fruits. In his mind, Long would at most present a single devil fruit, for such items are not commonplace. Even the most modest variety commands a price of at least 100 million berries. To his surprise, however, the other party displayed remarkable generosity, presenting 3 fruits at once. Although elation surged within him, Lo Yin endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, casually inquiring, "Might you introduce these fruits to me?" Observing Lo Yin's reaction, Long was reassured that he had accepted the apology, and a rare smile graced his face. The first of the superhuman-type fruits was the glint fruit, reputedly granting its consumer the ability to emit light, illuminating all that they touch. The 2 animal-type devil fruits included the bug fruit in its larval form, rumored to awaken into a moth capable of flight, and the rat fruit in its bat form, which not only possesses the gift of flight but also night vision. Light larvae bats? These fruits do indeed seem rather lacking in utility. Lo Yin harbored a considerable degree of satisfaction regarding the 3 fruits. Yet he feigned indifference to avoid revealing his contentment to Long. With a scoff, he attempted to mask his feelings, but Long remained unperturbed, his demeanor steadfast. Clearly having anticipated Lo Yin's reaction and prepared a suitable response. The devil fruits are inherently rare, and discovering 3 is no trivial feat, especially considering one possesses the ability to grant flight. Your potions are remarkably potent. Perhaps they could unlock the true potential of these fruits. Enough with the explanations. I understand your perspective. If your revolutionary army acquires powerful fruits, they would undoubtedly prioritize their own members over sharing them with me. Although these 3 fruits may seem rather insignificant, I will accept your apology and take them. Your acceptance is appreciated. Now, shall we proceed to discuss the subsequent transaction? Upon witnessing Lo Yin's willingness to accept the typically deemed inferior fruits, Long let out a sigh of relief as he shifted the conversation towards business. Lo Yin nodded, retrieving the 3 boxes containing the devil fruits, instructing the 3 individuals following him to each carry 1. Is this where we will conduct our discussion? Certainly not. There is a conference room over there. Let us convene there. Upon arriving at the designated conference room, Lo Yin made himself comfortable, taking a seat at the table without hesitation. The 3 companions settled on either side of him, while Long took a seat opposite, with the Demon King positioning himself beside Long. The potion of sequence 8 is priced at 30 million berries per bottle, totaling 300 million berries for 10 bottles. Luo Yin initially presented his price, to which Long nodded, finding it rather unsurprising. No problem. I will procure 10 vials of potion sequence 8 and 20 vials of potion sequence 9, totaling 500 million berries. It's a deal. Furthermore, I aspire to establish a more profound collaboration with the Revolutionary Army. Hence, I can extend a discount, charging only 400 million berries. Luo Yin readily finalized the transaction, offering a generous 20% discount. However, Long did not share in this joy. Instead, he became notably more cautious. What kind of profound collaboration could this be? Fear not. It is undoubtedly a mutually beneficial partnership. I aspire to master the art of dominance, and thus, I hope you will continue to instruct me. In exchange, I shall persist in imparting courses on mysticism to the Revolutionary Army, and I will also provide more direct assistance in their quest for revolution, albeit for additional compensation. For instance, should we succeed in overthrowing the corrupt government, any devil fruits found in the royal treasury shall belong to me. Long fell silent, contemplating for a considerable time before finally speaking. What kind of direct assistance can you provide? Any form of aid you desire. Whether it be support for infiltration or direct confrontation with the royal army, I am capable of delivering. However, one point must be clearly established. Our relationship is strictly one of collaboration. You may convey your needs to me, but you do not possess the authority to issue commands. I shall act according to my own judgment. Long lapsed into silence once more, this time for an even longer duration, his expression turning pensive. This posed a significant risk for the Revolutionary Army. At times, a comrade who does not heed orders can be far more perilous than a formidable foe. Nevertheless, It is worth attempting, and we shall use this as a test. Should it succeed, your rewards shall remain substantial. However, if your actions ultimately hinder the Revolutionary Army, I shall have no choice but to cease this collaboration. No problem, but you must provide me with intelligence and specify what you wish me to do. Very well. This time, Long did not hesitate and readily acquiesced, causing the atmosphere in the conference room to lighten. After solidifying the terms of their collaboration, Luo Yin engaged Long in some trivial conversation before concluding the meeting. Luo Yin and the Demon King returned to the shore. Luo Yin returned to his vessel to concoct potions, while the Demon King set sail on his battleship, heading towards the Demon Paradise. Within a little over an hour, Luo Yin successfully prepared 30 vials of potions, and he also crafted their sequence 7 potions for Loda and Mit, who had finally completed the digestion of the potions 10 days prior. However, due to the Demon King's prolonged presence on his ship, Luo Yin had not rushed to prepare potions for the duo and chose to do so now, all at once. Upon his return to the Revolutionary Army stronghold, Luo Yin found 30 individuals waiting for him, with a throng of onlookers surrounding the scene. He paid little heed to their presence, even relishing the idea of an audience, as it might inadvertently boost his potion sales. Luo Yin divided the potions from Sequence 8 and Sequence 9 into 2 piles, beginning with an introduction to the potions from Sequence 9. Here, there were 8 bottles of Sailor's Potion, 7 bottles of Hunter's Potion, 2 bottles of Assassin's Potion, 2 bottles of Apprentice Potion, and 1 bottle of Spectator's Potion. You, the cross-dresser, please come forward to claim your potion, so that there are no mix-ups later, he said, gesturing towards a tall, slender man who appeared to be in his 20s, sporting a hint of stubble around his mouth, clad in a pink miniskirt and thigh-high stockings. With a profusion of leg hair, he walked in red high heels, his gait slightly pigeon-toed. Such flamboyant attire was all too familiar to Luo Yin, who had been observing cross-dressers for half a month at sea. The cross-dresser sashayed out from the crowd, collected his assassin's potion, and then wiggled back to stand beside a robust man with abundant body hair, the very one who had previously consumed an assassin's potion and idolized the cross-dressing king. Ahem. I trust one need not elaborate on the sailors, hunters, and assassins' potions. Instead, I shall focus on these few. As for who wishes to partake, that is entirely your decision, and feel free to discuss amongst yourselves. First, let us consider the apprentice potion. You may recall that the glove I previously sold to the Revolutionary Army, which can pass through walls, corresponds to this potion. Upon drinking the apprentice potion, one can unlock nearly all doors devoid of mystical properties and indeed, pass through walls. At this declaration, a ripple of murmurs surged through the crowd, but it quickly subsided as Luo Yin noted the absence of dissent. He continued, since there are no further questions, I shall proceed. This potion is known as the Spectator. Those who imbibe it will gain remarkably keen observational and analytical abilities, enabling them to discern the psychological states and emotional fluctuations of others through their expressions, tone of voice, and body language. While it may not directly enhance combat prowess, it is undoubtedly invaluable for intelligence gathering. After all, as the dragon has decreed, when tasked with concocting potions suitable for covert infiltration, I have prepared these 2. Luo Yan's final words were not intended for the 30 individuals present, but rather for the dragon beside him, conveying the message that he had not forgotten that particular matter. The dragon imperceptibly nodded, yet remained silent. At that moment, a girl wearing a white cap, dressed in jeans and a white shirt, who appeared to be barely in her 20s, raised her hand. Mr. Luo Yan, if that is the case, why do you still need to allocate such a multitude of sailors and hunters' potions? Our Revolutionary Army already possesses an ample number of sailors and hunters. This inquiry caught the attention of all present, including the 30 awaiting the potions, the Revolutionary Army members observing the scene, and the dragon, all of whom shared a keen interest in this question. Luo Yan's expression instantly turned grave as he cast a sweeping glance around before finally resting his gaze upon the girl who had posed the question. Very well. I had originally intended to address this matter in our forthcoming occult studies course. However, since you have brought it up publicly, I shall elucidate it here. The presence of sailors can be attributed to 2 principal reasons. Firstly, sailors are the favored children of the sea, possessing undeniable advantages in maritime endeavors, a fact that I trust you all can readily perceive. As for the second reason, at this juncture, Luo Yin paused abruptly, clearing his throat with a couple of coughs. Ahem. The second reason is that the materials for crafting potions are relatively accessible for sailors. While you see me producing bottle after bottle of potions, you are unaware of the arduous process of gathering and concocting the requisite materials. They are not simply available in abundance at will. Do you comprehend? A look of realization washed over everyone as they grasped the underlying rationale. Observing that no one contested his explanation, Luo Yin continued, as for the multitude of hunters, this is also pivotal for the future development of the Revolutionary Army. War is an inevitable facet of revolution, and the path of the hunter symbolizes precisely that, war. Moreover, war is an art of collaboration, a truth that all hunters must bear in mind. Otherwise, they risk incurring significant losses in the future. Luo Yin endeavored to convey a sense of gravitas, prompting a collective moment of realization among the crowd. Notably, even Long exhibited a pronounced nod, his lips moving as if engaged in quiet contemplation. Very well. You may now collect your potions. The crowd surged forward, each individual eager to procure their desired elixirs. The 20 vials were swiftly claimed, and none exhibited haste to consume them, having been forewarned regarding the matter. Upon the depletion of the sequence 9 potions, Luo Yin shifted his gaze to the sequence 8 elixirs, which comprised 4 vials of the Wrathful Citizen potion, 3 vials of the Provocateur potion, 1 vial of the Instigator potion, 1 vial of the Midnight Poet potion, and 1 vial of the Grave Digger potion. Now, it is your turn. Those who previously consumed the Sailoress potion may step forward to collect your sequence 8 potions. As soon as he concluded, 4 individuals approached. Luo Yin handed the 4 vials of the Wrathful Citizen potion to them, explaining, your sequence 8 potion is titled Wrathful Citizen. As the name suggests, upon consumption, you will find yourselves more susceptible to anger. In moments of rage, your strength and speed will be significantly enhanced, granting you considerable explosive power. The 4 exchanged glances, astonished by the name of their sequence 8 potion. However, having participated in several of Luo Yin's esoteric courses, they were acutely aware that they had no alternative, and thus, without further ado, they accepted their potions and retreated to their previous positions. Without prompting from Luo Yin, 3 individuals voluntarily stepped away from the throng. A slight smile graced Luo Yin's lips as he distributed the 3 vials of the Provocateur potion to them. Your sequence 8 potion is known as Provocateur. Upon imbibing this potion, your ability to instigate others will be markedly enhanced. I must offer you a word of caution. It is prudent to avoid provoking the wrathful citizens, especially when you find yourselves at a numerical disadvantage. This is a lesson learned through bloodshed. Should you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with him. As he spoke, Luo Yin gestured towards Rhoda, who stood beside him. Before the 3 could pose any questions, Rhoda interjected. Captain, I must say, I have never instigated that scoundrel, MIT. Moreover, I have noticed that ever since I became a provocateur, the demeanor of others towards me has shifted. Even you sometimes cast me a disapproving glance. Fortunately, I possess great magnanimity. Otherwise, I would have been incensed long ago. Luo Yin paid no heed to Rhoda, instead casting a meaningful glance towards the 3 hunters. Do you have anything to say? The trio exchanged glances, one of them opening their mouth, yet finding themselves unable to articulate a response. Noticing that Luo Yin was ignoring him, Rhoda raised his voice slightly. Captain, why are you ignoring me? And you all, didn't you say you wanted to ask me something? Go ahead. We already know. One of them replied softly, prompting Rhoda to pout. Under normal circumstances, he would have said more, but the current setting was not conducive. So he forcibly restrained himself. The 3 hunters withdrew, and Luo Yin picked up the instigator's potion, directing his attention to the burly, hirsute figure of the half-man, half-woman. This is yours. The potion is called the Instigator, and as the name suggests, consuming it will grant you the ability to incite others. If wielded wisely, this power can play a crucial role in the revolution. Thank you, Lord Luo Yin, the stout, hairy individual said shyly, taking a few steps forward to accept the potion. The half-month spent in the company of the half-man, half-woman had equipped Luo Yin with the ability to remain composed, yet he could not quell the stirrings within, feeling a shiver run down his spine. All right, next. This is yours, the sequence 8 Grave Digger potion. Luo Yin lifted the Grave Digger's potion and handed it to Miss Corpse Collector of the Revolutionary Army. She was the most conspicuously altered among the ranks. Her appearance starkly different from her comrades. Her skin was as pale as that of an anemic, with dark circles under her eyes, a stark contrast to their previous encounter. Thank you, she murmured, stepping forward to accept the potion, her demeanor shy and reticent. Without further prompting from Luo Yin, the remaining girl stepped up, and he bestowed upon her the Midnight Poet's potion. This particular elixir was known as the Midnight Poet. For those endowed with poetic talent, its effects were easier to assimilate. Of course, possessing the ability to recite poetry sufficed as well. Ah, thank you. Miss Insomniac seemed momentarily disoriented, snapping back to reality only after Luo Yan's reminder. Once the potions had been distributed, he proceeded to give the arsonist and navigator's potions to Rhoda and Might. After this task, rather than hastily urging everyone to consume their potions, he retrieved a silver knife he had prepared in advance and began to construct a spiritual barrier. Previously, when 10 individuals partook of the potion, the surrounding essence had been stirred, with a larger group and a higher sequence this time. Luo Yan resolved to encase the vicinity within a spiritual wall to avert any unforeseen occurrences. This also served to pique the collective curiosity regarding the arcane arts. As the essence surged forth from the ritual knife, Luo Yan circled around the gathered assembly. Upon returning to his starting point, despite the absence of any visible change in the surroundings, everyone felt as though they were enveloped by an invisible barrier. You may now drink the potions. The sequence 9 elixirs will be consumed in 2 batches of 10, while the sequence 8 potions will be taken in 2 groups of 5. When drinking, please maintain some distance from one another to avoid interference. The assembly began to partake of the potions, and the process unfolded smoothly. After all 30 had imbibed the lower sequence potions, Rhoda and Might commenced their own consumption. Might fared better. He quickly regained his composure after drinking the potion. However, upon ingesting her potion, Rhoda was unexpectedly ignited, transforming her into a living flame, much to the horror of those present. Some began to question the integrity of the potion, but fortunately she soon stabilized and successfully ascended. After the potion proceedings concluded, Long entrusted Luo Yan with a detailed document outlining the target kingdom's general circumstances, the Revolutionary Army's phase objectives, and the current progress. Subsequently, he appeared to have pressing matters and departed in haste. Luo Yan and his companions returned to their ship, clutching 400 million berries, and began to deliberate on their specific action plan, a discussion that extended from the afternoon into the depths of the night. The following day, Luo Yan ascended alone into the skies above the kingdom, surveying the entire realm from a lofty vantage point. This kingdom is situated upon a vast island rich in iron ore, which enables it to manufacture weapons for the world government. The entire kingdom is conspicuously divided by a towering wall into 2 distinct halves. One half is adorned with exquisite architecture and flourishes in prosperity, while the other appears as if shrouded in a gray filter, exuding an air of desolation. This bleak half is further partitioned by the wall, with one section dominated by factories replete with countless smokestacks, and the other resembling a dismal wasteland, reeking of refuse. In the factory district, numerous suffering workers toil away. Some are merely teenagers, while others bear the weight of age with their white hair, yet all are compelled to labor in the factories. The refuse area, conversely, is inhabited predominantly by children, with scarcely an adult in sight. While the workers in the factory district endure a grueling existence, they at least have dormitories and a fixed ration of food. Although the dormitories consist merely of bunk beds and large shared spaces, and the provided food is often barely palatable, they are fortunate compared to the inhabitants of the garbage district. Those living amid the refuse scrape by, foraging through the daily influx of new waste in search of edible scraps, residing in makeshift shelters constructed from wooden sticks, branches, and tattered woven bags, propped up by plastic sheets. Further afield, in the iron mining region, another group of tormented souls labors under even harsher conditions than those in the factories. Yet their sleeping quarters are even more deplorable than those of the refuse dwellers. The only aspect slightly more favorable is their sustenance, as mining demands greater physical strength. They receive a somewhat larger share of food. Luo Yan gazed silently, lost in thought. His journey was not only to witness firsthand the suffering of this nation, but also to gather vital intelligence. He had anticipated the dire conditions of the populace, especially given that this place had become a target for the revolutionary forces. However, he had not expected the extent of their misery to be so profound. After a prolonged silence, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. His body plunged downwards with an extraordinary velocity, descending swiftly until he neared the ground, where he abruptly decelerated. Finally, he landed as softly as a leaf drifting to the earth, quietly settling beside a small shack in the refuse area. This modest structure leaned precariously, surrounded by tattered cloth, with a roof made of worn woven sacks and plastic bags, giving the impression that even a gentle breeze could send it tumbling. Luo Yan arrived at the entrance of the shed, hesitating for a moment before finally lifting the curtain. The space inside was scarcely 4 square meters. On one side lay a bed made of hay and tattered cloth, upon which rested a boy with a pallet. Bluish complexion and a right foot in a state of decay. In Luo Yan's view, the boy's aura had turned entirely dark, signifying that he had succumbed to death. On the opposite side stood a girl, clad in ragged garments, her gaunt face marred by pronounced dark circles, and her unruly hair a deep shade of burgundy. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her countenance bore an unmistakable sorrow. Upon noticing Luo Yan, the girl abruptly rose from her place on a stone, gripping a broken knife of over 30 centimeters in length. The jagged edge bore evident signs of having been sharpened, its tip glinting with a chilling sharpness. She fixed her gaze upon Luo Yan, her body trembling slightly, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions: fear, hatred, anger, sorrow, defiance, and a hint of resolute determination. For the first time, Luo Yan beheld a gaze that harbored such a multitude of emotions, leaving him momentarily at a loss. In a flurry, he rummaged through his belongings and retrieved a packet of jerky and a compressed biscuit from his pocket. "You must be hungry. I have something to eat." Luo Yan extended the food forward, hoping to ease the girl's tension while discreetly gathering information. The girl lowered her hands, which held the knife, slightly, and took hesitant steps forward, seemingly intent on seizing the food. However, a subtle furrow appeared on Luo Yan's brow, for his intuition warned him that the girl harbored intentions to attack. Indeed, as she approached within 3 or 4 paces, she suddenly surged forward, thrusting the knife toward Luo Yan's abdomen with fierce intent. Forewarned by his instinct, Luo Yan instinctively caught the blade with his empty hand. The razor-sharp edge left no mark upon his skin, but the girl's expression shifted, and she instinctively attempted to withdraw the knife. To her astonishment, it felt as though her weapon was ensnared by an iron grip, resisting her every effort to free it. Without hesitation, the girl relinquished her hold on the knife, pivoted, and dashed toward the interior of the shelter. In a few swift strides, she reached the end and tugged on a dangling thread. The already precarious structure seemed to lose its support and collapsed entirely. While the collapse posed no real danger, the fallen debris obstructed Luo Yan's view. Meanwhile, the girl seized the opportunity to flee the shelter, stumbling as she ran. Even when perilously close to falling, she relied on her hands to maintain her balance, refusing to slow her pace. Suddenly, she halted, for the very person she sought to evade had appeared before her. "Why do you run?" Luo Yan was perplexed. He believed he had displayed not an ounce of malice from the very beginning, yet the girl before him regarded him with such wariness. The girl offered no reply and, without hesitation, turned to flee in another direction, still unsteady, yet remarkably swift. Luo Yan gazed intently at the girl's retreating figure, his brow furrowed deeply, though he could not recall when it had become so. "I ought to pursue her," Luo Yan whispered softly, her gaze deepening as her finger flicked with a sharp ting, sending a coin soaring into the air. This coin shone resplendently, a silver piece adorned with a fade of layered doors crafted from tiny diamonds, encircled by a ring of petite emeralds. The reverse side depicted a worm formed of the same diamonds, bordered by a delicate circle of small rubies. This object was an extraordinary artifact, aligned with the astrologers, for the previous astrological orb had been utilized by MIT for navigation. During the creation of this magical item, Luo Yan had casually fashioned one for herself, intended for divination. However, this wondrous object bore a downside. It was exceptionally prone to being lost. Not only was it likely to slip from one's grasp while being carried, but if it fell to the ground during a reading, it would unpredictably relocate, with both direction and angle determined entirely at random. In essence, it could vanish into the distant earth. The coin landed in Luo Yan's palm, face up. The girl, who had been running, abruptly halted once more, for that figure had positioned themselves in her path again. At this moment, the girl was visibly panting, her body swaying slightly, as if she might collapse at any moment. "Why do you run?" Luo Yan once again posed the question he had asked earlier. The girl's lips moved several times before she finally spoke. "I am afraid." "There is no need to be afraid. I am not a villain." Luo Yan endeavored to render his expression gentle, a rare and tender smile gracing his face as he extended the food in his hand once more. The girl gazed intently at the offering, swallowing hard as she slowly leaned forward, seemingly prepared to accept Luo Yan's gift. However, at that very moment, she abruptly buried her head into Luo Yan's embrace, a rusted iron nail, measuring over 10 centimeters in length, appearing in her hand and thrusting fiercely toward his abdomen. Clang! The nail pierced through Luo Yan's clothing, yet it produced the sound of metal colliding. The formidable recoil caused the nail to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. The girl's complexion turned ashen, and she fell back in disbelief, staring at Luo Yin. How could this be? A flicker of desperation crossed her eyes as she seized the fallen nail, aiming it towards her own neck. Yet, a force struck the nail, causing it to slip once more from the girl's hand. Luo Yin silently observed the scene before him, gently placing the food in his hand onto the ground before turning away. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Are you not a soldier? As Luo Yin was about to distance himself, the girl finally spoke. He halted, turning back to face her. I am an adventurer, completely detached from this nation. So it was thus. The girl visibly exhaled in relief, her previously tense posture relaxing. She leaned forward to retrieve the compressed biscuits and a small packet of jerky, cradling them carefully in her arms. Thank you, she murmured softly, her voice barely audible, perhaps due to her emotional stabilization or the weariness from her recent flight. I have a few questions I wish to ask you, if you have the time, she said cautiously as she stood up, giving a slight nod in agreement. Luo Yin smiled and gestured towards the direction of her dwelling. Let us converse at your abode. I presume you would prefer to keep those provisions concealed from prying eyes? All right. The girl hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded, instinctively clutching the food closer to herself. The pair quickly returned to the previous shelter, and upon seeing the structure restored to its original state, albeit still slightly askew, the girl found herself momentarily bewildered, even questioning if she had wandered into the wrong place. However, upon spotting the broken blade at the entrance, she confirmed it was indeed her home, though she soon found herself engulfed in new uncertainty. My shelter is not. I took the liberty of making some repairs for you. However, due to the haste, certain aspects may not have been perfectly restored, Luo Yin explained from behind, as the girl pursed her lips and cautiously entered the shed. Passing by the broken knife, she carefully picked it up, instead of hastily consuming food. She quietly returned to her previous seat upon the stone. Luo Yin once again stepped into the shed, glancing around to find that there was not a single place to sit. Thus, he nonchalantly settled himself down upon the ground. Who is he? Luo Yin pointed to the lifeless boy lying on the bed. The girl glanced at her brother's corpse and said, He is my brother. A few days ago, he was injured by a nail and could not endure. Her voice was remarkably calm, as if the deceased was not her sibling but merely a stranger. Yet, Luo Yin keenly observed that after uttering those words, the light in the girl's eyes dimmed slightly. Luo Yin nodded slightly, then diverted the conversation. What brought you here? Where are your parents? The girl's eyes dimmed a little, her voice becoming somewhat ethereal. Our family once operated a shop in the capital of the kingdom, specializing in the sale and repair of electrical appliances. But one fateful day 3 years ago, a group of soldiers stormed into our home, brutally taking my father's life and tossing his head into the street. My mother was seized by them, and my brother and I were abandoned here. Without any reason? The girl fell silent for a moment, as if needing time to recollect. I am not entirely certain. I only recall that the day before that dreadful incident, a minister from the kingdom visited our shop. He conversed with my father in the back room, but I was unaware of the content of their discussion. Luo Yin nodded slightly and continued to inquire. The environment here is so harsh that those cast into this place hardly survive for long. Why do the soldiers not eliminate you as well? Is it merely to allow you to suffer here? The girl shook her head, her voice growing colder. No. Those who are abandoned here do not necessarily meet their demise. Upon reaching a certain age, boys are sent to factories or dispatched to mines, serving as supplementary labor. As for girls, once they reach a specific age, they are taken away to be sold into slavery, representing an additional source of income. Luo Yin furrowed his brow, filled with perplexity. Why must one wait until a certain age? The girl's lips curled into a smile, devoid of any genuine mirth, imbued instead with bitterness and mockery. Young boys lack the strength to perform the arduous labor required in factories and mines. Consequently, the kingdom deems providing them with sustenance an unwise investment. Similarly, young girls cannot fetch a substantial price, rendering their upkeep a financial loss. However, cast into this place, the narrative shifts. Those who survive here, without costing the kingdom a single penny, ultimately transform into a source of additional revenue for it. Luo Yin opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He recalled the intelligence provided by Long, revealing that this nation, in its pursuit of sufficient celestial gold to become a member state, was severely exploiting its people. So, did you truly believe I came to seize your soldiers? Indeed, I am already 14. A slave of such an age can fetch a handsome price. Yet, why do you wish to escape? As a slave, at least one would have access to regular meals. The girl shook her head, gazing up at the ceiling. her eyes gradually losing focus and becoming distant. I do not wish to be a slave. Then how have you managed to survive thus far? In a situation where becoming a slave seems to be the only escape, how does one who does not wish to be enslaved endure? Luo Yin exhibited no concern for the sharpness of the inquiry. He posed his question directly, without any circumlocution. The girl remained silent, as if she had lost her very essence. Luo Yin cast a glance at the lifeless body upon the bed and continued, I understand the reason. It is because you still had a brother. Yet now he too has succumbed to death. So, what will you live for in the days to come? The girl remained utterly still, as if she had transformed into a statue. Luo Yin let out a soft sigh and slowly rose to his feet. I must take my leave. I am prepared to undertake certain endeavors in this nation to instigate change and to truly live. Once I attain success, you shall be free. The girl parted her lips slightly, her voice becoming more ethereal, akin to a dreamlike murmur. But I have lost everything. What use is freedom? Oh, I had assumed you would remember who brought you to such a state, since you have become so numb that you have forgotten even your hatred. There is little left for me to say. With that, Luo Yin turned and began to stride toward the exit. The girl's eyes flickered, as if she had finally awakened. I wish to seek vengeance. I yearn for retribution, she exclaimed, her teeth clenched, flames of determination igniting in her gaze. Luo Yin halted, glancing back at her. Then come with me. The girl trembled slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Luo Yin, filled with skepticism. Yet her body moved of its own accord. Taking hesitant steps toward him. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Luo Yin. Luo Yin smiled gently, extending his right hand towards the girl. She paused, hesitating before placing her hand in the warmth of his palm. Lorena, my name is Lorena. Welcome. Lu Liana grasped Lu Liana's hand, and in that instant, she felt her body lighten. A fleeting shimmer danced before her eyes, and the sound of rushing wind filled her ears. When she regained her senses, she found herself suspended in midair, with the kingdom below, a realm that had stolen everything from her and subjected her to endless suffering. Countless times, Lu Liana had envisioned and dreamt of escaping the kingdom, yet she never imagined it would happen in such a manner. Nor had she dared to hope that her departure would become a reality. It all seemed to unfold like a dream. Could this truly be real? If only it were not a mere illusion. Luo Yin suddenly tightened his grip on Lu Lena's hand, the pressure of their fingers causing her a twinge of pain. Simultaneously, his voice resonated in her ears, remarkably clear despite the howling wind. In dreams, one does not feel pain. Indeed, in dreams, pain does not exist, thus, everything must be real. Lu Lena murmured softly, even as the wind whipped against her face. Her eyes gradually grew warm with unshed tears. Luo Yin swiftly returned to the ship with Lu Lena. As soon as they landed, Lu Lena stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. Fortunately, Luo Yin was quick-witted and caught her just in time. Captain, you're back. Who is she? On the deck, only Miter was present, as he had not been required to navigate the ship recently and seldom had the opportunity to come up to the deck. To compensate for Miter's long hours in the control room, Luo Yin had even offered him her own deck chair. This is Lu Lena, who will henceforth be our new companion. Please inform Rhoda to prepare some porridge in the kitchen while I take her to Xia to have her health checked. New companion, Miter exclaimed, rising from the deck chair and scrutinizing Lu Lena up and down. She instinctively shrank back behind Luo Yin, a bit frightened, prompting Miter to roll his eyes. Lulu, oh, I shall call you Na-Na from now on. Do not worry. Although I do enjoy visiting the pleasure street for companionship, I am quite devoted. Only interested in girls aged 17 to 22. You are far too young. Are you out of your mind? I asked you to find Rhoda, not to prattle on here. Luo Yin nearly kicked him in exasperation. Just as he had brought someone over, MIT was here babbling nonsense. Yet, MIT wore a serious expression. Captain, I am merely concerned about your matchmaking efforts on our behalf, so I felt it necessary to reiterate this matter. Am I truly trying to match you two? What audacity you possess. Get out. Ah, understood. MIT, having received a scolding, felt a sense of relief instead, and promptly scampered into the cabin. Luo Yin glanced apologetically at Lalina and said, I sincerely apologize. That fellow is truly insufferable, always preoccupied with seeking out women in Pleasure Street. Yet he still dares to claim his devotion. Come, let me escort you to the ship's doctor for a thorough examination. Living in such an environment, you may not only be suffering from malnutrition, but potentially other issues as well. All right, Lalina nodded, not taking Mite's earlier words to heart. Upon reaching Shatali's door, Luo Yin was about to knock when the door swung open on its own. However, it was not Shitali who emerged, but a little white ferret. "Captain, is there something you require?" The ferret inquired, raising its head and gazing at Luo Yin with its large, sparkling eyes. Its voice was quite juvenile, somewhat unclear. As if its tongue were slightly shortened, yet the intent was unmistakable. "A talking little fox," Lalina exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. The ferret, instantly irked, retorted, "I am a ferret, not a fox." Finding the ferret's disgruntled expression amusing, Luo Yin asked, "Little White, is Shitali still asleep?" "Master has only been asleep for less than 3 hours. If you have urgent matters, I shall wake her immediately. Thank you for your assistance." Little White nodded and, with a few nimble leaps, elegantly hopped onto Shitali's bedside, gently rubbing her cheek with its tiny paws. Shitali frowned, slowly opening her crimson eyes. Little White, what are you doing? If you're bored, go play with little Jean. Don't disturb my sleep." With that, Shitali turned over, presenting her back to the ferret, intending to drift back to slumber. Little White promptly jumped onto her, once more rubbing her face with its paws. "Master, the captain is looking for you." "Hiss. All right. I understand. I will get up now." Shitali took a deep breath, gradually sitting upright. Soon, she was dressed and at the door, where she immediately spotted Lalina beside Luo Yin. It was as though she had encountered something extraordinary. Her eyes widened, and her head tilted slightly forward as she scrutinized Lalina closely. "Captain, where did you find her? Is something wrong with her?" "It can scarcely be described as merely wrong. If this condition persists, she may survive no more than 2 years. She has issues throughout." As a pharmacist, Shitali possessed a keen insight into health matters, and under her scrutiny, a person's ailments were virtually laid bare. "I leave her in your capable hands." Luo Yin. Lulei now entrusted matters to Shitali and returned to her chamber, where she meticulously examined the documents provided by the dragon. As night enveloped the kingdom's joyous district, an unassuming, stout man in his 40s, sporting 2 tufts of mustache, emerged from a brightly lit room adorned with pink lights. Having indulged in his desires, he was in high spirits, even humming a cheerful tune. Suddenly, the illumination around him dimmed, the streetlights seemingly rendered ineffective, and the moonlight transformed into an eerie shade of red. What on earth is happening? The man sensed the shift in his surroundings and anxiously scanned the area, which, though familiar, felt unsettlingly alien. Panic began to creep in. "Soldiers! Soldiers! Come quickly!" He shouted in distress, yet the emptiness around him offered no response, regardless of how loudly he called. Just then, a melodious female voice resonated from the alley behind him. "What are you afraid of?" Startled, he turned sharply to find a striking woman with crimson eyes and flowing white hair emerging from the shadows, her figure alluring and captivating. Gulp. The man could not help but swallow hard, his earlier fear dissipating, replaced by a primal desire. "Are you a new courtesan?" he inquired, stepping forward, his hand reaching out to grasp the voluptuous form before him. However, at that moment, dark chains materialized from the void, ensnaring his limbs and pulling him against the wall, rendering him immobile. "What is this? What do you intend to do?" Even in his lustful haze, the man recognized the peril he faced, thrashing against the chains in vain. The newcomer was none other than Shitali, who had received orders for action and possessed a clear intent. "Ah, so you are Meng Duo, the one responsible for the slave trade? You speak nonsense. I am merely a furniture merchant engaged solely in the trade of furnishings. I have never dealt in slaves." Meng Duo, well aware of what to say and what to conceal, vehemently denied the accusation. Shitali, however, was not swayed by his protestations. She placed greater faith in the intelligence of the Revolutionary Army than in his self-serving claims. "Pray tell, Mr. Furniture Merchant, where have the slaves you dispatched to Shambodi Island vanished to?" "How do you know that?" Meng Duo's complexion paled, abandoning his futile justifications as panic set in. "What is your true intention? Tell me, who is the other party involved in your slave trade?" Shitali's previously cheerful demeanor transformed into one of icy resolve. Her scarlet gaze fixed intently on Meng Duo. Meng Duo clenched his teeth, refusing to yield as he held Shitali's stare. "I advise you against this," he warned, but before he could finish his sentence, Shitali seized his left arm with fierce determination. Suddenly, blood spattered forth, and the wounds bore evident signs of corrosion. "You would do well to comprehend your predicament. You are now a captive, and I expect you to answer my inquiries without hesitation. Do you understand? If you possess the courage, then by all means, take my life." Mondo proved to be far more resilient than Shitali had anticipated. He did not yield in the face of her aggression. A flicker of surprise crossed Chitali's face, quickly replaced by an enchanting smile that, despite its beauty, sent chills down one's spine. Do you wish for death? Very well, I shall grant you that wish. Though I fear your demise will not come swiftly. With that, Chitali tore away Halemondo's garments, exposing his flabby flesh to the cool air. She extended her index finger, gliding it from Halemondo's left shoulder down to his right flank, as though pouring a potent acid over the path she traced, leaving the flesh charred and eroded. Halemondo let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, the pain of corrosion far surpassing that of a mere cut. Chitali raised her hand and inflicted another slash alongside the previous one, creating a similar mark on Halemondo's body. By this point, Halemondo's lips had turned pale. Beads of sweat dripped from his brow, and his body trembled uncontrollably. If you wish to kill me, do so now. Otherwise, when the soldiers arrive, I shall ensure you regret this moment. I will strip you bare and confine you in a cage, treating you like a dog. Halemondo attempted to provoke and threaten Chitali with his words, hoping for a swift end to his suffering. Yet, Chitali remained unfazed, inflicting yet another wound upon his flesh. If you are waiting for the soldiers to rescue you, I fear you shall find no opportunity. Have you not noticed how the moon appears unusually different tonight? As she spoke, Chitali gestured toward the sky. Halemondo instinctively looked up, only to behold the usual crescent moon transformed into a blood-red full moon. Then you should kill me. I shall not speak. Do not waste your time. I have ample time to spare. A little waste matters not. As she spoke, another corrosive mark appeared on Halemondo's body, his muscles spasming uncontrollably due to the excruciating pain, and his complexion grew increasingly pallid. You seem on the verge of collapse. Fear not, for I am a doctor and will remedy your condition immediately. Chitali smiled sweetly, retrieving a vial of green liquid from her pocket, uncorking it and pouring the vibrant fluid over Halemondo's wounds. Instantly, the injuries began to heal at a visible pace, and within mere breaths, the damaged flesh had transformed into supple, unblemished skin. You see, now you cannot perish. With that, Chitali inflicted yet another cut upon Halemondo's skin. Ram Angjuo emitted a more anguished scream than before. Although the wounds remained the same, the pain was now magnified several times over. Chitali's smile grew ever sweeter, yet in Ram Angjuo's eyes, it appeared increasingly terrifying. I have added something extra to your potion to heighten your nerve activity, rendering your mind more alert, which will make you less susceptible to fainting from pain. Furthermore, you must have already noticed that your perception of pain has intensified. Now let us continue. With that, Chitali made another incision on Ram Angjuo's body, causing him to sweat profusely, his body trembling as if caught in a violent tempest. If not for the chains binding him, he would have surely collapsed to the ground. Oh dear, I rushed out so hastily that I find myself rather hungry. Perhaps I should eat something first. With a flourish, Chitali produced a goblet then, with a swift motion, drew her finger across Ram Angjuo's wrist. This time, there was no corrosion. Instead, crimson blood gushed forth, filling the goblet. Ram Angjuo watched helplessly as his lifeblood filled the chalice, only for Chitali to drink it down in one gulp. To conclude, she spat a few droplets of blood onto his face. Ugh, it tastes dreadful, yet it suffices to satiate my hunger. I find myself suddenly disinclined to kill you. How about I keep you in a cage, nurturing you like a dog as a reserve food source? No, you cannot do this, you mustn't. By the time Chitali raised the goblet to her lips, Ram Angjuo had lost all composure, and upon hearing her words, he could no longer contain his emotions. Breaking down in despair, fear not, I shall provide you with a larger cage, and I will concoct potions to replenish your blood. I neglected to mention that I am quite adept at potion making. Kill me, please, just kill me. Ram Angjuo became increasingly agitated, struggling once more to free himself from the chains, yet to no avail. Chitali retrieved a scalpel, gesturing threateningly before placing it gently on Ram Angjuo's abdomen. With a delicate slice, she opened a wound approximately 1/2 centimeter deep and 10 centimeters long. Ram Angjuo screamed again, his body trembling even more violently, his face now a mask of sheer terror. Chitali, however, appeared remarkably focused. She used her thumb and forefinger to pry the wound open, meticulously deepening the incision with the scalpel. Although I am skilled in potion making, I am not particularly knowledgeable about human anatomy. At last, I have a subject to practice on. TSK, do not move. I would hate to accidentally slice into your intestines. You would have to clean that up yourself, for I will not assist. It's far too disgusting. W.Y.? H.R.A.M. Anguo's voice suddenly became hoarse, frail, and weary. Shadley paused momentarily, lifting her gaze in curiosity towards H.R.A.M. Anguo's face. What do you mean by why? Why, with such a gaping wound, does only a trickle of blood emerge? Here. Harry Mundo still harbored the hope that after Shatari inflicted her blade upon him, he might succumb to excessive bleeding. Yet, to his astonishment, the wound merely used a meager amount of blood, hardly enough to be considered a flow. Oh, fret not. I assure you, I shall not allow you to perish from blood loss. I pride myself on my remarkable control over the essence of life, Shatari remarked. Harry Mundo's complexion drained to a pallid hue as he trembled, stammering, the party engaged in the slave trade with me is CP0. Those captives were ultimately offered to the celestial dragons. Initially, Harry Mundo would rather face death than utter such words, for they implicated the celestial dragons. He feared their wrath, terrified of being captured and enslaved, preferring death over such a fate. Yet now, he found himself believing that the slaves of the celestial dragons were in a better situation than his own. He had thought that by confessing, Shatari might show some sign of mercy, at the very least pausing her relentless blade. However, Shatari merely waved her hand dismissively. I no longer care about that. Information is interchangeable. Another person could inquire just as easily. My sole concern now lies with your anatomical structure. Harry Mundo was left speechless, doubting his own hearing. No, you cannot do this. You mustn't. He lost all composure as his emotions spiraled out of control. He had risked angering the celestial dragons by confessing, only to receive such a nonchalant response with his predicament unchanged. He struggled once more, this time with greater fervor, yet the chains held fast. Shatari frowned, standing upright and observing Harry Mundo with irritation. What is wrong with you? Did I not instruct you to remain still? You've made me hesitate to use my knife. Very well, I shall resort to tearing with my hands. It will suffice. With that, Shatari tore at the wound, her hands effortlessly ripping open his abdomen, exposing the ghastly sight of his pale intestines. My belly, I beg you, please, spare me further torment. I will do anything you ask, I implore you. Harry Mundo wept in desperate supplication, tears cascading down his face, the most anguished weeping he had ever experienced. Shatari conjured a sphere of dark energy, placing it into his abdominal cavity under his horrified gaze, then retrieved a vial of potion. Open your mouth, drink this. Very well, I shall drink. Harry Mundo nodded fervently, opening his mouth wide as Shatari inserted the vial's opening. Without further prompting, he gulped down the potion eagerly. Miraculously, all of Harry Mundo's wounds began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace. In but a few breaths, he had fully recovered. Given your ability to assist the kingdom in selling slaves to the celestial dragons, it stands to reason that you hold some standing within the realm, does it not? I grant you a day as time to procure 2 identities for me. They need not be anything extravagant. I shall seek you out tomorrow evening. Of course, you may also relay today's encounter to the kingdom and prepare an ambush. However, should you fail to capture me, the consequences need not be elaborated upon, I trust. With that, Shatari unfurled a pair of bat-like wings from her back and ascended into the sky, vanishing into the cloak of night. The crimson glow of the moon gradually faded, returning to a silvery crescent. Harry Mundo felt his body weaken, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for breath. After a considerable moment, he managed to rise unsteadily, only to be met by a sudden chill that made him shiver, realizing that his garments had been torn away, leaving him bare-chested. Just a few steps later, a mocking voice rang out from behind him. Oh, is that not Mr. Mondor? What brings you out here without your clothes? Turning to face the voice, he encountered a man in his 30s with an average build and 3 ear studs adorning each ear, his hair cropped short and dyed blonde. Huaming, what brings you out so early today? Is it that you are unable in that regard? Hey, how dare you say such things? My father is a doctor and well-versed in those matters. I wonder which scoundrel pilfered my clothes, leaving me to freeze while trudging home. Hellray feigned indignation as Huaming chuckled and stepped closer. Would you like to borrow a coat from my house? Returning in your current state, your servants might suspect you of having an affair with some lady, only to be discovered and forced to flee without a stitch on. Feigning contemplation, Hellray nodded in agreement. All right, I happen to need to speak with your father about a matter. Then let us go together. Huaming appeared eager to curry favor with Hellray, displaying an affable demeanor. Thus, the two set off side by side, engaged in light banter, creating an amiable atmosphere. Meanwhile, Shatari, concealed by the night, stood atop a high building, silently observing the two until they disappeared around a corner, at which point she spread her wings and departed from the kingdom. On board the ship, Shatari descended slowly, where Lu Yin and his companions, including Lorena, awaited her return. How did it go? Lu Yin inquired first upon her arrival, to which Shatari nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips. It went smoothly. I have obtained reliable intelligence. Those individuals have been sold to CP0, with a portion falling into the hands of the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons? Upon hearing this news, Luo Yin furrowed his brow deeply. This was an anticipated outcome. Yet his frown was for the plight of those slaves. Falling into the hands of the celestial dragons was entirely different from being captured by ordinary individuals. It seemed that rescuing the slaves was a rather improbable endeavor, at least for the moment. What of our identities? Shatari tilted her head in contemplation before nodding. There should be no issue. I will retrieve the necessary items tomorrow night. Very well. I shall accompany you in your endeavor tomorrow night. I will keep watch from above to avert any unforeseen mishaps, after which the success of your efforts will rest solely upon you two. As he spoke, Luo Yin directed his gaze toward Rhoda and MIT, whose expressions immediately fell. Captain, perhaps you might consider an alternative strategy? If we were to be killed in broad daylight, would that not be a considerable loss? Rest assured, you two vigorous young men, how could you possibly meet such a fate? You would surely be sent to the factories or cast into the mines instead. Luo Yin spoke softly in an attempt to provide solace. Yet his words did not convey comfort. The two exchanged a glance, both shaking their heads with bittersweet smiles. The following day, Luo Yin assisted Lorena in the solemn task of preparing her brother's remains for burial, choosing not to erect a tombstone for now, intending to return later for that purpose. As night fell, Shatali descended upon the rooftop of a solitary red-topped house within the kingdom. The interior was ablaze with light, and after surveying her surroundings, she gracefully landed on one of the balconies. Without needing to knock, Mondo hurriedly scrambled to open the window. Even after a day had passed, the sight of Shatali made him tremble involuntarily. Why you've come? The items you requested are ready. Here are 2 identification documents. They are both ordinary individuals, lacking background and wealth. Mondo dutifully handed a file to Shatali. Although she accepted the folder, her gaze wandered around his lavishly adorned room, indicative of his wealth as a facilitator of transactions between the kingdom and CP0. Is there truly no ambush? I expected a welcome party of armed soldiers today. It seems you value your life more than I anticipated, Shatali remarked with a playful smile. Mondo, now drenched in sweat, appeared on the verge of kneeling in fear. Why you jest? My life is in your hands. How could I ever betray you? Would you like to know what I implanted within you yesterday? Shatali's smile deepened, while Mondo's terror escalated, prompting him to kneel before her. I don't care what it is. No, I believe you care very much. You should have undergone a medical examination, yet nothing was found, correct? His complexion drained of color. Mondo's body quaked more violently. Shatali narrowed her eyes, abruptly seizing Mondo's head and lifting it slightly. Do not play clever games. Listen to my instructions, and you shall remain unharmed. However, should there be a next time, I will return with a cage for you. Do you understand? Why yes, I understand. Mondo, gripped by fear, wished to bow his head in submission, yet Shatali's hold prevented him from doing so. Releasing him, she discarded a piece of paper onto the ground. Her form enveloped in dark mist as she transformed into a bat, scattering into the night, leaving her voice echoing in Mondo's ears. These are the tasks you must undertake. If you fulfill them, I promise to spare you. Should you fail, I will make your suffering exceed death. You may attempt to resist, but I assure you, that will be the gravest mistake of your life. As the sound reverberated, Mondo's gaze fell upon the paper, his expression gradually solidifying. He slowly knelt down, staring at the document for an extended period, resembling a statue. After what felt like an eternity, he finally picked up the paper and rose to his feet. On their way back, Luo Yin cast a curious glance at Shatali and inquired, "What did you do to that fellow? You frightened him so thoroughly that he seems to have developed a psychological shadow of you." Although it was Luo Yin who had prompted Shatali to take action the previous day, he had merely outlined the target and his desired outcome. The process was entirely left to Shatali's discretion. When she returned, there had been no signs of anything amiss. He had assumed she had only delivered a mild intimidation. It appears, however, that his assumptions were far from the truth. Shatali shrugged, her crimson eyes appearing somewhat eerie in the darkness. I didn't do much. I merely dissected him and then healed him. Dissected? You did so vivisectively? Luo Yin was taken aback, staring incredulously at Zayatali. Zayatali shook her head nonchalantly and replied, "Of course not. I also employed some potions. In any case, that fellow has been relatively cooperative, and the subsequent actions should proceed smoothly. Let us hope so. Luo Yin found himself lost in contemplation, pondering the peculiar methods by which Shatari dissected others. The following noon, at the entrance of the most opulent and towering edifice in the joyful district, Mid and Rhoda were unceremoniously ejected in disarray. They were soon encircled by 3 burly men and a heavily made-up matron. The woman, clutching a lengthy pipe in one hand while pointing accusingly at the 2 men with the other, wore an expression contorted with fury. You 2 scoundrels dared to order so many of the finest ladies without settling the bill. Do you not realize where you are? This is sheer folly. Now, immediately, pay up, or I shall send you off to toil in the mines. As she spoke, the 3 brutish men advanced, tightening their circle around Mitt and Rhoda. The 2, gradually rising, suddenly bolted in a desperate dash. The men, perceiving their flight, swiftly lunged forward, seizing the collars of their garments and unleashing a flurry of punches, leaving the duo sprawled on the ground, clutching their heads in agony. Well, what is this? Assaulting someone in broad daylight. At that moment, Hermondo emerged from the crowd, hands clasped behind his back, flanked by several soldiers. The 3 thugs ceased their assault, but maintained a firm grip on their captives. Upon seeing Hermondo, the matron's wrath dissipated, and she approached him with a swaying gait. Mr. Mondo, do come in. Let not these 2 shameless wretches ruin your enjoyment. Hermondo, a prominent figure in the slave trade within the joyful district, wielded substantial influence. With a mere word, he could summon numerous ladies to the district. And he was a frequent patron, leaving few establishments unwilling to accommodate him. He cast a knowing glance at Mitt and Rhoda, inquiring, "What have these 2 done to provoke such a reaction from you?" The mere mention of Mitt and Rhoda darkened the matron's countenance. These 2 rascals entered our establishment early this morning and ordered 12 ladies, yet, once their revelry concluded, they refused to pay. It is the height of shamelessness. Typically, the joyful district thrived at night, while the daytime, particularly mornings, saw a significant drop in patrons. Most who spent the night had returned home, leaving the ladies in the establishments with little to do. It would be impossible to summon so many ladies in the evening. Oh, to indulge in the joyful district so early is indeed a rarity. If they refuse to pay to the bitter end, it would result in substantial losses. How do you intend to resolve this? What else can be done? We must leave it to the soldiers to inform their family to bring the money for their release. The matron's expression grew increasingly grim as she spoke, for if this course of action were taken, even if the money were procured, she would still owe a favor to the soldiers who handled the affair. Should the payment not materialize, she would at least need to entertain the soldiers for a night, rendering it a losing situation for her family. I am aware of these 2. They are merely brothers, without any other kin. Since they possess no money, seeking help from anyone would be futile. Instead, allow me to greet them and send them to the factory to perform laborious tasks. In return, the factory will compensate you with 50,000 burly, which can be considered as recompense. What do you think? The old woman pondered in silence for quite some time before reluctantly nodding in agreement. 50,000 burly is indeed rather meager, barely sufficient to secure a moderately priced courtesan. However, she understood that if she refused, not only would she lose out on the 50,000 burly, but she would also have to expend additional funds. Very well. My gratitude to Mr. Mondo then. Haha. No need for thanks, but you must ensure that Xiaoqing keeps me company. With a hearty laugh, Hele Mondo strode into the establishment, causing the old woman's face to twitch with rage, trembling with indignation as her gaze towards Mitt and Rhoda grew increasingly venomous. Xiaoqing is one of the establishment's prime attractions, commanding a price of over 500,000. Mondo's insinuation was evidently that her company would suffice as gratitude, implying that he had secured a courtesan worth over 500,000 for a mere 50,000 burly, and that amount would be covered by the factory, leaving him with no expense. Yet, they must express gratitude to Hele Mondo, with the instigators of this predicament being Mitt and Rhoda, the so-called freeloaders. Strike them. Strike them hard. The old woman seethed with increasing fury, and the command nearly escaped her clenched teeth. The 3 burly men, upon receiving the order, prepared to act without hesitation. However, the soldiers accompanying Hele Mondo swiftly intervened to restrain the brutes. No, stop. Since Mr. Mondo has declared their transfer to the factory, they must not be harmed. Otherwise, it would compromise their work efficiency. If they are incapacitated, they become worthless. You lot. The old woman's face flushed crimson with rage as she pointed at the soldiers, struggling to utter a coherent sentence. Ultimately, She stepped forward and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Rhoda, and this time, the soldiers did not intervene. After her outburst, the two were escorted away by 4 soldiers, departing from Joy Street towards the Factory District. The Factory District, located in the west of the kingdom, is separated by a formidable wall featuring several iron gates. Generally, these gates open twice daily for overseers to enter and exit, but they also open when newcomers are brought in. Upon handing over the two to the factory overseer, the heavy gate creaked open, ushering them into the factory area. Awaiting them was a burly man with a stout physique, wielding a long whip, adorned with a bushy beard. Without a word, the bearded man immediately commenced to strike the two. Remember this. Here, my word is law. You must obey commands at all times, even if it leads to your demise. Do you understand? With a whip in hand, the bearded man recounted the rules to the two newcomers, who danced and hopped about, skillfully evading most of the lashes. However, the bearded man seemed unconcerned. Upon concluding his instructions, he halted and assigned them the most fundamental task, transporting ore. Their responsibility was to carry the ore delivered from the mine to the smelting furnace for the production of steel, a labor-intensive job typically assigned to novices, as it required little technical skill. Each of them bore a shoulder pole, laden with leather baskets filled with ore, making their way towards the furnace. A distance of approximately 500 meters, not too far, yet not particularly close either. In truth, a cart could have been utilized, which would have been far less strenuous and more efficient. However, as newcomers, they were not afforded such privileges and were left to bear the burden manually. This country truly excels in efficiency. We were just reveling on Joy Street this morning, and before noon, we're already hauling loads, joked Rhoda, showing no signs of sorrow for their plight. Beside him, Miter scoffed, barely concealing his ire. That old madam is utterly despicable. I hadn't even had my fill of fun when those thugs barged in to beat us up. They're so desperate for money. Their service is far inferior to that at Shampoo Island. Once I leave this place, I'll surely smash her establishment to pieces. Speaking of which, you've certainly garnered quite the reputation this time, indulging in so many ladies at once. In the past, you would have struggled to attend to even one. Rhoda, despite having ascended to the rank of arsonist, remained ever the provocateur, teasing Miter. Miter's eyelids twitched. In the past, such remarks would have infuriated him. Yet, after spending so much time with Rhoda, he had developed a greater tolerance for such provocations. Humph, that's right. Just look at who I am. Miter was about to raise his chin in pride when Rhoda continued. This is all thanks to Xiaoxia's potion. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to go to Joy Street with you. If you can't say anything sensible, then don't say anything at all. Despite still bearing the burden on his shoulders, Miter felt an overwhelming urge to kick Rhoda. At that moment, a rather sharp voice interjected. What are you two newcomers whispering about? Let me tell you, here, the only path is to work diligently. Don't entertain any foolish ideas. The speaker was a man with a long face, showing signs of age with slight wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Upon noticing Miter and Rhoda conversing, he approached but refrained from striking them with the whip in his hand. After all, their pace in carrying the burdens was notably quicker than that of the average worker. Esteemed overseer, your efforts are truly commendable. Upon the sight of the overseer approaching, Rhoda swiftly adopted a facade of servility, nodding and bowing as he moved closer. Simultaneously, he discreetly reached into the inner folds of his garment and produced 2 10,000 belly notes, which he unobtrusively slipped into the overseer's hand. The overseer squinted slightly, accepting the belly without a significant change in expression, though his tone softened marginally. While working, refrain from unnecessary chatter. I am merely here to offer a reminder. Not everyone possesses my leniency. Were it another, the whip would have already descended upon you. Do you comprehend? Understood. Esteemed overseer. I wish to inquire about something, Rhoda ventured. Hey, I've told you. Here, your sole task is to labor diligently. Do not entertain any frivolous notions. The overseer's demeanor shifted abruptly, becoming even more severe than before. Nevertheless, Rhoda's smile remained undiminished. Esteemed overseer, to be candid, I am a friend of Armando. Prior to my arrival, he assured me of my safety. Armando? The overseer narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Rhoda closely, before raising the whip in hand. Cease this nonsense. You are friends with Armando? Who is unaware that Armando is a man of the left chancellor? If you claim to be his friend, how could you possibly find yourself here? Furthermore, I have heard you were brought here by none other than Armando's associates. Seeing the overseer raise the whip, Rhoda did not flinch. Instead, he stepped forward. What reason would I have to deceive you? It is common knowledge that the factories and mines fall under the left chancellor's jurisdiction. The dominion of Joy Street has always rested with the right chancellor. We were ensnared in Joy Street, a place governed by the right chancellor. Even if Armando wished to rescue us, causing a ruckus there would be tantamount to openly challenging the right chancellor. However, being sent to the factory is an entirely different matter. We come here to evade scrutiny. Rhoda spoke with such conviction that the overseer found himself momentarily unable to discern the veracity of the claims. Is that truly the case? His tone had unknowingly shifted to one of caution. Rhoda raised his chin, exuding a hint of pride. Certainly, you may verify this information for yourself. The overseer, now somewhat inclined to believe Rhoda's words, tucked the whip into his belt, casting a glance around to ensure the other workers were diligently engaged in their tasks. He turned to leave in order to corroborate the information. Observing this, Rhoda hastily set down his burden and swiftly obstructed the overseer's path. I still have matters to inquire about. Please do not depart. If you truly are friends of Armando, what could I possibly know that you do not? I must verify what you have just claimed. Oh, it is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to ask about the living and working conditions in this factory. Rhoda had initially claimed to have inquiries, but it was merely a ruse to foster conversation, not a genuine request for information. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, he truly needed to have a matter at hand. The foreman, both anxious and speechless, found himself at a loss for words. After all, since you are a friend of Mr. Armando, what does it matter regarding food and lodging? We will make arrangements for you later. With that, the foreman disregarded Rhoda and strode away, heading directly towards the office of the factory's chief overseer. Once the foreman had walked out of sight, Mite approached Rhoda with a cheerful smile, giving him a light pat on the back. Hey, it seems you truly possess the gift of gab. Indeed, let us not forget who was responsible for marketing those potions. While I may not rival you in swimming, when it comes to eloquence, no one can surpass me. Rhoda beamed with pride, while Mite rolled his eyes, suppressing the urge to express his exasperation. As the long-faced foreman arrived outside the office, he fortuitously encountered the burly, bearded foreman who had been sent to discipline Rhoda and Mite. The bearded foreman was just emerging from the office and, upon spotting the long-faced foreman, made his way over. I was just looking for you. The two newcomers you sent over happen to be friends of Mr. Armando. He has just sent word. Are they truly friends of Mr. Armando? The long-faced foreman's small eyes widened considerably, even though he had come to verify this very matter. Nevertheless, he was somewhat taken aback upon receiving confirmation. The bearded foreman nodded, a hint of bitterness crossing his face. When they arrived, I even whipped them. What should we do about that? If they report me to Mr. Armando, I would be in quite a predicament. Do not worry, they seem not to take it to heart. To be frank, I specifically came over to confirm this. The sturdier one even slipped me 2,000 bellies while inquiring about accommodations. Please make the necessary arrangements and offer an apology. That should suffice. Really? The bearded foreman's eyes brightened as he stepped forward to grasp the long-faced foreman's arm. The latter immediately nodded in agreement. Of course. I will also speak a few good words on your behalf, but consider it a favor owed to me. Absolutely. Let us go. The bearded foreman hurriedly pulled the long-faced foreman towards the ore area, where they found Rhoda and Mite laboring with a shoulder pole to carry ore. Upon seeing the two, the bearded foreman approached them with great strides. Oh dear. Why are you both engaged in such arduous work? This is far too strenuous. Allow me to arrange something less demanding for you. His demeanor had completely shifted, almost bowing in deference. Before Mike could respond, Rhoda interjected. Isn't this what you assigned us to do? And let us not forget, you did strike me with a whip. I remember it well. The bearded foreman's smile faltered momentarily before it blossomed anew. A misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. At that time, I was unaware of your esteemed identities. Mr. Armando has sent a message, indicating that we should take care of you for the time being, and that he will arrange for your departure shortly. I truly ought to express my gratitude to you. Rhoda scoffed immediately, while the bearded overseer's smile began to falter. At that moment, the long-faced overseer chimed in cheerfully to ease the tension. Oh, we were unaware of the situation earlier. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, let us move on. Come, do not toil away any longer. He invites you to a grand feast, as a gesture of apology. Yes, a grand feast. I shall treat you. The bearded overseer nodded eagerly, unconcerned about the expense of the meal, but rather anxious that Rhoda and Miter would not accept his apology. Seeing that the moment was right, Rhoda nodded in agreement. Not just yet. Let us wait until evening. Who knows if there are spies from the right minister lurking about? We came here to avoid trouble, and we cannot afford to give the right minister any leverage. Likewise, we must continue our work. However, I hope we can procure a cart for our use. Indeed, that is a reasonable request. I shall fetch one immediately, rest assured. The bearded overseer, relieved that Rhoda accepted his apology, exhaled deeply, his face lighting up with a smile as he hurried off to prepare the cart. The cart arrived swiftly. In contrast to the dilapidated carts used by the other workers, Rhoda and Miter were provided with a brand new one, untouched by wear. With this little cart, their task of transporting stones became considerably easier, and they filled it with a modest load each time, which the long-faced overseer chose to overlook entirely. In the heart of the kingdom, within the tallest building closest to the royal palace, Hirai Mondo moved swiftly down corridors and through grand doors, accompanied by 2 soldiers. Heading deep into the structure, this was the residence of the left minister, heavily guarded, with a soldier stationed every 10 meters. The soldiers clearly recognized Hirai Mondo. Seeing his hurried pace, they did not obstruct him or even inquire about his business. Soon, Hirai Mondo arrived at a pair of large white doors. Rather than pushing them open directly, he paused at the entrance and knocked carefully. "Enter." A voice, aged yet resonant, called from within. Hirai Mondo gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. This was the office of the left minister, spacious and nearly 100 square meters in size. Aside from the documents on the desk, the room was filled predominantly with bookshelves and books. "Minister." Hirai Mondo respectfully bowed to the man seated at the desk. A splendidly dressed individual with graying hair, a goatee, and a slightly portly figure. "Mondo, what brings you here today?" The left minister set aside the documents in his hand and smiled at Harry Mondo, feeling a sense of satisfaction with his capable assistant. Over the years, Harry Mondo had brought him considerable wealth, and most importantly, he had the ability to communicate directly with CP0. A fact that even the left minister could not afford to overlook. "Minister, the right minister is becoming increasingly outrageous." The left minister furrowed his brow, took a deep breath, and shifted slightly in his seat before straightening up. "What has transpired?" "I met several merchants on Sabaody Island last time. After conversing with them, they expressed their desire to invest in the kingdom. I arranged identities for 2 of them yesterday, facilitating their exploration within our borders, only to have them ensnared by the right minister's men today. Had I not arrived in time, they might have faced a violent fate in the streets." The left minister's brow furrowed deeply as he inquired, "Are you certain it was the right minister's men? Is there any doubt? Have you forgotten? The household registration has always been under the right minister's jurisdiction. How could I arrange identities without his notice? Moreover, the incident occurred on Joy Street." The left minister's frown deepened, and his expression grew increasingly grave. "That scoundrel. Our kingdom is already in dire need of funds, and he dares to treat foreign merchants in such a manner. If this news spreads, who would dare invest in our kingdom in the future? This is a violation of the king's will." The left minister expressed his firm stance on the matter. Then his expression softened. "What has become of those 2 merchants?" "Minister, that area is indeed the right minister's territory. I could not act forcefully and had no choice but to send them to the factory under the pretext of safety. At least there, they would be safe, and I have dispatched someone to inform the factory to take care of them." The left minister nodded, his demeanor lightening slightly, even showing a hint of a smile. "You handled it well. I shall personally write a letter to ensure their comfort. By the way, what business do they engage in?" "They are arms dealers, having long collaborated with Joke, with a substantial market. We could significantly increase our production, ensuring supplies for the world government, while also selling to them, thereby raising funds more swiftly. They also wish to invest in establishing a pharmaceutical factory in our kingdom, primarily producing healing medicines and bandages, among other wartime necessities." The left minister nodded again, pondering. "Indeed, Joke has consistently supplied weapons to warring nations. Those countries, embroiled in conflict, require not only arms, but also healing medicines and bandages. There is considerable profit to be made here. What are the specific details?" The left minister grew increasingly invested in the matter, yet Harry Mondo's expression turned somber. "They have only just arrived. They haven't even commenced their official assessment. How could they discuss specifics with me?" "That scoundrel!" the left minister exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in frustration, immediately rising to leave. He pondered for a moment, then swiftly returned to his seat and seized a pen to compose a letter. "You shall send someone to the factory. I will proceed to meet with the king and demand an explanation from the right minister." In truth, his indignation was not entirely genuine. Rather, he had seized upon a weakness of the right minister, hoping to present this matter before the king. Should the king express dissatisfaction with the right minister, he could seize the opportunity to amass greater power. Naturally, matters concerning merchants also required attention. Indeed, I shall take care of it. However, there are two merchants accompanying the ministers. They are collaborating together but, due to certain circumstances, have not arrived simultaneously and will only reach us tomorrow. How should I account for their absence? Raymonto accepted the letter with both hands, his expression laden with bitterness. The left minister slapped his forehead and began to gently rub it. This complicates matters. Here is what you shall do. Arrange for 3 days hence, when I shall personally meet with them. In the meantime, you must keep them stabilized. Should we not release those two merchants first? Otherwise, when they inquire about their companions, I cannot very well say they have been sent to the factory, can I? Raymonto's countenance grew increasingly grim, and the left minister found himself momentarily at a loss for words, deep in thought before finally exhaling a long sigh. Once I mention this matter before the king, the right minister will certainly be held accountable. At that juncture, he may turn his ire upon you, and I, possibly redirecting his wrath towards those two merchants, who could summon a third of the kingdom's soldiers. If the merchants fall into his grasp, would that not ensure the pharmaceutical factory becomes his? All your efforts to secure the merchants would ultimately lead to their being used for another's gain? But what then shall I say? Simply state that they are inspecting the factory premises. After all, if the pharmaceutical factory is indeed to be established, it will undoubtedly be located within the factory district. I shall ensure they are well attended to in the factory district, and once they emerge, we shall provide a thorough explanation. This matter will then be settled. The left minister swiftly devised a solution, and Raymonto nodded in agreement, his face visibly lightened. Very well, I shall see to it. The left minister hurried towards the palace, and his letter was promptly delivered to the factory. Within the office of the factory supervisor, a man towering over 2 meters, with dark skin and well-defined muscles, his gaze sharp and fierce, and a cigar clamped between his teeth, solemnly handed the letter to the long-faced overseer. You must immediately instruct those 2 individuals to cease their labor. This is a letter penned by the left minister himself. Examine it carefully. We cannot permit those 2 to endure any discomfort here. The long-faced overseer was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Upon reading the letter, he appeared as though struck by lightning, his complexion paling. They merely claimed to be friends of Mr. Raymonto. They did not mention any acquaintance with the left minister. What should we do? The long-faced overseer was thoroughly flustered. To neglect a friend of Raymonto might lead to significant trouble, but to slight a friend of the left minister could very well result in dire consequences. After all, the left minister is the highest authority in the factory district. With just a word from him, even a mere overseer, let alone a chief administrator, would find themselves in dire straits. Observing the distressed expression of the long-faced overseer, the chief administrator felt a twinge of anxiety and hastily inquired, "What have you done?" The overseer recounted the events of the day, and the chief administrator's countenance fluctuated between gloom and brightness before ultimately breaking into a smile. No matter. Since they are not pursuing the matter, it is of no concern. Did you not mention inviting them for a meal? Ensure it is a lavish affair. I shall reimburse the expenses, but remember to prominently mention my name. The long-faced overseer promptly grasped the chief administrator's intent and chuckled in response. Rest assured, I shall convey that all the delectable dishes were arranged by you, esteemed chief. Excellent. Go and attend to it. As the overseer busied himself with pleasing rata and mit. In the palace before the king, the left and right ministers were embroiled in mutual accusations. The left minister accused the right minister of underhanded tactics, claiming he had sabotaged the merchants he had painstakingly invited from Shambodi Island. In turn, the right minister accused the left minister of shielding criminals, forcibly removing individuals causing disturbances within his jurisdiction. Both parties remained steadfast in their positions, embroiled in a heated dispute that, aside from avoiding outright insults, encompassed every possible accusation. Other officials were well aware of the long-standing discord between the 2 ministers and were not surprised by the unfolding events. The king, regarding their altercation with indifference, sat back to observe the spectacle. Once both ministers appeared to tire from their quarrel, he finally stepped in as a mediator, smoothing over the conflict and bringing their dispute to an end, allowing the matter to seemingly dissipate. As night descended, Luo Yin and Zayatali sat in the dining hall of the Helramondo family, where an array of exquisite delicacies adorned the long table before them. Helramondo, like a humble servant, graciously poured wine into the high-stemmed glasses of Luo Yin and Zayatali. Zayatali gently swirled her glass, allowing a few drops of wine to cling to the rim before taking a delicate sip and elegantly placing the glass down. Her eyes, as red as gemstones, swept over Helramondo, and a faint smile began to form at the corners of her mouth. "How fares the palace?" she inquired. Helramondo quickly bowed and wiped the fine sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, responding. The left minister and the right minister had a fierce quarrel before the king. Although the matter ultimately came to nothing, the rift between their factions has deepened. Not sufficient. You, being a part of the Helramondo faction, ought to exert more effort in this matter. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. I am already preparing. In 5 days, I shall host a banquet and invite members of the left minister's faction. Excellent. You may retire now. Zayatali commanded with a lightness that resembled a fluttering feather. Helramondo, as if granted a reprieve, bowed once more before hastily departing. Once Helramondo had left the dining hall and closed the door, Zayatali let out a long sigh, her graceful demeanor dissipating. Leaning forward, her bright eyes fixed on Luo Yin, she asked, "So, Captain?" "Indeed. Elegant, quite elegant," he replied. As Luo Yin nodded, he deftly slid a perfectly cooked steak that he had long coveted towards himself. Without the need for a knife, he simply speared it with his fork and took a hearty bite. Delicious. This dish far surpasses anything that fellow Rhoda could concoct. Luo Yin mumbled indistinctly, his eyes squinting slightly. Zayatali curled her lip and reached for a crab leg, nearly the size of her own arm. "Captain, do take your time with your meal. There's no one here to compete with you. Just ensure you leave some for us to take back," she remarked. I understand. Little Nana can't consume much, and her frail constitution cannot withstand such a lavish feast. She cannot benefit from an excess, you see. As for those 3 creatures, their appetite is even less. Rest assured, I have it all under control." As Luo Yin spoke, he had already devoured a substantial piece of meat and was now reaching for other delicacies. Hilemeng Duo, burdened by a psychological shadow cast by Zayatali, had prepared an abundant feast. Yet, despite the lavish spread, Luo Yin and Zayatali had only managed to consume a mere third of it. The remaining food, however, was not left for Hilemeng Duo. Instead, it was all taken back to the ship, along with the table itself. When Hilemeng Duo entered the now silent dining hall, carrying a bottle of sparkling wine, he was met with the desolation of an empty room, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Had they consumed all that food? Not a morsel remained. What about my table? Has my table been devoured as well? As Luo Yin and Zayatali indulged in exquisite delicacies at Hilemeng Duo's residence, Rhoda and MIT enjoyed equally favorable treatment at the factory. The foreman, one with a bushy beard and the other with a long face, ushered the two into a private dining room behind the foreman's cafeteria, where an opulent spread of dishes awaited them. Although it lacked the opulence of Hilemeng Duo's home, the food was visually appealing and aromatic, igniting one's appetite merely by sight. Previously, there were misunderstandings, and I would like to extend my sincerest apologies, the bushy-bearded foreman declared, raising a glass of wine towards the two. In turn, Rhoda and MIT graciously lifted their own glasses. "There's no need for concern," Rhoda replied with a cheerful demeanor. "We have moved past it. However, I do have a request to make of you both." Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted to seriousness, with the bushy-bearded foreman thumping his chest resolutely. "Do not hesitate to ask. We are here to assist you. How could I impose upon you?" Rhoda chuckled lightly. "Our visit is primarily to invest in establishing a pharmaceutical factory and procure weapons. Initially, we intended for Hilemeng Duo to handle these matters entirely. Yet, since we are here, we thought we might explore and assess the area. Would that be permissible? I thought it was something significant. This is a trivial matter. I shall personally accompany you on your inspection," the bushy-bearded foreman readily agreed, prompting a smile from Rhoda, who, however, declined the offer for accompaniment. The atmosphere soon became convivial as they raised their glasses to one another. After indulging in ample food and drink, the two were escorted to a private foreman's dormitory. While not luxurious, it provided adequate facilities and was impeccably clean. Later that night, Lorena returned to the garbage district, burdened by a large backpack, accompanied by a white ferret and a porter. Before her stood a group of children, all younger than Lorena yet equally emaciated, their eyes glowing in the darkness, fixated on her with an intensity that was almost palpable. "I have food," Lorena announced, placing her backpack on the ground and unzipping it to reveal a bounty of provisions and water. The water was merely ordinary bottled fresh water, While the food consisted of neatly packaged fish fillets, each portion the size of a palm and 2 fingers thick, though not meticulously prepared. Having simply been pan-fried with a dash of salt, it was still enough to incite a frenzy among the children, for it was clean and fresh sustenance. All eyes were riveted on the meat within the backpack, as if they wished to devour it with their gaze alone. Finally, a boy of about 10 could no longer contain himself. He dashed forward, reaching out to snatch the backpack. Observing this, the others swiftly followed suit, anxious that they might miss out on the feast. Stop! At that moment, a youthful voice rang out, accompanied by an indescribable authority that enveloped all present. This was the commanding presence of the arbiter, the little white ferret perched upon Lorena's shoulder, its keen gaze sweeping over the group of children. Not a single child dared to move. Their legs felt as though they were burdened with lead, and some could scarcely withstand the weight of that imposing presence, trembling in fear. Lorena's body quivered slightly, not from the authority surrounding her, but from sheer fright. When the children had rushed towards her, her mind had momentarily blanked in terror. It was only when the voice of the little white ferret broke the silence that she regained her composure. Taking a deep breath, she steeled her emotions and spoke. I shall distribute food to you, but each of you will receive only 1 piece of meat and 1 bottle of water. Furthermore, you must heed my words. You are to inform all the children here about this food distribution. I will return tomorrow with more provisions, remember, for all the children. However, it is imperative that the soldiers collecting the garbage remain unaware of this arrangement. Should they learn of it, I shall not return. Understand? The children, knowing all too well the value of food and water in this place, exhibited no hesitation. To receive sustenance was of utmost importance. They would comply willingly, even to the point of exerting themselves if necessary. Once all heads nodded in agreement, Lorena exhaled in relief and commenced the distribution of food and water. After completing her task, she wasted no time. She zipped up her backpack and slung it over her shoulder, departing swiftly. Once she was beyond the children's sight, a gust of wind lifted her, carrying her into the sky and swiftly away from the kingdom's confines. 3 days later, Luo Yin donned an elegant black suit, complemented by a striking red bow tie, his long azure hair impeccably arranged. Xiaoli was adorned in a flowing black evening gown, a thumb-sized sapphire gracing her chest, her silky white hair cascading down as she cradled a pure white mink, exuding an air of opulence. Together, they arrived at the kingdom's most lavish tavern under the guidance of Harry Mondo. Inside, the left minister awaited their arrival. As Harry Mondo led the way, he subtly offered reminders, to which Luo Yin responded with a slight nod, remaining silent, while Xiaoli appeared entirely engrossed in her mink, hardly casting a glance in his direction. Rather than harboring any discontent, Harry Mondo felt a quiet sense of relief. It seemed Xiaoli had left an indelible mark of fear in his mind. Each time their eyes met, he was compelled to recall that fateful night, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Initially, he had thought that Xiaoli's dramatic display, such as drinking blood in his presence, was intended to instill terror. Yet, just yesterday, she had instructed him to procure numerous blood bags from the hospital, consuming several before his very eyes. From that moment on, he was convinced that Xiaoli was not merely eccentric, but perhaps something far more sinister, a creature cloaked in human guise. Regardless of her enchanting appearance, he could only feel profound dread. Harry Mondo pushed open the door to the private room, revealing not only the left minister but also 2 armored guards, each wielding long swords. Xiaoli glanced at the guards, her nose twitching ever so slightly, her brow furrowing momentarily before quickly relaxing. "Haha, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for quite some time," exclaimed the left minister, rising with a beaming smile upon seeing Harry Mondo had brought them. For a fleeting moment, his gaze sparkled upon resting on Xiaoli. "Come, take a seat," he beckoned, inviting them to sit. Harry Mondo, acutely aware of the situation, chose to stand by the side, despite his eligibility to sit, paralyzed by his fear of Xiaoli. The left minister, oblivious to his trepidation, merely noted that Harry Mondo was particularly well-behaved that day. "I understand you two are here to invest. May I ask your names?" "Anderson, Lolita." Luo Yin and Xiaoli sequentially introduced themselves, and the left minister nodded, his smile unwavering. "I am the left minister of the kingdom, primarily responsible for the factories and mines. I have heard that you wish to invest in establishing a pharmaceutical factory. This falls under my purview, which is why I have come to discuss it personally." The left minister seamlessly and discreetly incorporated the prospective pharmaceutical factory into his domain. Consequently, once negotiations were finalized, he need not fear the right minister usurping the factory. He was acutely aware of the substantial profits a pharmaceutical plant could yield, given the right channels. And he had long calculated the potential dividends involved. They would undoubtedly rival, if not exceed, those of a weapons factory. Luo Yin nodded, a smile gracing his lips. In recent days, Mr. Mondo has taken me on a tour, and I have come to realize that the citizens of this nation do not enjoy an entirely carefree existence. I have heard that my two companions are currently inspecting the industrial district, yet I have received no updates from them. I wonder if the minister might share any insights? Of course. In fact, I have already selected a site for the pharmaceutical factory, right within the industrial district. This arrangement allows us to directly recruit workers from the area, facilitating unified management. Furthermore, the land in the industrial district is affordable and labor costs are also lower, which will significantly reduce the expenses of establishing the factory. It is precisely for this reason that your two companions have remained in the industrial district for so long. Appeared taken aback for a moment, then nodded slightly, saying, I see. I wonder when I might have the opportunity to visit in person. It would be beneficial to ascertain the condition of my two companions. Of course, there is no issue. You may visit at your convenience. Just have Mondo escort you, replied the left minister, assenting to his request while discreetly signaling to Hile Mondo. Hile Mondo, understanding the cue, stepped forward and remarked, Minister. In addition to establishing the factory, they are also preparing to procure a batch of weapons. Oh, is that so? The left minister feigned surprise, as if he were hearing this for the first time, smiled and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I hope to procure a quantity of weapons from you. So, how many do you require? Minister, you underestimate me. Who would ever find weapons to be in excess? Whatever quantity you possess, I shall take. Luo Yin, of course, was unaware of the exact quantity of weapons he required, thus he unreservedly escalated his demand to the utmost. The left minister's eyes gleamed once more, his smile becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. Excellent. I shall endeavor to fulfill your request. However, you must also be aware that our kingdom has always collaborated with the world government, and thus, the provision of weapons must first cater to their needs. No problem. Luo Yin replied, as I have stated, I shall accept whatever quantity you are able to provide. Luo Yin remained as magnanimous as ever, and the left minister nodded in satisfaction. Just about to speak when the door to the private room was pushed open. A man dressed as a steward entered, leaning in to whisper a few words into the left minister's ear. The minister nodded, his expression unchanged. I apologize, gentlemen, but I must attend to some matters regarding the armaments and pharmaceuticals. You may discuss in detail with Mondo. I have arranged a meal for you both. Let Mondo accompany you for dinner while I attend to my duties. Not to worry, Minister. Please attend to your affairs. Luo Yin nonchalantly waved his hand, prompting the left minister to rise and depart with the steward. The two guards swiftly followed suit, leaving only Luo Yin and his two companions in the private room. This left minister truly harbors no intention of sharing any benefits with the right minister. A playful smile danced upon Luo Yin's face, while Hile Mondo wore a bitter expression as he explained, a few days ago. The left minister and the right minister had a heated argument in front of the king. Their relationship is currently at its most tense. How could they possibly share benefits at this moment? Naturally, he wishes to keep you firmly on his side. This is exactly what I desire. After dinner, you shall stoke the flames and discuss the proposal with the left minister. Yes, I understand what must be done. Hile Mondo was acutely aware of the repercussions his actions would have on the kingdom. Yet, he had already boarded this ship, and it was not one he could simply disembark from at will. After their meal, Luo Yin and Xia Tali returned to the accommodations arranged for them by Hile Mondo, while he made his way alone to the left minister's residence. The left minister was still in his office attending to matters. He had no pressing business, merely using it as an excuse. He understood that negotiations were best handled by merchants, and he only needed to express his stance. Upon seeing Hile Mondo enter, he immediately set aside his work, a smile breaking across his face. Mondo, how did your discussions go? Hile Mondo bowed respectfully and placed a document on the left minister's desk. Minister, regarding their weaponry. They are willing to pay an initial deposit of 1 billion belly, but they demand to see the goods within 2 months. As for the pharmaceutical factory, they presented 2 proposals. One where they would cover the costs of construction and take full responsibility for the subsequent manufacturing. However, under such terms, they would reap the majority of the profits. Alternatively, if the kingdom were to cover the costs and personnel, then the kingdom would take the larger share, leaving them with only the profit margin. I am unable to make a decision. Hence I seek your counsel. What is there to deliberate? Of course, we take the larger share, the left minister declared without hesitation, causing Mondo's expression to become conflicted. But minister, if the kingdom covers the construction costs and personnel, then what kind of investment is that? They agreed to invest in the kingdom. Mondo, as a merchant, how can your vision be so narrow? Is the kingdom merely in need of a pharmaceutical factory? What we lack is the sales channels for the pharmaceuticals. Yet, minister, the kingdom is already saving funds. Do you believe the king would be willing to allocate money for construction? If you propose funding at this juncture, the right minister will surely oppose it. Mondo grew increasingly anxious, while the left minister's brow began to furrow. That scoundrel! The left minister cursed vehemently before quickly regaining his composure. He rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk, lost in thought, before finally stating, constructing the factory is straightforward. We can simply have the factory personnel handle it, with the mine supplying the necessary materials. Minister, you must be jesting. Mondo forced a smile that resembled a grimace, prompting the left minister's voice to rise significantly. What do you mean? Is this a matter for jest? However, my esteemed minister, you are acutely aware that 90% of the weaponry produced by the factory must be allocated to fulfill the demands of the world government. The surplus of merely 10% cannot possibly satisfy the orders from Anderson and his associates. At this juncture, diverting resources to establish a new factory seems quite imprudent. The expression on Mondo's face mirrored the depths of his predicament, as the previously smooth brow of ministers began to furrow once more. Currently, factory workers toil for 12 hours each day. Now, you propose extending their hours to 15. Mondo instinctively opened his mouth to protest, but quickly closed it, nodding in compliance. Indeed, but once the pharmaceutical factory is established, from whence shall we procure the personnel for drug production? We cannot expect the factory workers to assume that role, as they lack the requisite knowledge in pharmacology. I believe it is prudent for Anderson to devise a solution in this regard. Mondo skillfully nudged Minister Zwa, who instinctively slammed his hand upon the table and declared, No. If the workers at the pharmaceutical factory are sourced from their ranks, we will lose all bargaining power. Ultimately, they will reap all the profits. You must find a way. Minister Zwa cast the dilemma back to Mondo, who feigned contemplation in silence before cautiously articulating, Minister, if we are discussing personnel, there is indeed a solution. Have you forgotten? The refuse heaps harbor a multitude of individuals, albeit younger in age. However, the tasks at the pharmaceutical factory do not require immense physical strength. Perhaps the youth could suffice. What do you think? Minister Zwa's eyes brightened as he mulled over the suggestion, nodding in agreement. That makes sense. Let us proceed with this plan. Once the pharmaceutical factory is operational, we shall enlist soldiers to recruit from the refuse heaps. Additionally, prepare an employment document for me. When the pharmaceutical factory begins to yield profits, I shall present this document to the king for reimbursement, as these will be my hired workers, skilled labor procured at great expense. Understood. I will ensure everything is meticulously recorded. Mondo replied, clearly experienced in such dealings. With satisfaction, Minister Zwa leaned back in his chair, narrowing his eyes, and gestured for Mondo to take his leave. In the factory district, during the workers' break, most gathered beneath the eaves at the entrance, where they were shielded from the sun and the oppressive heat of the workshop. This location served as their favored respite. These workers typically subsisted on only 2 meals each day, one before commencing their duties in the morning and another upon concluding their work in the evening. However, they also have a half-hour lunch break every day. Recently, Rhoda and Mid have been roaming the factory area, casually distributing snacks to the workers to foster camaraderie. Almost all the workers now recognize these 2 favored employees. Although they are here for inspection, they maintain a low profile, preserving their identities as workers. They engage in tasks when they wish, and when they prefer leisure, they roam freely, enjoying a comfortable life with ample food and drink. Rhoda tucked his hands into his sleeves and approached a few workers who were gathered in conversation. As he withdrew his hands, he produced several pieces of jerky, each about the size of a pinky finger. Hey, I have some snacks here. Take one each, but keep it to yourselves, Rhoda whispered as he distributed the jerky. The workers nodded in understanding, each reluctant to share their good fortune with others, ensuring that no one would speak out of turn. Come on, Rhoda, tell the truth. Are you involved with some supervisor? It seems like you and that short-tempered Mid have the easiest time around here, inquired a slender man with graying hair, his physique still robust. The others turned their attention to Rhoda, having long wished to ask but lacking the opportunity. Rhoda feigned a casual glance around before lowering his voice. You've guessed correctly. One of the supervisors is my cousin. He has connections with the other supervisors, which is why I enjoy such freedom. That's a stretch. If your cousin is a supervisor, why would you end up here? One person retorted skeptically, doubt etched across his face, and others mirrored his incredulity. Unperturbed, Rhoda continued, Well, let me ask you this. If it weren't for my cousin being a supervisor, why would I have such freedom? And how could I occasionally distribute jerky to you? Shouldn't it fall from the sky? Gradually, the skepticism on the faces of those present began to dissipate. A man who appeared to be in his 20s, his face marked with scars, pressed further. Then why were you sent here? Yes, why were you sent here? The others echoed, their curiosity piqued. Rhoda let out a wry smile. I offended someone outside and, fearing retaliation, sought refuge with my cousin. Though he may command respect here as a supervisor, outside he holds little sway and has no real solutions. Hence, he got me in here. Life may be tough, but at least it's devoid of life-threatening risks. Oh, I see. The group nodded in unison, their doubts now resolved. At that moment, Rhoda patted the scarred man on the back, lowering his voice even further. Hey, did you know? I heard the factory is planning to extend working hours. What? As soon as the words were uttered, a tempest of outrage erupted. The inquiry was nearly a shout, prompting Rhoda to quickly press his hands down in a gesture for silence, then continued in a hushed tone. This is news I heard from my cousin. It's not confirmed yet. I might just be speculating. However, I've heard they plan to extend the working hours from 12 to 15 hours. 15 hours? Why don't they just kill us outright? One individual sprang to his feet, unleashing a torrent of curses. Others nearby, drawn by the commotion, turned their heads in curiosity. Only then did he realize his excitement had betrayed him, and he quickly crouched down, lowering his voice. Is what you said true? Didn't I just say? This news isn't confirmed. It could merely be hearsay. No, this is absolutely unacceptable. Even if the news isn't verified, we must prepare ourselves. We must strike. Yes, strike. The mood among the workers ignited, and they began to murmur about a strike in hushed tones. Rhoda's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his alarm. Please don't implicate me. If this news is true and you strike, and it's traced back to me leaking the information, I shall be doomed. Fear not. We will not harm you. We heard this from others. It has nothing to do with you. Right, everyone? Right. We only heard it from others. The crowd echoed in agreement. Rhoda's lips quirked in a barely contained smile. This was the reaction he had hoped for, though he knew he could not yet express his joy. I must take my leave now. You can seek further information later. I was never here today. With that, Rhoda hastily stood and departed, eager to sever any ties with the group. The individuals glanced at one another and, after a moment of mutual understanding, dispersed into the throngs of people nearby. In the reception hall of the Right Minister's residence, a gathering had formed. Among the attendees were several influential figures from the Right Minister's faction, alongside affluent members of society, primarily those wielding power in major hospitals and large commerce. Minister, the Left Minister intends to establish a pharmaceutical factory in the industrial zone, and he plans to draw manpower directly from there, completely excluding our involvement. Isn't this a blatant slap in your face? One prominent merchant expressed indignantly. At that moment, a faction member also stepped forward. Indeed, the Left Minister has gone too far. Previously, he sent Helimondo to provoke us, and now this. It is clear he holds you in contempt. Since it is a pharmaceutical factory, it should rightly be under hospital management, and the workers must originate from the hospitals. How can they come from an arms factory? How could those individuals possibly produce medicine? Exactly. Do those people even understand pharmaceuticals? This is absolutely unacceptable. Only our hospital can provide the necessary talent. Yes. The workforce must come from the hospital. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, and the expression on the Right Minister's face grew increasingly grim. He was equally enraged, harboring a long-standing animosity towards the Left Minister. Their cordial faade had recently begun to fray, and now, with the Left Minister's latest provocation, it was evident he held little regard for the Right Minister. How intolerably arrogant. I shall confront the king at once. With that, the Right Minister rose to leave, only to be intercepted by a young man in a deep green coat and tall black boots, who appeared to be in his 20s. Minister, please wait. I have heard that the Left Minister's actions are motivated by a merchant who possesses a lucrative channel for pharmaceutical sales, a merchant brought in by Helimondo. Naturally, the Left Minister is unwilling to share the profits. However, if we can persuade the merchant, the situation may change. The Right Minister narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. Very well. You shall take charge of this matter. Arrange a meeting with the merchant for a thorough discussion. If persuasion fails, employ force." As he spoke, the right minister made a gesture across his throat, causing the young man's expression to shift dramatically. "Minister, that would be unwise. The merchant holds significant influence. He is a key partner of Joke, who is not only a warlord of the seven seas but, I have heard, was once a celestial dragon. If we provoke him, our nation will be in peril." "What did you say? A celestial dragon?" At this revelation, not only did the right minister's demeanor change, but the countenance of everyone present shifted, leaving them momentarily speechless. After a lengthy deliberation, the right minister composed himself and remarked, "Attempt to win over the merchant. If that fails, we shall devise another strategy. After all, a pharmaceutical factory cannot be established overnight." "Understood. I shall take care of it." The young man bowed and swiftly departed from the right minister's residence. Before long, an invitation arrived in Luo Yin's hands. After briefing Harry Mondo, Luo Yin, accompanied by Shitali, made his way to the meeting. They returned to the finest tavern in the kingdom, but this time, there was no guide. Luo Yin and Shitali pushed open the door to the private room, where they encountered the man who had previously offered counsel to the right minister. Luo Yin recognized him as one of the 30 revolutionaries who had consumed the magical potion, specifically the sailor's elixir. Ah, what a surprise to see a familiar face. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo Yin's previously relaxed demeanor became even more at ease. He boldly took a seat, while Shitali, ever the epitome of politeness, greeted the man before sitting down. The man quickly rose, bowing to Luo Yin. "Mr. Luo Yin." Luo Yin nodded while pressing his palm down. "No need to be so polite. Please, sit down and let us converse. By the way, bring out the dishes, preferably the finest and most extravagant, as you can always reimburse for them later, right? Let us dine while we chat." "Very well. I have been prepared for this," the other replied, visibly relaxing as Luo Yin's amiability washed over him, a faint smile gracing his features. It was not mere pretense on his part. Rather, the extraordinary individuals of the Tyrant Path are acutely attuned to the aura of their superiors, particularly those of their own path. This sensitivity creates a robust authority that the higher-ranked individuals of the Tyrant Path have over their subordinates. Faced with a Sequence 4 disaster high priest, this Sequence 9 sailor found it challenging to maintain a facade of composure unless the latter exhibited a friendly demeanor, allowing him to ease his tension. Soon, a grand array of dishes was presented, enough to fill an entire table. It was more than sufficient for 3 individuals. Even 10 might struggle to consume it all. However, Luo Yin harbored no concerns about waste, as any leftovers could be packaged to take away. Over the past few days, Lulena had been distributing food, and with the assistance of the little white ferret, she had successfully gained control over the group of children in the garbage zone. To Luo Yin's astonishment, there were over 1,000 survivors there. He could scarcely fathom how many had once inhabited that space. "Now, let us speak freely. Rest assured, I have ensured there are no observers in the vicinity." As Luo Yin savored his dish, he spoke, while the sailor nodded and began to articulate his thoughts. The right minister expressed considerable dissatisfaction with the actions of the left minister. However, they dared not adopt an overly aggressive stance, remaining in the realm of mere verbal protests. "Ah, that suffices. We merely need to ensure that the right minister cannot provide timely support during the initial stages of our actions. I do not harbor hopes that these 2 ministers will engage in a mutual struggle to the detriment of the nation. However, one imperative remains. The revolutionary forces must guarantee prompt assistance at the outset. Otherwise, if suppressed, our efforts would be rendered futile. Rest assured," he continued, "Mr. Long has instructed that the affairs of this nation be led by you, and we shall endeavor to cooperate to the fullest extent." Luo Yin nodded, not only satisfied with the attitude of the sailor, but also with that of the revolutionary army. "You may press into the mining area. It is inherently remote and lacks imposing walls, making infiltration relatively straightforward. Once the factory district is in turmoil, the revolutionary forces will unite with the miners to provide support. And this endeavor will be a success." As he spoke, Luo Yin's tone became increasingly fervent. After all, it was his first time orchestrating an action aimed at subverting the state. However, the sailor shook his head. "Mr. Luo, with all due respect, if that is all there is to it, it remains insufficient. While the combined forces of the factory and mining districts, alongside the support of the revolutionary army, indeed possess the strength to topple this nation, they are still not enough. But fret not. We will take action on our end to ensure that no unforeseen circumstances arise. Just inform us 2 days prior to the operation." "Very well. Since you say so, I shall leave it in your capable hands. The parties quickly reached an agreement, and after satisfying their hunger and thirst, they departed. After all, the sailor had come with a mission. He needed to return to report. Upon returning to his residence, Luo Yin found He Lei Meng Duo waiting there, who initially appeared somewhat anxious. However, upon seeing Luo Yin approach, his expression immediately relaxed, and he strode forward. At last, you have arrived. The Chancellor has instructed me to take full charge of the pharmaceutical factory's affairs, and I am expected to present a proposal by tomorrow. What do you suggest I do? What is there to deliberate? Wasn't it already resolved? He Lei Meng Duo's concerns did not revolve around the feasibility of the plan or the potential consequences for the nation once it commenced. Rather, he was apprehensive about the possibility of enraged workers violently attacking him. He had invested so much effort merely to survive, and the thought of being killed at the last moment was an unbearable loss. Luo Yin comprehended the meaning behind He Lei Meng Duo's words and, with a gentle smile, patted his shoulder. Rest assured, since we have pledged to ensure your survival, we shall indeed see it through. Once our mission is accomplished, I will have Xia release you from the curse. This is my promise. As he spoke, Luo Yin cast a glance at Xia Tali. Although she did not express her consent, neither did she refuse, implying her tacit agreement. See curse? It was only now that He Lei Meng Duo realized that the dark energy Xia Tali had inserted into him was, in fact, a curse. No wonder the hospital could find nothing amiss. But what if we fail? Naturally, it would result in the curse's eruption. Luo Yin shrugged nonchalantly, as if discussing a matter utterly unrelated to himself, which, in truth, it was. In an instant, He Lei Meng Duo's complexion turned ghastly pale. He struggled to swallow, tentatively inquiring, what will happen to me when the curse erupts? How would I know? I am not a vampire. You must concern yourself with Xia. As he spoke, Luo Yin turned his gaze towards Xia Tali, while He Lei Meng Duo's face, already devoid of color, drained further at the mention of vampire. Xia Tali's crimson eyes glimmered slightly, her lips curling into a captivating smile. Once the curse is unleashed, you shall become my blood servant. You will lose the majority of your emotions, retaining only the most basic awareness, and you will no longer be able to defy my commands. However, there are advantages. You will gain an extended lifespan and remarkable self-healing abilities. He Lei Meng Duo collapsed onto the ground, his body trembling slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Isn't that more terrifying than death? What else could it be? I believe I have already informed you of this. By the way, you might want to refrain from contemplating suicide, or you could wager on whether you can end your life faster than I can transform you into a blood servant. From the very beginning, you have had no choice in the matter. Just do your job. Since the captain made you a promise, I will not betray it. I sincerely hope you can attain your freedom. I understand, He Lei Meng Duo replied, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking to himself. Yet both Luo Yin and Xia Tali could hear him clearly. 3 days later, the notification for overtime officially reached the factory district, accompanied by orders for additional stone shipments to the factory area relayed to the mine. Although rumors of overtime had circulated in the factory for several days, when the actual news arrived, the workers erupted in a frenzy. They banded together, shouting for a strike, and no amount of coercion from the overseers could quell their unrest. Simultaneously, hundreds of soldiers entered the refuse district, receiving orders to take away all the living children. These children had already been gathered by Lu Lei Na. And as the soldiers entered the area, 2 boys, barely in their teens, rushed over in haste. Soldiers. Soldiers have really come. There are so many, at least 100. When Lu Lei Na had assembled the children, she warned them that soldiers would come to capture them. Most had been skeptical. Yet due to her growing influence over the days, even the doubters remained, obediently staying put. Upon hearing the news, all the children were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Lu Lei Na's words were true, that soldiers indeed had come to seize them. Why? Why would the soldiers want to capture us? What a silly question. Of course, they intend to take us away to sell us. Do you expect those soldiers to protect us? Quickly, run. Follow me. Lelina had been well prepared. She waved to the group of children and sprinted ahead. Although the other children were uncertain about where they could run within the confines of the walled garbage district, they instinctively followed her. Hurry. The children are over there. Catch them. A soldier, spotting the throng of fleeing children, shouted immediately, prompting his comrades to abandon their search and rush toward the scene. The children heard the shout and were left with no doubt about the soldiers' intentions. They ran forward, pursued by the soldiers, their speed impressive, yet it mattered little. A towering wall loomed before them. No, there's no way out. A slender girl with blue hair gazed at the imposing barrier that separated the inside from the outside. Her expression tinged with despair, a sentiment echoed by the other children. Haha, where do you think you can run to? Better surrender now. The leading soldier sneered as he strode forward, seizing a child who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. Let me go. Please, let me go. The child flailed helplessly in the soldier's grasp, to no avail, as other soldiers advanced, ready to apprehend more. Fear etched the faces of the children, and despair began to set in. No, I don't want to be caught. I don't want to be taken away and sold. Help me, someone, please help me. Oh God. If there truly is a deity, please save me. One child finally succumbed to the overwhelming fear and cried out, prompting the younger ones to join in their wailing. Boom. At that moment, a powerful thunderbolt struck the wall that stood in their way, causing it to collapse with a resounding crash. In that instant, a passage opened between the garbage district and the factory area. There's a way. Quick, run. It was Lilina who first shouted, and no one hesitated. They swiftly navigated the rubble created by the fallen wall and surged into the factory district, with the soldiers hastily following behind. Within the factory area, the strike escalated. Yet it remained in the phase of shouting and uproar, with no physical confrontations occurring. After all, the workers had only hammers and shovels at their disposal, while the overseers wielded firearms. Boom. The thunderous sound that descended from above drowned out the cries of the workers, who instinctively turned toward the source of the noise. They beheld the wall crumbling, only to see a large group of dirty, ragged children rushing in. That is my daughter. My daughter. Shout out. Daddy's here. One worker spotted his daughter amidst the crowd, the very child who had called for him every day before she was thrown into the factory. Son. My son. Once again. A worker recognized his child. Soon, more workers began to identify their own offspring, their hearts swelling with joy as the drabness of their lives seemed to burst into vibrant color in that moment. They had dreamed countless nights of their children, of their wives, believing they would never see them again, yet now the images from their dreams appeared to materialize before their very eyes. Hearing his father's call, the child instinctively turned towards the source of the voice. Daddy. The girl named Xiao Tao cried out the name that had long been lodged in her heart, tears cascading down her cheeks. She instinctively yearned to rush into her father's embrace, longing for a touching reunion. However, at that moment, a soldier stepped over the ruins of the wall and seized her by the back of her collar, lifting her into the air. No, Xiao Tao. The worker's eyes widened with rage as he witnessed his daughter falling into the soldier's grasp, her father's eyes instantly turning crimson with fury. Xiao Tao, trembling with fear, cried out helplessly, Daddy, save me. They're going to take me away and sell me. Help me, please. You scoundrel. Let her go. The father's expression morphed into an unprecedented ferocity, his eyes blazing as if he were a maddened beast. In a fit of rage, he charged towards the soldier with his shovel raised, heedless of the consequences. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the area, but it brought not dust or leaves, nor plastic bags, but an array of weapons, guns, artillery, and even grenades. These were the very weapons produced by the factory, as the finished arms were personally delivered to the warehouse by the overseers, leaving the workers with no means to hide them. Thus, during their strike, they could only muster the courage with their tools. Meanwhile, Might had not been idle while mingling with the Rotus. He had meticulously mapped out the locations of all the weapon warehouses. An avalanche of arms rained down upon the workers, some even landing directly in their hands, causing the overseers' expressions to shift dramatically. A group of workers wielding tools was one thing, but a group armed with firearms was an entirely different matter. Enough. These bastards won't let us live, nor will they let our children live. What are we waiting for? Let us fight back. It was unclear who shouted first, but soon others echoed, yes, fight back. We'll die from exhaustion anyway if we don't. We might as well go down swinging. Fight. Let us do this. The workers' emotions ignited completely, with the first targets being the 100 or so soldiers who had come to capture the children. These soldiers had initially arrived merely to take the children, intending to send them to work in future pharmaceutical factories, not to harm them. Consequently, they were unarmed, and faced with a furious crowd of workers brandishing firearms, they stood no chance of defense. Even these workers did not need firearms. They swiftly resolved the soldiers through sheer physical confrontation. Witnessing the dire situation, the overseers promptly retreated in unison, vacating the factory area and securing the gates behind them. This ensured that regardless of the turmoil within, the workers would remain confined, while they merely needed to report the situation upward, knowing that the minister would inevitably dispatch a significant number of soldiers to quell the unrest. However, at that moment, the streets of the kingdom were far from tranquil. A substantial group of lower-tier workers had been organized into a march, vociferously demanding higher wages and improved conditions, with their numbers exceeding 10,000. The news reached the king, who was understandably enraged, prompting him to send soldiers to suppress the uprising. A multitude of soldiers surged toward the protesters, leaving the factory area inadequately defended and necessitating urgent requests for reinforcements. Yet, the message was swiftly suppressed by Harry Mondo. It was not that Harry Mondo obstructed others from reporting. Rather, he appeared at the opportune moment in the right place, voluntarily shouldering the burden of reporting directly to the left minister. He then fled, as he could not afford to remain within the kingdom, especially with workers poised to erupt from the factory area. As a longtime trafficker of slaves, he was acutely aware of the number of wives and daughters he had sold from this very area. If discovered by the enraged workers, his fate would be dire. Consequently, news of the workers' rebellion reached the right minister, while the left minister remained oblivious. Upon hearing the news, the right minister not only refrained from sending troops for suppression but also secretly reveled in the situation, recognizing an opportunity to undermine the left minister. This led to the kingdom missing the chance to extinguish the revolutionary flame, failing to suppress the workers while they were still disorganized and leaderless. The inhabitants of the factory area swiftly dealt with the soldiers apprehending children. Most of the children found their fathers, while a few unaccompanied children were taken by Lou Reina to a corner, ensuring they did not hinder the workers' actions. Rada, wielding a blazing greatsword, stepped forward before the assembled workers, his expression solemn as he raised the sword high. "Comrades, the guns are in our possession. Let us seize this opportunity to overthrow this decaying government. What purpose does a regime that exploits its people serve? This shall be a revolution sweeping across the nation. Revolution! Revolution!" The workers echoed fervently, their hearts ignited by this incendiary figure, aflame with anger, hope, and the spirit of revolution. Thunderous booms resounded as another 2 strikes of lightning shattered the opposing wall, allowing a multitude of workers clad in labor attire and uniformed revolutionaries to flood into the factory area. These workers were miners. The unfortified mines had long been infiltrated by the revolutionaries, rendering them porous. Once the call to action was sounded, the revolutionaries swiftly seized control of the mines and brought the workers along. "Daddy!" A youthful cry was drowned amidst the fervent shouts of the workers. Yet this did not deter the children, who had been voicing their excitement, from rushing towards their fathers. One by one, the children spotted their fathers amidst the ranks of workers in the mine, sprinting towards them. Initially, there had been 300 or 400 individuals beside Lalina, but now fewer than 40 remained. Each of the remaining children wore a countenance of disappointment, and Lalina was no exception. Although she had long been aware of her father's demise, witnessing the joyous reunions of so many children with their fathers stirred within her a profound envy and yearning. At that moment, a hand descended gently upon her head from behind, prompting her to pause momentarily. Instinctively turning around, she beheld Lord Luoyen, his face adorned with a warm smile directed at her. "Lord Luoyen," Lalina uttered, her voice trembling and tinged with the threat of tears, which had already begun to moisten her cheeks. "You have done remarkably well." Suddenly, Lalina buried her face in Lien's embrace, succumbing to a heart-wrenching cry. The revolutionary forces swiftly organized the workers, who, no longer governed by anger, began to restore order. Soon, a revolutionary soldier donning fingerless gloves pushed open the locked gates of the factory district. "Charge!" The workers surged forth from the factory like a dam releasing its floodwaters, returning to the places they once called home, embarking on their revolution. Curiously, the loudest among them was not a worker nor a revolutionary soldier, but rather Rhoda. It seemed my intervention was no longer necessary. With events having progressed to this juncture, Luoyen was confident that his mission had been accomplished. This nation had reached its culmination. It was not that the workers possessed the requisite combat prowess for victory. Despite their numbers, their fighting capabilities paled in comparison to those of trained soldiers. Rather, it was that the revolutionary army could now justly engage in the fray. Previously, any military intervention by the revolutionary forces would have been deemed an invasion, an act of malevolence. Yet now, with the spark of revolution ignited, their involvement could be seen as leading the uprising, an act of righteousness. What the revolutionary army lacked was not combat strength, but rather public support, the justification for military intervention in a nation. Once that justification emerged, the revolution within this country would be deemed half successful. "Come, let us depart from this place." Luoyen waved to the remaining 30-odd children. Having grown accustomed to obeying Lu Lena's commands over the past few days, they showed no resistance to witnessing her affection for Luo Yin. Luo Yin led a group of children through the breached wall, navigating a slightly roundabout path until they reached the coastline. He intended to first place the children aboard a vessel, subsequently transporting them to the stronghold of the revolutionaries, fully aware that the insurgents would nurture and care for orphans. Just as they caught sight of the shoreline, Luo Yin abruptly halted, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the sky to his side. "Stay here and do not move. Rest assured, all will be well." Luo Yin smiled at the group of children, taking several steps away to create a distance of 5 or 6 meters between them. He then stood still, patiently awaiting what would transpire. The children, puzzled by the unfolding situation, began to whisper among themselves. They instinctively glanced at Lu Lena, and upon noticing the worry etched in her eyes, a sense of unease washed over them. Yet, understanding that this was not the moment to cause further chaos, they refrained from scattering. Luo Yin waited for nearly half a minute, and at last, the visitors arrived, 3 individuals clad in white coats, all adorned with masks and hats. Unmistakably members of CP0. Among them, one was tall while the other 2 were shorter. The tall figure wore a mask that was half black and half white. One of the shorter figures donned a long-nosed mask, and the other sported a pure white mask, distinguished only by a black teardrop-shaped design beneath the left eye. They all soared through the air using the moonwalk technique, their speed not insignificant. However, compared to Luo Yin's own velocity, it seemed almost laughable, which explained why he had waited so long to notice them. CP0? Surely, you are not here to capture children, he jested as the 3 members of CP0 touched down. The leader, the tall CP0, merely glanced at the child before fixing his gaze firmly upon Luo Yin. "Luo Yin, it appears you have not joined the Revolutionary Army." "Indeed. I consider myself an adventurer. Thus, on behalf of the world government, I extend to you an invitation to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Luo Yin tilted his head slightly, seemingly in contemplation, before breaking into a derisive chuckle that bore no hint of concealment. "Ha, are you jesting? I am no pirate. Nor am I to be part of the 7 warlords." The leader of the CP0, however, remained unfazed by Luo Yin's demeanor, responding with a steady tone, "I assure you, this is no jest. It is an invitation from the world government. First, do enlighten us as to why you sought us out." Luo Yin suddenly diverted the conversation, not because he wished to evade the matter of the 7 warlords, but rather due to his inability to acquiesce. Uncertain whether his refusal would elicit a response from the other party, he decided to pose a question first. The leader of CP0 appeared to anticipate Luo Yin's inquiry and responded candidly, "This nation has dealings with us, CP0, and naturally, we have operatives embedded within. Your actions, however, lack the necessary discretion. TSK, since you have already uncovered my presence, why did you not forewarn this nation? Had you provided an advance notice? Perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this extent." As he spoke, Luo Yin gestured towards the kingdom's direction, where revolutionary battles were underway. The leader of CP0 cast a glance in that direction, his tone remaining unchanged. "This country is not a member of the world government, and even if it were, CP0 bears no obligation to safeguard them. Indeed, it is understandable. After all, you are merely the hounds of the celestial dragons. So, what is your answer?" The leader of CP0 seemed to have lost patience and redirected the conversation. A smile, laced with disdain, emerged on Luo Yin's face. "The 7 warlords of the sea? Ha! If you were to invite me to become your king, I might consider it. But as for this so-called warlord, The leader of CP0 nodded slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. "I see. Now that you have declined, what do you intend to do? Will you engage me in combat here, attempting to eliminate me?" "No. We have not received such orders. However, since you inquired, I will naturally inform you." With that, the leader of CP0 reached into the inner pocket of his garment and retrieved 2 wanted posters, placing them on the ground. With a casual flick of his wrist, Luo Yin summoned a gust of wind that delivered the wanted notices into his hands. These were the warrants for himself and Shatari. The adventurer Luo Yin, with a bounty of 500 million berries, was depicted holding a blazing greatsword while standing before the dilapidated naval headquarters. The Scarlet Doctor Shatari, with a bounty of 113 million berries, was illustrated soaring through the air, wings unfurled, her eyes gleaming with a crimson light. The Scarlet Doctor? What a ridiculous title. A 500 million berries bounty on my first reward? The world government surely shows me great esteem. This is the result of a joint deliberation between the world government and the Navy. Adventurer Luo Yin, since you have declined the position of a warlord of the sea. These 2 wanted posters will be disseminated across the world by tomorrow. Is that so? Then I must express my gratitude to you." Upon hearing this, the 3 CP0 agents immediately assumed a combat stance, mistaking Luo Yin's words as a prelude to battle. However, Luo Yin merely waved his hand with a smile. "Return now. I have no interest in you. I am preoccupied with raising a child. Oh, by the way, since you have come to invite me to become a warlord of the sea, it implies that there is a vacancy. I have declined, so who will you invite next?" The clown buggy. With that, the 3 CP0 agents took to the air using the moonwalk technique and flew off into the distance, while Luo Yin squinted his eyes, watching them until they became mere specks in the horizon before retracting his gaze. 500 million berries, huh? With a light laugh, Luo Yin shook his head and returned to the children. "Come, I shall first escort you to my ship." After ensuring that the children were safely aboard and instructing the little golden monkey to watch over them, Luo Yin did not linger but swiftly flew towards the kingdom to assess the situation. Although the workers were organized by the Revolutionary Army and armed, the internal strife among the ministers and ongoing protests had thrown the entire kingdom into chaos. They surged forward like a tidal wave, aiming directly for the royal palace. However, the king quickly devised a countermeasure. The soldiers adjusted their positions at a pace far swifter than anticipated, fortifying the palace with unyielding defenses, rendering the Revolutionary Army and the workers incapable of breaching their stronghold. After several futile attempts to storm the palace, the workers tragically realized they were powerless against the soldiers' defenses, suffering significant casualties in the process. Just then, the king ascended the palace battlements, flanked by 2 companions, one, a steward appearing to be in his 60s, with graying hair, and the other, a robust figure with clearly defined muscles, the chief overseer of the factory district, now standing resolutely by the king's side. "Soldiers, eliminate these rebels," the king bellowed from the parapet. The soldiers had refrained from initiating an assault out of indifference towards the workers, but rather because they had not received the command to retaliate. Neither the left minister nor the right minister had issued such orders, but now, with the king's directive, they commenced their counterattack. The workers, unaccustomed to warfare and lacking any formal training, were no match for the soldiers, and soon signs of a rout began to manifest. "How infuriating! Must it end like this?" one worker exclaimed, witnessing his comrades fall around him, his eyes reddening. Whether from anger or sorrow remained unclear. "No, there is still hope. We must call upon the Revolutionary Army. Request their assistance." The Revolutionary Army? Some of the long-time factory workers had never even heard of the Revolutionary Army and were momentarily bewildered. The one who proposed seeking aid from the Revolutionary Army nodded and continued, "If we fail now, we shall all perish. In that case, we might as well appeal to the Revolutionary Army and overthrow this king together." "Indeed. Call for aid. Let us do so at once," another worker echoed, although some hesitated. They all understood that failure meant certain death. None wished to meet such an end. Their decision to take up arms was driven by the desire for a better life. Now that they had reached this critical juncture, surrender was not an option, and they rallied in agreement. Yet, even if they called for help now, would it not be too late? No, it is not too late. The Revolutionary Army is already here. If you wish, I can summon them at once. At that moment, a man clad in the attire of a Revolutionary Army approached with a grave demeanor. "Workers, you look at me, and I look at you," he said earnestly. And all nodded heavily in response. Without hesitation, the revolutionary swiftly produced a signal flare and launched it into the sky. Bang! The flare ascended, transforming into luminous points that erupted in the air like fireworks. Immediately, from the grove nestled between the mines and industrial district, one revolutionary after another emerged, akin to bamboo shoots sprouting after rain, seemingly endless in their numbers. The revolutionaries had secretly deployed a substantial force on the outskirts of the nation, poised to enter the city at the mere sign of their signal. In this moment, they were the saviors the workers had longed for. Rather than invaders recklessly trespassing upon foreign soil, the banner of the Revolutionary Army must forever represent justice. These revolutionaries swiftly penetrated the royal district through the breached city walls. Witnessing the arrival of support, the workers, who had begun to falter, found renewed courage and fought with even greater fervor, momentarily establishing a stalemate with the soldiers. However, the figure of Luo Yin in the sky paid little attention to the fray below, focusing instead on Rhoda. Since inciting the workers, Rhoda had charged to the forefront, now plunging single-handedly into the throng of soldiers. Brandishing a blazing sword, flames coiled around him, igniting anyone he struck. He fought like a madman, relentlessly pushing forward without regard for the encirclement closing in around him. Initially, some soldiers attempted to flank him for a surprise attack, but their spears and gunfire were thwarted by an inexplicable dawn-like brilliance that emerged from nowhere, rendering their efforts futile. Fear began to grip the soldiers. Who could remain unafraid in the presence of a frenzied combatant with seemingly impenetrable defenses? As their fear mounted, their combat effectiveness waned, inadvertently facilitating Rhoda's rampage. Just as Rhoda seemed to navigate the chaos unopposed, a steward, dressed for the court, leaped from the castle wall, landing before him, while the surrounding soldiers instinctively retreated. Unwilling to confront this madman, "Stop!" the steward commanded, his voice resonating even before he had fully steadied himself. An invisible wave rippled outward, compelling Rhoda to halt. Just then, a thunderous crack reverberated through the air. Before the steward could introduce himself, a bolt of lightning, thicker than a barrel, descended from the heavens, striking him. The ground beneath him shattered under the immense force, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. A strong wind swept through, dispersing the debris, and there stood Luo Yan. His foot planted upon the charred remains of the steward, the very man who had just confronted Rhoda. "Captain?" Rhoda was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Luo Yan had intervened so fiercely, reducing the steward to cinders in an instant. Luo Yan nodded, acknowledging the presence before him, and subsequently directed all his attention to the lifeless body. A glimmer of light emerged, gradually coalescing into an oval-shaped gem of pale yellow, approximately the size of an egg. Under the sun's rays, the gem refracted a dazzling brilliance. It represented the fruit's unique characteristic of that individual. In essence, this gem was equivalent to a devil fruit. Luo Yan retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, delicately wrapping the gem within it before lifting it up. His instinctive intuition assured him that this object bore no inherent danger. Nevertheless, he refrained from handling it directly for the sake of caution. "Since I have taken action, I might as well see it through to the end." As he spoke, Luo Yan raised his gaze towards the king perched upon the castle walls. The king, now coming to terms with the fact that his reliance had been so effortlessly vanquished, trembled in fear, realizing he had not even completed his self-introduction. "Dead," he thought. "Chierji is dead, just like that, so easily eliminated." The king was utterly thrown into a state of panic, yet Luo Yan paid no heed to his distress. He had witnessed the suffering of this nation firsthand and understood that these tribulations stemmed from this very king. Therefore, it was clear that this monarch could not be spared. "You all deserve to be buried." The words of Luo Yan resonated like a proclamation, and as soon as they were uttered, the earth began to tremble. The entire kingdom swayed, heralding an earthquake, an unexpected and unheralded quake. The soldiers and workers engaged in battle found themselves unsteady, as dilapidated structures began to collapse around them, followed by the ground itself splitting open. No matter where the fissures appeared, they all seemed to converge towards the palace. As a multitude of cracks gathered at the palace, molten lava surged forth with the ferocity of a volcanic eruption, engulfing the entire edifice and sealing it off completely. No one could enter or exit the palace, unless they possessed the ability to fly or could brave the molten flow. But the calamity did not end there. Once the palace was entirely isolated, the clear skies darkened abruptly, as if a violent storm were imminent. Yet, instead of the anticipated deluge, a far more terrifying tempest descended, thunder. Countless bolts of lightning struck the palace like the roots of a great tree, and rather than being obliterated in an instant, it was methodically shattered, piece by piece, layer by layer, as though someone were delicately slicing away at a cake from the top down. All were rendered speechless. Soldiers, revolutionaries, and workers alike had never witnessed such a spectacle. Some stood frozen in place, others trembled uncontrollably, while some simply dropped to their knees, watching as the palace gradually crumbled. There were no cries of despair or anguish emanating from within. All were drowned out by the cacophony of thunder. The disaster persisted for nearly 3 minutes. Once the palace lay in ruins, the surging lava slowly receded into the fissures, the thunder subsided, and the dark clouds dispersed, allowing sunlight to once again bathe the land. Everything seemed to revert to the way it was a few moments prior, yet the palace had been reduced to mere rubble. Now that the king is dead, will you continue to fight? For whom will you fight? Lay down your arms and surrender at once. Luo Yan's voice resounded, seemingly louder than the preceding thunder, echoing in the ears of everyone present. An indescribable sensation enveloped them, akin to the gaze of a sovereign or the impending dread of a calamity about to unfold, causing a primal tremor within their beings, one that could not simply be quelled by resolute willpower, but rather stemmed from an instinctual fear. I surrender. I surrender." A soldier could no longer suppress the terror within his heart, casting his weapon to the ground. With this singular act of capitulation, the others swiftly followed suit, discarding their arms. As the saying goes, a defeated army collapses like a landslide. Soon, the tide of surrender swept over all the soldiers, each choosing to yield. With the outcome now apparent, Luo Yin exhaled a long breath of relief, retracting his formidable aura. Instantly, everyone present sensed a lightness, the weight that had pressed upon their hearts dissipating into thin air. Moments ago, he had distinctly felt that a significant portion of his disaster priest potion had been consumed. Clearly, the role of the disaster priest involved not only the creation of calamity but also the installation of fear within others. The greater the number of individuals terrified by disaster, the more potent the consumption of the potion. This was one of the rules Luo Yin had discerned in his role. "Captain, you are truly remarkable," Rhoda exclaimed, bounding over with an almost obsequious expression. Luo Yin smiled faintly, about to speak when Rhoda continued, "Captain, had I known it would be this easy, why did we bother taking such a convoluted route? We could have simply eliminated the kingdom's high-ranking officials. Had we been flying the pirate flag, that would indeed have been feasible. However, we are currently serving the Revolutionary Army, and this is their cause." "Oh, that seems rather troublesome. Is this how the Revolutionary Army will operate from now on?" Rhoda's face fell at the thought. Luo Yin replied curtly, "You are not part of the Revolutionary Army. Why concern yourself with such matters? Rest assured, I will not be accepting such commissions in the future." "Ah, that's a relief. Captain, your wisdom is unmatched." Rhoda's expression brightened instantly, a smile spreading across his face. Luo Yin could not help but roll his eyes at the sudden change. At that moment, Shatari descended swiftly beside Luo Yin, her wings fluttering gracefully. She glanced at the now ruined palace, her brow furrowing in concern. "Captain, you acted too impulsively." What is it? Should I not have taken action against that king? Was it necessary to spare him for any reason?" Luo Yin questioned, puzzled by her admonition. He never indicated otherwise. Luo Yin, with a perplexed expression, was met with a shake of the head from Xia Tali, who earnestly replied, "Captain, I have just extracted this information from the lips of the left minister. The treasury of this nation resides within the royal palace, and I fear it may have already been destroyed by you. What on earth are you saying? Hurry, hurry. Let us search." Luo Yin sprang up as if his tail had been stepped on, and hurriedly made his way towards the ruins of the palace. He could not afford to be complacent. After all, he had hoped to reap significant rewards from this venture. This nation had consistently engaged in arms trading, contributing to the celestial riches of the celestial dragons. One could easily surmise that the bounty would be substantial. If it were to be obliterated by a single thunderstrike, it would indeed be a tremendous loss. Luo Yin, guided by his spiritual intuition, swiftly unearthed a 3-meter cubed metal safe from the ruins. Despite having been struck by lightning, the surface of the safe bore scorch marks and dents, yet it remained intact. The handle, resembling a steering wheel, was also undamaged, affirming its status as a reliable vault. A safe. Wealth awaits. As Luo Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement, he effortlessly lifted the massive safe into the air, directing it towards his vessel. He had no desire to engage with the revolutionary forces just yet. Securing the precious cargo was his priority before any introductions could be made. Shatari, witnessing Luo Yin soaring away with such an enormous safe, was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure and turned to Rhoda, instructing, "You should engage with the leader of the revolutionary forces here. It would be prudent to prevent them from recalling the existence of a treasure vault. If they do, subtly steer the conversation, making them believe the vault was obliterated by lightning. Understood? Who do you think you're underestimating? Leave it to me." Rhoda replied confidently, patting his chest, assuring her that he would manage everything. With that, Shatari unfurled her wings and took flight in pursuit of Luo Yin. Upon returning to the ship, Luo Yin instructed the children to enter the cabin first before he carefully placed the enormous safe onto the foredeck. The entire vessel noticeably tilted forward, though not excessively. Although the safe was crafted entirely of metal, its purpose was to store items rather than being solid. Thus its weight remained within reasonable limits. With one hand grasping the astrological coin, Luo Yin extended the other, now ethereal and translucent, towards the door of the safe. For a safe devoid of any arcane enhancements, unlocking it was a simple endeavor for an apprentice, allowing him to disregard the password entirely. However, just as Luo Yin's hand made contact with the door, poised to pull it open, a spark of intuition ignited within him. His spiritual senses alerted him to the presence of another within the safe. "Is there someone there?" Luo Yan's brows furrowed deeply, though he was not particularly astonished by the situation. After all, in order to better assimilate the potion, he had deliberately allowed the palace to melt gradually rather than being obliterated in an instant, which provided ample opportunity for the palace's inhabitants to maneuver. Faced with the realization that escape was impossible, seeking refuge in a sufficiently sturdy box was indeed a prudent strategy. Evidently, the royal treasury met this criterion. Could it be the king? The first thought that crossed Luo Yan's mind was of the king, for not everyone is privy to the password of the treasury store. Ding! As he pondered, Luo Yan flicked the coin in his hand, watching it flip in midair before returning to his palm, this time with the reverse side facing up. This indicated that the individual concealed within the safe was not the king. If not the king, then who could it be? Curiosity began to stir within Luo Yan. He was on the verge of opening the treasury when he considered the potential danger of encountering someone perilous. It was not that he feared for his own safety, rather. He was apprehensive that the individual might bring about mutual destruction, jeopardizing not only his own possessions but also the lives of the dozens of children aboard the vessel. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yan lifted the safe once more, intending to open it at the shore, thereby ensuring absolute security. At that moment, Zayatali finally arrived. Having observed Luo Yan placing the safe on the deck and now lifting it again, her expression one of confusion. "Captain, what are you doing?" she inquired. "Oh, nothing much. Just discovered that there is someone inside the safe. I'm concerned about the possibility of unforeseen circumstances, so I've decided to open it on land." "Someone?" Zayatali paused, leaning closer to the safe and sniffing inquisitively. "It's a woman. Surely there won't be any issues, right?" "A woman? You can discern that?" "Of course, Captain. Do not underestimate a vampire's sense of smell. Distinguishing between a man and a woman is mere childish play." Luo Yan nodded, opting against taking any risks. He brought the safe to the shore, while Xiao Ali, intrigued by the contents of the safe, hurriedly followed suit. Luo Yan's hands once again became translucent as they reached for the vault's handle, reminiscent of a car door. With a gentle pull, the heavy vault door opened silently. The first sight that greeted him was a thick layer of banknotes, piled together to a staggering height of nearly 1 meter, carpeting the entire floor of the vault. Following this was a vast assortment of gemstones, red, yellow, blue, green, of every conceivable variety. And then, there was a person, precisely as Zayatali had described, a woman. She possessed flowing green hair and was adorned in a white court gown, a string of pearls gracing her neck. She appeared no older than 25, likely around the age of 22 or 23. Although she was older than Luo Yan, she could still be referred to as a girl. Most strikingly, this girl wore a pair of golden handcuffs, the chains long enough to allow her hands considerable freedom of movement, yet shackled nonetheless. How could someone who entered the royal treasury be in handcuffs? Loyan's expression suddenly morphed into one of peculiarity, while Shatali beside him wore a face of bewilderment, clearly taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. The girl within the safe, upon witnessing the door swing open, was not greeted by the familiar sight of the palace, but rather by jagged rocks and a sandy beach, her visage betraying unmistakable panic as her body instinctively recoiled. The girl let out a pained gasp as she shifted slightly, feeling her back collide with something sharp or abrasive. "Who are you?" Luo Yan did not extend a warm welcome to the other party and directly inquired. After all, this individual belonged to the royal palace, indicating that they were at least a member of the royal family. "I am Princess Lubener." "A princess? I did not expect the king to hold you in such esteem. To send you here to take refuge at such a perilous moment instead of himself. Yet, it seems perplexing. This place is so spacious that not merely 2, but even 3 or 5 individuals could find shelter. Why did he not accompany you?" "No, that is not the case. My room is adjacent to the treasury. Upon hearing that the revolutionary army had arrived, I took refuge here." "What transpired afterward?" "I heard a tremendous noise from within." Lubener's tone was somewhat urgent. Yet Luo Yan paid little heed to her words, as he was already contemplating how to deal with her. Presently, 2 courses of action presented themselves. The first was to eliminate her directly, a more prudent choice to avert future troubles. The second was to hand her over to the revolutionary army, as he believed they possessed the capability to ensure Lubener would not seek revenge. However, this would complicate the matter of the safe. He was not particularly worried about the revolutionary army discovering that he had taken something from the safe. With so many witnesses present and his departure so ostentatious, it was impossible that no one had noticed. His concern lay in the possibility that the revolutionary army might inquire about the contents of the safe and the wealth it harbored. After a brief internal struggle, Luo Yin decided to pose a question, for even if he intended to kill her, there was no urgency in that moment. Why are you wearing handcuffs? As a princess, your status must be exceedingly high. Who could possibly have placed such restraints upon you? Yes, my father is the king. He intended to offer me to the celestial dragons, and I have attempted to escape twice because of this. Yet, I was apprehended each time. Subsequently, my room was relocated next to the treasury, and soldiers have guarded me at all times, even placing handcuffs and leg shackles upon me. Ah, yes. The key to the leg shackles is within the treasury. I unlocked them myself upon entering. As she spoke, Lubiner reached behind her, producing a pair of similarly gilded leg shackles, with a key still inserted in the lock. Luo Yin listened, scarcely able to believe his own ears. What? Your father intends to offer you to the celestial dragons? Those are the celestial dragons. Does he not comprehend the consequences? Lubiner's eyes instantly dimmed, her head bowed slightly, and she bit her lip, remaining silent. In a moment of uncertainty, Luo Yin found himself at a loss for words. In such a situation, offering comfort was surely beyond his reach. After all, he was the architect of the palace's ruin, and he could only be seen as the nemesis of her family. Perhaps even the slayer of her mother, among other grievances. I shall hand you over to the revolutionary army. How they choose to treat you is no longer my concern. Share your plight with them, perhaps. At this juncture, Luo Yin hesitated, contemplating a potential avenue. If you meticulously disclose your circumstances to the revolutionary army, they ought not to intimidate you. In fact, should you express a willingness to collaborate with them, they might even elevate you to the status of a new monarch. After all, you are the last remnant of this kingdom's royal lineage, provided you are amenable to an alliance with the revolutionaries. The last remnant of the royal family? What do you mean? Rubina's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Luo Yin, who merely shrugged with an air of indifference. I have turned the palace into ruins, reducing everyone to mere ash. You are the sole survivor. Rubina's posture slightly buckled, as if the air had been let out of a balloon, her expression devoid of terror, anger, or hatred, only a profound bewilderment, a disorientation towards the future, and a confusion regarding her own identity. I am the only survivor. Very well, you may step outside. By the way, if the revolutionary army inquires about the treasury, tell them that while you were hiding within, you found the space too cramped and thus disposed of all its contents. Do you understand? Rubina instinctively gasped, still struggling to fully comprehend the situation. What do you mean, Listen to me. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to silence you permanently. Choose wisely, life or death. I understand. You mentioned handing me over to the revolutionary army? Aren't you part of them? Certainly not. I am an adventurer, and my relationship with the revolutionary army is merely one of cooperation. Now, please exit. I need to assess the true value of what lies within. Loyan urged once more, and Lubinail cautiously rose to her feet, leaping down from the stacked bales of hay, the chains of her handcuffs clinking and clattering as they collided in the process. Luo Yin cast a glance into the safe and discovered the absence of any additional boxes, indicating that there were no devil fruits to be found. What a pity. There were no devil fruits. Luo Yin could not help but murmur, to which Rubiner instinctively responded. Originally, there were two, but half a year ago, they were given to CP0. What on earth? Such a waste, he exclaimed. To possess a devil fruit and gift it away? Even if you were to bestow it upon a loyal subordinate, it would be more sensible. If it were a powerful fruit, perhaps there would still be a chance for resistance today. Why is it that the 3 CP0 agents who came to seek me are not wielders of devil fruit abilities? Lo Yin wished he could confront the King of Nations in that very moment, berating him for giving away such a valuable treasure as the devil fruit. Captain, let us first relocate the items to avoid any encounters with the revolutionary army. Noticing Lo Yan's distressed demeanor, Xia Tali deftly shifted the conversation. Lo Yan composed himself, nodding in agreement. With a flick of his wrist, a gust of wind swept through, whisking away the banknotes, gemstones, and a modest amount of gold from the safe, sending them flying towards the ship anchored offshore. Meanwhile, in a snow-laden country, Long stood on the balcony of a towering edifice, the falling snowflakes dusting the top of his hood in white. He paid it no mind, clutching a wanted poster, a smile betraying his excitement. Long, you seem quite pleased, came the voice of the Beast King from behind him. Long did not turn around. Instead, he casually tossed the bounty notice into the air, where the wind carried it directly to the Beast King's hands. Lo Yan's operation had been a success, and now the world government had issued a bounty on him. This effectively eliminated any possibility of his allegiance to the world government, and even the mere fact that he remained neutral was enough to bring us joy. Moreover, at least for now, he remained in a cooperative relationship with us. I remain perplexed by what Lo Yin is truly scheming, while his actions benefit us. I am unable to fathom his ultimate objective. Yet, such matters are trivial, as long as he does not side with the world government. He is free to pursue his desires. The Beast King nodded, tucking the bounty notice into his pocket. So, what do you intend to do? Now that his stance was solidified, we need not remain so wary of him. I shall extend a direct invitation for him to come here. Yes, let Sabo fetch him. After all, Sabo has been eager to meet him. The sound of the long-absent phone bug ringing caught Lo Yan's attention just after clearing out the safe. He stepped onto a nearby rock and pulled the small phone bug into his palm. This is Lo Yan. I am Long, came the flat response from the other end. Devoid of the earlier elation, Luo Yin had long anticipated that Long would call him, so he was not taken aback. I have completed the matters on my end. You must be aware of this by now, correct? Indeed, I owe you a debt of gratitude on behalf of the Revolutionary Army. Your actions have enabled us to accomplish this revolution at an astonishingly minimal cost. However, there is no need for such formalities. I am not one for superficial gestures. I have but one request. Please reimburse me for the expenses incurred during this operation. In order to gain the trust of Minister Zhua, I spent 1 billion belly. And I expect you to cover that expense. Luo Yin spoke nonsensically with an unflinching demeanor. Although he had promised the left minister a deposit of 1 billion, he had yet to fulfill that commitment, and the revolution had already erupted. Of course, even if he were to pay, he could not muster 1 billion belly. Have you not already accessed the kingdom's treasury? The funds should be there. Alas, it would have been better had you not mentioned this. Just the thought of it infuriates me, do you understand? I eagerly rummaged through the treasury, only to be taken aback upon opening it. There was no money. Only a living person. A living person? The voice from Long's side finally exhibited a hint of fluctuation, tinged with a touch of bewilderment. Luo Yin nodded gravely, as if the dragon itself stood before him, truly perceiving his assent. Indeed, the treasury contained nothing but a solitary figure, the king's daughter, who was now in his possession. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire with her. On the other end of the phone worm. Silence lingered for nearly 5 seconds before a voice emerged once more. I have dispatched an officer from the Revolutionary Army. Please discuss the specifics with him, as I cannot ascertain the details through the phone worm. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. With a click, the call ended, and the phone worm's tendrils drooped immediately. Luo Yan's mouth, which had just opened, snapped shut once more. Was it merely a matter of seeking reimbursement for 10 billion berries? Must it be so dramatic? Although the reimbursement did not materialize, Luo Yin bore no anger, as he had not incurred any losses. At that moment, the dragon, having just concluded the call, turned to a man standing nearby, cloaked in a grand robe. The hasty termination of the call was not an evasion of the 10 billion, but rather an indication of pressing matters at hand. What has transpired? The dragon's expression grew serious, while the nearby demon king likewise relinquished his smile, both aware of the gravity of the situation. Generally, such urgency in reporting would not occur unless something severe had happened, particularly while the dragon was engaged in a call. The man saluted the dragon, his serious demeanor betraying an unmistakable urgency. Mr. Long, Rudall has been captured. It was the work of CP0. What did you say? The dragon's voice rose sharply, his countenance darkening instantaneously, while the demon king's expression shifted dramatically, plunging the balcony into a profound silence. After what felt like an eternity, nearly a minute passed before the dragon's gaze fell upon the phone worm in his hand. His brow furrowed tightly, his eyes reflecting unmistakable hesitation. The demon king, finally regaining composure, exchanged a knowing glance with the messenger, who nodded in understanding and departed. The demon king then stepped closer to the dragon. How shall we address this matter? Being captured by CP0, it is unlikely he can be rescued. The primary concern is, the dragon tightened his grip on the phone worm, applying a bit more pressure before slowly returning it to the inner folds of his garment, opting not to make that call. Inform Sabo and let him inquire in person about the course of action. Understood, I shall attend to it at once. The demon king responded affirmatively and strode away, while the dragon lifted his gaze towards the expanse of pristine white snow below, his eyes growing contemplative. This was an eventuality that would arise sooner or later. On the rocky outcrop, Luo Yin stowed the phone worm and approached Xiatali, the princess. You keep an eye on her for now. I shall venture to Helramondo. Let us hope she is not truly met with demise. Very well. Luo Yin swiftly returned to the skies above the kingdom district. Although the palace had been destroyed and numerous soldiers had surrendered, this was merely the beginning. The revolutionary army still needed to restore stability within the nation, re-establish regulations, and soothe the populace. However, these matters were not his concern. His mission had been accomplished the moment he received the call from Long. That call was not merely a pretext for idle chatter. It primarily conveyed to Luo Yin that he could cease his efforts, as the subsequent affairs could be entrusted to the revolutionary army, leaving him free from worry. Luo Yin stealthily descended into the secluded courtyard of He Lei Meng Duo, which at that moment lay desolate, devoid of any human presence. Yet, his instinctive perception assured him that He Lei Meng Duo was indeed within these walls. Venturing into the abode of He Lei Meng Duo, guided by his spiritual intuition, he swiftly located him in the basement, accompanied by Ministers Wu and Captain Might. "Captain, what brings you here?" Might exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Luo Yin's unexpected arrival. However, Luo Yin felt no surprise. This meeting had been meticulously orchestrated. "Might, how fares the situation here?" "Rest assured, Captain, I have handled everything," Might replied with a grin. "By the way, how should we deal with this Minister's Wu?" As he spoke, Might turned to face the minister, whose condition was utterly dismal, bound and gagged, his face marred with bruises, clearly the result of a beating. "What happened to him?" Luo Yin inquired. "I did that," Might responded nonchalantly. "At first, he was quite unruly, hurling insults at me. So I gave him a taste of his own medicine and silenced him." Might saw no issue with his method, explaining it with a calm demeanor. Luo Yin nodded in agreement, harboring no objections to Might's approach. He even considered sparing Minister's Wu's life, contemplating that he might still prove useful to the revolutionary forces. Otherwise, he would not have been left alive until this moment. "Remove the gag. I wish to hear the insults he hurled." "Absolutely." Might eagerly nodded and promptly tore the cloth from the minister's mouth. However, Zhua, seemingly intimidated by the beating he had received, refrained from unleashing a torrent of curses and instead fixated his gaze on He Lei Meng Duo. Why betray me?" His words, perhaps hindered by the recent violence or the gag, came out unclear. He had already grasped the situation, understanding that Luo Yin and his companions were aiding the revolutionary army. Yet, what he found most difficult to accept was that those he had esteemed and trusted had conspired against him. He Lei Meng Duo felt a twinge of guilt towards Ministers Wu. Nevertheless, the thought of his own grim fate should he refuse to comply hardened his expression once more. "Minister, I have no explanations to offer." "You." Zhua nearly spat blood in fury. He had anticipated an explanation from He Lei Meng Duo, ready to unleash a tirade regardless of the justification provided. After all, no matter the reasoning, betrayal had indeed occurred, yet he was taken aback by the lack of explanation. "You scoundrel, just wait. You will surely regret this. Once His Majesty suppresses those rebels, and I regain my freedom, I will make you suffer beyond comprehension. And as for your family on Changbodi Island, I will ensure they are captured and tortured to death." Zhua could no longer contain his rage, cursing He Lei Meng Duo relentlessly. Yet, He Lei Meng Duo remained indifferent, standing resolute, fully aware that Zhua's threats were mere fabrications of despair. Although he had hidden here since the workers left the factory area, he remained unaware of the circumstances outside. However, both Luo Yin and Xiao Ali were exceptionally strong and capable of safeguarding the workers. Luo Yin, listening intently, could not help but nod in realization. It seemed that Helei Mondo was diligently assisting without knowledge of the curse he had incurred, perhaps because his family had long since departed from this nation. In his mind, even if this country faced ruin, it would only bring misfortune upon himself, sparing his family from harm. So that is the case. Placing his family on Shambadi Island was indeed a prudent choice. Though it is the island most frequented by pirates, it is also heavily garrisoned by the Navy. In a sense, it is far safer than this nation. Helei Mondo trembled slightly, lowering his head as if he were a child who had committed a transgression. And he could not utter a word on this matter. Noticing Helei Mondo's reluctance to respond, Luo Yin refrained from pressing further. He turned to Ministers Wu and chuckled softly. "If you still harbor hopes that the king will send soldiers to rescue you, you may find yourself sorely disappointed. The palace has become a wasteland, the soldiers have surrendered, and this nation has been seized by the revolutionary army." What are you saying?" "No, this is impossible. It cannot be." Ministers Wu shouted in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. He could not fathom that a mere handful of workers and a few revolutionaries could have overthrown the palace. Or perhaps he was unwilling to accept such a reality. For him, the king's victory was his only hope for survival, and now that hope lay shattered. After a few more desperate exclamations, his voice dwindled, and his complexion turned pale. Luoyin beckoned to MIT, instructing him to hand both Hele Mondo and Minister Zhua over to the Revolutionary Army. As for how the Revolutionary Army would deal with them, it was of no concern to him. After issuing his commands, Luoyin departed, returning to the ship, where he still had matters concerning the children to attend to. After all, relying solely on a monkey would not suffice to care for so many children. Upon reaching the island where the Revolutionary Army was stationed, Luoyin entrusted the group of orphans and the princess to the remaining revolutionary forces, leaving only Lorena behind. On the ship, Lorena sat cross-legged on the deck, her anxiety palpable as she faced the solemn expression of Luoyin. Lord Luoyin, she finally broke the silence, unable to endure the tension any longer. Luoyin took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm his emotions. Xia said your body has been sufficiently restored and can now endure the potion. Thus, you now have a choice. Drink the potion to gain strength and become more powerful. However, this power carries risks. Should you lose control, you may become a monster. You must consider this carefully. Lorena was already aware of the potion and its risks, having discussed it with Xiaotali. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, she nodded resolutely. Yes, Lord Luoyin, I wish to gain power. Well, you have 3 options ahead of you. First, to become an apprentice. Second, to become a reader. Third, to become a polymath. Master Luoyin, I have a question. Just as Luoyin was about to introduce these 3 paths to Lalina, he was interrupted. However, he did not feel anger. Instead, he nodded and said, Please, ask away. Lord Luoyin, do I truly have only 3 options? I heard Sister Xia mention that there are a total of 22 paths. No, of course not. You are not limited to just these 3 choices. The reason I initially presented these 3 is that I currently require extraordinary individuals for them. Allow me to introduce these 3 paths to you. And if none of them appeal to you, I shall then present other options. At this moment, Luoyin respected the individual's preferences regarding the choice of paths, for this decision would indeed shape the course of a lifetime. Lalina nodded and then inquired, Which path does Lord Luoyin hope I will choose? The path of the generalist. Luoyin responded almost without hesitation, for his desire to acquire a craftsman was overwhelming. A craftsman could not only adeptly utilize extraordinary materials to create wondrous items, but also fulfill the crucial role of a shipwright. At sea, the most vital professions are those of the shipwright and the ship's doctor. Everything else can be managed, but these 2 cannot be compromised. Yes, that shall be my choice. Lorena nodded earnestly, her face adorned with a sincere smile. Luoyin paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall provide you with the potion of the generalist, and I will nurture you into a great scientist. Of course, before that, you must serve as my shipwright. Scientist? That doesn't sound particularly impressive, Lorena remarked, her earlier enthusiasm giving way to skepticism. Luoyin chuckled softly and said, Do not underestimate the power of science, especially when it intertwines with the mystical. In the future, you may very well become my support. Indeed, I shall strive diligently. Lorena nodded emphatically once more, her doubts now entirely dispelled. Luoyin returned to his chamber, having prepared the universalist potion, which he handed to Lorena. Upon consuming this vial, you shall recall all the knowledge you once acquired. Subsequently, I shall find someone to instruct you. Your current task is solely to learn. Lorena accepted the potion and drank it in one swift motion. Soon, she transformed into a universalist, becoming the very individual Luoyin fervently wished to elevate swiftly. If it were possible, he would have gladly assisted her in assimilating the potion's effects. In the dead of night, Luoyin reclined on a deck chair, gazing at the obsidian sky, waiting. Suddenly, a golden light illuminated the shore. Rising, he beckoned, and a gust of wind swept Rhoda from the shore onto the deck. Accompanied by Porter, Rhoda had made remarkable contributions during the workers' rebellion, and his relentless courage had earned him a place at the celebratory feast thrown by the revolutionaries. Porter, the bird, had inexplicably tagged along. Ahoy, Captain. I knew you would be waiting for me. Thank you. Rhoda grinned sheepishly, scratching the back of his head as he steadied himself. Luoyin nodded, rising to dust off his trousers, preparing to return to his quarters for some rest. You are indeed the hero of this venture. Naturally, I must await your return. Now that you are all back, I shall retire. Wait, Captain. Rhoda called out in haste as Luo Yin turned to leave. I have fully absorbed my arsonist potion. When might I be able to advance? Me too, Captain. I have also completed my absorption. Porter flapped his wings, emitting a sharp, urgent sound, fearing that Luo Yin might not hear him. Luo Yin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe his own ears. What did you say? Your arsonist potion has been consumed already. How much time has truly passed since then? Luo Yin recalled vividly that the arsonist potion he had consumed upon arriving in this country was taken at a clandestine stronghold of the Revolutionary Army, and now, having fully digested it, he could aptly describe the experience as melting in the mouth. Rhoda nodded emphatically, a hint of pride unconsciously gracing his features. Indeed, Captain. I have completed the digestion. Very well, tomorrow I shall prepare a potion for you, as well as one for Porter. You two should rest well today to ensure you maintain your optimal condition. Excellent. Thank you, Captain. Rhoda could hardly contain his excitement, his eyes sparkling as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude, while Porter also appeared exceedingly joyful, exclaiming with his high-pitched voice. The night passed without incident, and Luo Yin indulged in a leisurely slumber, awakening just before noon the following day. As he opened his door, he was greeted by the sight of Rhoda and Mitter standing eagerly at his threshold, with Porter perched on their shoulders. I have prepared the potion. Your next sequence is called the Conspirator. As I previously mentioned, the hunter path symbolizes war. However, at times, igniting a conflict requires more than mere fire. It necessitates cunning. After consuming this vial of potion, you shall become more astute, adept at weaving plots. With that, Luo Yin handed a bottle of dark red potion to Rhoda, then turned his gaze toward Porter. Your potion is also ready, named the Solar Priest. Upon drinking this vial, you will master an array of divine arts pertaining to the realm of the sun. Luo Yin did not provide an elaborate introduction to the various divine arts. Firstly, his recollection was somewhat hazy, and secondly, this knowledge was inherently associated with the Potion Guild, rendering further explanation unnecessary. Thank you, Captain. Porter bowed his head solemnly and expressed his gratitude. Luo Yin nodded slightly, escorting a man and a bird to the deck, personally overseeing their ascension. Their promotion proceeded rather smoothly, as they had all fully assimilated the potion. Even Potter, who had directly consumed the Sequence 8 potion to transform into a radiant bird, experienced a seamless transition. For the following 2 days, Luo Yan's vessel remained anchored at the shore of a small island, housing a secret stronghold of the Revolutionary Army, awaiting the arrival of their operatives. However, to Luo Yan's surprise, instead of the anticipated members of the Revolutionary Army, he was met with the arrival of Luo's submarine. On this particular day, as Luo Yin reclined in his chair, a vivid image suddenly materialized in his mind, a yellow submarine approaching. With the potion having been significantly digested, Luo Yan's abilities had also been enhanced. Initially, he would only receive instinctual intuitions upon consuming the potion. Now, however, he could visualize corresponding images in his mind. Luo Yin rose to his feet and approached the side of the vessel, gazing out at the sea. Soon, a yellow submarine emerged from the depths. Its hatch opening to reveal the first to rush out was the polar bear Babwa, followed closely by Luo, Shitali, Loata, Might, and Porter. They all sensed an approaching presence and made their way to the deck, standing behind Luo Yin. I am quite intrigued. How did you manage to find your way here? Before the other person could speak, Luo Yin directly posed his question, causing a look of evident astonishment to appear on Luo's face, as if he were taken aback by such an inquiry. Do you not read the newspaper? Newspaper? Luo Yin was momentarily taken aback. He had never possessed the habit of reading newspapers. On the rare occasions when Porter obtained a newspaper from the newsbird, it was primarily MIT and Shitali who perused it. What does the newspaper convey? Luo Yin, feeling a bit awkward, inquired. While Luo momentarily found himself at a loss for words, he casually tossed a stone, roughly the size of a fingertip, in Luo Yin's direction. As the stone soared before Luo Yin, it instantaneously transformed into a newspaper. Take a look for yourself, he said. Luo Yin caught the newspaper and, upon opening it, was astonished to find himself featured on the front page. The article detailed his alleged collaboration with the Revolutionary Army in orchestrating the upheaval that led to the overthrow of the government. Ahem. Let us return to the matter at hand. Luo Yin folded the newspaper and clutched it in his hand, employing a dry cough to mask his embarrassment as he deftly shifted the topic. Luo, however, did not linger on this trivial matter. He promptly proceeded to the main subject. Casually, he tossed a gold coin into the air, and as it descended, it transformed into a small wooden chest, easily held with one hand. "I have procured the silence fruit," he declared, lifting the lid of the chest to reveal a devil fruit nestled within. Indeed, it was the silence fruit. This occurrence transpired far more swiftly than Luo Yin had anticipated. He had assumed that Luo would require several months, if not half a year or longer, to acquire such a fruit. Yet, within this brief span, it had appeared before him. Upon further reflection, it was not entirely surprising. The previous owner of this fruit was Claysong, Luo's great benefactor, who, after establishing his pirate crew, likely conducted inquiries into the whereabouts of this fruit. However, since the fruit did not provide an immediate enhancement to combat prowess, Luo had not exerted much effort to obtain it. Now that Luo Yin had explicitly sought this fruit, he had gone forth to acquire it. At the moment he beheld the fruit, Luo Yan's pupils noticeably constricted. This signified that he had gathered a unique material. The dark uniqueness, silence fruit combined with either the secret fruit or the misfortune fear sleep domain fruit. Luo Yin had secured the secret fruit during his initial transaction with the dragon, and subsequently acquired the attributes of the misfortune fruit from a pirate, which undeniably belonged to the misfortune domain. With the addition of the silence fruit, he would attain the dark uniqueness. Although Luo Yin is not an extraordinary figure on this path, if he can manifest uniqueness and solidify it into an extraordinary item, it would mark his first divine sealing artifact. Most importantly, if he masters the darkness of uniqueness, he will be able to utilize this singularity to respond to prayers, thus truly exercising the authority of a deity. Your efficiency surpasses my expectations. However, I currently lack the capacity to assist you in dealing with Don Quixote da Flamingo. You are aware of who stands behind him, and confronting him and his allies necessitates careful strategizing. Law closed the box containing the silence fruit, his expression growing more solemn. What kind of strategy is needed? His implication was clear. Whatever plans you require, just inform me, and I shall assist you. Luo Yin understood the underlying message, but simply smiled and shook his head. There is no need for you to take any action at present. Focus instead on enhancing your strength. In 2 years, the Straw Hat crew will reassemble. At that time, we shall ally with him, and I will help you triumph over Doflamingo and Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Upon hearing Kaido's name, Law's brow twitched involuntarily, and his breathing grew heavier. Every pirate understands the significance of that name. In truth, Luo Yin already possesses the capability to defeat Doflamingo and harbors no fear of Kaido's retaliation. Even if he cannot best Kaido at sea, he could easily evade any pursuit. A simple dive into the depths would render him untouchable. For Kaido's fish fruit cannot allow him to disregard the sea. Yet, he does not wish to pursue this course of action. Firstly, he lacks the energy to engage in such matters. His primary focus must remain on assimilating the potion and mastering Haki. He cannot afford to offend a member of the 4 emperors. Secondly, this situation presents an opportunity to leverage Luffy's potential. Wasn't the initial investment in Luffy intended to ultimately reap benefits from him? Lo remained silent, contemplating for a long while, before finally nodding slowly. Very well, I trust you, but that is a matter for 2 years hence. I have gone to considerable lengths to acquire this fruit. You do not intend to dismiss me with mere words, do you? In that case, I will offer you 150 million berries for the silence fruit. And once we have overthrown Doflamingo, you can reimburse me. What do you think? Law's expression once again shifted to one of surprise. He had not anticipated Luo Yin would propose such a scheme. A fruit that does not directly enhance combat power for 150 million is indeed a rather fair price, and cannot be deemed as undercutting. His intentions this time were not driven by monetary gain. Rather, he yearned for a promise of assurance from Luo Yin, transcending mere financial compensation. Observing Luo's expression of surprise and his silence, Luo Yin paused momentarily before declaring, "Let us proceed this way. I shall offer you a commitment. If, after 2 years, the Straw Hat crew has not reassembled, I will personally eliminate Don Quixote da Flamingo. Furthermore, I shall bear the wrath of Kaido myself. Given your former association with Doflamingo, you are undoubtedly aware of the profound darkness that conceals Dressrosa. Currently, I maintain a close alliance with the revolutionaries, and it is only a matter of time before Dressrosa becomes a target for the revolutionary army. Should you harbor any doubts, I can immediately contact the leader of the revolutionaries and, in his presence, reaffirm my promise to you. I believe Dragon would also welcome my undertaking to vanquish Doflamingo." Luo's countenance shifted through a spectrum of emotions before he finally nodded. "Very well, I trust your commitment. I can hand over this fruit to you now, but I require a guarantee of 100 million berries." "No problem," replied Xia. Please fetch the funds. Luo Yin smiled and nodded, turning to give a command to Zayatali. She responded promptly and swiftly entered the cabin. Before long, she emerged carrying a small chest, which contained 100 million berries and banknotes. Luo merely cast a fleeting glance at the notes within the chest. Then with a flick of his finger, the two chests were instantaneously exchanged in position. Luo Yin raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Luo imbued with newfound admiration. With the transaction now completed, might you consider joining me for a banquet aboard my ship? No. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave. Furthermore, I prefer not to let the Revolutionary Army track my whereabouts. Is that so? What a pity. By the way, should you ever wish to abandon the life of a pirate, you are welcome to join me. I hold you in high regard. Luo remained silent, allowing the white bear, Babwa, to carry the chest filled with belly as he and the bear returned to the confines of the submarine. As the submarine descended, the surface of the water soon returned to a tranquil state. At that moment, Luo Yin eagerly held the silent fruit in his hands, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Captain, you seem quite elated. I haven't seen you this joyful even when you obtained the devil fruit before. Hee, this fruit holds profound significance, replied Luo Yin. Might steer the ship to another location, seek out a deserted island. Understood, Captain, Might responded without inquiring further, swiftly making his way to the helm. Luo Yin returned to his room, securely locking the door behind him. He spread his hands, and a flurry of cards flew forth, with one gracefully drifting to his front. Unfolding before him, Sequence 0, Darkness, Sequence 1, Night of Misfortune. Characteristics include dark uniqueness, which is comprised of silent fruit, secret fruit, and the fear of misery within the realm of somnolence combined with any one of these fruits. After confirming the recipe once more, Luo Yin placed the 3 fruits into 3 distinct boxes, suspending them before him with a gentle breeze. He then rummaged through some low-sequence auxiliary materials from the path of darkness. Although he had acquired the recipe, he was still uncertain about how to amalgamate the 3 demonic fruits. After all, one could hardly utilize a blender for such a task. Thus, he contemplated crafting a basic potion, first using the auxiliary materials from this realm, before incorporating the demonic fruits. While this might pose issues if intended for consumption, he deemed it less problematic if the sole aim was to induce uniqueness and solidify it. After all, these were materials from the same path, and even if he ultimately failed, it would not trigger any conflicts or induce additional madness. After taking stock of his supplies, Luo Yin gathered some materials, dismissed the profane card, and opened the door. At that moment, the ship had arrived at a deserted island, nearly devoid of green vegetation. Instead, it was replete with corals, barnacles, and oysters. The highest point of the island rose only 2 or 3 meters above sea level, indicating that during high tide, the entire island would be submerged. You may leave now, venture further away, at least a distance of 10,000 meters. After giving a command, Luo Yin soared to the island, leaving others astonished by his unprecedented formality and seriousness. Despite their surprise, none dared to voice any objections at that moment. As the ship began to drift away, Luo Yin arranged the materials before him, preparing to commence his unique creation once the vessel was at a sufficient distance. It was not that he wished to conceal his crafting from his subordinates. Rather, he had consulted divination beforehand, which revealed that the process of creating uniqueness harbored significant risks. For one endowed with divinity, such as himself, the dangers were considerable. Thus, for others, it would likely pose an insurmountable threat. Consequently, Luo Yin felt compelled to exercise caution. Luo Yin exhaled deeply, casting the astrological coin into the air with a resounding ding, once more undertaking a divination. This time, he sought to ascertain the degree of his peril. The outcome revealed a certain level of danger, albeit insufficient to be fatal. Once the vessel had completely vanished beneath the horizon, Luo Yin began to concoct a potion, as he added various auxiliary materials. A pool of obsidian liquid emerged within the mixing basin. He then opened a box containing the devil fruits, and upon introducing the first fruit, it seemed to evaporate into thin air. However, through the lens of spiritual perception, Luo Yin could distinctly discern that the essence of the fruit had seamlessly merged with the dark liquid. With this realization, he hesitated no longer and cast in the remaining 2 fruits. Instantly, the darkness within the basin surged forth, resembling the purest and deepest shadows, gushing forth like a spring. The basin itself vanished, the ground of the island dissipated, and even the seawater that touched the darkness ceased to exist. By the time he had introduced the other two devil fruits, Luo Yin had already soared into the sky, for in that moment, his instincts were frantically alerting him, as though a mere second's delay could spell his demise. Given that he had already divined the presence of danger, he naturally did not falter. The darkness continued to expand, gradually becoming ethereal, even with unwavering focus. At times it felt as though that darkness was illusory, as if there were nothing at all. As events unfolded beyond his control, just as he contemplated how to bring the situation to a close, the sky abruptly darkened. It was not merely the sun being obscured, but the advent of true night. The stars twinkled brilliantly, yet the moon was nowhere to be found. Luo Yan's initial reaction was to wonder if he had been engulfed by darkness without realizing it. However, he quickly came to the realization that it was merely the onset of night. This darkness, however, was not confined to this particular sea. At that moment, the entire world had inexplicably descended into night during midday, leaving everyone bewildered and unaware of the cause. Yet, all were acutely aware that something must have transpired, for such an occurrence was simply unfathomable without reason. As Luo Yin observed the escalating commotion, which had begun to impact the entire world, a sense of unease settled in his heart. He found himself reflecting on whether he had been overly hasty, perhaps too eager to pursue singularity right from the outset. He pondered whether a more gradual approach would have been prudent, waiting until he had ascended to angelic status before seeking to establish uniqueness, as that might have prevented the current predicament. However, the events had already unfolded, and it was too late for regret. The night did not linger for long. It persisted for merely half a minute before the sun pierced through the darkness, casting its radiant light upon the earth once more. The darkness, akin to a spring of water, swiftly receded under the sun's embrace, condensing into a singular form, a bone-like ring. This ring resembled a circle formed by the vertebrae of a diminutive serpent, adorned with a black gemstone the size of a small pinky. This gem revealed itself only upon closer inspection. To the casual observer, it seemed as though it were non-existent. Within the depths of the gemstone resided countless specks of light, as if the entirety of the night sky had been encapsulated within. The ring hovered silently in the air, and merely gazing upon it instilled a profound tranquility within Luo Yin's soul. Yet, he did not rush to seize it. Instead, he approached with utmost caution, inching closer. The small island beneath and the vast expanse of sea had vanished, leaving behind a colossal pit where nothing remained. Strangely, the surrounding waters, which had risen above, did not flow into the chasm to fill it, resulting in a stark and noticeable fault at the edges of the pit. Even more bizarrely, when a fish inadvertently swam into the abyss, it continued to glide through the air as if it were still submerged in water. Yet, it was not long before the fish too disappeared, as though it had never existed. As Luo Yin cautiously approached, he witnessed the fish's unfortunate venture into oblivion unfold before his eyes, causing his descent to abruptly cease, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Could it be that this object was merely for observation, forever out of reach? Luo Yin felt a sense of unwillingness mingled with a hint of helplessness. If that were indeed the case, he had no recourse, for he was merely a sequence 4. In terms of both status and strength, he was far inferior to the uniqueness he faced. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yin resolved to take a chance. He cautiously extended his spiritual essence, attempting to make contact with the ring, proceeding with utmost care and refraining from rash advances. Before long, his spiritual essence brushed against the ring, and in that instant, his perception shifted. He found himself enveloped in a profound and boundless darkness, where nothing was visible and silence reigned. Not even the sound of his heartbeat could be discerned. Had it not been for the faint sensation of his own existence, he might have believed he had become a part of this darkness, utterly non-existent. Was I concealed? A thought flickered in Luo Yin's mind, immediately followed by a sense of dissonance. Under normal circumstances, when faced with an upheaval, especially one stemming from a higher authority, one would undoubtedly feel a surge of panic. However, at this moment, Luo Yin's heart was remarkably tranquil, so much so that it felt as if he could drift into slumber at any moment. This was certainly not a pleasant experience. Despite recognizing the incongruity, Luo Yin remained utterly serene, devoid of any emotional turbulence. Unconsciously, he began to feel drowsy, the onset of fatigue arriving so promptly that he could muster no resistance. Perhaps he was merely tired from a restless night? With no clear direction in mind, he pondered whether it might be best to simply succumb to sleep. A sudden thought emerged in Luo Yan's mind, swelling to the point that he began to believe it was his most authentic sentiment. Gradually, he drifted into a deep slumber. Suddenly, it felt as though a bolt of lightning struck his mind, waking him instantly. This was a warning from the divine realm. If Luo Yin were to succumb to sleep here, he would truly become a part of this darkness. In this moment of utmost peril, his divine essence responded. It is foreseeable that a creature devoid of divinity would possess no capacity for resistance in such a scenario. Thunder roared in Luo Yan's mind. The thunder resonated as he finally emerged from the abyss of darkness. His vision blurred, and he found himself once again upon the sea. That ring still suspended in the air, with everything around him remaining unchanged. How terrifying! Luo Yin could not ascertain how much time had elapsed. But the recent ordeal had left him in a cold sweat, his heart racing uncontrollably. Just as he began to contemplate whether to temporarily abandon the pursuit of the darkness's singularity, waiting until he amassed sufficient strength to claim it. He felt assured that this elusive object was beyond reach and posed no threat of being seized by others. However, at that moment, a tremendous sound of rushing water echoed. As the sea suddenly surged into the abyss, causing the ring to seemingly lose its power, no longer defying gravity, but instead plummeting downward. Luo Yan's intuition immediately rendered a judgment. The ring's power had momentarily ceased, signifying that this was indeed the most opportune moment. Without hesitation, he dove into the depths of the sea, grasping the ring before soaring back into the air. He then promptly cast the astrological coin, conducting a makeshift divination. He sought to unveil the general nature of the ring, yet as the coin began its descent, it vanished, dissipating into silence without a trace. As Luo Yan's brow twitched, he almost hurled the ring away. He was acutely aware of the recent events. The divination of the astrological coin had pointed directly to the ring, only to be met with its own retaliatory force, resulting in a shrouded mystery. How could he possibly dare to keep it on his person? The inability to divine meant he was entirely in the dark regarding the nature of this ring, its powers, its detrimental effects, and the means by which it could be sealed. Under such precarious circumstances, who would be audacious enough to carry such an object? It could vanish without a trace at any moment. Countless thoughts flickered through his mind, only to dissipate just as swiftly. Luo Yin swiftly devised a plan to observe the ring and ascertain the duration of its influence on the surrounding environment. Having made his decision, he resolutely released the ring, allowing it to plunge into the depths of the sea, while he himself floated on the surface. Employing his mastery over the ocean to monitor the ring's condition, the ring gradually sank to the seabed, half buried in the sand. Appearing to be nothing more than an ordinary ring, devoid of any peculiarities, Luo Yin patiently awaited, exhibiting no hint of impatience, while simultaneously pondering alternative possibilities. If divination was not an option, what other means could ascertain the state of the ring? Intuitive insight? What purpose does that serve? I am not a diviner, and my intuitive faculties do not lean towards divination. Moreover, even a practitioner of divination at sequence 4 would find it ineffective when confronted with uniqueness. Luo Yin subtly shook his head, dismissing numerous thoughts that flitted through his mind. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his consciousness as he contemplated a possibility: to beseech, to implore the ring, hoping that it might respond to his fervent plea. In theory, the seal of sequence 3 should be capable of answering such a request, and thus, as a unique ring, it ought to be able to respond as well. Alas, yet, I find myself at a loss for the incantation. Luo Yin, plagued by a throbbing headache, scratched his head in frustration. After much effort, he had finally stumbled upon a potential solution, only to be confronted with yet another conundrum. He could only rummage through his memories, hoping to unearth something of significance. The embodiment of darkness and slumber, guided by his spiritual intuition. Luo Yin conjured the initial line of a prayer directed towards the ring, swiftly piecing together the subsequent verses. Authority of fear and calamity, keeper of the hidden ring, I beseech your favor, implore your attentiveness, request your guidance, and ask you to reveal how I may please you. Upon uttering the incantation, darkness enveloped him once more, and a torrent of information surged into his mind. As the shadows receded, Luo Yin regained his clarity, a smile breaking through his countenance, one that could scarcely be contained. He had just received a response, gaining insight into the ring and its singularity within the realm of darkness. This ring possessed a semblance of life, albeit newly born and lacking in vitality, its intelligence still rudimentary. Its reaction to the surrounding environment was not a negative consequence of the ring itself, nor was it cyclical. Rather, it was a stress response. Being newly manifested, it found everything around it unfamiliar. Thus, it instinctively reacted to ward off any encroachment. In a world devoid of madness and distortion, its uniqueness bore little malice, and given that Luo Yin was its creator. The ring exhibited a considerable degree of goodwill when he first prayed, expressing a willingness to cooperate. However, as a condition of this collaboration, Luo Yin would need to beseech the ring daily, imparting to it fundamental knowledge and wisdom. Luo Yin extended his hand in a grasping motion, and the ring that had sunk to the ocean floor was immediately swept up by a current, emerging gracefully to the surface and landing securely in his palm. He promptly adorned his right index finger with the ring. A faint luminescence flickered from the gemstone, and a magnificent coin descended from the air, tumbling endlessly before ultimately resting upright in the palm of Luo Yin's hand. This was the astrological coin he had recently utilized for divination, now returned to him by the ring, symbolizing the sincerity of their newfound partnership. From this moment forth, you shall be known as the Ring of Secrets. Luo Yin gently caressed the gemstone on the ring, murmuring softly to herself. The light on the gemstone flickered momentarily, as if in response. Secret. Luo Yin raised his right hand and uttered a word. Instantly, the ring emanated a profound glow. Luo Yin sensed a sudden darkness enveloping him, as day transformed back into night. The boundless ocean had inexplicably morphed into a desolate wasteland, with him standing amidst it, his feet planted upon the cold, hard mud. Is this the secret world? There appears to be nothing here. Luo Yin cast his gaze around, finding nothing in his surroundings that could serve as a distinctive marker, as the earth lay supremely flat, devoid of any undulations. The only distinguishing feature was the celestial tapestry of stars that adorned the sky above. Countless stars wove together to form a magnificent Milky Way, presenting the most exquisite night sky Luo Yin had ever beheld. Yet, had it not been for the enigmatic ring he possessed, he would not have appreciated the beauty of the heavens, for he had just received a reminder from the ring. This concealed realm had but a solitary exit, represented by one of the myriad stars above. To escape, one must ascend into the vastness and identify the correct star among the countless twinkling lights. How daunting a task this seemed. Luo Yin dared not contemplate the challenge, let alone finding the exit. Even counting the stars was no simple endeavor. After a moment of reflection, he soared skyward, approaching the star that signified the exit at supersonic speed. Even so, it took nearly 10 minutes for him to escape the hidden world and return to reality. This singular experience profoundly impressed upon him the true terror of uniqueness. Initially, he had wished to attempt further explorations, but now he felt a sharp pain at his temple, rendering him incapable of further endeavors. Reluctantly, he decided to cease his attempts and directed himself toward the location of his ship. Before long, Luo Yin returned to the vessel, and as he landed on the deck, all eyes turned toward him, their faces etched with unmasked concern. "Captain, you do not appear well. What transpired?" was the first inquiry made by Shatali, the apothecary, who could effortlessly discern Luo Yin's current state through her keen perception. Although the secret ring had not exhibited any malevolence, its reactive response had nonetheless affected him, leaving his spirit in a state of slumber. Even as a demigod, Luo Yin found it challenging to recover swiftly from such an ordeal. Luo Yin smiled faintly, although his complexion rendered the smile less than appealing. It was nonetheless a genuine expression of his inner self. "I am fine, merely affected by a mystical object. A brief respite and a little sleep will suffice." "Captain, what transpired just now? Why did the sky suddenly darken?" "Because the dominion of darkness has been born." Luo Yin offered no elaborate explanation, merely casting a light remark before retreating to the cabin, intending to rest for a while before addressing subsequent matters. The onlookers observed his departing figure, all wearing expressions of perplexity, yet none dared to impede his progress, as they could all discern that Luo Yin was in a rather poor state and required respite. Although the specifics of the situation remained unclear, it appeared to yield a favorable outcome. Zayatali glanced around at the gathering and arrived at a conclusion, subtly implying that since no harm had occurred, there was no immediate need for clarification. It was best to allow the captain some time to recuperate. Not everyone comprehended the nuance in Zayatali's words. However, no one chose to approach Luo Yin for inquiries at that moment. Each returned to their duties, steering the vessel back, as they awaited the arrival of the Revolutionary Army. At the Navy headquarters, the abrupt onset of night infused an air of tension throughout the establishment. After all, it had not been long since the conclusion of the Marineford War, and the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, had audaciously returned to ring the bell during a moment of vulnerability for the Navy, leaving them with a tarnished reputation. They feared that this sudden darkness heralded the arrival of some formidable power, resulting in a state of heightened alert across the headquarters. However, as the night wore on, They awaited any unusual occurrences in vain. "Marshal, there have been no signs of anomalies or intruders," reported Sengoku, who had submitted his resignation but remained in his position until the next marshal, either Akainu or Akiji, was confirmed. "Very well, lift the alert status, but we must intensify patrols. Additionally, inquire with the world government to ascertain if they possess any pertinent intelligence." "Understood." Beyond the Navy headquarters, organizations and factions worldwide responded to the sudden night with investigations and precautions, yet they were destined to yield no fruitful results. Upon returning to his chamber, Luo Yin promptly collapsed onto the bed, surrendering himself to slumber for an entire day. It was not until the following morning that he roused, only to find his stomach lamentably empty. He then instructed Lata to prepare a magnificent fish, indulging in a hearty feast that ultimately restored his vitality. "Captain, the Revolutionary Forces ship has arrived." The sharp voice of Porter pierced the air abruptly. Luo Yin lifted his gaze, spotting in the distance a large vessel adorned with a black hull and red stripes, its bow crowned with a dragon. However, there were no dragons flanking it, and overall, it appeared smaller than a typical dragon ship. "At last, they have arrived. I have awaited this moment for so many days." Luo Yin rose and approached the ship's side, patiently awaiting the vessel's arrival. Soon, the revolutionary ship drew closer, and standing at the bow was none other than Sabo. "Your pace is considerably slower than I had anticipated." Luo Yin, with a hint of playful complaint, was met with a broad, pure smile from Sabo. "I apologize for the distance traveled. I come on behalf of Mr. Long to extend an invitation to you." With a chuckle, Luo Yin replied, "Given that you are the one inviting me, it is clear that the Revolutionary Army is genuinely earnest. When shall we set sail?" "Tomorrow," Sabo answered decisively. "We will dock here and rest for a day before departing." Luo Yin nodded in agreement, showing no dissent. "As you wish. I had hoped to invite you aboard my ship for a visit, but it seems you are in greater need of disembarking." "Haha, sitting ashore is quite agreeable as well." As Sabo laughed, the ship had already docked, and a long ladder had been lowered to the shore. Dozens of individuals disembarked, diligently attending to their tasks, erecting temporary shelters along the coast. Luo Yin and his companions also stepped onto the land. Here, the revolution had triumphed, allowing the Revolutionary Army to abandon secrecy and boldly present themselves in plain sight. Luo Yin stood leisurely by the shore, contemplating whether to procure some oysters from the crevices of the rocks. His primary sustenance at sea had always been fish, and to be candid, oysters were quite rare in his diet. These delicacies grew upon the rocks, while his vessel typically floated upon the waves, making them not easily accessible at all times. At that moment, Sabo approached with an unexpectedly grave demeanor, devoid of any companions by his side. Luo Yin emitted a nasal sound, expressing his confusion. Sabo approached him and, with great solemnity, bowed deeply in gratitude. "This is my personal thanks for saving my brother Luffy during the war on the summit." "Haha, there's no need to be so formal. I did not rescue him for your gratitude. Rest assured, I shall not exploit this favor to compel you to do anything. Regardless, I still wish to express my gratitude." "Haha. In that case, how about you introduce me to someone? Your Revolutionary Army has a remarkable scientist. What was his name again?" "Ah, Lindbergh. Yes, Lindbergh. Would you be so kind as to make an introduction?" Luo Yin had initially been indifferent to the significance of Luffy's matters in relation to Sabo. After all, once he garnered the trust of the Revolutionary Army, meeting a commanding officer would undoubtedly be a trivial endeavor. However, given that the opportunity presented itself, it would be a mischance not to seize it. "Do you require Lindbergh's assistance in any particular matter? If it is merely this, there is no need for a formal introduction. You mentioned friends within the Revolutionary Army. They are indeed crucial collaborators. In fact, Mr. Dragon has already stated that, should you wish, you could become a cadre of the Revolutionary Army at any time." Sabo explicitly clarified the current stance of the Revolutionary Army through an invitation, which left Luo Yin somewhat astonished. Despite having been engaged in nurturing relations with the Revolutionary Army, and even undertaking a troublesome task to facilitate this, he had not anticipated such a significant shift in the Revolutionary Army's attitude towards him. It was not merely a matter of seeking his assistance. Rather, they hoped he would impart knowledge to his subordinates. With this in mind, Luo Yin turned to gaze at the distant figure of Lalaina, who was playfully digging in the sand with Shatali along the beach. "Nana, could you come over here for a moment?" Luo Yin called out. And when Lulaina turned her gaze in this direction, she waved her hand. Lulaina promptly handed the small bucket in her possession to Shatari and hurried over. Lord Luo Yin, did you summon me? Indeed. Luo Yin, with a smile, rested his hand on Larina's shoulder and turned his gaze towards Sabo once more. I hope Lindbergh can impart knowledge of mechanical development to her, not to enlist her in the Revolutionary Army, but for personal instruction. I am willing to pay a corresponding price for this. After a brief observation of Larina, Sabo nodded with a smile. No problem. I will personally take her to find Lindbergh when the time comes. However, whether Lindbergh agrees is beyond my control. Although he is generally quite enthusiastic and willing to assist in repairing broken machines, he does have certain criteria for those he chooses to teach. If someone lacks an innate talent for mechanics, he is not inclined to offer guidance. Haha. Rest assured, she undoubtedly possesses talent. Otherwise, I would not go to such lengths to help her find a mentor. Very well, leave this matter to me. Sabo nodded, effectively finalizing the arrangement. While Luo Yin gently patted Larina's shoulder. All right, you may go and play now. Thank you, Lord Luo Yin, Larina replied, nodding before hastily making her way towards Shitari, who had resumed her task with the bucket, continuing to fish for sand white. Their desire for sand white was not driven by a genuine craving, according to Shitari. It served as a form of therapy. Although Larina's prior afflictions had been remedied with potions, the traumatic experiences had left deep scars on her soul. Before consuming the magical elixirs, these issues had not been too severe, allowing for gradual self-healing over time. However, now that Larina had become an extraordinary being, Shitari was concerned about potential complications and frequently engaged her in play. By the way, there's something else. Sabo suddenly retracted his smile and adopted a serious demeanor, prompting Luo Yin to momentarily pause, his own smile fading. What is it? An extraordinary individual who consumed a magical potion has been captured by CP0. Well, this was bound to happen sooner or later. Luo Yin was not at all surprised by the occurrence of such events. After all, extraordinary individuals had already played a pivotal role in the revolution. It was inevitable that the world government would take notice and take action. As for any potential issues, Luo Yin remained entirely untroubled. Even if the world government cultivated their own extraordinary individuals through the acquisition of relics, so what? At worst, they would merely achieve a rank of Sequence 8, which was hardly worthy of concern. Moreover, Luo Yin had never intended to keep the potion formulas concealed. At the appropriate moment, he was prepared to publicly disclose the formulas for low and even mid-sequence potions. The suitable moment, of course, would be after he ascended to become an angel. By then, he would truly exist as a clandestine entity, capable of influencing the extraordinary individuals who followed his precepts. The greater the number of extraordinary beings, the more individuals he could sway. Observing Luo Yan's calm demeanor, Sabo also felt a slight sense of relief. Although Mr. Long had expressed a similar sentiment, the potions originated from Luo Yin, so was there a need for a response? A response, indeed. Luo Yin raised his head in contemplation, only to shake it in resignation. There is no need, even if the leakage of the potion is thwarted this time. It is inevitable that it will occur in the future. Such occurrences are inescapable. Furthermore, what I have provided is a finished potion, and the individual apprehended is unaware of the formula. This implies that the world government can at most cultivate a single extraordinary being, be it of Sequence 9 or Sequence 8. Neither poses a formidable challenge. Of course, if the captured individual holds significant importance to the Revolutionary Army and is a key subject of their cultivation, then I can only express my regrets. Luo Yin casually shrugged, indicating his indifference towards the matter at hand, as it was a concern for the Revolutionary Army. Sabo nodded, his expression completely relaxing. I understand, and I shall convey your sentiments. Well then, having concluded our serious discussion, shall we indulge in lighter topics? Perhaps we could discuss Luffy? Luo Yin extended an invitation to Sabo, who, upon hearing Luffy's name, instantly brightened. Splendid. I am quite intrigued. Let us find a place to sit and converse. The two made their way to a flat rock where they settled down and engaged in lively conversation, swiftly strengthening their bond. At the break of dawn the following day, two ships set sail side by side, departing from the island. On board Sabo's vessel were not only the few dozen crew members he had brought along, but also the group of children previously entrusted to the Revolutionary Army by Luo Yin. Along with the princess, Sabo's inclusion of the children was to be expected, as the Revolutionary Army is known for nurturing the youth to become the vanguard of future revolutions. However, the presence of the princess was an unexpected turn of events. Yet, he refrained from questioning it further. After all, the arrangements were now in the hands of the Revolutionary Army. The two ships navigated the seas for 4.5 days, ultimately arriving at an island blanketed in snow, which appeared from a distance as a pristine white isle. "Captain, do you require an additional garment?" Luo Yin stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the approaching white island. When suddenly he heard Zayatali calling from behind him. He turned to see Zayatali clad in a fluffy beige coat, her feet adorned with knee-high leather boots. "I do not require it. You should focus on keeping warm." "Understood." Zayatali offered little more in response. As a remarkable individual of Sequence 7, she had developed a certain resilience to the cold, far surpassing that of an ordinary person, a fact she was acutely aware of. Thus, she understood that Luo Yin would naturally be even more impervious to the chill, rendering his lack of additional clothing entirely reasonable. As the ship docked, a throng of revolutionaries dressed in coats rushed forward. However, they were not there to welcome Luo Yin, but rather had received word to retrieve the children from Seibo's vessel. Nevertheless, Seibo promptly approached to guide Luo Yin. "I shall take you directly to Mr. Long. Thank you for your assistance." Seibo led the group along the cleared path, occasionally encountering passing revolutionaries who greeted him warmly. Luo Yin could distinctly perceive the glimmer of admiration in their eager gazes, indicating that Seibo held considerable esteem among the revolutionaries. "It seems you were quite popular," Luo Yin jestingly remarked, causing Seibo to feel a hint of embarrassment. "I merely acted impulsively during battle. It hardly qualifies as a warm welcome." In response to Seibo's explanation, Luo Yin merely smiled and refrained from elaborating further. The group swiftly arrived before a towering edifice. Where there were no guards from the revolutionary army, the grand entrance stood ajar, seemingly inviting anyone to enter. However, Luo Yan's keen intuition immediately sensed the scrutiny emanating from concealed vantage points, indicating that the atmosphere here was far from the apparent laxity. Seibo did not lead the group inside, for the hooded dragon had already appeared at the threshold. "Have you arrived?" Dragon inquired in a calm tone, to which Luo Yin nodded, mirroring the tranquility in his voice. "Yes, I have. Follow me." Dragon personally guided them through the entrance into a space reminiscent of a reception room. Yet aside from a tidy coffee table, the surroundings were decidedly chaotic. It was disorderly, rather than unclean, with papers scattered everywhere, some inscribed with text, while others remained blank. In one corner, a towering stack of papers loomed, and on a large table not far from the coffee table, an apparatus resembling a telegraph machine rested. "Please, have a seat. My apologies for the disarray." "It's quite all right. A change of environment can be refreshing, though this hardly appears to be a designated meeting area." As Luo Yin settled into his seat, he casually remarked, while Long nodded in agreement, a faint smile gracing his features. "This place was once dedicated to the organization of intelligence, but it has since fallen into disuse. That device was specifically designed for eavesdropping." "Eavesdropping? A telephone bug?" "Indeed. It had the capability to intercept a majority of unencrypted telephone communications. However, it is now inoperative, as Lindbergh has developed a more advanced machine, rendering this one obsolete and abandoned here." Luo Yin nodded slightly, feeling a flicker of interest in the machine. Soon, someone brought over tea and snacks. Luo Yin merely took a symbolic sip of the offered tea, refraining from touching the pastries, while Luo Tai indulged heartily, persistently feeding them to Lurina, leaving Luo Yin somewhat speechless. "So, what exactly did you summon me here for?" Luo Yin refrained from indulging in trivialities and proceeded directly to the matter at hand. The dragon general lifted his hood, took a sip from his teacup, and then spoke. "Did we not agree previously? You shall continue to impart your knowledge of the arcane, while I shall teach you the essence of dominance. How can I instruct you in the art of power if you do not come forth?" Luo Yan's eyes sparkled, a surge of excitement welling up within him. "When shall we commence?" he inquired. There was no need for haste. If you have other matters to attend to, you may proceed with them first. I hope to begin studying the art of dominance by tomorrow, while the schedule for the course in mysticism will depend on the student's availability." "Very well." A consensus was swiftly reached between the two parties. Luo Yin restrained his exhilaration and turned his gaze towards Lilina. "Furthermore, I hope she can accompany Lindbergh for a period of study." "There is no issue with that," he replied. "Seibo has already informed me, and I have also been in contact with Lindbergh. He does not oppose the arrangement. However, Lindbergh is currently unavailable. We may need to either escort her to him or wait a while until he has completed his obligations." Luo Yin fell into a contemplative silence, pondering that Lurina's studies did not seem to warrant immediate urgency. Rather, the courses in mysticism held greater significance. Thus, he resolved to wait until their affairs were concluded. After exchanging some casual conversation, Long Xianxing departed to attend to matters concerning the revolutionary army. Sabo then escorted Luo Yin and his companions to a solitary dwelling, reminiscent of an apartment comprising 2 stories with a total of 20 individual rooms. Each room was modest in size, featuring only a living area, a parlor, and a restroom. Devoid of a kitchen. You shall reside here for the time being, Sabo informed them. Meals will be delivered daily, and the restroom is equipped with hot water. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Luo Yin initially contemplated acquiescence, yet Shatari abruptly interjected, "No. It is preferable for us to reside on the ship." Sabo was evidently taken aback by such a response, momentarily at a loss for how to react. After some reflection, Luo Yin concluded that Shatari's decision was indeed more prudent. "Yes, I too believe it is better to dwell on our own vessel. Furthermore, regarding the ship, when can we expect its completion? It seems considerable time has elapsed." Sabo appeared to have been prepared for this inquiry, swiftly regaining his composure and responding with a smile. "The main structure of the ship has long been completed. However, the bow and interior remain unfinished, and your input is required for those details." "Very well. I shall visit your shipbuilding site soon." The following day marked the commencement of Luo Yan's class on mysticism, held in a spacious private hall measuring over 200 square meters, providing ample room for instruction. Attendees included not only individuals and creatures from Luo Yan's circle, but also from the Revolutionary Army, a few ordinary citizens alongside the extraordinary beings, as well as Long and Sabo. Luo Yin held no objections to ordinary individuals attending the lesson. After all, even if he were to oppose it, the knowledge he imparted could still be disseminated by the students. Moreover, an increase in students would not significantly tax Luo Yan's energy. At most, he would need to field a few additional questions, which was hardly a matter of concern. "I believe most of you are familiar with me, so I shall forego a formal introduction. I have conducted numerous mysticism classes previously, and you should have sensed that mysticism is a rather profound discipline. What I wish to convey today is that the knowledge you have previously acquired was merely foundational. Today, I shall teach you more advanced concepts, knowledge that can be genuinely applied in practice." Luo Yan's speech was resonant and powerful, effortlessly captivating the interest of everyone present. However, no one dared to interject at that moment. Luo Yin cast a glance around, nodding in satisfaction before continuing. "Today's lesson revolves around talismans. The art of talismans is a profound subject, and there are generally 2 methods to create them. I shall first elaborate on the first method, which involves crafting them from spiritual materials. The crux of this process lies in discerning the appropriate spiritual materials, followed by the meticulous drawing and engraving of corresponding symbolic representations." Luo Yin spoke eloquently and passionately, captivating the attention of everyone present for a full half-hour. "Now, Rhoda, it is your turn to create a talisman here on site. So that all may witness your craft, I have already prepared the materials for you." Suddenly, Luo Yin called out Roder's name, which came as no surprise to Roder, as Luo Yin had informed him in advance. "Very well, Captain." Roder rose and approached the front, retrieving the materials that Luo Yin had prepared beforehand. He began to etch symbolic insignias onto a thin sheet of metal with a small knife. Following Luo Yin's guidance, he completed the corresponding spiritual infusion and, ultimately, combined it with the spiritual material to create a crimson talisman. "It is finished." This was Roder's inaugural attempt at crafting a talisman, and his success brought him considerable joy. Luo Yin, in turn, felt a sense of relief. A failure would have cast a pall over his teaching. So achieving success on the first try was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. Now that the talisman was ready, it was time to invite an extraordinary individual to test it. "Who among you wishes to volunteer?" In an instant, over a dozen extraordinary beings raised their hands. Luo Yin's gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on a Sequence 9 hunter. "You, step forward and test the talisman. Please, proceed outside." The hunter stood up, and Roder promptly approached him to hand over the talisman. "Here you go. The incantation is for flames." "Understood." The hunter nodded firmly after receiving the talisman and was the first to make his way outside, followed closely by the others. Once they were all gathered outside, he recited the incantation and infused it with spiritual essence. Flames. The crimson talisman deepened in color, and as soon as he completed the infusion, he hurled the talisman into the air. The moment it left his hand, it expanded into a blazing crimson spear of fire. The fiery spear soared through the chilly air above the snow-covered ground before plunging into the deep drifts, where it erupted in a brilliant explosion, melting away a substantial area of snow. "Remarkable." The hunter who used the talisman swallowed hard, while the others gasped in awe, even the dragon's expression shifting in surprise. The power of this talisman indeed exceeded their expectations, and most importantly, it was the first tangible product of a mystical discipline. Well, that concludes today's lesson. Be sure to reinforce what you've learned, and we shall continue tomorrow. At the appropriate moment, Luo Yin announced the end of the class. Although the students felt somewhat reluctant to leave, they complied without voicing any objections. After finishing lunch, Luo Yin began to study hockey with Long compared to before. He could distinctly perceive Long's more dedicated approach to teaching. Many aspects were proactively pointed out by Long even without Luo Yin's inquiries. Unbeknownst to them, 2 months had swiftly elapsed. On a training ground, Luo Yin delivered a powerful punch that shattered a massive boulder. His palms and wrists were as dark as ink, yet bore a metallic sheen. This was the mastery of armament hockey. After 2 months, he had finally begun to grasp the fundamentals of both armament hockey and observation hockey. During this period, he devoted most of his energy to mastering armament hockey, while only occasionally dedicating time to learn about observation hockey. Remarkably, his proficiency in observation hockey surpassed that of armament hockey. This can be attributed to the fact that, in a certain sense, spiritual intuition shares substantial similarities with observation hockey. As a demigod of rank 4, his spiritual intuition was exceptionally high, granting him a significant advantage in the study of observation hockey. At last, he began to see some tangible progress. Luo Yin exhaled deeply, a genuine smile gracing his face. The possession of such formidable power signified a new era of assertiveness in confronting the nature-based devil fruit. "Captain, all is prepared." Just then, Shatari descended from the skies. Her lips painted a vivid crimson, rendering her appearance strikingly enchanting. "Well then, let us embark." With a grand gesture, Luo Yin summoned a tempest that swept him anxiously toward the shore, where they landed gracefully aboard the vessel, poised for their voyage. This expedition included only the two of them, accompanied solely by a small white ferret and a petite golden monkey, leaving even Porter behind. Lorena had been dispatched to study under Lindbergh, while Rhoda, Mitt, and Porter were assigned to assist the revolutionary forces. Rhoda, the schemer, needed to concoct plots to effectively digest the elixir. Nothing could serve as a better catalyst for such endeavors than weaving a conspiracy to overthrow a nation. Mitt, on the other hand, was tasked with aiding the revolutionaries in the transport of supplies, embodying the role of a navigator. Although Porter was merely at sequence 7, his auxiliary abilities were remarkably potent, allowing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Rhoda, rivaling even a vice admiral. However, Luo Yin's arrangements were not solely for the benefit of his subordinates' elixir consumption. They also served his own needs. He sought to orchestrate calamities that instilled dread. For should Rhoda's scheme succeed and the Revolutionary War ignite, Luo Yin would be summoned to unleash havoc, thereby securing victory while also assimilating his own elixir. This journey was prompted by news from Jinbei, who had discovered a creature suspected to be a deep-sea dominator. "Captain, where are we headed?" "To the Northern Sea." Luo Yin skillfully manipulated the currents and winds, steering the vessel away from the harbor and towards the North Sea. It was in these very waters that Jinping had discovered the deep-sea sovereign, who now lingered in the North Sea. Luo Yin's purpose was to rendezvous with Jinping. In merely 2 days, Luo Yin had navigated his vessel to the North Sea. His urgency was not merely based on impatience, but rather on the explicit message conveyed by Jinping, which indicated that the deep-sea ruler was in motion. He feared that the ruler might elude capture. The ship anchored beside a deserted island in the North Sea, where he entrusted Shatali to watch over it while he submerged to rendezvous with Jinping. At that moment, Jinping was engaged in communication with a school of small fish amidst a vibrant coral reef at the seabed, enlisting their assistance in locating the deep-sea ruler. This reliance on the fish was the reason he could identify the ruler in the vast expanse of the ocean, were he to search alone. He could scarcely fathom how long it would take to find it. "Luo Yin, you have arrived," Jinping greeted. Initially, he had proposed meeting on the island, but Luo Yin suggested they convene in the sea, asserting his ability to survive underwater. At first, Jinping harbored doubts, having confirmed that Luo Yin was not a merman. Yet now, he was convinced. Although this area was a sunlit shallow sea, it was not a realm that anyone devoid of equipment could easily reach. "How is the situation?" Luo Yin's lips remained still, his voice resonating through the vibrations of the ocean. Jinbei's face flickered with evident surprise, yet he did not dwell on it for long. Instead stating, "The deep-sea sovereign is still quite a distance away." The school of fish I entrusted cannot venture too close. Although the deep-sea sovereign itself has no interest in small fish, it is surrounded by a multitude of fierce large fish and sea kings, and should the school approach, they would inevitably be devoured by those formidable creatures. I understand. Let's proceed and take a look. I would appreciate your guidance. Follow me, Jinbei replied, leading the way as Luo Yin trailed behind, maintaining a distance of approximately 2 body lengths. Initially, Jinbei worried that he might swim too swiftly for Luo Yin to keep up, but to his astonishment, no matter how fast he swam, Luo Yin effortlessly matched his pace. Soon, he uncovered the secret. A current perpetually propelled Luo Yin, enabling him to glide through the water with ease, even without swimming. Not only could he breathe normally underwater, but he could also manipulate the currents, resembling a fisherman in every way. Yet, he also possessed the ability to fly, control the wind, and even induce tremors. What extraordinary power was at play? As Jinbei swam, he pondered these mysteries but could not draw any conclusions. Were they not in the ocean? He would have immediately suspected a devil fruit user. However, given their current surroundings, that could not be the case. After swimming for over 10 minutes and descending into the depths where sunlight no longer penetrated, Luo Yin, endowed with night vision, could still see with remarkable clarity. That's south as close as we can get. Any nearer and we risk being detected, Jinbei cautioned, halting his movement. Luo Yin also came to a stop, lifting his gaze to discern several enormous figures swimming in the distance. He could easily identify 3 colossal sea fish and 2 sea kings. Beyond them loomed even larger silhouettes, suggestive of a gathering around something, though the obstruction of his view prevented him from discerning the exact nature of their congregation. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yin casually reached into the water, and soon, a red octopus measuring 2 to 3 meters approached, not under his control, but rather swept along by the currents. He then retrieved a gold coin from his pocket and placed it into the octopus's mouth before sending it forth toward the school of giant fish, carried by the currents. The octopus sensed the imminent danger and struggled violently, attempting to break free from the current, but to no avail. It soon reached the vicinity of the giant fish and was swiftly engulfed by one of the massive creatures. With this completed, a faint smile graced Luo Yan's face. Let us ascend. Jinping was uncertain about the significance of Li Yin's recent actions. However, observing the confident demeanor of his companion, he refrained from further inquiries. The two ascended swiftly, soon breaking the surface of the water. They found themselves surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean, with no islands in sight. Jinping emerged partially from the sea, while Luo Yin floated